Chapter 91. The meeting room of the Liu family. Lu Mingchuan looked at Zheng Yan, who was already locked up in shackles, but still had no regrets, and said coldly, "Zheng Yan, do you know what you did wrong?" "Zheng Yan doesn't know. Please teach me, head of the family." Zheng Yan said expressionlessly. "I don't care if you plot against Lin Shen, but you shouldn't involve my daughter Lu Qing." A trace of anger flashed in Lu Mingchuan's eyes, and he was very dissatisfied with Zheng Yan's attitude. "I didn't involve Lu Qing." Zheng Yan still had that indifferent attitude. "No! You took the angel to Lu Qing. How can you be sure that the angel will not harm Lu Qing? When you have no ability to control the situation, you did something you can't control, and handed my daughter's fate to others. It's enough for you to die 10,000 times. Lu Mingchuan said angrily. "Master, what's the point of talking to a man like him? A scum like him should be chopped up and fed to the dogs, so as not to tarnish the reputation of our Liu family." Most of the people in the Liu family looked down on Zheng Yan's actions, and requested that Zheng Yan be chopped off directly. "Master, you are right. I did not consider this matter carefully." Zheng Yan nodded and said, "Just admit it. This is your way to die. Since you have done it, you should accept your fate." Lu Mingchuan waved his hand to signal the servants to take Zheng Yan away. "Wait a minute." Zheng Yan suddenly shouted loudly to stop the person who took him away, and said calmly, "Master Lu, I did not do it right, but you can't decide my life. In the Liu family, I can't decide, who else can decide?" Lu Mingchuan snorted coldly. "I." A voice came from outside. Many masters of the Liu family all changed their faces. Someone had silently entered the core area of the Liu family, and they didn't notice it at all beforehand. When they walked out of the meeting room, they saw a silver-haired old man floating in the sky above the Liu family compound. He had no wings on his back and no equipment on his body, but he could actually walk in the air. His white robe swayed in the wind, like an immortal walking in the air. The guards of the Liu family immediately launched an attack, and alloy arrows, like rain, shot from the ground at the silver-haired old man walking in the air. The silver-haired old man had no intention of using the power of base transformation. He pointed casually, and tiny red crystal jade particles flowed out of his fingertips. Those particles condensed together, and instantly turned into a red jade sword floating in front of the old man. The moment the alloy arrow rain approached, the red jade sword moved by itself, suddenly turned into a red stream of light, and flashed quickly, and the alloy arrow rain in the sky was chopped into pieces, and fell into countless particles. No alloy arrow could reach the old man intact. Such a terrifying scene made the people of the Liu family stunned. Looking at the silver-haired old man, who looked like a fairy or a demon, the archers did not dare to make any more moves, and were stunned for a while. If Lin Shen was here, he would be able to recognize at a glance that this old man should be the ascender mentioned by Tian Xin and Wei Wufu. Ascenders and base changers are no longer the same concept, but a real qualitative change. Steel, alloys, and crystal bases all belong to the base change level, while ascension is a level above base change, which is a big leap. Base change is just a physical transformation of human beings, while ascension is a real rebirth, just like a mortal ascending in broad daylight to achieve the body of an immortal. Of course, the ascenders did not really ascend to become immortals in broad daylight, but they just had stronger physiques and survival abilities. The main ability of the ascenders is flying. In the space battle, those who cannot fly do not even have the qualifications to participate in the battle. They cannot even break free from the constraints of the planet, and can only be slaughtered by others. The physique of the ascenders is also stronger, and they can survive in the space environment without space suits and oxygen supply. There is also the most important fundamental life base of the ascenders, which some people also call the spirit base or the heart blade. The life base is condensed from the base change substances in the body of the base changer. When the base is promoted to a higher level, the life base will be condensed at the same time. The life base can be freely integrated with the body, and can automatically fly outside the body to kill the enemy. It can be controlled at will when far away from the body. Although it is not a limb, it is better than a limb, so some people call it the fifth limb. In the space war, the life base is the most important means of combat. In air combat, there is rarely an opportunity to fight in close combat. The hard blade, a long-range attack weapon, is the main weapon in air combat. Different evolutionary techniques, different talents, and even different base transformation fluids absorbed may condense different types of life bases when ascending. Generally speaking, life bases are mostly weapons-like and more common, so they are called hard blades. For base changers, ascenders are super bosses with overwhelming strength. The Yashin base is much larger than the Suanio base, but it is still a small base in a marginal area. Few people in the Liu family have seen the boss, who has ascended to the next level. When they saw the old man, they thought they had seen the legendary immortal. Master who has ascended to the highest level, you have come to visit my Lu family. I wonder what you can teach me. Lu Mingchuan obviously recognized the ascender. He thought it was not good, but he still looked at the silver-haired old man with dignity. My surname is Zheng, and I come from the Wanderer base. The silver-haired old man landed in the courtyard and stood with his hands behind his back. The red jade sword was suspended beside him, and he had the demeanor of a fairy. Zheng family from the Wanderer base? Lu Mingchuan's eyes changed slightly, and he couldn't help but look at Zheng Yan. He also had the surname Zheng. If Lu Mingchuan couldn't guess anything now, he wouldn't be the head of the Lu family. Not bad. Zheng Guyuan nodded slightly. Although he didn't show a trace of arrogance, his attitude could not be ignored. As soon as the words fell, the sword flashed, and the red jade sword beside Zheng Guyuan flashed like lightning. When everyone reacted, the shackles on Zheng Yan's body had broken to the ground, and the red sword had returned to Zheng Guyuan's side, incredibly fast. Master Lu, I've said before that you can't decide my life. Zheng Yan moved his hands and feet, walked to Zheng Guyuan's side, looked at Lu Mingchuan and said coldly, Our Lu family has never had any grudges with the Zheng family of the Wanderer base. What does the Zheng family mean by this? Lu Mingchuan remained neither humble nor arrogant. Master Lu, don't worry too much. My nephew is training in your Lu family, and I just came to see him on the way. Zheng Guyuan smiled and said, Lu Xianer from the Cape base, and I have traveled together in the alien world. You can be considered my descendants. After hearing what Zheng Guyuan said, Lu Mingchuan was still vigilant, but he also knew that Zheng Guyuan would not make things difficult for their Lu family. Lu Xianer was an ascender who left the Lu family. Although she was no longer in the Lu family, Zheng Guyuan knew her, and would not attack the Lu family in public. And he had already sent the news of the King of the Realm cultivation device to the Cape base, and he believed that someone from the Cape base would come soon. In that case, let's leave Zheng Yan to you. Lu Mingchuan was helpless. He knew that Zheng Guyuan arrived here so quickly because he knew Zheng Yan, and knew what would happen to Zheng Yan after he came out, so he came here early, and would definitely not let them hurt Zheng Yan. The Wanderer base is much farther away from here than the Cape base. The fact that he was able to get here first is enough to explain a lot of problems. Thank you, Master Lu. After Zheng Guyuan finished speaking, he narrowed his eyes, and continued, There is another thing I need Master Lu's help with. You are joking. The Lu family is just a family of radical changers. What can they do to help a big shot like you? Lu Mingchuan frowned. Master Lu is overthinking. With my relationship with the Lu family, how could I let the Lu family do something difficult? I just want to know where Lin Shen is now. Zheng Guyuan stared at Lu Mingchuan and said, Chapter 92. I don't trust you. You old man are very bad. You have no idea about my Lu family. So how could you let Zheng Yan hide his identity and run to my Lu family to be a thug? Chun Chun is just an undercover. Now that your identity is exposed, what kind of origin are you talking about? Bullshit origin. Lu Mingchuan thought so in his heart, but his face did not show any sign. He smiled and said, Your Excellency is right. With the relationship between you and my Lu family, such a trivial matter should be helped by our Lu family. Unfortunately, Lin Shen is not from our Lu family. We have no way of knowing where he went. How about this? I will send someone to inquire about his whereabouts and inform you as soon as I find out where he is. What do you think? This is your Lu family's Asian god base. Do we need to inquire about where Lin Shen is? Zheng Guyuan was obviously dissatisfied. Lu Mingchuan sighed and said helplessly, In addition to my Lu family, there is also a Su family in the Yashan base. Lin Shen has a special relationship with the Su family. I can't do anything. Zheng Guyuan frowned secretly. This Lu Mingchuan was really slippery, like a non-stick pan, making it difficult for him to start. He couldn't really do anything to the Lu family. If he, an ascender, attacked the younger generation of the Lu family without any reason, then Lu Xianer would dare to kill all the younger generation of his Zheng family. If Lu Mingchuan really asked Lin Shen to find out about him, he was afraid that Lu Mingchuan would tip off. After all, this is the Yashan base, not the Wanderer base. Without spies and manpower, he didn't have any good solutions. If he wasn't worried about Zheng Yan's safety, there would be some other reasons, and he wouldn't have rushed here alone in advance. If he brought more people, it wouldn't be so troublesome. Lin Shen is indeed not at the Lu family. After coming out of the Kai King cultivation device, he and Wei Wufu left. But I guess they should still be at the Yashan base. It's not difficult to find them. Leave it to me, Zheng Yan said. At that time, He watched Lin Shen and Wei Wufu leave, and he also saw that Zheng Guyuan might not be able to get anything from Lu Mingchuan, so he took the initiative to speak up to avoid embarrassing Zheng Guyuan. Okay, you go and do it. I'm a little thirsty. I'd like to ask for a cup of tea. Master Lu won't mind, right? Zheng Guyuan didn't want to drink tea. He was warning the Lu family not to think about tipping off. Zheng Yan turned around and left. He had been at the Yashan base for several years, so he naturally had his own ways. It was not difficult to find someone at the Yashan base. Welcome, please come in. Lu Mingchuan calmly welcomed Zheng Guyuan in. Zheng Yan overestimated himself and underestimated the Yashan base. In fact, when Zheng Guyuan landed at the Lu family, the Yi family had already received the news. Miss, the madam asks you to come over. There is something important. The old housekeeper of the Yi family came to the small martial arts training ground and said to Yi Yuzhen, who was having an ambiguous relationship with Lin Shen. Yi Yuzhen was slightly startled. If it was not a very important matter, the old housekeeper would not ask her in such a tone. I go see what it is. I be back in a while. You wait for me here. Yi Yuzhen said to Lin Shen with a smile. Wait for you to come back. Lin Shen nodded. Yi Yuzhen followed the old housekeeper out of the small martial arts training ground and asked casually as she walked, What is the matter? Why are you so anxious to ask me to go? Could it be that the mushroom beast is attacking the base? No, an ascender came to the Lu family for Zheng Yan. I heard that he is Zheng Yan's uncle. Now they are looking for Mr. Lin. Madam asked you to discuss this matter. The old housekeeper said. Is there such a thing? Zheng Yan has an elder who has ascended to the higher level? Yi Yuzhen was also a little surprised when she heard it, and hurriedly quickened her pace to find Madame Yi. Lin Shen couldn't hear the conversation between the two outside the door, but Wei Wufu heard it. No, Zheng Yan, elders, ascenders, trouble. Wei Wufu whispered to Lin Shen. Lin Shen was stunned when he heard it, and asked uncertainly, You said that bastard Zheng Yan, his family has an elder who has ascended to the higher level, and now he is looking for trouble with us? Yes. Wei Wufu nodded. Lin Shen walked to the door and looked outside. Yi Yuzhen had already walked away. He hesitated for a moment and said to Wei Wufu, Old Wei, let's go. Where to? Wei Wufu asked as he walked. Leave Ya's house first. No. Leave the Yashan base first. Lin Shen said as he walked. He had never seen how strong the ascendants were, but he knew that there were no ascendants in a place like the Yashan base, and there was no one who could compete with the ascendants. If he continued to stay at Ye's house, and was found by Zheng Yan and the ascendants, it would be difficult for Yi Yuzhen and the Yi family. If they did not hand over Lin Shen, they would offend an ascendant, and there might be a disaster of extermination. If they handed over Lin Shen, it would be difficult for Yi Yuzhen. Lin Shen did not want to embarrass Yi Yuzhen, and did not want to test human nature, so he had to leave. Before the ascendant found him, he left the Yashan base and rushed into the vast mountains and wilderness, and there might be a glimmer of hope. Old Wei, if we two work together, can we kill an ascender if we fight to the death? After Lin Shen and his partner left the Yashan base at the fastest speed, Lin Shen looked back at the gate of the base and asked Wei Wufu in a deep voice. We die. Wei Wufu's answer completely extinguished Lin Shen's delusion. Then let's go quickly. Lin Shen summoned the Ruby Lion and rode with Wei Wufu, rushing towards the forest trail. Lin Shen was afraid of the beast tide, but an ascender was much more terrifying than the beast tide. Not long after the two of them ran out of the Yashan base, Zheng Yan had already received the news and rushed back to the Lu family at the fastest speed, bringing back the news that Lin Shen and his partner had left the Yashan base. Run? Where can they run to? There is only death at the end of the world. Zheng Guyuan snorted coldly, stood up and walked out. Second uncle, I go with you. I want to chop off Lin Shen's head myself. Zheng Yan gritted his teeth. He had been seen by the whole world with his ugliest face. He attributed all this to Lin Shen, and had to kill Lin Shen. Okay. Zheng Guyuan stretched out his hand, and pulled Zheng Yan, and flew away directly. In the living room of the Yi family, Mrs. Yi was lying on the sofa, fiddling with the ears of the black cat. Mom, who is Zheng Yan's ascended elder? Do you know him? Yi Yuzhen asked anxiously after entering the door. He is not here to find you. Why are you so anxious? Mrs. Yi smiled, as if she didn't care at all. Mom, Yi Yuzhen came behind Mrs. Yi, massaging her shoulders with her hands, and said coquettishly, You will help him, right? He? Which he? Mrs. Yi asked with a smile. Mom, don't play tricks on me. You know. Yi Yuzhen said coquettishly while shaking Mrs. Yi. Okay, stop shaking, my neck is about to be broken by you. Mrs. Yi smiled. Then you promise me? Yi Yuzhen was delighted. It's useless for me to promise you. I'm afraid that kid has left the Asian god base now. Mrs. Yi said. What do you mean? Yi Yuzhen was so smart that she figured it out as soon as she said it. She looked at Madame Yi in disbelief and asked, I wondered why the old housekeeper told me the reason so readily this time. It turns out that he deliberately told it to Lin Shen. Mom, why did you do this? Is Zheng Yan's elder really that powerful? Even you have to use this method to force Lin Shen to leave? What difference does it make for an ascender to be powerful or not? I didn't force Lin Shen to leave. He wanted to leave on his own. Do I have to stop him? Madame Yi smiled and said, if you want to blame someone, blame him. The Lin family members are all of the same character. They will only run away when they encounter problems. His second brother is like this, and he is also like this. I'm so angry. Yi Yuzhen was so angry that she didn't know who to blame for a while. If you want to blame Madame Yi really didn't drive Lin Shen away. Who made Lin Shen run away without saying a word when he heard that an ascender was looking for trouble with him. Chapter 93. How could Lin Shen know that Yi Yuzhen's background was so strong? Normal people would not think that there was someone who could compete with the ascendants in a mere sub-god base. If he knew that Yi Yuzhen's claim that she was a wealthy family was not mixed with even a trace of water, but a truly super wealthy family that could deal with the ascendants, he would not leave the Yi family even if he broke his legs. With such a thick thigh to hug, who would want to run out and risk their life? After Lin Shen and Wei Wufu left the sub-god base, they did not run in the direction of the Suanio base. They knew that they could not outrun the ascendants, even if they had crystal-based mounts. Now running back to the Suanio base would only implicate the entire Lin family, and the ascendants of the Zheng family might even discover the secret of the Suanio. So from the beginning, the two ran in the direction of the Green Tree Sea. Old Wei, can that ascender really catch up with us? He won't think we've gone home and go to the Suanio base to find us, right? Lin Shen looked at the steel jungle around him, and said with some worry. Don't worry, he can catch up. Wei Wufu's eyes were firm. Naturally, he knew more about the ascenders than Lin Shen did. When he said he could catch up, Lin Shen was relieved. Old Wei, let's do this. We run separately later. I run to the sea of green trees and lead them there. You go back to the Suanio base to inform my eldest sister and ask her to find a place to hide first. Lin Shen thought for a while and said, It's useless. It's too late. Wei Wufu shook his head. Whether it works or not, we have to try it. I can't bet that he won't go to the Suanio base after killing me, Lin Shen said. Wei Wufu stared at Lin Shen for a long while, then he looked into the depths of the steel jungle with a burning gaze, and said, Let's take a gamble, maybe there is a glimmer of hope. Where is the hope? Lin Shen felt that Wei Wufu spoke much more fluently than before. Green Tree Sea, base change point, original egg, crystal base. Wei Wufu waved the trident in his hand, and swept away the mushroom beasts that flew over. There were more and more mushroom beasts in front. Although they were all red-capped mushroom beasts, the number was very amazing. There were dozens or even dozens of red-capped mushroom beasts wandering together everywhere. You should have said it earlier if you wanted to be promoted to Crystal Base. We have a mutancy monster general. You can use that to be promoted to Crystal Base. Lin Shen didn't understand what Wei Wufu meant. No, it's too late. Original egg, hurry up. The trident in Wei Wufu's hand opened and closed, sweeping the mushroom beasts, so that they couldn't get close at all. The ruby lion kept running, rushing out of one mushroom group after another. They had no time to stay. They had to enter the Green Tree Sea before the Zheng family's ascenders found them. The Green Tree Sea is so dangerous now, we may not be able to rush in. Even if we can rush in, we may not be able to find the original egg. Even if you find it, or even successfully upgrade to a crystal, do you think you, a newly promoted crystal base, can beat the ascenders? Lin Shen sighed. Still follow my method. I will lead the people away, and you go back to the Suanio base to inform my eldest sister. Try it. Wei Wufu ignored him, and continued to rush towards the Green Tree Sea with the ruby lion. We haven't even touched the edge of the Green Sea tree, and there are already so many mushroom beasts. The probability of your method succeeding is too low. Lin Shen was somewhat helpless. Wei Wufu stopped talking, and kept waving his trident to sweep away the mushroom beasts that flew over and clear the obstacles. These steel-level mushroom beasts did not pose a threat to them, so Wei Wufu and Lin Shen did not use their base transformation power. The ruby lion ignored the bites of the red-capped mushroom beasts, and kept jumping while running fast, and even stepped on the body of the red-capped mushroom beasts to rush forward. Finally, they saw the steel forest that was as green as the sea, the legendary Green Tree Sea. The The ruby lion rushed into the green tree sea without stopping. After entering the green tree sea, Linshan and Wei Wufu found that there were not as many mushroom beasts here as outside. Strange, isn't it said that the source of mushroom beasts is the green tree sea? Why are there fewer mushroom beasts here? Linshan looked around, and saw steel green trees everywhere, and it was difficult to see the shadow of mushroom beasts. When Linshan was wondering, he suddenly saw a black figure standing on the top of a huge green tree in the distance, staring at them coldly. If it weren't for the Q-version figure, Linshan and Wei Wufu almost mistook it for a black-clad knight wearing a bamboo hat. As a unique existence among mushroom beasts, Linshan recognized the black-capped mushroom beast at a glance. Something's wrong? There's something wrong with that guy. As the distance got closer, Linshan found that the black-capped mushroom beast standing on the tree canopy had a different body from before. Before, it was a pitch-black metal body, but now it was crystal clear, as if it was carved from black crystal. It has actually been promoted to a crystal base. Linshan just felt a headache. The alloy-level black-capped mushroom beast was already so difficult to deal with, and now that it has been promoted to the crystal base, the threat is even greater. Linshan originally thought that relying on the crystal-level ruby lion, he should be able to make the black-capped mushroom beast a little afraid, but now it seems that he thought too much. The black-capped mushroom beast still stood motionless on the tree canopy, staring at them coldly, and Linshan could even see the sarcasm and mockery at the corners of its mouth. Boom! The two felt like an earthquake, and then saw huge blue-capped mushroom beasts rising from the ground and appearing around Linshan and the others. Oh my god, why are there so many alloy-level blue-capped mushroom beasts? Linshan looked at the huge figures appearing in the green forest around them, and the number was probably more than 100, and he was immediately shocked. He only encountered 2 blue-capped mushroom beasts last time, but this time, there were hundreds of them. These guys are multiplying too fast. Gene mutation. When Wei Wufu spoke, he had already used the power of gene mutation, and the purple shell wrapped his whole body. Linshan also used his base transformation power without hesitation, and his mirrored steel shell turned into armor to protect his body. Both of them knew that it would be a fierce battle. If they could not rush out as soon as possible, they would be trapped by the blue-capped mushroom beasts even with crystal-based mounts. The ruby lions could fight all the time, but they could not use their base transformation power all the time. Once their power was consumed too much, they could no longer maintain their base transformation state. Without the protection of their metal shells, it would be difficult for their flesh and blood to survive in the beast herd. What's more, there were crystal-based black-capped mushroom beasts not far away, and that one guy was enough for them to bear. What's more, there were deadly ascenders chasing them. It was really a dilemma with wolves in front and tigers behind. When the two were about to rush out of the blue-capped mushroom beast herd, they suddenly saw a red lightning flash across the sky. For a while, the red light flashed, crisscrossing in the sea of green trees, leaving a series of red phantoms. In just a moment, all the blue-capped mushroom beasts stopped moving, as if they were acupunctured. Boom! The next second, Linshan and Wei Wufu saw the heads of all the blue-capped mushroom beasts explode at the same time, and they fell one by one. Hundreds of blue-capped mushroom beasts were not spared, and all of them fell to the ground with their heads exploded. The earth shook, the broken steel branches trembled, and dust rose up. 2 figures broke through the air, like immortals flying in the air. One of them was Zheng Yan, who was very familiar to Linshan and Wei Wufu. Chapter 94. The red lightning turned into a red jade sword and floated beside another silver-haired old man, letting Linshan and Wei Wufu know clearly that he was the ascender of the Zheng family. Although they had known for a long time that the ascenders were very scary, it still made Linshan feel numb to see the ascender kill hundreds of blue-capped mushroom beasts with a sword before the ascender arrived. This made Linshan not know how to fight this battle for a while. The speed of the red jade sword was faster than the bullets he fired with the angel revolver, but this speed was enough to make people despair. Boom! The 2 figures in the sky seemed to have turned on the accelerator and fell to the ground in an instant. The terrifying power made the stone ground under the feet of the silver-haired old man, which was harder than granite, crack like a spider web. The ascender is too scary. Linshan frowned slightly. If the opponent is a crystal base, even a top crystal base, with his current strength and trump card, he can still fight. But facing the ascender, Linshan can't see any possibility of victory. Wei Wufu jumped down from the back of the ruby lion, holding the trident horizontally, staring at Zheng Guyuan with scorching eyes. Your name is Wei Wufu, right? A member of the Tianqing family? Zheng Guyuan narrowed his eyes, and looked at Wei Wufu. If you want to fight, then fight. Stop talking nonsense. Wei Wufu stood in front of Lin Shen expressionlessly and said, "The Tianchengwei family has defended this city for 100 years. They are the strongest backbone of our human race. I can't wait to admire them. I will never hurt anyone in the Wei family." Zhang Guyuan said, looking at Lin Shen, who was still riding on the ruby lion. "This man took something that should have belonged to my nephew. I am seeking justice for my nephew. This is also a matter of course. It has nothing to do with you. You should leave." Lin Shen sneered in his heart. He said it nicely, but he was afraid of the reputation of the Tianchengwei family, and didn't want to kill Wei Wufu and cause trouble. With a turn of his eyes, Lin Shen looked at Zhang Guyuan and said, "Who are you to Zheng Yan?" "This is my second uncle Zhang Guyuan, an ascender. I'm afraid you haven't even heard of this name." Zheng Yan continued disdainfully, "You have a way to die, and you can't blame others. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being my enemy. You chose the wrong opponent." Lin Shen ignored Zheng Yan at all, still looking at Zhang Guyuan, and sneered, "You came to me. I'm afraid it's not as simple as revenge for Zheng Yan. Do you want my 2 mutant sea monster eggs, or do you want this angel revolver in my hand?" "Both." Zhang Guyuan's face did not change at all. The red jade sword floating beside him trembled for a moment, and suddenly disappeared in the next second. "Not on me." Lin Shen didn't see anything, but when Zhang Guyuan spoke, he heard the tone was wrong. Before the red jade sword moved, he had already jumped off the back of the red jade lion and shouted. Buzz, the red jade sword stopped in front of Lin Shen, and the tip of the sword was already on Lin Shen's forehead. Just by touching, the tip of the sword pierced the mirror shell, and blood slowly seeped out of the shell. Wei Wufu's face changed, and his movement slowed down a lot. He didn't have time to block the red jade sword. "Old Wei, don't move." Lin Shen stopped Wei Wufu, who raised the trident, and wanted to sweep the red jade sword away. Lin Shen stared at the red jade sword in front of him. There were strange patterns on the sword body that looked like blood jade. The pattern was not carved on the surface of the sword, but more like it grew inside the jade sword, emitting a strange light, like an evil dragon or a poisonous snake, and it was also changing like a life. Lin Shen knew that this was the spirit of the life base. The stronger the spirit, the stronger the life base. If an ordinary person saw such a magical thing as the red jade sword, he would have been scared out of his wits. Lin Shen could feel that the fat boy in the backpack did not move at all. He might have sensed the horror of the ascender, and dared not show up. "The 2 mutant sea monster general eggs are not with me. If you kill me, you will never get them." Lin Shen slowly took off his backpack and threw it on the ground, and then threw everything in his pocket on the ground, so that Zhang Guyuan could see that he did not have the mutant sea monster general eggs. When Lin Shen left the Yi family, he did not take away the mutant sea monster general eggs. First, they were not hatched and could not be used at all. Second, he was also considering that if he was killed, he would not let the Zheng family get away with it. It's better to leave it to Yi Yuzhen than to be taken away by the person who killed him. "You are a smart man. Tell me where the thing is. 2 mutant sea monster general eggs in exchange for your lives," Zhang Guyuan said lightly. "Why should I believe you?" Lin Shen asked back. "You have no choice." Zhang Guyuan's eyes condensed, and the red jade sword trembled again. The tip of the sword pierced in a little more, and blood oozed out again. "Okay, I tell you where it is." Lin Shen immediately shouted. "Say!" Zhang Guyuan's eyes were decisive, as if he said something wrong, he would let the red jade sword pierce Lin Shen's head. The reason why he came so quickly was, on the one hand, to save Zheng Yan, and another important reason was the 2 mutant sea monster general eggs, otherwise, he would not have to rush to find Lin Shen. At his level, it is not difficult to find a mutant crystal egg, but it is not easy to find a pair of mutant twin eggs that meet his requirements. If it was just for a red jade lion, he would not be so anxious to help Zheng Yan revenge. He should go to the king of the realm cultivation device, where the benefits are not comparable to a red jade lion. Lin Shen shouted such words because he saw through this point, and it was just this sentence that temporarily saved his life. "Can you move this thing away a little?" Lin Shen pointed to the red jade sword in front of his forehead and said, "It's the same everywhere, thousands of miles away. It will take your life in an instant." Zhang Guyuan meant that Lin Shen should not play tricks. No matter where his sword is, it can still take his life in an instant. "I just wanted to show you where I hid something." "You're too suspicious." Lin Shen had this thing stuck on his forehead. He didn't dare to move his head, and could only turn his body carefully. Zhang Guyuan looked at him, and snorted coldly. The red jade sword suddenly appeared beside him, as if teleporting. Lin Shen let out a long breath, wiped the blood oozing from his forehead, moved his neck, and turned his head to look around without waiting for Zhang Guiyuan to urge him, as if he was identifying a location. Wei Wufu knew that Lin Shan was stalling for time, but he couldn't figure out what the point of Lin Shan's delay was. Now no one can come to save them, and Lin Shan can't delay for much time. The final result is still the same. If he didn't say it, Zhang Guiyuan might not kill him for the sake of the mutant sea monster egg. But if Zhang Guiyuan knew that Lin Shan was teasing him, it might anger him and make him cruel and kill him. After all, the mutant sea monster general egg is not a must for the Ascenders. He wants this thing, probably for his own descendants, so it may not be useful to threaten him. Lin Shan is stalling for time, but he is not waiting for rescue, but for the black-capped mushroom beast. Zhang Guiyuan killed so many of the black-capped mushroom beast's minions as soon as he arrived. Based on Lin Shan's understanding of the black-capped mushroom beast, it should not let it go with its vengeful character. I haven't seen it since just now, and I don't know if it dares to come out. Although the chance is slim, it is better than nothing. Lin Shan is unwilling to let go of any possibility of survival. Over there. Lin Shan seemed to have seen something, his eyes lit up slightly, and he pointed to that side, and said to Zhang Guiyuan. Chapter 95. Zhang Guiyuan and Zhang Yan looked in the direction Lin Shan pointed, but they didn't see anything. In fact, that was the direction they came from, and they didn't see anything when they came. Of course they couldn't see it, because there was nothing there, at least when they looked there was nothing there. When Lin Shan looked at that place just now, there was still something there. He saw the black-capped mushroom beast standing quietly behind a big tree, only half of its gloomy face was exposed, and its claws pointed in one direction. The next second, the black-capped mushroom beast suddenly disappeared without a sound. Zhang Guiyuan and Zhang Yan were staring at Lin Shan at that time, and they couldn't see what was behind them at all. However, the ability of the black-capped mushroom beast to make Zhang Guiyuan, an Ascender, hear no sound was not comparable to that of ordinary crystal bases. Lin Shan knew that the black-capped mushroom beast was not a good person. It was afraid of Zhang Guiyuan, and didn't dare to take action by itself. It wanted Lin Shan to lead Zhang Guiyuan to a certain place. That place should be a trap designed by the black-capped mushroom beast. If Lin Shan went there, he might be more unlucky than Zhang Guiyuan. But Lin Shan had no other choice now. If he went there, he might have a chance of survival. If he didn't go there, he would be dead. Lin Shan, don't think that just pointing in a direction is enough. Lead the way. If you can't find it, I will skin you alive and make you wish you were dead. Zhang Yan didn't hide his disgust and hatred for Lin Shan at all. Does he have the final say, or do you? If he has the final say, we will all die anyway, so just kill me now. Lin Shan ignored Zhang Yan and looked at Zhang Guiyuan. Zhang Guiyuan looked at Lin Shan and saw that Lin Shan was not moved at all, as if he was determined, so he said lightly, "You trade with me, naturally I have the final say." "Okay, you are a big shot, your words are as good as gold, I believe you," Lin Shan said, and was about to pick up all his things. "Don't move." Zhang Yan stopped him, and took all Lin Shan's things. "I thought you were so arrogant, but you are just a poor guy." Zhang Yan flipped through Lin Shan's things. Only an angel revolver and his red jade lion pet were valuable, the rest were garbage. For pets like the iron-horned horse, Zhang Yan just threw them on the ground and didn't even bother to pick them up. The backpack and the fat boy inside were also thrown to the ground by Zhang Yan, who kicked it and cursed. What kind of person plays with what kind of bird? A trash pet should be kept as trash. Lin Shan was silent and squatted down to pick up the unwanted pet capsules that Zhang Yan threw on the ground. Crack! Zhang Yan stepped down and crushed the pet capsules that Lin Shan wanted to pick up into pieces. Wei Wufu was about to rush up with the trident, but Lin Shan, who was squatting there, raised his head and stopped Wei Wufu, saying lightly, "People have to bow their heads under the eaves. Lao Wei, bear it for a while, save your life first." A man who knows the times is a hero. You are really flexible, I have begun to admire you a little, Zhang Yan said sarcastically. Watching Lin Shan picking up the things on the ground like garbage, picking up the things one by one, Zhang Yan was incomparably happy. If you want to live, that's impossible, just bear it, and the life will be mine in the end. Zhang Yan seemed to have seen Lin Shan's regret, unwillingness, despair, and frustration when he was tortured and killed by him. Watching Lin Shan endure humiliation and live for a glimmer of hope, and finally having to watch him being trampled to death, only in this way can Zhang Yan feel relieved and relieve the hatred in his heart. Regardless of what Zhang Yan thought, Lin Shan packed up his things and led the way in front of them, heading the way they came. Although Zhang Guiyuan and Zhang Yan also had doubts, they also felt that it was reasonable. The things were not on Lin Shan, so they could only be hidden on the way they escaped. If Lin Shan went deep into the sea of green trees, or went in other directions, Zheng Guiyuan would not hesitate at all, and would directly cut off one of his arms first. Lin Shan walked along the way he came, but he had no idea what the black-capped mushroom beast was doing. Can the trap it set work on an ascender? If not, Lin Shan will be dead. If it takes effect, even the ascenders can't resist it, then can he and Wei Wufu withstand it? The result is probably not very good. Lin Shan wanted Wei Wufu to leave first. Zheng Guiyuan probably wouldn't stop him, because he was afraid of the Tianqing Wei family, but Lin Shan knew that Wei Wufu was definitely not the kind of person who could leave first. If Lin Shan forced him to leave, it would make Zheng Guiyuan and the others suspicious. It's a difficult thing to do, and Lin Shan can only take one step at a time. How far is it? Don't delay anymore. For every minute you delay, I will let you live one more day when I come back to peel your skin. Zheng Yan urged Lin Shan to hurry up. Give me the red jade lion, and I will naturally be able to ride it faster, Lin Shan said calmly. Zheng Yan was about to say something, but suddenly he felt the ground shaking, and the surrounding trees also shook violently. The place where they stepped on, which was more than 10 meters in diameter, suddenly rose up, and a huge purple crystal mushroom beast emerged from the ground. Zheng Guiyuan grabbed Zheng Yan and flew into the air in an instant. Lin Shan and Wei Wufu were not so lucky. As the giant purple crystal mushroom emerged, the two fell and rolled down. Seeing a purple crystal mushroom beast like a hill breaking out of the ground and swallowing Zheng Guiyuan and Zheng Yan in the air, Lin Shan felt a glimmer of hope in his heart. Such a huge crystal-based creature must have extremely strong power. Maybe it can compete with the Ascenders, at least it can hold on for a while, and maybe they can have hope of escaping. Bang! Lin Shan's hope was shattered with a loud bang, and the red jade sword beside Zheng Guiyuan flashed and directly pierced the head of the purple crystal mushroom beast. Seeing the head and mushroom cap of the purple crystal mushroom beast explode together, Lin Shan's mood also sank to the bottom. The strength of the Ascenders is already ridiculously strong, and it is not something that the genetically modified creatures can match. The design of the black-capped mushroom beast is useless. Not to mention one purple crystal mushroom beast, even if there are 10 or 100, Zheng Guiyuan can kill them with a sword. In the face of absolute strength, it seems that all conspiracies and tricks have become a joke. Is the design of the black-capped mushroom beast just like this? Lin Shan watched the purple crystal mushroom beast fall down with a bang, stirring up dust and steel branches all over the sky, and he was a little confused. With the sinister character of the black-capped mushroom beast, if there were more purple crystal mushroom beasts, Lin Shan would still think it was normal. Now there is only one, as if it was deliberately giving away food, which made Lin Shan a little suspicious. Is there a backup plan? Lin Shan's mind was racing. Zheng Guiyuan flew down with Zheng Yan only after he confirmed that the purple crystal mushroom beast was dead. He didn't know there was such a treacherous existence as the black-capped mushroom beast, and he just thought he was attacked by a crystal-based creature, so he didn't take it seriously. Zheng Yan was even a little excited. This purple crystal mushroom beast was a mutant creature at first glance. If it bred mutant eggs, wouldn't it be a big profit? Lin Shan watched Zheng Yan walk towards the corpse of the purple crystal mushroom beast, wanting to see if there were any mutant eggs in the broken mushroom cap, and suddenly he had an idea. Could it be poison? No. It's not poison. It should be something more advanced. Otherwise, it can't be hidden from Zheng Guiyuan. Lin Shan seemed to have guessed something. But before he could take any action, he suddenly felt that the scenery in front of him seemed to have become dreamy, and the real scenery seemed to have become like a cartoon, with elves spinning in front of his eyes. Chapter 96. Lin Shan only felt that the scene in front of him seemed to have turned into a grotesque world painted by an abstract painter, with all kinds of bizarre things that were difficult to describe. The trees seemed to come alive, turning into monsters rising from the ground. They did not attack Lin Shan, but instead swung their waists and hips to dance the subject 3. The main theme was outrageous. The white clouds in the sky dripped down like milk. Looking closely, it was not milk at all, but bubbles in the bathtub. A beautiful woman was taking a bubble bath in the sky. Those bubbles are really out of place. Lin Shan's brain was extremely excited because he saw a rope that went all the way to the sky and connected to the bathtub. Lin Shan rushed up and pulled the rope to climb up. Beauty, wait for me, I will go over and have a baby with you. On the other side, Wei Wufu was lying on the ground. His arms and legs kept kicking, sometimes breaststroke, sometimes butterfly stroke, sometimes backstroke, and he was still muttering to himself, swimming. Simple. I can do it. I'm not afraid. Seeing the abnormality of Lin Shan and Wei Wufu, his first reaction was to grab Zheng Yan's collar and fly up to the sky, instantly reaching a high altitude. Lin Shen was like this. No one could have thought that it was Lin Shen who led him into a trap. Of course, Zheng Guiyuan didn't realize that this was a trap at all at this time, and thought that the purple crystal mushroom beast appeared by chance. After all, he didn't know that there would be such a sinister black-capped mushroom beast to plot against him, so he didn't have the intention to kill Lin Shen at the first time. Zheng Guiyuan felt that something was wrong with his brain, and his eyes were a little dazed. Just when he was about to do something, he suddenly felt that Zheng Yan, who was caught by him, seemed to be a little bit wrong. Looking down, he saw Zheng Yan holding his legs with both hands, licking them with his tongue, with a perverted smile on his face, saying, "Smells good. So good." Zheng Guiyuan gritted his teeth, threw Zheng Yan down, turned his head, and looked for Lin Shen in the forest, wanting to kill him first to avoid any problems. But when he turned his head, what he saw was no longer a forest, but a huge sea of spiritual bases. All kinds of spiritual bases piled up together, like an ocean, each of which was dazzling, and there seemed to be various spiritual patterns flowing inside. Spirit bases. So many spiritual bases. Illusion? No. All the spiritual bases are mine. Zheng Guiyuan still had some willpower at first, and wanted to escape far away, and even cut himself with a sword, trying to stay clear, but it was useless, and he slowly fell. At that time, the steel-level poisonous mushroom beast could make Wei Wufu hallucinate. The hallucinogenic ability of this mutant purple crystal mushroom is obviously many times stronger than that mutant poisonous mushroom beast. Even the ascenders are not immune. The red jade sword beside Zheng Guiyuan fell crookedly, because no one was controlling it, and it was stuck in the mud of the forest. Zheng Guiyuan opened his mouth and drooled, threw away his backpack and things on his body, fell down like a fool, and reached out to pull the branches on the tree. Mine. All mine. I will become the strongest ascender. Everyone fell into a frenzy, but at this time a black figure, like a killer wearing a hat, appeared in the distant forest, looking coldly at the few people who were in hallucinations here. It did not go to Lin Shen and his men, but instead went to the body of the purple crystal mushroom beast, flew up, and with a beautiful roundhouse kick, kicked the damaged mushroom cap of the purple crystal mushroom beast to pieces. Countless purple dust that was hard to see with the naked eye burst out, gathered together, and covered a large area nearby like smoke and fog. Looking at Lin Shen and his men covered by the purple smoke, the black-capped mushroom beast showed an evil smile at the corner of its mouth. The next second, the black-capped mushroom beast suddenly jumped up and came to Zheng Guiyuan, punching and kicking at the same time. A set of silky combos. The front and hind claws fell on Zheng Guiyuan like a storm, hitting Zheng Guiyuan and making him retreat again and again, like a big sandbag being ravaged by madness. But he still had a satisfied smile on his face, and he was still saying, "All mine. All mine." Bang! Finally, Zheng Guiyuan's body crashed into a big tree, breaking the steel tree as thick as a bucket, and his clothes were torn into pieces, hanging like strands of rags. The exposed skin and muscles were blue and purple, and he looked miserable, but the black-capped mushroom beast looked at him with some doubt. Without the protection of the shell, the crystal-based black-capped mushroom beast, with all its strength, could only make his body blue and purple, but could not cause fatal injuries. Such physical strength is indeed a bit terrifying. The black-capped mushroom rolled its eyes, as if it had thought of something, and turned to run to another place. Lin Shen hugged a small sapling as thick as a fist, and climbed there, as if he wanted to go to the sky, but he couldn't climb up. Suddenly, Lin Shen shuddered, and the bizarre scene in front of him became even more bizarre, and the whole world seemed to be about to be distorted beyond recognition. After that, the distortion in front of him was slowly corrected, and Lin Shen gradually felt the power in his body flowing with the theory of evolution. Now Lin Shen realized that he was just affected by the hallucination, and it was the theory of evolution that saved him and pulled him out of the hallucination. It was not just as simple as pulling him out. The theory of evolution was strengthening and mutating his body, making him resistant to the root cause of the hallucination. This is a continuous process. The distorted world in front of Lin Shen has not yet fully recovered, and the theory of evolution has not stopped running, indicating that his strengthening mutation has not yet ended. After a long while, Lin Shen felt that the distorted world in front of him had almost returned to normal. At least, he could see the situation in front of him clearly. Not far away from him, Wei Wufu was swimming there, constantly changing his posture, and in another place, Zheng Yan was holding a tree branch and kissing and licking there, with that perverted smile, and I don't know what he did in the hallucination. Even Zheng Guiyuan was like a pervert, frantically pulling out the nearby steel grass leaves and branches, muttering something. What a powerful hallucinogenic ability, even the ascenders can't escape it. Lin Shan was surprised and happy. He was surprised by the ability of the purple crystal mushroom beast, but he was happy that the theory of evolution could actually allow him to withstand it, which was an ability that even the Ascenders could not withstand. Suddenly, Lin Shan heard some sounds, as if something was dragging in the steel jungle. With a thought in his mind, he quickly hugged the sapling just now, and started his performance. During the performance, Lin Shan took a sneak peek, and saw that the black-capped mushroom beast was dragging a red jade sword over. The red jade sword was only 3 or 4 feet long and only 3 fingers wide. For ordinary humans, it was already a relatively large sword, but for a crystal-based creature, how heavy could such a large sword be? It can be seen that the sword seemed to be really heavy, and the crystal-based black-capped mushroom beast dragged it over. Lin Shan recognized the red jade sword as Zheng Guyuan's hard blade at a glance, and his heart was moved. Whether it is the life base, the spirit base, or the hard blade, they are actually the same thing, a tool condensed by the Ascender. When the Ascender is alive, the life base and he are one, but if the Ascender dies, the life base can be preserved for others to use, then it is the spirit base. Because the hard blade has a spirit in it, it can exist alone and will not perish with the Ascender. In the Battle of the Ascenders, it is very common to plunder the hard blades of other creatures for their own use. After all, each Ascender can only condense one hard blade, and all others must be robbed. Chapter 97. I don't know if the mutant can use the hard blade. I forgot to ask Tian Xian. Lin Shan continued to act wildly, secretly spying on the black-capped mushroom beast's every move. The black-capped mushroom beast dragged the red jade sword to the front of Zheng Guyuan, clamped the hilt with both claws, suddenly raised the red jade sword with force, and stabbed Zheng Guyuan's heart fiercely. Zheng Guyuan never dreamed that he would be pierced through the heart by his own hard blade. If Zheng Guyuan was awake, this move of the black-capped mushroom beast would undoubtedly be a way to his own death. As long as Zheng Guyuan's mind moved, the hard blade could be decomposed and integrated into his body, and in turn become his helper. But now, he was still in a hallucination, and he had no such consciousness at all. The red jade sword directly pierced his chest, including the heart inside. Perhaps it was a last breath. Zheng Guyuan actually woke up, looked down at the red jade sword piercing his chest, and then looked at the black-capped mushroom beast in front of him. The black-capped mushroom beast was startled and flew back dozens of meters. Zheng Guyuan seemed to be extremely angry. The red jade sword inserted in his chest turned into red particles and merged into his body, and then condensed into a sword from his hand. He threw it directly at the black-capped mushroom beast that was retreating quickly. The red jade sword turned into a red lightning and instantly crossed the distance between the man and the beast. He didn't give the black-capped mushroom beast any chance to dodge. He inserted it into its chest and penetrated it instantly, as if the crystal-based body was made of paper. The unparalleled power directly brought the black-capped mushroom beast's body up, and it broke countless trees in a row before it was nailed to a huge steel tree that required several people to hug. Zheng Guyuan stared at the black-capped mushroom beast, his eyes full of hatred. He wanted to control the red jade sword to cut the black-capped mushroom beast into pieces. But when he moved his mind, the red jade sword, which was supposed to move with his mind, just trembled and failed to fly. The black-capped mushroom beast held the red jade sword in its claws, and the black crystal mushroom cap on its head emitted a crystal white light. Where the crystal white light shone, it seemed that even the air became much cleaner. I don't know if it was affected by the white light, but Wei Wufu and Zheng Yan, who were trapped in the hallucination, gradually woke up. Lin Shan originally wanted to continue pretending, but seeing this situation, he could only pretend to have just woken up. Wei Wufu looked at the situation in front of him, and couldn't help but be a little stunned. The black-capped mushroom beast was nailed to the tree, and Zheng Guyuan's white robe on his chest and back was stained red with blood, but he and Lin Shan didn't seem to be injured at all. This was a scene he dared not even dream of. Zheng Yan, who had regained consciousness, saw this scene and immediately ran to Zheng Guyuan and asked worriedly, "Second uncle, are you okay?" Lin Shan wanted to slap Zheng Guyuan for him when he heard him say this. Looking at the injuries on Zheng Guyuan's body, how could he be okay? His heart was pierced, which was not a minor injury for humans. After all, the Ascenders were also flesh and blood. Unless they practiced special evolution techniques or had special talents that could quickly recover from injuries, a pierced heart would mean certain death. Zheng Guyuan's white clothes were almost dyed red. It was obvious that he was not the kind of Ascender with the ability to recover quickly. Even if this injury did not kill him, he was probably only half dead. Zheng Guyuan ignored Zheng Yan and walked towards the black-capped mushroom beast step by step, with a red jade shell emerging from his body. As Zheng Guyuan approached, The red jade sword inserted into the black-capped mushroom beast trembled more and more violently, as if it would fly out at any time. The black-capped mushroom beast gritted its teeth and persisted. The white light above its head became stronger and stronger, and the red jade sword was unable to fly back. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu were both a little surprised. The black-capped mushroom beast, a crystal base, could actually compete with the Ascenders. Its ability was indeed terrible. Of course, this was also because Zheng Guyuan was severely injured first, otherwise the black-capped mushroom beast would have been killed by him long ago. Zheng Guyuan's body was protected by the shell, and others could not see anything, but he himself knew very well that the blood flowing out of the heart wound was stagnant in his body. He would not live long. He had to take the black-capped mushroom beast and Lin Shen and others on the road before he died. He hated himself for being careless. He had been fighting on alien planets for many years, and had never thought that he would die on his home planet. In his opinion, only those mysterious mutation areas on the mother planet could harm him. The mutation creatures in other places were not a concern for him at all. If he had been more careful, and used the carapace to protect his body from the beginning, he would not have ended up like this. He had survived all the storms, but he capsized in this small ditch. Zheng Guyuan's hatred was not enough to describe in words. He forced his life base to be activated, but he used too much force, and the blood in his heart burst even more violently. If it were not for the carapace, it would have sprayed out, causing Zheng Guyuan, who was already unable to use his full strength, to stagger. Lin Shen, who originally wanted to take the opportunity to escape with Wei Wufu, saw this situation, and the two looked at each other and silently took out their weapons. Wei Wufu clenched the trident, and Lin Shen also pulled out the dead powder wrapped around him. With a shake of his hand, the dead powder instantly turned from a rope into a spear. "There is a pet launcher in my backpack. Use the pet inside to kill Lin Shen." Zheng Guyuan saw the backpack that fell in the distance, and said to Zheng Yin beside him. He had no chance of survival, and he didn't expect Lin Shen to find the mutant sea monster general again. He had to kill Lin Shen. Zheng Yin hurriedly ran over to pick up the backpack on the ground, and took out a simple pistol-style pet launcher from the backpack and pointed it directly at Lin Shen. Lin Shen was not surprised but happy when he saw Zheng Yin actually pointed the pet launcher at him. It's not that there are no people who can kill him with this thing, and Zheng Yin definitely can't do it. This is an ascended pet launcher. You haven't activated its ability yet. Take out the pet capsules inside. The first 3 are ascended pets, which you can't use. The last 5 are mutated crystal-based pets. Take them out and activate them directly, or put them in the angel revolver. They are enough to kill Lin Shen. Zheng Guyuan was fighting with the black-capped mushroom beast while instructing Zheng Yin. Zheng Yin immediately opened the magazine and took out the pet capsules and keys inside. He hesitated for a moment and did not choose to activate the mutated crystal-based pet directly. Instead, he put them into the angel revolver and pointed the gun at Lin Shen. Lin Shen, when you relied on this angel revolver to show off your power on that planet, you didn't expect that one day you would die under its gun, right? Zheng Yin pointed the gun at Lin Shen and said coldly, "Don't you want the mutated sea monster general?" Lin Shen rushed forward and said, trying to seduce Zheng Yin with words, "I want it, but I want to kill you more." As he said that, Zheng Yin pulled the trigger without hesitation. Wei Wufu's eyes flashed with cold light, and he rushed towards Zheng Yin like a tiger. Lin Shen also rushed over, and at the same time, he threw the death powder in his hand directly at Zheng Yin as a javelin. The death powder turned into a dark red light, and flew towards Zheng Yin, who was about to shoot. Zheng Yin showed disdain in his eyes, and fired a shot at the death powder in the air. In his view, it was just an alloy-level weapon, but a dead object. The mutant crystal-based pet that was shot out could directly smash the death powder. Gunshot! The mutant crystal-based capsule burst out at a speed of 44. After leaving the muzzle, it turned into a foot-long mutant black armored centipede and hit the death powder. Chapter 98. At the moment when the mutant black armored centipede was about to collide with the dead powder, which was originally as straight as a gun, bent its body into a spring shape, and the mutant black armored centipede passed through it. The dead powder became straight again, and stabbed Zheng Yin's forehead at an incredible speed. The speed of the super base burst out instantly, so Zheng Yin, who was also at the alloy level, could not react at all. He could only watch the dead powder stab at him with horror in his heart. On the other side, the purple carapace on Wei Wufu's body suddenly swelled up. The originally thin carapace turned into heavy armor, making Wei Wufu, who was already very majestic, look like a humanoid mecha warrior. The trident in Wei Wufu's hand stabbed wildly, and met the mutant black armored centipede flying over. Sparks flew everywhere, and the powerful impact made Wei Wufu's body retreat continuously. His legs plowed 2 deep grooves on the ground, and the mutant black armored centipede also bounced to the ground beside him. The mutant crystal-based creatures didn't gain much advantage against Wei Wufu. Almost at the same time, a hand wrapped in a red jade shell grabbed the death powder that was stabbing at Zheng Yan's face. It was Zheng Guyuan who grabbed the death powder. Zheng Guyuan wanted to crush the death powder directly, but he felt that the hard gun head suddenly became soft and boneless, like squeezing cotton, and he couldn't crush it at once. The death powder went up and wrapped around Zheng Guyuan's arm, like a soft silk around his fingers. "Shoot, kill them!" Zheng Guyuan almost shouted. When he was fighting against the black-capped mushroom beast, he also pulled out his hand to block the death powder for Zheng Yan. With his distraction, his control over the hard blade became weaker. There was a rumbling sound all around, as if the earth was shaking. A large number of mushroom beasts were rushing towards this side. Zheng Yan reacted and raised his gun again to point at Lin Shen. The shell on Lin Shen's body had turned like a red-hot iron block. The whole person was like an Iron Man who had just crawled out of a high-temperature furnace, rushing towards Zheng Yan frantically. "Go to hell!" Zheng Yan's face was distorted, and he roared and pulled the trigger directly. Too late. Lin Shen, who had rushed to less than 5 meters away from Zheng Yan, suddenly increased his speed to an incredible level. Before Zheng Yan's fingers could be completely pressed down, Lin Shen, who was emitting brilliant light, had already appeared in front of him. He took the angel revolver with one hand and pointed the other hand at Zheng Yan. Zheng Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. He couldn't understand why a steel level could burst out at such a speed. Even a crystal-based level couldn't have such a speed. Zheng Guyuan also discovered this incredible scene, and was extremely shocked. He actually gave up the fight with the black-capped mushroom beast for the hard blade. With his other hand, he pulled Zheng Yan and pulled him behind him, making Lin Shen's finger miss. "You must die." Zheng Guyuan suddenly realized that if he couldn't kill Lin Shen today, this young man would probably become the biggest nightmare of the Zheng family. So he would rather give up killing the black-capped mushroom beast that put him in a deadly situation, and kill Lin Shen to eliminate future troubles. Zheng Guyuan appeared in front of Lin Shen like a ghost, and the other hand that was not entangled by the death powder grabbed Lin Shen's chest like a blood-red jade claw. It was too fast, too fast. Lin Shen didn't even have time to fire his gun and use the 7 steps weapon. Zheng Guyuan's hand had already reached his chest. With this grab, he might tear his chest open and grab his heart out. Wei Wufu was fighting with the mutant black armored centipede and didn't have time to rescue Lin Shen. Even if there was no mutant black armored centipede, Wei Wufu's speed would not be enough to rescue Lin Shen. Even if he was seriously injured, he was still ascending, which was far from being comparable to an alloy. Seeing that Lin Shen's chest was about to be dug through, Zheng Yan's eyes were full of fanaticism, looking forward to the scene of Lin Shen's disembowelment. Zheng Guyuan's eyes were also full of madness. This was a blow that he used up his last remaining vitality to kill Lin Shen with one blow, regardless of the consequences. The blood in his chest was surging, but it couldn't stop Zheng Guyuan's determination to crush Lin Shen's heart. Lin Shen tried desperately to retreat, but compared to Zheng Guyuan's speed, his speed was like a snail crawling. At the critical moment, a small white figure suddenly appeared in front of Lin Shen and landed on the back of Zheng Guyuan's hand. Zheng Guyuan grabbed Lin Shen's palm like lightning, but there was a momentary pause. This momentary pause gave Lin Shen a glimmer of hope. The gunshot, Lin Shen's figure also moved left madly, avoiding Zheng Guyuan's palm. The small white figure on the back of Zheng Guyuan's hand also flapped its wings and flew, landing on Lin Shen's shoulder like teleportation. Everyone looked at the white pigeon on Lin Shen's shoulder, showing incredible shock. Even Zheng Guyuan was stunned for a second. He couldn't believe that an ordinary pigeon that looked like a flesh and blood body could actually make his attack pause for a moment. This was completely beyond his cognition. Zheng Yan could not accept it even more. A pet that looked very ordinary, not even a base-transformed creature, could actually hinder the attack of the Ascender. Not long ago, he thought it was a useless trash pet. This had a double blow to his psychology, and his mind was completely lost. The die-hard fan took advantage of Zheng Guyuan's distraction to escape his grasp and return to Lin Shen. A tide of mushroom beasts swarmed from all directions, including blue-capped mushroom beasts and purple crystal mushroom beasts. Zheng Guyuan felt that the power in his body was rapidly fading, and his vitality was getting weaker and weaker. He knew that his life was coming to an end. But he could not bear not to kill Lin Shen, but the current situation was beyond his control. Zheng Guyuan gritted his teeth, grabbed Zheng Yan, and flew directly into the air, wanting to take Zheng Yan away from the sea of green trees. But his current speed was far less than before, and even worse than the top speed-type crystal-based creatures. It can be seen that he did not want to kill Lin Shen. Even if he tried his best, he could not kill Lin Shen. The attack just now was his last desperate attack, which exhausted his last effort. Zheng Guyuan, who was only one breath left, wanted to take Zheng Yan out of the sea of green trees with the remaining flight advantage of the Ascendant before he died, so that Zheng Yan could return to the Wanderer base and tell the Zheng family about the existence of Lin Shen, so that they could make plans early. The hatred has been formed. Such a person must be killed before he really grows up, otherwise he will become a nightmare for the Zheng family. Lin Shen, I will kill you when we meet next time. Zheng Yan roared wildly, venting his anger and unwillingness, and alleviating his fear. With the Ascendant Herbwa, he was unable to kill Lin Shen, and he was even almost killed by Lin Shen, which made him feel fear in his heart. You have no chance. The Ascendant can't save your life today. Lin Shen threw his hand and shot directly. Hearing the gunshot, Zheng Guyuan used his body to protect Zheng Yan. His shell was still hard, and the mutant black-armored centipede could not hurt him. Bullshit. Who do you think you are? You can't kill me. I will come back. Next time I will kill you all. Bang. Zheng Yan's crazy roar had not yet ended when his head was pierced by a mutant black-armored centipede. His eyes were wide open, and he didn't understand until his death how the mutant black-armored centipede shot by Lin Shen bypassed Zheng Guyuan and hit him. Chapter 99. Zheng Guyuan was originally holding on to his last breath, trying to take Zheng Yan out. Now that Zheng Yan was killed in front of him, Zheng Guyuan felt a sense of sadness in his heart, and he could no longer hold on. The base-mutated shell on his body retreated, and blood fell from his body like raindrops. He opened his mouth and spit out a large mouthful of blood, and fell into the forest with Zheng Yan's body. He had killed countless people in his life, and fought on alien planets for many years. He never thought that he would be brought to such a state by two base-mutated people, and a group of base-mutated creatures today. In reluctance and regret, his body and Zheng Yan's body were submerged in the Mushroom Beast group. Lin Shen raised the angel revolver in his hand, and the mutant black-armored centipedes that were fired flew back and landed beside Lin Shen. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu looked at the mushroom beasts like a tide around them, and they secretly complained in their hearts. They finally solved the Ascender, and now they were caught in the beast tide again. Today is really unlucky. Fortunately, they got 5 mutant crystal pets. If they fought hard, they might still have a chance of survival. The two men were back to back, and when they were about to fight, they heard a strange cry, and all the mushroom beasts stopped rushing towards them. Under the doubtful gaze of the two men, the beast tide turned around and gradually retreated, hiding in the depths of the forest, and soon retreated completely. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu only saw at this time that the black-capped mushroom beast was standing in the forest in the distance, with Zheng Guyuan's red jade sword stuck in the ground in front of him. Its eyes stared at Lin Shen, and although it was still very cold, it seemed to be less vicious. After staring at Lin Shen for a while, the black-capped mushroom beast slowly retreated behind a tree and slowly disappeared. Did it let us go? Lin Shen smiled bitterly. Yes. Wei Wufu pointed at the hard blade still stuck in the ground and said, Did it not take it away? Give it to us? Probably. Lin Shen was not sure. Wei Wufu walked over and pulled out the hard blade. With his strength, it felt extremely heavy. He couldn't lift it with both hands and could only drag it on the ground. Lin Shen actually wanted to find Zheng Yan's body. There was also a super upgraded pet launcher and 3 super upgraded pet capsules there. Unfortunately, he looked at the place where Zheng Guyuan and Zheng Yan fell. There was nothing left except a bloody mess. It was probably taken away by the mushroom beast. With a turn of his eyes, Lin Shen saw the backpack that Zheng Guyuan had dropped on the ground before. He ran over and flipped it over. He found that there was only a pet egg and some worthless sundries left in it. This is... Lin Shen and Wei Wufu screamed at the same time, but the reasons for their screams were different. The reason why Lin Shen screamed was that there was mosaic on the pet egg, and the reason why Wei Wufu screamed was because it was an ascending egg. Lin Shen put away the backpack and the ascending egg together. This time he really made a fortune. Wei Wufu held the red jade sword. The black-capped mushroom beast did not want the red jade sword, but took away Zheng Guyuan's pet launcher and 3 ascending pet capsules. Can it, a genetically modified creature, also use a pet launcher and pet capsule? Lin Shen secretly complained in his heart. If it were other genetically modified creatures, Lin Shen could be sure that they would not use pet launchers and pet capsules, but it was really possible for the black-capped mushroom beast. After discussing with Wei Wufu, the two decided to go back to Suanio base first. Without the black-capped mushroom beast blocking the way, it would be very easy for them to go back to Suanio base. But the problem of the Zheng family was not so easy to solve. If Zheng Yan died, the Zheng family might still tolerate it, but if an ascender died outside, the Zheng family might not be willing to let it go. Even if Zheng Guyuan was not killed by Lin Shen and his men, everyone in the Yashan base knew that Zheng Guyuan came out to hunt down Lin Shen, and the Zheng family would still find him at that time. I hope the Zheng family will not find out that Zheng Guyuan and Zheng Yan are dead so quickly. Lin Shen had no other choice now, so he could only go back to Suanio base to discuss with his elder sister to see if there was any solution. Old Wei, do you think that the black-capped mushroom beast left Zheng Guyuan's hard blade to us because it was also afraid that Zheng Guyuan's companions would go to trouble it? It gave us the hard blade, which was equivalent to throwing this trouble to us. Lin Shen suddenly thought of this question. It's very smart, Wei Wufu said after thinking for a long time. Hide the things first. Lin Shen was helpless. Even if it was what he thought, there was no reason not to take it. Wei Wufu didn't say anything. I don't know what he was thinking. Old Wei, tell me the truth. Are you from Tianqing Wei family? Lin Shen couldn't help asking. Before deciding to keep Wei Wufu by his side, Lin Shen talked to him once. At that time, Wei Wufu said that it was his third brother who asked him to take care of Lin Shen. At that time, Lin Shen was actually a little skeptical. After such a long time of getting along, Lin Shen now really believed it, because with Lin Shen's understanding of him over the past few days, Wei Wufu would never lie. But Lin Shen knew nothing about Wei Wufu's origins. Yes, Wei Wufu readily admitted. That's easy. If it doesn't work, how about our Lin family move to Tianqing to live with you? If there are other ways, Lin Shen naturally doesn't want to live under someone else's roof. But if there is really no other way, living under someone else's roof is better than dying. Besides, with Wei Wufu, a member of the Wei family, taking care of them, they shouldn't have a bad time in Tianqing. Tianqing is dangerous and too hard, Wei Wufu said. How hard can it be? Lin Shen asked curiously. With Wei Wufu's personality, he said it was too hard, so how hard could it be? There are still 13 people in the Wei family. This is the most complete and fluent sentence Wei Wufu has said since Lin Shen met him. This sentence made Lin Shen silent. More than 200 years ago, there were more than 1,000 people in the Wei family, but now, there are only 13 people left. The danger of Tianqing can be imagined. Even the Tianqing Wei family, who are respected and feared by everyone, are not doing well in Tianqing. The number of people dying is decreasing. After returning to Suanio base, everyone who saw them was very enthusiastic towards them. The names of the God of War guards, and the second-generation rich are also known to the people in Suanio base. Now the whole Suanio base is spreading the news. In the future, the three families in Suanio base may be united. Lin Shen shot and killed the mutant sea monster god general. In the eyes of the people in Suanio base, this is the strongest person in the world. The Qi and Wang families tied together are not enough for Lin Shen to kill with a few shots. Back to the Lin family compound, Lin Miao, who had received the news a long time ago, did not come out to greet him. As soon as Lin Shen walked into the living room, he saw Lin Miao standing in front of his parents' tablets with a serious face, holding a bamboo stick in his hand. Kneel down. Lin Miao's first words, when they met, made Lin Shen kneel down. Lin Shen knelt down with a plop. To him, Lin Miao was not just a sister, but more like Lin Shen's mother. Sister, what are you doing? Lin Shen didn't dare to get up, so he could only kneel down and speak in a coquettish tone, looking at Lin Miao pitifully. With the degree of Lin Miao's doting on him, he should have helped him up in the next second. Unfortunately, Lin Shen miscalculated this time. Lin Miao still said with a cold face, "What did the four of us siblings agree on in front of our parents' tablets? Have you forgotten it?" "No," Lin Shen said seriously. "You didn't forget? If you didn't forget, why did you go to such a dangerous place to take risks? What if something happened?" Lin Miao said angrily, "Didn't we agree long ago? Your eldest sister, your third brother, and your fourth brother will take care of the outside world. You just need to protect your life, live well for me, get married and have children as soon as possible, and continue the incense for my Lin family. Do these agreements still count?" "Of course they count." Lin Shen smiled and apologized. "Since it counts, then get married and have children as soon as possible, and don't go out to take risks again." Lin Miao's tone softened a lot. "Sister, I have been trying very hard to get married and have children. You know my situation. With Lu Qing's incident, it's hard to find someone to marry. I want to get married, but no one is willing," Lin Shen said with a wronged look. "It's not a big deal. I've already found someone for you." Let's talk about it when we meet. We try to get it done this month and give birth to a big fat boy next year. Lin Miao smiled and helped Lin Shen up. Chapter 100. Who? Lin Shen was confused. He really couldn't think of what kind of woman Lin Miao could find for him. Based on Lin Shen's understanding of her, the women Lin Miao knew were basically other people's wives, not young girls. Thinking of this, Lin Shen's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that he is introducing me to a second married woman? Lin Shen didn't really believe that Lin Miao would introduce him to a second married woman, but he once heard Song Yin say something, saying that there were many famous big figures in ancient times who liked to find second married women, and the best ones were those with children. He said that women who had given birth to children had proved their ability, and marrying them would ensure that they could give birth. At that time, Song Yin told Lin Shen as a joke, and now Lin Miao suddenly did this to him, which made Lin Shen very suspicious. Is Lin Miao going to introduce him to a rich wife whose husband died? Although Lin Shen doesn't mind being a gigolo, there is a premise, that is, the premise must be that he can look up to that person. She's already in the back garden. Come on, I take her to meet her, and have a good chat. If you marry her, you won't have to worry about anything in the future. Lin Miao pulled Lin Shen to the backyard. Sister, I have something important to tell you. Why don't we wait until we finish talking before going? After hearing what Lin Miao said, Lin Shen felt that his guess was correct. His sister was so crazy that she wanted to introduce him to a single rich lady. Nothing is as important as this. Let's talk about it after we meet her. Lin Miao didn't give Lin Shen a chance to speak, and directly pulled him to the backyard garden. How about it? Pretty, isn't it? I've lived for so many years, and I've never seen such a beautiful woman. If you marry her, it will be your blessing. Lin Miao looked at a place in the garden and whispered to Lin Shen. Lin Shen saw a mosaic figure standing by the fish pond from a distance. His face changed slightly. He looked at Lin Miao and said, Sister, do you know who she is? Of course I know. Your fourth brother's junior sister Bai Shenfei. Didn't she help you some time ago? If it weren't for her, how could you have the chance to escape back? I should repay her for saving my life. Lin Miao said seriously. Sister, what are you talking about? Lin Shen was a little speechless. Why, do you dislike her because she is older than you? I have asked, although she is your fourth brother's junior sister, she is much younger than your fourth brother, only 3 years older than you. A woman who is 3 years older than her is a treasure, and 3 years is not a problem at all. It's not this problem. Lin Shen didn't know what to say for a while. What is this problem, or that problem? Go and talk to me. If you can't talk well, you are not allowed to eat today. Lin Miao pushed Lin Shen forward and left the garden. Such a beautiful girl is the most suitable to carry on the family line for our Lin family. Try to win her over. Sister is optimistic about you. Before leaving, Lin Miao did not forget to cheer Lin Shen up, and made a hard shape with her fingers. Lin Shen shook his head helplessly, and walked towards the fish pond. Why are you here? Lin Shen came to the side of Bai Shenfei, found a place to sit down, and asked weakly. Why, after you became a second-generation rich man, I, your senior sister, can't afford you. Bai Shenfei's words were full of thorns. Sister Bai, please stop laughing at me. Is second-generation rich man a good word? Lin Shen sighed. How is your practice of the transformation technique I gave you? Bai Shenfei said with a smile. No. Lin Shen said directly. Why didn't you practice it? Bai Shenfei frowned. I can't practice it. Lin Shen told the truth. He really couldn't practice the theory of talent. He couldn't get into it no matter what. Maybe he didn't have enough talent. Don't try it again? Bai Shenfei was obviously a little unhappy. No, I have chosen the transformation technique and have started practicing it. Lin Shen has decided to practice the wrong version of evolution all the time. The effect of the wrong version of evolution is good enough. At least Lin Shen has never heard of any transformation technique that is more practical than the wrong version of evolution he practiced. After practicing evolution, even when he used super transformation, the duration could be increased a lot, and the ordinary transformation state also lasted longer than that of ordinary transformation. This was discovered during the battle with Zheng Deyuan. The higher his body load, the stronger his body's tolerance will be. The more times he uses super basicization, the longer evolution allows him to stay in the super basic state, which is an effect that is difficult to achieve with any other basic transformation technique. Using evolution on the steel shell is more effective than using it on his flesh and blood. What basic transformation technique do you practice? Bai Shenfei asked thoughtfully. Evolution. Lin Shen answered truthfully. Bai Shenfei frowned immediately after hearing this. Why did you choose evolution? Didn't anyone tell you that it was the most basic transformation technique? Basic things are not necessarily bad. I think evolution is pretty good. Lin Shan asked curiously, why are you suddenly interested in my base transformation technique? Didn't you say you wanted to be my boyfriend? I thought you were working hard on the theory of talent recently. It seems that what others say is right. Men's mouths are liars, and they are all unreliable. Bai Shenfei sighed. Why, you are also urged to get married? Lin Shan heard Bai Shenfei's sigh, and seemed to be indescribably melancholy, and his heart became more curious. It would be great if I was just urged to get married. Bai Shenfei threw all the fish food in her hand into the fish pond, leaned on the railing, supported her cheek with one hand, and tilted her head to watch the fish fight for food. What's the purpose of that? The more Bai Shenfei didn't say, the more curious Lin Shan was in his heart, and the gossip soul in his body was about to be hidden. If you were asked to spend your life with a man you have never met, would you be willing? Bai Shenfei suddenly said this, which scared Lin Shan. First, I don't like men. Second, what era is it now? There are still arranged marriages? Senior sister, you don't have to be afraid. You must stand up bravely to resist the old ideas and old traditions. Bai Shenfei interrupted Lin Shan's impassioned speech, rolled her eyes at him and said, what are you talking about? No one forced me. It was God who chose the person for me. No, senior sister, what do you mean? What do you mean God chose the person for you? You were not fooled by a fortune teller, were you? Lin Shan felt more and more strange. Bai Shenfei didn't seem like someone who could be fooled by a liar. Why would she say that? The name of the basic transformation technique I gave you is talent theory. Bai Shenfei was too lazy to talk nonsense with him anymore. She said calmly, it is a basic transformation technique created purely by humans. But since the creation of talent theory, no one has been able to practice talent theory to the level of flying upgrade. You know about flying upgrade, right? I know. Lin Shan nodded slightly. The person who created the talent theory is called Bai Zai, and he is an elder in my family. Our family has been studying the talent theory for a long time. In my generation, we finally found a way to break through the talent theory. What method? Lin Shan had already guessed a little. Dual cultivation. Princess Bai slowly uttered 2 words. Chapter 101. Dual cultivation? Is it the dual cultivation I was thinking of? Some scenes that are not suitable for children suddenly appeared in Lin Shan's mind. Bai Shenfei glanced at Lin Shan coldly. If you think about such a mess in your mind again, I will chop it off. You said it yourself, can you blame me for this? Lin Shan curled his lips. Bai Shenfei was obviously allowing officials to set fires, and not allowing the people to light lamps. Dual cultivation refers to the dual sublimation of the mind and the body, not the messy things you think. Bai Shenfei said. Are you sure this is not the same meaning? Lin Shan asked back with a strange look. No. Bai Shenfei answered firmly. What does it mean? Lin Shan felt that Bai Shenfei's explanation was the same as what he thought. For example, manual laborers will have stronger bodies, and mental laborers will have more divergent thinking, but the two are not contradictory, and you can have both physical and mental strength. Bai Shenfei said thoughtfully. Lin Shan now really understood. He had misunderstood before. The dual cultivation that Bai Shenfei said was not what he thought, but the dual cultivation of spirit and body, or the dual cultivation of mind and body. Lin Shan remembered that he had seen a term called dual cultivation of sex and life before, which is probably what it means. If I understand it correctly this time, you mean that as long as you cultivate both body and mind, you can make the talent theory break through to the level of flying upgrade, right? Then what does it have to do with your God helping you choose people? Lin Shan asked doubtfully. Dual cultivation of body and mind is not difficult, but the difficult part is that the body structure of men and women is different. Some characteristics of women do not have men, and some characteristics of men do not have women. If you want to be perfect in body and mind, one person cannot accomplish it. Bai Shenfei continued to explain. After talking about it for so long, it's still what I thought at the beginning. Are you kidding me? Lin Shan secretly complained in his heart. As if seeing through Lin Shan's thoughts, Bai Shenfei continued, this trait requires 2 people of different genders who can practice the theory of talent to exchange the power they have gained from practicing the theory of talent with each other, so that they can truly achieve the perfect state of physical and mental cultivation, and ascend to heaven in broad daylight to build a life foundation. How to exchange? Lin Shan was more interested in this question. Blood exchange? Lin Shan was very disappointed with Bai Shenfei's answer. It was completely different from what he thought. When the base mutation technique is in operation, a large part of the base mutation particles in the body are transmitted to various parts of the body through blood flow. At that time, by exchanging blood, each other's base mutation particles can be obtained, thereby improving the deficiencies in the body. This process needs to be repeated day after day, year after year. It is a long process. Even after being promoted to an ascender, this process still needs to be continued. A man and a woman need to be together often and exchange blood with each other. If my other half is not him, what kind of man in the world will not be suspicious? What's more, there are only 1 in 10,000 people who can practice talent theory. It is rare for 2 people to practice talent theory at the same time in the same era. If it is still a man and a woman, what else can this be if not a fate destined by God? What you said makes sense. It is indeed a fate given by God. Lin Shan also felt that this condition was a bit too harsh. Unfortunately, I don't have the talent to practice talent theory, so I can only disappoint you. Lin Shan thought of the talent theory given to him by Bai Shenfei, and he couldn't help feeling a little proud. Being handsome is helpless. Everyone loves me when they see me. Ah, my damn charm that is nowhere to go. There's nothing to be disappointed about. I've given it to many people, but none of them succeeded. It's not surprising that you can't practice it. Lin Shan's words made Lin Shan's mood suddenly not so good. Is there no other way to perfect dual cultivation besides this method? Can't a person really make talent theory break through to a flying upgrade? Lin Shan asked patiently. Yes, there is another way, but this method can only be used by men, not women. What method is so magical? Lin Shan was very curious. Castration. Men can have 2 characteristics at the same time by castration, and they can practice without exchanging. The words of Bai Shenfei made Lin Shan feel cold. This method is not very good, and you are not a man. Lin Shan quickly changed the subject. There is no need to rush to practice. Maybe someone will master the talent theory in a few days. It will not be too late to practice dual cultivation at that time. No need to wait for a few days. There is already one now. Bai Shenfei said calmly. Ah! Someone has already mastered the talent theory. Male or female? Lin Shan was slightly stunned. Male, Ouyang Yudu from the Ouyang family of the God's Love base. Lin Shan was surprised when he heard the 4 words Ouyang Yudu. He had actually heard of this name. In this era, small places like the Suanio base can only rely on radios to get information from the outside world. Lin Shan often listened to the radio. He particularly liked a program called Fast Mouth Storytelling. The host, Uncle Fast Mouth, was humorous and witty, and Lin Shan loved to listen to the stories he told. The stories Uncle Fast Mouth told were all stories that happened in various bases. Lin Shan was not sure whether there were any fabricated elements in them, but they were very exciting to listen to. Many of the stories were related to this Ouyang Yu. What kind of natural prodigy, photographic memory, practicing at the age of 3, martial arts at the age of 7, and looking like Panin at the age of 18, and proficient in all 18 weapons, able to fight tigers in the mountains and catch turtles in the sea. Anyway, in Uncle Fast Mouth's mouth, Ouyang Yu was a perfect person. He was born well. There were few richer families in the world than the Ouyang family of the God Love base. He was good looking. Every time Uncle Fast Mouth talked about the story of Ouyang Yu, there was always a classic scene of a beautiful woman and an ugly woman falling in love with Ouyang Yu at first sight. He is a good learner. Whether it is literary knowledge or combat practice, he can learn it once and apply it to other situations. He has a better character. No one in the God's Love base praises Ouyang Yudu when they see him, and no one has ever said a bad word about Ouyang Yudu. Anyway, he is as good as can be. He is the only good man in the world, and whoever finds him is lucky. Now Lin Shan heard that he actually practiced talent theory, and it is not strange to think about it. It can be seen that the story told by the fast-mouthed uncle is not all made up. Ouyang Yudu's talent is really good. He even practiced talent theory that few people can practice. Lin Shan now has a problem that is difficult to solve. If Bai Shenfei and Ouyang Yudu really become one, how can he convince Bai Shenfei to let her sleep with him for one night before marrying Ouyang Yudu? If it is after marriage, Lin Shan dare not think about it. He can't afford to offend the Ouyang family of the God's Love base. His high standards of self-morality do not allow him to do so. From your expression, you must have known him. Bai Shenfei smiled and said, I heard he is very good, but I haven't met him. But apart from him, I don't seem to have any other choice. It's just that other men are not good enough and can't do it. Lin Shan felt that Bai Shenfei seemed to be scolding him, but he couldn't find any evidence. Chapter 102. Ahem. Actually, I think nothing is absolute, and you don't have to go to extremes. If one road doesn't work, you can try another one. Lin Shan pointed at himself and said, Look at me, although I have average talent and can't practice talent theory, it's the same to practice evolution theory now. Give yourself more room for choice. Life is not just the road in front of you. Dual cultivation is certainly a road, but you don't have to take it. Maybe there are many better roads waiting for you. Don't give up the whole forest for a tree. As long as you still have dreams, without Ouyang Yudu, it's still Li Yudu, Lu Yudu, Wang Yudu. What road? Practicing evolution theory with you? Bai Shenfei curled her lips. Practicing talent theory makes you invincible at the same level. Practicing evolution theory makes you easily beaten at the same level. You tell me why they are the same? You are a bit too absolute. Who said that practicing talent theory will definitely make you invincible at the same level? Practicing evolution theory will definitely make you easily beaten. I think it depends on the person. There is an old saying, there is no rubbish-based transformation technique, only rubbish people. Lin Shan persuaded earnestly. It doesn't matter to him whether Bai Shenfei marries or not, and it doesn't matter to him who she marries, but how to make Bai Shenfei sleep with him for one night, this is the big problem. If she really gets married with Ouyang Yudu now, Lin Shan will not expect to get the fire from her. As expected of Lin Xiaongneng's younger brother, as expected of the fifth master of the Lin family of the Suanio base, what you said is really beautiful. There are no rubbish-based transformation techniques, only rubbish people. What you said is really good. How about this? Aren't you practicing the theory of evolution? Go and take care of Ouyang Yu. If you can take care of Ouyang Yu, I will follow you to practice the theory of evolution. Bai Shenfei said with a pout. Ahem, there will be a chance in the future. Lin Shan was vague and immediately changed the subject. By the way, why are you back again? You didn't come here to talk to me about this, did you? Of course not. Bai Shenfei pondered and said, the news that King Kai's transmission device was found in Jinshui Lake has spread to all major bases, and many big families have sent people there. I don't care about that thing. It's more convenient to enter from Hulu Mountain, so I came here and bought the black bird from the Qi family and the Wang family. Lin Shan was very depressed. This was what he wanted to do, but he didn't expect to be preempted by Bai Shenfei. It cost a lot of money to buy 2 black birds? Lin Shan sighed. It's okay. The news here is too closed. When I came, they didn't know about the Kai King cultivation device. They thought you used the Lin family's Suanio to bring those people in, so they were very anxious to exchange their Suanio for some benefits. Now they'd probably regret it to death. Lin Shan felt more and more depressed as he listened. Bai Shenfei took advantage of him. He could only say that he came back late. Let's chat too. Bai Shenfei said with a smile. What can we talk about? I don't have Suanio. Lin Shan spread his hands and said. Qi and Wang families have already made confidentiality measures. The matter of Suanio and Hulu Mountain will not be spread from them. Bai Shenfei looked into Lin Shan's eyes and said, give me a Suanio, and I promise to keep my mouth shut. Lin Shan understood what Bai Shenfei meant and immediately became energetic. You can dream. Bai Shenfei had the urge to kill Lin Shan. How about this? I give you a quota, and you can follow me into Hulu Mountain in the future. Bai Shenfei gave her conditions. How many quotas do the Qi family and the Wang family have? Lin Shan knew that if the 2 families did not have quotas, the secret would not be kept unless they were killed. 3 quotas each time. Bai Shenfei said. Okay, then I want 3 quotas too. Lin Shan said. They only get 3 quotas after they take out the Suanio. Do you have the Suanio? Bai Shenfei said unhappily. They didn't just ask for quotas, I didn't ask for anything else. Lin Shan shrugged. 3 places are 3 places, but let me say this first. If you are seen by someone who goes into the Kai King's training device, and your identity is exposed, you will bear the consequences yourself. If you dare to spread the news that the black bird is in my hands, don't blame me for being rude. It's a deal. Lin Shan laughed. When do you plan to go? Take me and Lao Wei with you. Tomorrow. Shenfei Bai said. So urgent? Lin Shan hesitated for a moment. The Zheng family's matter has not been resolved yet, so he definitely can't go tomorrow. If you want to go, you can go together. If you don't want to go, wait until next time. Shenfei Bai got up and left after saying that. Lin Shan didn't say anything else. When he sent Shenfei Bai away, his eldest sister just came out and wanted to keep Shenfei Bai to stay at the Lin family, but was politely rejected by Shenfei Bai. Are you doing something weird to me again? Why did she leave after just talking for a while? Lin Miao suspected that Lin Shan was deliberately making trouble and angered her away. Absolutely not. How can we marry someone of such status? Lin Shan said perfunctorily. Why is it too high to reach? Our family is not bad either. Lin Miao said. Ouyang Yudu is one of their candidates. Ouyang Yudu. No wonder. Compared to Ouyang Yudu, you are indeed a little worse. Lin Miao looked at Lin Shan up and down for a while, and suddenly realized. Thank you, you are really my sister. Lin Shen was a little amused. Sister, let's talk in the secret room. I really have something important to tell you, Lin Shen said seriously. Lin Miao nodded and took Lin Shen to the secret room. Lin Shen roughly told the story of Zheng Yan and Zheng Guyuan. You killed an ascender. After listening, Lin Miao pointed at Lin Shen in surprise. Sister, do you know the ascender? Lin Shen was a little surprised. Nonsense, of course I know. Do you think your sister has been traveling all these years and doing business for nothing? Lin Miao said unhappily. Okay. Lin Shen felt that Lin Miao was not telling the truth, but since she didn't want to say some things, Lin Shen stopped asking. In fact, we shouldn't say that we killed Zheng Guyuan. The one who really killed Zheng Guyuan was the black-capped mushroom beast, but if we say this, I'm afraid the Zheng family won't believe it. This is the situation. Sister, what should we do? Lin Miao laughed. It's simple, just deny it. No one saw you kill Zheng Guyuan, and no one would think you have the ability to kill Zheng Guyuan. I'm afraid the Zheng family will take advantage of the situation. This is not the legal society of the past. Even if the Zheng family doesn't think Lin Shen and others have the ability to kill Zheng Guyuan, it doesn't mean they will let Lin Shen and the Lin family go. After all, the Lin family has no ascenders to protect them, and no one will care about their thoughts. In this case, we can only ask our parents to come forward, Lin Miao said thoughtfully. Ask our parents to come forward? They have been dead for many years. Is this a fake corpse or a resurrection? Lin Shen was almost scared to death by Lin Miao's words. Chapter 103. What are you thinking about? I mean, we can only use our parents' face to ask someone to help mediate. Lin Miao pondered and said, I remember that when Instructor Mu of Cape Base was killed, he stayed in our house for a long time to recuperate. The fourth child was able to enter the training camp of Cape Base because of his help. I will go to find him. It should be possible. Can it be possible? Lin Shen felt that this might not be so easy. It will definitely be possible. Instructor Mu is a good person with a strong character. The fourth child has been in the training camp of Cape Base for so many years, and has been taken care of by him. He will definitely not watch us being bullied by the Zheng family. Lin Miao thought for a while, and said, Tomorrow I will prepare a batch of goods, and take them to Cape Base. Then I will ask Instructor Mu to help us think of a solution. Will people like the things in our small place? If you want to give something good, don't let people say we are stingy. Lin Shen thought this was a good idea. Lin Miao went to the Cape Base. Whether the matter could be accomplished or not, it would take at least 1 or 2 months to go back and forth. If it could be accomplished, it would be the best. If it could not be accomplished, it would be considered as going out to avoid the limelight. What are you thinking about? I brought the goods to the Cape Base to sell them to make money. I will buy some gifts to see Instructor Mu with the money. When I come back, I will bring another batch of goods back to sell. With this round trip, I will earn back the money for the gifts. You are too good at calculating. Lin Shen was stunned. Lin Miao stretched out his finger and tapped Lin Shen's forehead and laughed and scolded. You are so good at squandering money. If your sister doesn't make more money, how can I save money for you to marry a wife? It's because you are good to me, elder sister. Lin Shen immediately turned into a little fanboy. After the two siblings had discussed it, Lin Shen finally had time to go back to sleep. Now he was looking forward to what kind of surprise the fire on the ascending egg could bring him. Alloy-level diehard fans could give him an imperfect fire. The fire on the ascending egg couldn't be worse than the alloy-level diehard fans, right? Maybe it was a perfect super base evolution fire. With beautiful expectations for the future, Lin Shen fell asleep in a short while. In the middle of the night, Lin Shen felt a little uncomfortable. He usually slept until dawn, but he woke up in the middle of the night for the first time. He sat up and was about to put on his shoes and go to the bathroom, when he suddenly saw a figure sitting on the bay window. Lin Shen was immediately frightened and shuddered. In the middle of the night, there was a person sitting quietly in his bedroom. It would be the same for anyone. It was good that he didn't get scared. Lin Shen almost reflexively used his base mutation power, and at the same time grabbed the dead powder wrapped around him, staring at the figure and shouting, Who is it? The man seemed very calm, sitting on the bay window without saying a word, and still holding a teapot and cup to drink by himself. Lin Shen then saw that the man actually used his teapot to make tea, and probably took his tea leaves as well. You are a thief, and it's fine that you came to my house to steal things, but you also used my teapot and tea leaves to make tea, and even drank under the moonlight by the window. This is not the way to pretend to be cool. Lin Shen was so angry that he was about to call Wei Wufu over, but he saw the man turned his head and looked at him with a smile. The sharp-edged face, which was only handsome, immediately stunned Lin Shen. Fourth brother. Lin Shen was so happy that he rushed forward and snatched the teapot and tea from his hand. Don't you know that I got this tea with great difficulty? There are only a few taels in total. Why did you brew it all for me? Do you know how to drink tea? Tea is not brewed like this. Xiao Wu, I remember that I bought this tea with the money I gave you. Lin Xiangdong's words made Lin Shen speechless. Ahem, it's not about money. Tea is not drunk like this. Lin Shen looked around and said something else. When did you come back? Why didn't you call me? Have you seen the eldest sister? I have to leave later. I won't go to the eldest sister's place, so that she won't talk to me endlessly. Lin Xiangdong said while drinking tea. You are leaving so soon? Where is the third brother? Is the third brother back? Lin Shen frowned and asked. The third brother is not back. Lin Xiangdong looked a little strange. Third brother. Nothing will happen to him. Lin Shen's heart trembled. Nothing happened, he was just tripped up by some things, and it's hard to come back without a result. Lin Xiangdong looked at Lin Shen with a smile and said, I know everything about you. The name of second generation Zhu is good. I think it suits you well. What do you mean it suits me well? I have always relied on myself. Okay, how can I be called a second generation Zhu? Lin Shen pouted. I know about Zheng Guyuan's affairs. You don't have to worry about the Zheng family's affairs. Just do what you should do in the future, but don't say anything to the eldest sister. Let her go to the Cape base to find Instructor Mu. Lin Xiangdong said again. You also eavesdropped on my conversation with the eldest sister. Where did you and the third brother go during this period? What were you doing? Lin Shen was a little angry. They were brothers. What could they not say directly? Lin Xiangdong said with a smile. Your third brother and I have been collecting debts recently. Collecting debts? What debts? Who to collect debts from? Lin Shen was confused. I can't explain it clearly. Seeing that Lin Shen was about to get angry again, Lin Xiangdong spoke first. There are too many creditors. It's not easy to collect this debt. We have to take it slowly. Don't ask. We agreed before that we will handle the outside affairs. You will be responsible for the family, and we will solve our own affairs. Okay, I don't care about the affairs, but I have the right to know. Lin Shen still refused to give up. Xiaowu, do you remember that one year, several of us went to the ancient city to see the pear blossoms together? Lin Xiangdong suddenly said this. Lin Shen was stunned, and he really remembered that it seemed like this. Before the ancient city was not submerged by plants, they went to the ancient city to see the pear blossoms together. At that time, there were many pear blossoms planted inside and outside the ancient city. When a few people went there, it was the time when the pear blossoms were in full bloom. A gust of wind blew, and the white pear blossom petals fell like snow. Lin Shen was too young at that time, and he didn't remember it very clearly. He only remembered that there seemed to be an elder sister, a third brother, and a fourth brother. He couldn't remember clearly whether there was a second brother. It seemed that the elder sister was still holding him at that time. It seemed that the petals fell on the candied haws in his hand. When the elder sister tried to get the petals on it, she accidentally dropped his candied haws, which made him cry. The fourth brother was very bad. Not only did he not come to coax him, but he also deliberately ate candied haws in front of him, and acted very exaggeratedly as if it was delicious, but he just didn't give it to him, which made him cry even harder. I don't remember the following things very well. It seems that the elder sister gave the fourth brother a lesson, but Lin Shen couldn't remember clearly whether it happened or not. After all, he was too young at that time. I'm asking you something serious. Don't change the subject. Lin Shen was almost led astray, and quickly brought the topic back. Do you want to see it again? Lin Xiangdong said with a smile. Maybe he was too good-looking, the best-looking among his brothers, so no matter what he did, as long as he smiled, he would be angry. It's only a few months now. Where are the pear blossoms? Besides, the ancient city is gone now, and there are even fewer pear blossoms. Why are you talking to me about this? Lin Shen felt a little inexplicably irritated. Yes, look over there. Lin Xiangdong pointed his finger out of the window. Lin Shen looked out along his finger, but saw nothing. It was dark and windy outside, and apart from the steel buildings, there was not even a star to be seen, just a hazy hairy moon. Where were the pear blossoms? He turned around angrily to settle the score with Lin Xiangdong, but there was no figure on the bay window. If it weren't for the steam still coming out of the teacup, Lin Shen would have suspected that he was dreaming. Chapter 104. The area around Jinshui Lake has been very lively in recent days. Many people from big families have come here one after another and started to study the Kaiwan cultivation device. Unfortunately, so far, no one knows how to start the Kaiwan cultivation device. Some people who forcibly want to touch the Kaiwan cultivation device, no matter what level they are directly swept into ashes by the aura of the Kaiwan cultivation device. Some members of big families, who have studied the teleportation device, have realized that this is not an ordinary teleportation device. According to some authoritative experts, the Kaiwan cultivation device is likely to have an automatic program that will automatically start every once in a while. All forces are secretly working hard to get a share of the pie. Even the families that have already established a foothold on the alien planet are unwilling to give up the resources of Kaiwan Star. That planet is temporarily called Kaiwan Star. The rich base mutation resources on Kaiwan Star are undoubtedly top-notch for base mutations. All forces are constantly sending more people to occupy different areas near Jinshui Lake. The major forces have a tacit understanding of not interfering with each other. The masters of more than a dozen super bases, such as the Godlove base, the Wanderer base, and the Cape base, have almost monopolized the entire area near the Jinshui Lake. Not to mention the small bases like the Subgod base. Even some large bases with ascendants have difficulty getting involved. At first, there was only one ascendant at the Wanderer base, but later it was found that one ascendant could not hold the formation, so 4 more ascendants came. In addition to the missing Zheng Guyuan, there are already 5 ascendants sitting in Jinshui Lake, and there are hundreds of base changers. The other families were almost the same. Without 4 or 5 ascenders, they were embarrassed to say that they were from a big family. The Jinshui Lake was particularly quiet at night. In the starless night, only a round of hairy moon was emitting a hazy light. Where is the Zheng family in the Wanderer base? A voice cut through the quiet night sky. The ascenders of the major families stationed by the Jinshui Lake were very surprised. Who was shouting outside in the middle of the night? Who did the Zheng family offend again? Ouyang Juemu, who was talking to Ouyang Yudu, couldn't help but frown slightly when he heard the voice. Ouyang Yudu smiled and said, "The Wanderer base has been developing rapidly in the past decade or so. Many small families or lone ascenders have joined them. In terms of the number of ascenders on the mother planet, they have surpassed our Ouyang family." Ouyang Juemu said disapprovingly, the base founded by the Zheng family was named the Wanderer base. From the beginning, they had planned to accommodate lone strongmen from all sides to form a trend of embracing all rivers. The idea is good, but unfortunately, the lone rangers who are actually accommodated are most likely people with character problems. Otherwise, they would not have fallen to the point of going to the Wanderer base. The Wanderer base should have been renamed long ago. It would be more appropriate to call it the Bandit base. That being said, the current strength of the Zheng family is indeed not to be underestimated. I don't know who is so courageous that he actually provokes the Zheng family here. Ouyang Yuda stood up and said, "Aunt, let's go and take a look." Okay. Ouyang Juemu nodded slightly. The two of them left the temporary wooden house, and saw that many people were standing outside, all of whom came out to watch the excitement. In fact, it was not just them. Most of the major families stationed by the Jinshui Lake came out to watch the excitement. It was an unknown ascender. Ouyang Yudu saw the person floating above the Jingwang Lake, and couldn't help but be a little surprised. That ascender is so handsome, no worse than you. Ouyang Juemu was also a little surprised, but unfortunately the two people were surprised at completely different points. Ouyang Yudu was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. "Auntie, my appearance is just average. There are not many people worse than me." Ouyang Juemu looked at Ouyang Yudu from head to toe, and said with a sneer, "Are you being modest or being Versailles? If you still call your appearance average, then there are not many good-looking men in the world." Ouyang Yudu didn't want to dwell on this issue anymore. Looking at the handsome man in white clothes in the air, he said curiously, "I don't know what deep hatred he has with the Zheng family. He actually came here alone to find trouble with the Zheng family. Doesn't he know that the Zheng family already has 5 ascenders stationed here? If he comes alone, he will probably suffer. There are so many people who have suffered from the Zheng family in the mother planet over the years, and he is not the only one." Ouyang Juemu said with a sneer, "I'm afraid I disappoint you. That person never wants to suffer." A fat man walked over. Although he is fat, he is evenly fat. He is obviously fat, but he does not look like a burden at all. "Sun Jian, do you know him?" Ouyang Juemu was a little surprised. She thought he was an unknown Lone Ranger, but she did not expect that Sun Jian, the ascender of Cape Base, actually knew him. "I know him. He is my fellow apprentice. We have received training under Instructor Mu. He is a few years younger than me," Sun Jian said. "So he is Mr. Mu's disciple, so he must be very strong?" Ouyang Yudu asked curiously. "I don't know." Sun Jian's answer was a little unexpected. "What do you mean by I don't know?" Ouyang Juemu and Sun Jian are very familiar with each other, and they are not polite at all. He has been practicing under Instructor Mu for 10 years, and has challenged almost all of Instructor Mu's disciples, but he has never won. He is nicknamed the King of 100 Defeats. Sun Jian smiled. He has never won, so how can you say he has never suffered a loss? Ouyang Yudu was more and more puzzled. Although he has never won once, no one has ever challenged him a second time. It's not that he doesn't dare, but that the people who beat him don't dare. Sun Jian's words made Ouyang Yudu and Ouyang Juemu interested. A person who has never won, but makes those who have won him afraid of him, then this person must be very powerful. Ouyang Yu couldn't help asking, what's his name? Lin Xiangdong. While the few people were talking, 5 ascenders from the Wanderer base came together and confronted Lin Xiangdong in the air. Who are you? What do you want from my Zheng family? The leading ascender Zheng Jianwei looked at Lin Xiangdong. As a man, he couldn't help but secretly praise him. He was so handsome. Is Zheng Guyuan an ascender from your Wanderer base? Lin Xiangdong asked. The 5 people couldn't help but look at each other after hearing this. Zheng Jianwei replied, yes, he is an ascender from our Wanderer base. Why are you asking him? He wants to kill my brother, Lin Xiangdong said. Zheng Jianwei couldn't help but frown when he heard this, and he blamed Zheng Guyuan in his heart. When you kill someone, you should also find out about the other person's background. Killing a close relative of an ascender, even if you are a lone ranger with no background, will be a bit troublesome. Zheng Guyuan is not here, Zheng Jianwei said. I know he is dead. Lin Xiangdong's words startled several people. You killed him? Zheng Jianwei and several people were shocked. Although Zheng Guyuan was not very strong among the ascenders, he was also a veteran. The ascender who could kill him was more or less capable. Lin Xiangdong smiled but said nothing, just looked at Zheng Jianwei quietly. Is your brother dead? Zheng Jianwei frowned and asked again. No, Lin Xiangdong replied. Zheng Guyuan wanted to kill your brother, but he died. Your brother is not dead, so why are you here? Are you here to inform us? Zheng Jianwei was already a little annoyed. He had seen that this man was here to make trouble. No, I'm here to tell you something else. What is it? Within 100 miles of Jinshui Lake, wanderers are prohibited. Get out. When Lin Xiangdong said this, Zheng Jianwei and the other 5 ascenders were all furious, and the people watching from the major families also felt that this person's tone was really outrageous. Before Zheng Jianwei was about to say anything, the lake suddenly blew up, and a snow-white petal floated slowly towards Zheng Jianwei and others, like a snowflake. The prosperity has ended, and the wind and snow have returned. This night, this scene is so beautiful. Ouyang Yudu looked up at the night sky, and the petals in the sky were reflected in her beautiful eyes, like a galaxy flowing across the sky, like snow washing the sky, violently submerging everything in the white torrent, and only one figure stood in the wind and snow, with hair and white clothes wantonly messed up in the wind and flowers. That night, the flowers on Jinshui Lake fell. Chapter 105. The Wanderer base evacuated Jinshui Lake overnight. The life bases of the 5 ascenders were all shattered into slag, but they only got one sentence. The fallen flowers on Jiyun Mountain should be beautiful. I want to go and see the next time I have a chance. Jiyun Mountain is where the Wanderer base is located, so they naturally know what this sentence means. If the Zheng family dares to touch his relatives again, the next place where prosperity will end will be Jiyun Mountain. Poor Zheng Jianwei and the other 5 still don't know who the other party's brother is, and they are extremely frustrated. But they dare not look back. Until now, they still can't get rid of the terrifying white storm in their minds, and the scene of their life base being washed away. This time it's because the other party's relatives are not dead. What if they are dead? They dare not imagine. If they are not dead, that person killed Zheng Guyuan and broke the life bases of 5 ascenders. If they are dead, they can't imagine what the scene will be like when the petals fall from Jiyun Mountain. I'm afraid there will be a river of blood. Maybe there are ascendants who can resist the white petal storm, but 99% of the people in the Wanderer base will die. They couldn't figure out why the life base of an ascendant would be like that. Shouldn't the life base be something like a sword or a knife? Why would someone's life base be a storm, or a petal storm, which is more terrifying than 10,000 swords coming out at the same time? Each petal is like a sharp blade. Under the pile of such terrifying numbers, everything was dried to pieces. Lin Shen didn't see the beautiful scenery of falling flowers. At that time, he was sleeping with the ascendant egg in his arms. When he woke up, Lin Shen's face was not very good. He had high hopes for this ascendant egg, but found that the mosaic on the ascendant egg was gone, but he only got a failed super base evolution fire. Failed super base evolution fire seed climbing the ladder. The left and right feet can step on each other to gain leverage and jump up again. What are the conditions for the formation of fire seeds? Why does it feel so confusing? Lin Shen, who was originally a little disappointed, found out what the fire seed ability he had obtained was, and his eyes suddenly lit up. This is really unscientific. Lin Shen was very happy. If nothing else, with this skill, what is the difference between being able to fly? Your Tianqin has wings and can fly, and I can also step on my left foot and my right foot to jump twice. The next time I meet Tianqin, I won't be afraid that he can fly into the sky. Of course, the benefits of climbing the ladder don't stop there. Being able to gain leverage twice in the air means that he doesn't have to worry about being ambushed by others when he jumps into the air because he can't gain leverage. Lin Shen tried it in a deserted place. The feeling of ascending again by stepping on his right foot with his left foot was really wonderful. After a few steps, it was like climbing a ladder to heaven. When his body reached a very high place, Lin Shen suddenly found something very sad. He didn't know how to land from such a high place. Fuck you. Lin Shen could only wait until his body fell a distance, then use the ladder to heaven again to jump a short distance, and then fall and jump again until he was not too high from the ground, and then he landed directly. I have the ability, but I still need to practice the skills. After Lin Shen went back, he collected the Ascension Egg. He didn't plan to hatch the Ascension Egg now, because even if it was hatched, he couldn't use it. Even if the mutator had the key, he couldn't activate the Ascension Pet Capsule. He must have the corresponding level and strength to activate it. Lin Yao didn't know that Lin Xiaonong had driven away the Wanderer base, and he transported a batch of goods to the cave base the next morning. Before leaving, he repeatedly told Lin Shen not to go to those dangerous places. After seeing Lin Miao off, Lin Shen was considering whether to find Bai Shenfei and go to King Kai with her. He was not rebellious, nor was he at a rebellious period, because he felt that the place was no longer a dangerous place for him, so he did not disobey his eldest sister. Fourth brother should still be reliable, right? After hesitating again and again, Lin Shen decided to find Bai Shenfei and go to King Kai with her. As a result, when he arrived at the place where Bai Shenfei lived, the boss told him that Bai Shenfei had left the store an hour ago. Lin Shen hurriedly took Wei Wufu to chase in the direction of Hulu Mountain. As long as he found Bai Shenfei before she arrived at Hulu Mountain, it would not be too late. The two of them galloped and chased all the way. After passing through the flower path and the canyon, there was still no sign of Bai Shenfei and the others, and he was immediately disappointed. No! Lin Shen, who was about to turn back, suddenly realized that something was wrong and looked up at the mountains in the distance. Among the mountains, there was a gourd-shaped mountain, standing very abruptly among the mountains, but much higher than the surrounding peaks. Old Wei, did you see it? Lin Shen thought he was dazzled. Without the black bird, how could he see Hulu Mountain? Yeah. Wei Wufu nodded. That's right. Let's go quickly. Bai Shenfei and the others should be in front. Lin Shen thought that Bai Shenfei and the others had just entered, so he could see Hulu Mountain. The two of them sped up and rushed towards Hulu Mountain. When they arrived at the foot of Hulu Mountain, they found that the mountain was indeed a bit high. Old Wei, did you come here last time? Lin Shen asked Wei Wufu while climbing up. Yes. That's fine. Let's climb up quickly. The cave entrance is at the top of the mountain, right? Lin Shen confirmed again. Yes. Old Wei. Nonsense. Climb the mountain. The two of them finally climbed to the top of the mountain, but still didn't see Bai Shenfei and the others. Just as Wei Wufu said, there was a hole on the top of the mountain. Lin Shen looked inside, and it didn't seem as dark as Wei Wufu said. Let's go! Wei Wufu couldn't stand Lin Shen, so he raised his leg and walked inside. But when Wei Wufu walked in, he was stunned there. Lin Shen, who followed behind, bumped into his back and said speechlessly, Why did you stop? No. Wei Wufu said, staring at the front in a daze. What's wrong? Lin Shen reacted as soon as he said this. Wei Wufu told him that when they came here last time, they entered the dark cave and were immediately teleported to King Kai. But now they are already in the cave. It is not pitch dark here, and they have not been teleported to King Kai. Are you sure this is the cave you came to before? Lin Shen walked around the tall Wei Wufu and looked into the cave. After seeing this, Lin Shen was also stunned. This cave is not very deep, and you can see the bottom at a glance. There are obvious signs of people living inside, with tables, chairs, benches, pots and pans, and neatly stacked quilts and clothes on the bed. But there is thick dust everywhere inside, and it should have been a long time since anyone has lived there. The shape of that thing looks familiar. Lin Shen saw something on the table. It looked like a teleportation watch. It was also covered with thick dust, so no details could be seen. Chapter 106. The two looked at each other. Lin Shen nodded slightly, and Wei Wufu took out a pet capsule and threw it out. The capsule fell to the ground and turned into a metal dog. Under Wei Wufu's command, it turned around inside, and there was nothing unusual. The two walked over with confidence and looked at the various things inside. The other things didn't look special. I picked up a piece of clothing on the bed. The material of the clothing had become a little brittle due to the invasion of time, and it rotted with a slight pull. Other things were not much better. What made Lin Shen a little puzzled was that the furniture here was made of wood, and the clothes were made of cotton or chemical fiber. No base mutated metal materials were found on these furniture and clothes. This means that these furniture and clothes are likely to be things from more than 200 years ago. Since the emergence of base mutated creatures, base mutated materials have been slowly added to various human supplies. Except for some products with special requirements, few people have made furniture purely with wood. Most clothes are also mixed with metal wire, which has a certain protective effect. In this era, safety is the first priority. Clothes made of pure cotton and chemical fiber materials are no longer popular. Clothes mixed with metal wires can at least have some defensive functions when facing steel creatures. Not finding anything else worth paying attention to, Lin Shen looked at the watch covered with dust on the table, pulled out the dead powder and turned it into a gun, and used the tip of the gun to pick up the watch on the table. The watch was easily picked up, and nothing strange happened. The dust on it fell everywhere. After putting the watch back on the ground and making sure there was no abnormal reaction, Lin Shen was relieved and reached out to pick up the watch. Carefully wiping off the dust on it, the watch soon revealed its true appearance. It was a little different from what Lin Shen expected. This watch was different from the black transmission device. The shape was a bit similar, but the material was completely different. Whether it was a black watch or a white watch, their dials were in the style of LCD displays. This one was in the style of a mechanical watch, with hour, minute and second hands. However, the circle of numbers on the dial was divided into 24 grids, which was a little different from the ordinary 12-hour watch. There was also a small grid on the dial, with numbers on it, which should be used to display the date. The strap and the body of the watch were both made of metal, and the glass on the dial looked no different from ordinary glass. The hands did not move, so it should be broken. This disappointed Lin Shen a little. It looked like an ordinary mechanical watch, and it was broken. The time on the hands was fixed at 10:03, and the date was the 1st. It's an antique after all. I wonder if it still works. Lin Shen has this old-fashioned mechanical watch at home. He used to wear it for fun, but he thought it was too troublesome, so he stopped wearing it after a few days. This kind of mechanical watch needs to be wound up. It may not be broken, but it has been left for too long without being wound up, so it doesn't work. First adjust the time, then turn the spring. Buzz, when Lin Shen adjusted it and let go, the surrounding scenery suddenly became like a data stream, and everything was blurry and unclear. Oh my god! The blur only lasted for a moment. When Lin Shen regained his vision, he saw that the cave was no longer in front of him. In front of him was a series of undulating grass slopes, one after another, like an endless green desert hill. Of course, the grass on the grass slope was not an ordinary plant. Its roots and leaves were all green metal. This thing is really a teleportation device. Lin Shen looked at the watch in his hand, and was extremely surprised. Because this thing looked too much like an old-fashioned mechanical watch, it was impossible to tell that it was a product with such high technological content. Time was running, but there was no countdown, and he didn't know when he could be teleported back. He didn't dare to touch the watch anymore, so as to avoid unpredictable things happening again. He put the watch away first. Looking around, he didn't see Wei Wufu's figure. He didn't know if he didn't teleport here or was teleported to another place. Luckily, everything on his body was there. The death powder was wrapped around him, the angel revolver on his waist, and the fat boy in his backpack were all there. Lin Shen directly used the power of base mutation, and the steel armor protected his whole body. In such a place, saving his life is the first priority. Staying in the base mutation state can also stimulate the enhanced mutation effect of evolution. As long as he does not use super base mutation, with the blessing of evolution, Lin Shen can almost keep it up, which is much stronger than ordinary base mutations. Ordinary base mutations can only maintain the base mutation state for a few hours at most, and dozens of hours at most. Depending on the intensity of the battle, the increase in consumption will also reduce the time. It is impossible to maintain the base mutation state like Lin Shen. He took out 3 capsules from the Angel revolver and activated them directly into muted black armored centipedes, letting them scatter around to ensure Lin Shen's own safety. He didn't use the Angel revolver to activate them directly because he was afraid that the gunshot would cause unnecessary trouble. After doing all this, Lin Shen breathed a sigh of relief and ordered the 3 muted black armored centipedes to circle around him, like satellites about 50 meters away, and slowly crawled towards a grass slope in front. Standing on the grass slope, as far as the eye can see, it is still an endless grass slope that rises and falls like waves. Occasionally, 1 or 2 big trees can be seen growing on the grass slope, which is different from the places he has been to on King Kai before. Under the grass slope, Lin Shen saw a group of stingy people foraging for food. That was a real stingy person, with feathers as black and shiny as black iron, iron claws and steel beaks, and a peck would guarantee that people would bleed. A group of more than a dozen iron roosters strolled under the grass slope, pecking at the grass from time to time and swallowing something. Lin Shen looked carefully for a while, and found that the thing the iron rooster pecked was also a steel creature. It was a relative of Lin Shen's mutated black armored centipede, and was also a centipede, but the level was much lower. It was a steel centipede. Lin Shen had no interest in iron roosters and steel centipedes, and the materials on steel creatures were not worth much. I'm a little hungry after chasing and climbing all the way. Kill 2 iron roosters, and drink some basic transformation fluid to fill my stomach. Lin Shen was about to go downhill to kill 2 iron roosters, but suddenly heard the iron roosters crowing. A colorful centipede with colorful patterns on its body, and a body length of more than 1 meter came out from under the grass, bit an iron rooster, and directly bit off the neck of the iron rooster. The remaining stingy people were in a panic, and several of them were bitten to death in a short while. Is this thing a mutant creature? Lin Shen looked at the colorful iron centipede, and was overjoyed. He came to King Kai's planet just for this thing. He stopped hesitating, and sent a mutant black armored centipede to fly over. Yes, the mutant black armored centipede can actually fly, and its cicada-like wings are usually folded under the black shell. The colorful iron centipede is only steel level after all. No matter how big it is, or how mutated it is no match for the crystal-level black armored centipede. It was killed in 1 blow. When the colorful iron centipede was killed, Lin Shen felt the watch in his pocket vibrate. He took it out, and saw that the glass on the surface was like a transparent display, showing some information. Killed the mutated steel creature, the colorful giant poisonous centipede, and found that the base fluid of the colorful giant poisonous centipede contained toxins, and was not suitable for direct drinking. It's really advanced. Lin Shen was amazed at the technological content of this watch, and said to the watch whimsically, "Look at my own information." The watch actually received his command and displayed his information, which was the same as what he had seen before. Since the user is too weak, please act with caution. Finally, there was a warm reminder on the watch. Chapter 107. Sure enough, this thing has artificial intelligence. I said, such a high-tech thing, how can it not have an intelligent brain? But why can't this thing talk? It can only send text messages. Lin Shen didn't care so much, and asked how to use it first. But before that, Lin Shen first collected the base mutation liquid from the 5-color giant poisonous centipede. He also wanted the mutation materials, but it was too troublesome to carry them. He didn't know how many mutant creatures he would have to hunt later, and he didn't know if he could take them all away. When he was worrying, the dead powder swam over, and his body swelled up. It looked a little bigger than before. After Lin Shen's permission, it swallowed the corpse of the mutated 5-color giant poisonous centipede in 1 bite, and then quickly returned to the thin rope state, and returned to Lin Shen. After Lin Shen did this, the stingy man was scared away, and the steel centipede also burrowed into the ground. Lin Shen didn't have the mood to catch them, so he sat on the grass slope and tried to talk to the watch, trying to figure out the function of this watch. What functions do you have? The device is faulty, and cannot answer the user's questions. Is there an instruction manual? The device is faulty, the internal files are missing, and the instruction manual cannot be found. How do I set the transmission time? The transmission settings are as follows. 1. Adjust the date. 2. Adjust the precise time in hours, minutes, and seconds. 3. After a long time, Lin Shen finally figured out how to use this watch tile transmission device. This watch can actually set the transmission time by itself. The date is the number of days entered, and the hour hand is accurate to the time, minutes, and seconds, and it can be automatically transmitted. Lin Shen adjusted the time to 11:23 and the date to 1, which means that he will only stay here until 11:23 tomorrow, and the watch will teleport him back. Lin Shen felt that the functions of this watch were far more than this, but because of the malfunction, he could not ask for more information, and other functions might not be used. Come to think of it, if it was a good watch, why would its owner not take it away? But even so, this watch is already very amazing. With this watch, he can set the time to teleport at any time, and he doesn't have to go to Hulu Mountain and the king of the world cultivation device. For this reason alone, its value is inestimable. I don't know who the owner of the cave is, and he actually left such a watch there. Unfortunately, there was no text found in the cave, and there was no information about the owner of the cave. Knowing that he would be able to go back soon, Lin Shen was not idle. He first got a little base transformation liquid of the 5-color giant poisonous centipede and smeared it on his lips, but he didn't feel any effect. After waiting for a while, I remembered that some toxins may need to come into contact with blood to work. So Lin Shen broke the skin of his finger a little, applied the base change liquid on it, and there was an immediate reaction. The toxin is still very effective, and the wound quickly turned black. Fortunately, the theory of evolution was also triggered, and after a while, black water flowed out of the black wound, which seemed to be more serious, but after a while, the black water gradually disappeared, and the wound gradually changed from black to flesh color, and the blood that flowed out gradually turned into fresh blood. The theory of evolution was effective, so Lin Shen was relieved and boldly poured the base change liquid into his stomach. Absorb the mutation liquid of the 5-color giant poisonous centipede, the mutation rate increases by 0. Absorb the mutation liquid of the 5-color giant poisonous centipede, the mutation rate increases by 0. Absorb the mutation liquid of the 5-color giant poisonous centipede, the mutation rate increases by 1. After swallowing all the mutation liquid, after a while, after the reaction of evolution, it finally gained a little mutation rate. My mutation rate, here I come. Lin Shen took 3 mutant black armored centipedes, and started the hunting journey. This grass slope should be far away from the seaside where Lin Shen went before. It should not be in the same area, and it may not even be on the same continent. The mutation creatures here are completely different from those over there. The most are misers, and there are also mutation creatures of various poisonous insects. Lin Shen didn't walk far before he encountered a group of poisonous toads, and found a mutant. In the end, the mutant poisonous toad became his mutation rate. When killing the mutant poisonous toad, the watch also reminded him that the mutant poisonous toad had mutation eggs in its body. Later, he hunted down a mutant venomous snake, a mutant scorpion and a mutant dragonfly, and the mutation rate reached 11 points. Lin Shen saw only steel-grade mutants in the grass, and did not even encounter an alloy creature. There are many species. Here and the seaside are 2 extremes. There are high-level mutations at the seaside, and steel-grade ones are rarely seen. Here are all low-level ones. Lin Shen thought it was not bad. He could hunt steel creatures safely. In addition, he had the theory of evolution to protect his body, which could resist all poisons. This place was heaven for him. If it were someone else, they might want to find high-level mutants, but Lin Shen was looking for mutant steel creatures here with peace of mind. He killed a lot of poisonous insects along the way. The mutated creatures of the poisonous insect system were really strange. Some looked similar to the creatures on the mother planet, and some were completely different. If it weren't for the reminder on the watch, Lin Shen couldn't even name them. Except for the stingy person, the mutated creatures here are all poisonous. If there is no evolution theory, it may not be so easy for alloy level or even crystal level people to come. It would be difficult for a high-level mutator to deal with a swarm of poisonous bees that cover the sky and the sun, unless he could kill all the poisonous bees before his mutated power was exhausted. That was too difficult. There were tens of thousands of poisonous bees, and the number of large swarms was even greater. It was impossible for ordinary mutators to kill them all. Lin Shen relied on the fact that he could always be in the mutated state, and was not afraid of poison. He killed the mutant queen bee in the dense swarm of bees, and then ignored the poisonous bees, and let them sting. Of course, he could actually make it simpler, and let 3 mutated black armored centipedes take action. Lin Shen didn't do that because he wanted to practice stinging by the way, using the death powder to sting the poisonous bees one by one. The super solidification of the death powder is similar to what Lin Shen thought. As long as the death powder stings the organism, the genetic fluid in the organism will begin to solidify, causing the genetic organism to gradually become unable to move and turn into a steel statue. The mutants killed were all eaten by the death powder. This guy has become picky now, and will not eat anything that is not a mutant. Lin Shen hurriedly looked for mutants and transformed himself into a little bully on the grass slope, a poisonous insect nemesis, and a little insect killer. He killed countless steel poisonous insects and got a few mutant eggs, but they were all eaten by Fatty. Once, Lin Shen dug up a poisonous ant nest and dug out a lot of poisonous ant eggs from it, which he gave directly to Fatty as snacks. The death powder in Fatty, one eats corpses and the other eats genetic eggs. This combination is simply a combination of cutting the grass and eradicating the roots, leaving nothing behind. Fortunately, Lin Shen didn't need those things now, so they ate them. It didn't matter. The set time limit is about to expire. Do you want to record the current coordinates? You can choose to teleport to this coordinate next time. When the time was about to expire, the watch vibrated again and this message appeared. It turns out that you can choose the teleport location. Lin Shen was very surprised. He would no longer be randomly teleported in the future. Chapter 108. Time was flowing in front of him, and in a blink of an eye, Lin Shen returned to the previous cave, and the position was still the same, as if he had not moved. But when he looked around, he did not see Wei Wufu. Did Wei Wufu get teleported in, or did he go back? Lin Shen frowned slightly. Given Wei Wufu's character, if he had not been teleported in, he would definitely wait here for him to come out. But the watch can only teleport the user, and it should not teleport Wei Wufu in. Now there is no trace of Wei Wufu here, and I don't know what's going on. Lin Shen came out of the cave and looked for it on Hulu Mountain again, but still did not find Wei Wufu's figure, and he was very puzzled. Did he really get teleported in? Lin Shen calculated the time. If Wei Wufu was teleported in by other means, there should be a 3-day limit, and he can only come out after 3 days. Excluding the day he spent on King Kai, it will take 2 more days for Wei Wufu to come out. Thinking of this, Lin Shen went down Hulu Mountain to see if he could take the watch away. The result was the same as he thought. The watch was still with him after leaving Hulu Mountain. It did not disappear like the black watch. He came to the canyon, found a hidden place, adjusted the time of the watch, and started the transmission again. This time, Lin Shen adjusted the time to 47 hours. If Wei Wufu had a 3-day limit, Lin Shen would have come out earlier than him. The canyon was the only way back to Suanio base, so he should not miss Wei Wufu. The transmission started, and the transmission coordinates were selected. Lin Shen found that there were actually 2 coordinates in it. One was the coordinate of the grass slope that he recorded, and the other coordinate was recorded by someone unknown, probably the original owner of the watch. Lin Shen didn't dare to try casually, and went to the grass slope to be his expert in pest control. Sure enough, he appeared on the grass slope where he left before, and looked at his information. When he left last time, the base mutation rate had reached 23%, which was still a long way from the owlet upgrade. Mutated poisonous insects, start to tremble, your grandfather is back. Lin Shen summoned his mount, and ran fast on the grass slope, looking for new targets. During the time when Lin Shen was frantically killing poisonous insects, the King Kai training device on the Jinshui Lake finally started again. The ascenders of the major families, who were originally very excited, could not be happy at all. The King Kai transmission device could only transmit base mutations to King Kai's planet. Seeing the base mutations around them disappear, the ascenders were still standing there, and the atmosphere was a little awkward for a while. Originally, they wanted to enter King Kai's planet as soon as possible, and then kill a lot of people, first clean up the crystal base resources inside, especially the mutant crystal base, but who knew that they couldn't get in at all. So many ascendants have waited for so long, but in the end, they still have to rely on those mutants to fight. The Zheng family is so wronged. For this thing, 1 ascendant died and 5 ascendants were wasted, but in the end the ascendants couldn't get in at all. Ouyang Juemiao looked at the empty camp, and muttered to himself. From this point of view, the transmission range of the King of the Realm cultivation device is only so large. Send more crystal bases in next time. We didn't prepare this time, so only 6 crystal bases went in. How about your side? Did Ouyang Yudu go in? Sun Jian walked over and said. We went in. Including Yudu, we only got 5 crystal bases in, which is less than you. Who knew that this thing can only transmit mutants? Ouyang Juemiao was somewhat helpless. This is not bad. The resources of King Kai will not be plundered by the Ascenders in a short time, and young people can also go in for training. It is a win-win situation. Sun Jian said and looked up at the sky. The King Kai training device once again turned on the sky projection system and projected the images of those people. Ouyang Juemiao saw that Ouyang Yudu and several other crystal bases of the Ouyang family were together and were not separated, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although Ouyang Yudu is indeed very strong, he is almost invincible among the base changers. But King Kai is too weird. Who knows what kind of base change creatures with strange abilities will be there? If one is not careful, the crystal base is not without the possibility of death. There are several crystal bases together, and they can take care of each other, so it is difficult for anything to happen. As for the robber angel, Ouyang Yudu had said before that he wanted to meet the robber angel. Lin Shen suddenly had a reminder of sacrifice +1 in his mind, and he couldn't help but frown secretly. Someone died on the side of Bai Shenfei? Lin Shen didn't know that thousands of people from the major families had entered the Kaiwang planet, and he thought that someone on Bai Shenfei's side had died. But soon he knew that it shouldn't be someone from Bai Shenfei who died. It was probably that the Kaiwang training device was activated again. Because he kept having reminders of sacrifice +1 in his mind, his body also glowed red. In this short period of time, more than a dozen people have died. There are only a few people on Bai Shenfei's side, so it is impossible for so many people to die. It may be that some of the people teleported by the Kaiwang training device were teleported to a dangerous place, and were killed as soon as they came in. Lin Shen felt the power in his body increasing, and quickly hid the aura of offering sacrifices to heaven. His guess was not wrong. The dozen or so base changers who died were indeed teleported to a more dangerous place. However, they encountered only a group of alloy creatures. Unfortunately, they were just ordinary steel base changers, responsible for providing supplies and food to the camp. Who knew that they were also teleported in, and met this group of alloy creatures, and they were immediately wiped out. Those ascenders from the big family should come in. I have to be careful not to be targeted by them. Lin Shen didn't want to give anyone a chance to kill him, so he didn't dare to continue to gallop recklessly. Instead, he put away his mount, and carefully looked for poisonous insects on the grass slope. It has been more than 20 hours since he came in again, and the base mutation rate has also increased to 31. Because the same type of poisonous insects, even if they mutate, cannot increase the base mutation rate, so the rate of increase in the base mutation rate has also slowed down. What is that? Lin Shen just walked up from the bottom of the grass slope, and saw a figure appearing out of thin air on another grass slope in the distance. Lin Shen immediately laid down on the spot, and put away his shell. His mirrored shell was too eye-catching. Originally, Lin Shen thought that it was someone teleported in by those big families, but after a closer look, he found something wrong. The person actually had a pair of horns on his head. Oh my god, is that a minotaur? Lin Shen widened his eyes in surprise. The minotaur was about 2 meters and 45 meters tall, much taller than most humans. His face had the features of a human face and a bull face. With the horns on his head, he looked very strange. He was wearing strange clothes, like a tights, and the black smooth cloth was tightly attached to his body, highlighting his muscles that were like beef tendons. In addition to Tianqin, there are other aliens of other races, who know how to enter King Kai's planet. Lin Shen looked at the minotaur, feeling doubtful. Chapter 109. The minotaur also wore a watch on his wrist, and it was black, just like the black teleportation device that Lin Shen wore at the beginning. The minotaur looked around and found no human or genetically modified creatures, so he took off the backpack on his back and took out a few things from it. What is that? Lin Shen saw that the minotaur actually put on a motorcycle helmet that looked like a 3/4 helmet on his head, and then glanced around. Lin Shen immediately felt a little bad, and sure enough, when the minotaur's eyes swept over him, he immediately paused. The minotaur showed an evil smile at the corner of his mouth, and assembled several tubes taken out of the backpack together to form a double-edged long battle axe. The double-edged battle axe was very strange. Most of it was alloy. The axe blade was red crystal, and there were also crystal patterns on the rod. The next second, the minotaur suddenly used the power of mutation, and the black alloy armor quickly wrapped his whole body. His tall body and heavy armor made him look like a heavy mecha warrior. When Lin Shen used the power of mutation, he found that the tights were not broken, and the mutation material actually passed through the tights and formed a shell. This is a bit magical. On Lin Shen's home planet, mutations usually wear relatively large robes to avoid being damaged when using the power of mutation. This is the first time I have seen such a high-tech product. The minotaur can also use pet capsules, and suddenly made a big black alloy bull, riding the big black alloy bull and rushing over here. How did he find me? It must be the helmet that did it. Lin Shen stared at the equipment on the minotaur, and his eyes began to shine. An alloy-level alien is nothing special. Tianqin is still a crystal-based one, but he still robbed him of his angel revolver. This minotaur is just an alloy, far inferior to Tianqin, so Lin Shen is naturally not afraid of him. However, Lin Shen immediately transformed, and the mirror shell wrapped his whole body. His right hand behind his back tightly grasped the angel revolver, and his finger was on the trigger, ready to shoot at any time. The 3 mutant black armored centipedes that were originally hidden nearby were ambushed at 3 points around Lin Shen, ready to attack at any time. Even if facing an alloy-level minotaur, Lin Shen had to fight with all his strength. If he didn't attack, it would be fine. If he did attack, it would be a thunderbolt, and he couldn't give him any chance. The minotaur saw that Lin Shen was a human, and a steel-level human, and actually stopped and didn't continue to charge. Human? I didn't expect to see humans here. The minotaur spoke fluent Mandarin, riding a black bull as big as an elephant, holding a double-edged axe in one arm, pointing at Lin Shen, and said arrogantly, "Tell me how you got here, maybe I can let you go." I said I'm a native here, do you believe it? Lin Shen thought that it would be good to talk to this minotaur, maybe he could get some useful information. Originally, Lin Shen thought that Tianxin was the only alien who knew how to get in on this planet, but he didn't expect that there were other aliens who came in. Lin Shen now wanted to know how many other aliens came in besides this minotaur, and whether there were any more powerful ones among them. Natives? There are natives on this planet? The minotaur's copper bell-like eyes suddenly widened. Could it be that this planet is the human mother planet that has been missing? The birthplace of the human race? Lin Shen learned from Tian Xian that there is no channel to teleport to the human mother planet, so now only humans who have gone out can reach the mother planet, and no aliens can reach the mother planet. The minotaur said this, obviously under Lin Shen's wrong guidance. He took King Kai as the human mother planet. It can be seen that the minotaur did not know where he was teleported from, which made Lin Shen feel a little relieved. Haha, that's great, I didn't expect that the teleportation device actually leads to the human mother planet. This is great, it's great. The minotaur's eyes under the helmet shone, staring at Lin Shen, and said, "As the first human to meet me, I allow you to become the first slave of the great super-burning warrior Augustman. You can now kneel down to your master." The minotaur Augustman's arrogant look, as if being able to become his slave is a blessing that Lin Shen has never had in several lifetimes. "Dear super-burning warrior, I don't know how many warriors the nobles have come. We humans are very yearning for a powerful race, like the super-burning tribe. Many humans want to become slaves of the super-burning tribe. I wonder if we have the honor." Lin Shen talked nonsense for a while. Anyway, it's not against the law to talk nonsense. Hearing what Lin Shen said, Augustman was even more proud, and his nose was almost up to the sky. "If you want to become a slave of my super-burning warrior, not everyone is qualified. It depends on their qualifications. At least they have to be iron grade. This is the bottom line. If it's a female human who looks good, the restrictions can be relaxed a little. How many people are there in your human race?" Augustus Man stared at Lin Shen with a greedy look on his face. "There are a lot of good-looking ones, and the population is probably less than 1 billion. Lin Shen said casually. 1 billion. The population is not too small. This time the pioneering army has 30,000 soldiers. In addition to the benefits of the army commander and the deputy army commander, each soldier can also get a lot of human slaves." Augustus Man muttered to himself, as if he was calculating how many human slaves he could get. His eyes became brighter and brighter. "Human, take me to your city. I can reluctantly accept the loyalty of some humans first," Augustman said. "Thank you for your kindness and tolerance. A great warrior like you must also be a very great existence in the super-burning legion, right?" Seeing that Augustusman's brain was not working very well, Lin Shen continued to compliment him. "Of course." Augustman seemed a little impatient and shouted at Lin Shen, "Lead the way quickly." "I lead the way, but before I go, I still need to confirm whether you are really a great warrior of the super-burning tribe." "Humans only want to serve the real warriors of the super-burning tribe," Lin Shen said. "Of course I am, can't you see it?" Augustman said coldly. "Please forgive the shallowness of human knowledge." Lin Shen smiled. "How do you want to confirm it?" Augustman interrupted Lin Shen impatiently. "As long as you can beat me, I will admit that you are a real warrior of the super-burning tribe," Lin Shen said, raising the javelin like dead powder in his hand. "What's the difficulty?" Augustus Man laughed up to the sky, raised his other empty hand, hooked his finger at Lin Shen, and said arrogantly, "Come on, if you can survive my attack, you will be my first slave from now on." "Then I come." Lin Shen showed a sly smile at the corner of his mouth. It was rare to meet an alien of low level, so it was a good time to test his current strength. Summoning the iron-horned horse, Lin Shen climbed on the horse, raised his gun, and rode down the grass slope, heading straight for Augustus Man with his nose in the air. Chapter 110. Augustman saw Lin Shen coming over on an iron-horned horse, and the arrogance on his face became even stronger. He sat on the back of the big black bull without moving, looking down at Lin Shen, just waiting for Lin Shen to come over and kill him with an axe. Iron level is considered trash in the Super Burning Clan. Most Super Burning Clan members are born with iron level. Some Super Burning Clan members, with excellent qualifications, are born with alloy level. If the Super Burning Clan members are still iron level after adulthood, they are basically at the bottom of society. It is not an exaggeration to say that they are trash. A mere iron level human, for Augustman, is nothing but trash. Looking at Lynch, who was riding a horse and rushing over, Augustman slowly raised the double-edged giant axe in his hand. At this time, on the grass slope on the other side, several Super Burning Clan members came out. The leader was wearing a red tights, and the others were wearing black tights like Augustman. Deputy leader, Augustman, is over there. He seems to be fighting with a human. There are humans here? One of the Super Burning warriors in black tights looked at the two people fighting and said in surprise. The Super Burning warrior wearing a red tights, who was called the deputy leader, laughed. A trash steel level human. We will know when we catch him and torture him later. Several Super Burning warriors talked and laughed, not taking Lynch seriously at all. But when Lynch rode the iron-horned horse, rushed to the side of Augustman, and stabbed out with a gun, everyone changed color. The long gun that looked a little strange stabbed out like a phantom. It was so fast that everyone could hardly believe that it was the speed of a steel-level stab. Augustman only felt a flash of red light in front of his eyes, and he didn't have time to raise the double-edged axe in his hand. The death powder had already pierced into his throat and pierced through. Impossible. The Super Burning warriors on the other side of the grass slope all stared with their eyes wide open, unable to believe that Augustman was stabbed to death by a steel-level human. So aliens are just like this, very weak. Lynch didn't expect that he could kill Augustman with a single shot. He didn't even react. Originally, he thought Augustman could fight him for a few rounds, and then he would take out the Angel revolver and shoot him away with a single shot. In fact, this is not surprising. The power brought to him by the Infinite Power Contract, the blessing brought by the Heaven Sacrifice Aura, plus the Super Base Instant Speed and Super Base Armor-Piercing Spikes of the Death Powder, it is not that difficult to kill an alloy level, and Augustman is so arrogant. Originally, Lynch wanted to plunder the spoils from Augustman, but he heard the curses and roars from the other side. He turned around and saw 8 Minotaurs roaring over. Most of them were crystal-based, and the other 3 were also alloy level like Augustman. They were all wearing tights. Most of them were black, and only one was red. When they rushed over, the base-transformed substances had already surged out of their bodies, turning into shells to protect their entire bodies. Lynch turned around and ran, but the speed of the iron-horned horse was much slower than that of the crystal-based, and several crystal-based Minotaurs were about to catch up. Ah! The 2 crystal-based Minotaurs chasing in front suddenly screamed, and a mutant black-armored centipede rolled around each of their legs, biting through their crystal-based shells. The red-clothed Minotaur reacted quickly, and found the mutant black-armored centipede rushing out from the bushes beside him. He jumped up and dodged the bite of the mutant black-armored centipede. Lynch saw the red-clothed Minotaur jump into the air and raised his gun without hesitation. With a bang, a pet capsule shot out and turned into a white jade tiger in the air. With a blessing of 44 speed, it instantly arrived in front of the red-clothed Minotaur. The red-clothed Minotaur was obviously much stronger than the average crystal-based Minotaur. He grabbed the red crystal double-edged axe on his back and slashed at the flying white jade tiger. The tiger claws collided with the red crystal double-edged axe, and sparks flew everywhere. The white jade tiger was chopped down, and several of the tiger claws were cut off. The situation of the Minotaurs on the other side was not optimistic. 2 crystal-based Minotaurs, whose shells were bitten through by the mutant black-armored centipede, hugged their legs and howled on the ground. The venom of the mutant black-armored centipede is very strong. Although it is not the type that can kill people in a short time, it can make people feel extremely painful. It is difficult for ordinary people to endure such pain. Once it attacks, they basically have no fighting power. The mutant black-armored centipede that failed to attack the red-clothed Minotaur turned around and flapped its wings to pounce on another crystal-based Minotaur. The 2 mutant black-armored centipedes that bit the Minotaur also pounced on other Minotaurs. One of the crystal-based Minotaurs was able to fight with a mutant black-armored centipede. The remaining 3 alloy-level Minotaurs were miserable. Under the attack of another mutant black-armored centipede, they all fell to the ground and howled miserably. They did not have the vitality of the crystal-based Minotaur, and they died of poison in a short while. Bang! Lynch fired another shot, and a black crystal stone man, with a height of more than 3 meters, rushed towards the red-clothed Minotaur, and besieged the red-clothed Minotaur together with the white jade tiger. The 5 mutant crystal-based pets taken from Zheng Guiyuan were all sent out, and Lynch stood aside to watch the battle. The Minotaur were shocked and angry. How could they have imagined that a steel-level human would have so many mutant crystal-based pets, more than the mutant pets of the Legion Commander-level bosses? The only two remaining crystal-based Minotaur hurriedly took out the pet launcher and took the opportunity to launch a few pets, which barely stabilized the situation. The two people launched a total of 6 pets, all of which were crystal-based, but there were no mutant varieties. The red-clothed Minotaur also pulled out the pet launcher. While resisting the attacks of the white jade tiger and the black crystal stone man, he launched continuously, and got 2 pets, both of which were crystal-based, a mutant big red bull, and an ordinary jade armor warrior. With the help of so many pets, the battle situation was finally stabilized. The red-clothed Minotaur was even more powerful, and the black crystal stone man retreated again and again. The black crystal body was smashed by the red crystal giant axe, and deep scars were left. I just heard from August Man that their legion has 30,000 people. I don't know how many of them are crystal bases. Lin Shen frowned secretly, worried that Wei Wufu would meet them. In terms of combat ability, Lin Shen didn't think that the Minotaur of the same level could fight Wei Wufu. Even if he faced an ordinary crystal base, Wei Wufu would have a certain chance of winning. But if there were too many Minotaurs, Wei Wufu would have no way out. After all, he was just one person, and 2 fists could not beat 4 hands. Human, I will make you pay with blood. The red-clothed Minotaur chopped the black crystal stone man to the ground with an axe, roaring excitedly. The white jade tiger and the mutant red bull fought, and it was difficult to determine the winner for a while. But the white jade tiger's claws were previously injured by the red-clothed Minotaur, and it was obviously affected, and it seemed to be at a disadvantage. The 3 mutant black armored centipedes were entangled by the other 2 crystal-based Minotaurs and crystal-based pets, and it was difficult to do anything for a while. The situation was quite unfavorable to Lin Shen. After the red-clothed Minotaur chopped the black crystal stone man to the ground, he turned around and rushed towards Lin Shen. As long as he killed Lin Shen and got his pet transmitter, those pets would fall apart. The red-clothed Minotaur had long coveted Lin Shen's 5 mutant crystal-based pets and wanted to take them all for himself, otherwise he would continue to attack the black crystal stone man, and the black crystal stone man would be dead in a few more attacks. Lin Shen had no intention of running away, and he urged his horse to rush towards the red-clothed Minotaur. You are courting death. Seeing that Lin Shen dared to rush forward, the red-clothed Minotaur became even more angry, as if he was insulted. Lin Shen's spear was very fast, but that was only for the alloy level. The red-clothed Minotaur did not take that speed seriously. However, when Lin Shen charged, the steel armor on his body became redder and redder, and soon it was like a red-hot iron block, emitting a brilliant glow that looked very hot. Go to hell! The red-clothed Minotaur ignored him at all, and his majestic body burst out at an unimaginable speed. With the sound of a sonic boom, he raised his double-edged giant axe and flew into the air. While rushing towards Lin Shen, the red crystal giant axe slashed down wildly, trying to smash the spear in Lin Shen's hand, and smash him and his horse together. Lin Shen did not thrust out his spear, but pulled the trigger of the angel revolver. At the same time, he jumped up from the back of the iron-horned horse and rushed towards the red-clothed Minotaur, who was slashing in the air at a faster speed. Chapter 111. The red-clothed Minotaur was startled when he saw Lin Shen shooting at him. Lin Shen had fired 5 mutated crystal-based pets in succession before, which was really too scary. Now another one was fired, which made him subconsciously think that it was another mutated crystal-based pet. He slightly adjusted the direction of the double-edged axe, and met the pet flying at high speed. What he didn't expect was that the pet actually responded to the axe, and was split in half like a paper pet. It was just a steel pet. The red-clothed Minotaur had no time to be angry that he was fooled, because he saw Lin Shen actually jump to his side at the same speed. This scared the red-clothed Minotaur again. How could a steel-level pet have such a fast speed? Even if he took stimulants, it would not be so fast. Without time to think about it, the red-clothed Minotaur burst out with the power of the wild, roaring and forcibly changing the direction of the double-edged axe that was chopped down, sweeping across Lin Shen. The red-clothed Minotaur thought to himself, "You are in the air, and cannot use your power to avoid my axe. I will cut you in half even if I have to take a shot from you. I am a crystal-based person. You can't even defend against my shot. You are a piece of rubbish. I will kill you with one axe." But the next second, the red-clothed Minotaur's eyes widened to the limit. Lin Shen, who was in the air, somehow jumped up again in the air, dodged his sweeping axe, and turned over his head at a faster speed. Lin Shen was upside down, and at the moment when he almost turned over head to head with the red-clothed Minotaur, he stretched out his hand and tapped his neck hard. The red-hot, bright iron rod-like finger hit the red-clothed Minotaur's neck hard. Sparks flew everywhere, just like the iron flowers from forging iron. The red-clothed Minotaur was shocked and angry. He was not an ascender, but he could change direction in the air by using the force. This was too weird. But he thought, even if he could hit him, what would it matter? A steel-level trash couldn't even break his defense. But when he was hit by Lin Shen, he suddenly felt as if his body was imprisoned by some magical power. He lost his ability to move, and fell straight down, while swinging his axe. After pressing the red-clothed Minotaur's acupoints, Lin Shen didn't wait for himself to land. He fired a shot at another crystal-based Minotaur, who was fighting. At the same time, he stepped on his right foot with his left foot, and rushed out in the air like a bullet. The other crystal-based Minotaur was panicked when he saw that the Deputy Legion Commander was knocked down by the steel-level human face-to-face with a finger. He dodged the pets that shot at him in a panic, but he had no ability to deal with Lin Shen, who rushed over his head at the same time. Lin Shen easily pinned him down and rushed out again. The remaining crystal-based Minotaur was already scared. Lin Shen didn't even touch the ground, but he managed to deal with the Deputy Legion Commander and a crystal-based warrior with just one finger, which made him wonder if Lin Shen was an ascender. How could a genetically modified creature play like this? It was like it could fly. In the end, the already scared crystal-based Minotaur was also pinned by Lin Shen on the acupoints, and stood there unable to move. Lin Shen quickly took away the pet launchers of all of them, and all the pets stopped and looked at Lin Shen. Now their master has changed to Lin Shen. Thank you for the gift, my friend. Lin Shen had the urge to bow to the Minotaurs. 5 crystal-based Minotaurs and 5 pet launchers. They were going to be rich. In addition to the pet launchers and the pets inside, Lin Shen was more interested in the helmets and clothes on them. Clothes that could penetrate the base mutated substances and would not be damaged were so convenient. The effect of the helmet seemed to be very strange. August Man was able to find him lying on the grass slope because of that helmet. I ask you, answer. If you answer well, I will let you live. If you answer badly, you will leave your life. Lin Shen walked up to the Minotaurs in red and pointed at him with his dead powder. Kill me if you want to. The Minotaurs in red were still very stubborn, with a tough attitude that said, kill me now. Very good, I like tough guys. Lin Shen stabbed the Minotaurs in red directly in the waist. The instant speed and the armor-piercing spikes directly pierced the shell of the red-clothed Minotaur and pierced into his waist. The hardness of the shell of the red-clothed Minotaur is comparable to that of a mutant crystal base, and the shell is thicker than that of an ordinary person. The stab only penetrated a few inches and failed to pierce his waist directly. But it doesn't matter. Lin Shen pulled out the dead powder and looked at the red-clothed Minotaur and asked again, what now? Trash human, don't dream. The great super-burning warrior will not bow to a trash race like humans. The red-clothed Minotaur stiffened his neck and roared and cursed. I really admire you more and more. Lin Shen was not angry either, and smiled at the red-clothed Minotaur. The red-clothed Minotaur still cursed, but Lin Shen was still not angry, just looking at him silently. But gradually, the red-clothed Minotaur's curse became lower, and a look of horror gradually appeared on his face. You, what did you do to me? The red-clothed Minotaur felt that something was wrong with his body. After being acupunctured, although he could not move, he could still feel the power flowing in his body. But now he felt that the power in his body seemed to solidify, and his brain was not working well, as if it was about to become rigid. Lin Shen looked at the red-clothed Minotaur like that, and the base transformation fluid in his body solidified into a solid, and he completely lost his vitality, and turned into a lifeless crystal-based statue. The remaining 2 Minotaurs looked at Lin Shen as if they were looking at a monster. You choose one. Do you want to die in pain like them, or do you want to be like him and become an immortal statue? I suggest you choose the latter, and the world will remember your majestic figure. Lin Shen glanced at the 2 crystal-based Minotaurs, who were almost dying of pain on the ground not far away, and said, I, a super-burning warrior, will never be a slave. The crystal-based Minotaur shouted with gritted teeth. Lin Shen said nothing and directly ordered the mutant black-armored centipede to bite it, and the intense pain gradually came. The Minotaur gritted his teeth and endured it at first, but it didn't last long, and finally couldn't help howling heartbreakingly. What about you? Do you choose it yourself, or do I choose it for you? Lin Shen looked at the last Minotaur. What do you want to know? The Minotaur asked tremblingly. My question is very simple. Lin Shen smiled. What he asked was not confidential, but just asked how many people from the Super Burning Tribe came this time, what level they were, and how they came. And what are the uses of these equipment on them, and how to use them. This Minotaur was quite cooperative, and explained all the questions asked by Lin Shen. After hearing this, Lin Shen was surprised and happy. He had learned from August Man that the Super Burning Clan had 30,000 warriors. The scary thing was that 3,000 of the 30,000 warriors were crystal-based, and the rest were alloy. In the words of the Minotaur, the iron level was not worthy of being a Super Burning Warrior. The good news was that the Minotaur said that the teleportation device could not teleport ascendants, and only mutants could enter here. In other words, although there were many Super Burning Clan warriors, the strongest Legion commander was only a crystal-based, which was very beneficial to Lin Shen. As long as there were no ascendants, Lin Shen was not very afraid. Even if he couldn't beat them, he had the ability to escape. What surprised Lin Shen the most was the devices on them. Chapter 112. The tights they wore were called Super Burning Suits. The Minotaur didn't know how they were made. The Super Burning Suits themselves had certain defensive functions. The most important thing was that they could penetrate the base mutated substances, and would not block the form of the base mutated shell. The helmet was called the Super Burning Helmet, which was similar to a thermal imaging device, but it could not see the heat source, but the energy in the body of the base mutated person. According to the energy in the body of the base mutated person, the level of the base mutated person could be roughly judged. Lin Shen took a Super Burning Helmet from a dead Minotaur, and put it on his head. The helmet was too big for Lin Shen, and there were 2 holes for the horns on it. I thought it would be very unsuitable to wear. But after putting it on, and starting it up, the Super Burning Helmet actually shrunk to fit Lin Shen's head shape, and there was no discomfort at all. Looking outside through the front goggles, the clarity was quite good, and there was almost no obstruction to the vision. Looking at the Minotaur corpse on the ground, the Super Burning Helmet did not react. Then he looked at the living Minotaur warrior, and the goggles immediately showed a red blood bar next to it. The blood bar was divided into grids. The more grids on the blood bar, the stronger the opponent's base energy. The crystal-based Minotaur has 3 grids. According to him, under normal circumstances, steel has only 1 grid, alloy has 2 grids, and crystal-based has 3 grids. If it exceeds 3 grids, it is an ascender. This thing is still quite useful. Even if the opponent does not use the base power, you can roughly see the opponent's level. Lin Shen is quite satisfied with the Super Burning Helmet. Every Super Burning Warrior is equipped with a Super Burning Helmet and a Super Burning Suit, but not every Super Burning Warrior can be equipped with a pet launcher. Among these Super Burning Warriors, there are 5 with pet launchers, and the 3 alloy warriors do not have them. According to the Minotaur, not every crystal-based Super Burning Warrior has one, and most of them do not have one. The reason why they all have them is that they are the guards of the Deputy Commander, so they are equipped with pet launchers. Lin Shen tried it, and the speed of their pet launchers is much worse than that of the Angel Revolver. The pet launchers of these guards have a firing rate of only 20 to 30, and the firing rate of the Deputy Commander's pet launcher is 38 to 9, and it can't reach 40. However, even if the firing rate is 20 to 30, it is much faster than activating it by hand, and it is still a good thing. For humans, it is even more valuable. There are also many pets inside. There are 16 crystal-based ones, and the only mutant crystal-based one is a mutant Big Red Bull on the Deputy Commander, and there are also many alloy pets. Lin Shen changed his weapon to a new one. He filled the Angel Revolver with crystal capsules, 6 of which were mutant. Have a nice trip. After asking questions, Lin Shen took off his Super Burning Helmet and asked the Black Crystal Stone Man to smash his head with a punch, so that he could go on the road without pain. August Man directly said that he wanted to enslave humans, which shows that there must be human slaves in their tribe, otherwise August Man would not have blurted it out. For such a race, Lin Shen would not have any mercy. He took off their Super Burning uniforms and helmets, and those battle axes were also good things, all packed up and hung on the back of the Big Red Bull. What surprised Lin Shen the most was not these, but when killing these Minotaurs, the Heaven Sacrifice actually responded. Every time a Minotaur was killed, the Heaven Sacrifice aura was strengthened. It seems that anyone who comes in with a teleportation watch, no matter what race or style of teleportation watch, is considered my teammate. This makes it convenient for me to accumulate the Heaven Sacrifice aura. Lin Shen was very satisfied. However, Lin Shen did not use the power of the Heaven Sacrifice aura. He relied on his own strength to complete the operations just now. After killing these 8 Minotaurs, the total blessing that the Heaven Sacrifice aura can give him has reached 47, that is, if the power of the Heaven Sacrifice aura is used, all his surrounding attributes will be added by 47. This power is already horrible and unimaginable, and it is not much different from the previous bombardment of the Giant King. Unfortunately, the power of the Heaven Sacrifice can only be used once, and it must be accumulated again after use. Lin Shan has no plan to use it for the time being. Such power is Lin Shan's biggest trump card. If he encounters insurmountable difficulties, he can rely on this blow to carve a bloody path. It is estimated that no one on King Kai's planet can resist this power. Lin Shan himself guessed that since the ascenders from the Super Burning Clan could not enter, it is estimated that the King Kai's cultivation device could not enter either. As long as there are no ascenders, the blessing given to him by the heavenly sacrifice halo is invincible. Of course, Lin Shan has no way to confirm that there are no ascenders on King Kai's planet, so he should be low-key when he can, because life is more important than anything else. Lin Shan put on the red super burning battle suit of the Deputy Legion Commander, and the battle suit automatically tightened and fit his body. The place on his waist that was pierced by the dead powder was almost invisible. The tightness of this battle suit was very good. Wearing the battle suit and helmet, Lin Shan had an idea and put away all his things. He even put the heaven backpack into the backpack of the Deputy Legion Commander. He wore a pet transmitter of the Deputy Legion Commander on his waist, plus the red crystal battle axe. Riding the big red bull, no one should be able to tell that he was Lin Shan. In this way, even if he was discovered by humans and broadcast live, no one would know that he was the second-generation ancestor Lin Shan before. There are other secrets to enter King Kai's planet, and they will not be discovered by others. Will humans mistake me for a super burning warrior with this outfit? Lin Shan looked at himself. This red tights made him feel a little embarrassed. After thinking about it, Lin Shan took out a large white robe from his backpack and put it on outside. He finally felt better. It's time to go on a killing spree. Lin Shan thought he could hunt down some lone super burning warriors, get more battle suits, helmets, and battle axes, and sell them for a good price. Of course, what Lin Shan wanted most was the pet transmitter, which could be sold for a high price. After preparing everything, Lin Shan rode the big red bull and set off again. After Mo Xingqi from the Cape base teleported in, he found that most of the more than 20 base changers around him were steel level 1s responsible for logistics in the camp, and there were only a few alloy level 1s. He was a crystal-based person, and he had to be careful when he was traveling on King Kai with more than 20 logistics personnel. Fortunately, they were teleported to the grass slope. Except for not noticing the poisonous insects hidden in the grass at the beginning, and a few steel level 1s were bitten by the poisonous insects, they didn't encounter any danger later. With their strength, as long as they were careful not to be bitten by poisonous insects, there was no danger on the grass slope. Originally, Mo Xingqi thought that he could be a Nani safely on this trip, not seeking merit, but just hoping to bring everyone back alive. But he encountered a team of super burning warriors. Seeing hundreds of alloy super burning warriors riding on alloy black bulls, led by 7 or 8 crystal-based super burning warriors, rushing like a lion group, everyone was shocked. Even Mo Xingqi's face turned ugly. Chapter 113. Others don't know where these guys with strange clothes and horns on their heads come from. As the key training target of the younger generation of the family, Mo Xingqi has been to many alien planets, and has heard of the Super Burning Clan, but he has never seen them before. The main reason is that there are too many races in the universe, and he has never encountered the Super Burning Clan on the alien planets he has been to. Escape separately, I will hold them off for a while. Mo Xingqi gave the order directly. The other side was outnumbered, and their level was not comparable to that of the logistics personnel he brought. Now they can only escape one by one, otherwise not even one will survive. The logistics personnel behind him fled in all directions, and Mo Xingqi pulled out an ice crystal sword, and held a pet launcher in his other hand, and his body was wrapped in a blue shell. My sword has not been stained with super burning blood, so let's have some meat today. Mo Xingqi urged the 6-hoofed Tyrannosaurus Rex to sit down, and rushed towards the super burning legion that was as fierce as a wolf. Bang, bang, bang. Continuous gunshots. Crystal-based pets flew out one after another, facing the super burning legion. The super burning legion also threw out pet capsules one after another. Among them, a crystal-based super burning warrior had a pet launcher in his hand, and launched crystal-based pets one after another. The battle here immediately attracted many humans from the mother planet to watch. They had seen super burning warriors in images from other perspectives before, but they were scattered and had not had a large-scale conflict with humans. This was the first time to see so many super burning warriors. Seeing Mo Xingqi fighting so many super burning warriors alone, my heart was hanging, knowing that Mo Xingqi's trip was likely to be dangerous. Knowing that it is impossible, he still did it. Mo Xingqi is worthy of being a mutant from the Cape base, and a strong man among humans. Let me in. I want to fight with Mo Xingqi, and kill all those bastards of the Super Burning Clan. Thousands of ships are going with the flow, but only one rider is going against the flow. It is sad and heroic. People gave the greatest respect and admiration to Emo Xingqi, who wanted to fight against the Super Burning Legion on his own. There has never been a lack of heroes among humans, but heroes often bleed and cry. Beasts were biting each other, and swords and axes were fighting. Emo Xingqi's pets were intercepted by the pets on the opposite side, and they were outnumbered. Even so, Emo Xingqi still did not hesitate at all, and the six-hoofed Tyrannosaurus rushed into the Super Burning Legion. Waving the ice crystal long sword in his hand, he swung it wantonly. Wherever the long sword went, an alloy Super Burning warrior had his throat cut by the sword before he could see what happened. The man passed, the sword left, but the blood was not seen. After the six-hoofed Tyrannosaurus rushed out for several meters, the blood spurted out from the throat of the Super Burning warrior like a spring. Emo Xingqi's swordsmanship was as treacherous as clouds, unpredictable, and the sword left no trace. If it was a one-on-one duel, this swordsmanship was enough to compete with any swordsmanship master. But in the battle formation, there was no room for illusion. Countless battle axes chopped down continuously. Emo Xingqi could not dodge in time, so he could only swing his sword to meet them. No matter how many changes in swordsmanship, it was useless. The sword and the axe collided continuously, and the sound of collision was endless. The sword is always a light weapon, and it is at a disadvantage to compete with heavy weapons. Under the siege of 4 crystal-based Super Burning warriors, Emo Xingqi's sword blade was broken into gaps one after another. The other Super Burning warriors separated like wolves and chased after the fleeing logistics personnel, obviously intending to kill them all. Seeing that he was unable to stop the Super Burning army, Emo Xingqi's eyes suddenly showed murderous intent, and he suddenly jumped up from the back of the six-hoofed Tyrannosaurus. Like a glimpse of a startled wild goose, he merged with his sword and turned into a phantom that flashed past a crystal-based Super Burning warrior. The sword passed, and the head fell. Emo Xingqi also fell into more Super Burning warriors. Although his sword was sharp, it was like the last sunset glow at dusk. Although the glow was thousands of feet high, it was only the last afterglow, and it was about to be submerged in the crowd. The people watching the battle were dead silent. Perhaps most people were not heroes, and could not become heroes, but this did not mean that they had no heroic spirit in their hearts. In Emo Xingqi, they saw the look they had longed for in their childhood, and how much they hoped that a miracle would happen, and that figure could soar into the sky again, and become a hero who saved the world as in their childhood dreams. But if miracles can happen at random, they are no longer miracles. The wolf-like Super Burning warriors are about to catch up with the logistics personnel. The six-legged Tyrannosaurus roared angrily and powerlessly during the siege, and his body was already covered with scars. The blue color in the Super Burning warrior group was about to become the last remaining light before the darkness came. Suddenly, the rumbling sound of hooves came, and the sound like thunder and drums was still so unique in the noisy battlefield. Everyone's eyes subconsciously looked in the direction of the hoof sound, and saw a huge red bull like a mammoth running wildly from the grass slope on the left. The body of the big red bull was obviously much taller and more majestic than the big black bulls of these Super Burning warriors. Its body was crystal clear like jade, and it had a kind of arrogance that could knock a hole in the mountain. On the back of the big red bull, there was a knight in a white robe and red clothes, wearing a helmet, holding a revolver in one hand and a blood crystal double-edged axe in the other. There were many axes and helmets stuck on the package behind him, which looked extremely weird. Is that a human or a Super Burning tribe? What a weird guy. It's over, it looks like this one is stronger. Is it a helper of the Super Burning tribe? My Emo Xingqi, I just met you today, you must not die. People were looking at the weird Red Bull Knight, and the Super Burning warriors were also looking at him. They naturally knew in their hearts that he was definitely not a warrior of the Super Burning tribe. There was no adult of the Super Burning tribe who was less than 2 meters tall, and it was impossible for them to have no horns. They knew that it was not one of their own, but they were all shocked when they saw the mutant big Red Bull he was sitting on, the red battle suit and helmet on his body, and the blood crystal battle axe in his hand. They naturally recognized that it was the property of a deputy commander of the pioneering army. How could it fall into the hands of someone else? Looking at the huge axe and helmet stuck in the bag behind him, they were even more shocked. Among those huge axes, there were actually several pure crystal-based axes, which were weapons that only guards crystal-based warriors were qualified to use, and they were different from the crystal-inlaid battle axes used by ordinary Super Burning warriors. Could it be that the guy killed the deputy commander and his guards alone? Several crystal-based Super Burning warriors couldn't help but have such thoughts in their hearts. Before they could think about it carefully, the big Red Bull Knight had not arrived yet, but he had already fired continuously. One by one, the pet capsules turned into crystal-based pets in the air and rushed into the battlefield. With the addition of 8 crystal-based pets, Mo Xingqi, who was already almost unable to resist the siege, suddenly felt a great reduction in pressure. Mo Xingqi desperately waved the long sword that was full of gaps and looked like a sawtooth. In his peripheral vision, he saw a knight like a raging fire running towards him and rushing into the battle formation. Chapter 114. Lin Shen wandered around, looking for mutant creatures and super burning warriors to hunt. Who knew that he had not walked for long before he saw Mo Xingqi and others being besieged by a team of super burning warriors. Originally, Lin Shen looked at it from a distance and did not intend to meddle in other people's business. Who knows if it would be an ungrateful person like Zhang Yan. Lin Shen was also a person who was bitten by a snake once and was afraid of the rope for 10 years. What if he rescued someone and then provoked an ascender to hunt him down? I don't know if he would be so lucky to be surrounded and rescued by the black-capped mushroom beast. So he looked at it from a distance. When he was hesitating, he saw Mo Xingqi's feat of standing alone against the super burning army, and he was still somewhat touched. After hesitating for a while, Lin Shen still rushed out on the big Red Bull. He did not use the Angel Revolver, but just used the pet launcher of the Deputy Legion Commander to shoot out the several crystal-based pets he had put in. He rushed over with the blood crystal double-edged giant axe in his hand, just pretending, and did not intend to really fight with those crystal-based super-burning warriors. When he got close, he planned to throw the blood crystal double-edged battle axe as a flying blade, and then pull out the other 2 pet launchers on his waist to shoot, catching them off guard. Lin Shen didn't want to do this, but he didn't know how to use this kind of battle axe. He could stab a few times with a spear, but he really couldn't use the battle axe. The plan was very good, but before Lin Shen found a chance to throw the flying axe, the super burning warriors who besieged Mo Xingqi suddenly turned around and ran, riding big black bulls, one by one, running faster than the other. Even the super burning warriors, who went to chase the logistics personnel, turned their mounts and ran away desperately. This really confused Lin Shen. How come these super burning warriors were so much more cowardly than August Man and the others? They all ran away before the fight even started. Lin Shen really wanted to tell them, "Don't run away, my strength is not good, and I am terrible at using axes, so stop playing and come and chop me." They all ran away. Who should Lin Shen go to for the battle clothes, helmets and battle axes? He saw clearly just now that one of the crystal-based super burning warriors also had a pet launcher. Although the firing rate seemed to be very low, only more than 20, it could still be sold for money. Lin Shen had no idea that the so-called pioneering army was just a nice word, but in fact it was a cannon fodder army, all used as death squads. Except for the chief and deputy commanders, and some of their cronies, they were basically all miscellaneous troops, and there were even many prisoners who had committed crimes. Being cannon fodder was also considered as a meritorious service to atone for their sins. These guys were indeed very fierce at ordinary times, but seeing Lin Shen's equipment, which was obviously stolen from the deputy commander, and carrying so many battle axes and helmets, they could not guess what was going on. The deputy commander and his guards were killed by this man. With their limited strength, they dared not fight Lin Shen head-on, and they were scared away. If one person ran away, they all ran away soon, leaving Lin Shen no chance to realize his plan. Lin Shen finally met a super burning warrior with a pet launcher, but he was not willing to let him go. He directly patted the big Red Bull and rushed towards the crystal-based super burning warrior. It's okay to not have the battle suit and helmet, but the pet launcher must be obtained. Mo Xingqi and the logistics staff were also confused. The disaster was already imminent, and everyone was determined to fight to the death. Who would have thought that those super burning legions that looked more terrifying than tigers and wolves would turn around and run away, each one faster than the other? What's going on? Mo Xingqi and the others stared blankly at a big Red Bull knight, wielding a blood crystal double-edged axe, chasing the super burning legion of hundreds of riders. The super burning legion, which was outnumbered, didn't even dare to turn their heads, and had no courage to fight them at all. Lin Shen's big Red Bull was much faster than their mounts. He caught up with a slower runner and directly raised his axe, and chopped down the super burning warrior's head. The alloy-level super burning warriors were already scared out of their wits, trembling and turning around to block with their axes, without even the courage to chop back. His alloy battle axe was no match for Lin Shen's blood crystal battle axe, and the blood crystal battle axe directly cut off the axe shaft, and then chopped off half of his body. The super burning warriors, who were fleeing in front, saw this scene, and were even more frightened. They fled in all directions, each one cherishing their lives more than the other. Fuck, whose general is that big Red Bull knight? He's so fierce. Strange, why didn't I see his exclusive video? Isn't he a human? He must be a human. How could aliens help humans? I thought Lubu was invincible, but I didn't expect there was such a fierce man as Big Red Bull Knight. Look at the axes and helmets in the big bag behind him. How many high-level super burning warriors have he killed? Great, Emotion Key is saved. One person chased a team of super burning warriors. My Big Red Bull Knight is so strong. What super burning warriors are trash? There is not even a warrior who dares to turn back and fight with my Big Red Bull Knight. Seeing Lin Shan chasing hundreds of riders, everyone felt excited and wanted to go on the field and fight with Lin Shan for thousands of miles. Many people were also very confused. Why was there no exclusive image of this person on the sky projection system? They suspected that he was not human. Emotion Key reacted and wanted to call Lin Shan, but he only saw Lin Shan raise the pet launcher in his hand, and the pets he had just launched followed and soon disappeared behind the grass slope in the distance. Ah, alas. Don't. Why is there no camera? I still want to watch the Big Red Bull Knight slaughter the Minotaur. Many people were very depressed, but there was nothing they could do. Only those who were sent from the Kai King training device had images. Lin Shan was far away from them, so naturally he couldn't see it. Who is that person? He is so brave. Could it be Ouyang Yudu? Emotion Key looked at the direction where the Big Red Bull Knight was going away with a complicated expression, and guessed secretly in his heart. The spectators knew that the Red Bull rider was not Ouyang Yudu, because at this time, Ouyang Yudu and his group encountered a group of crystal-based creatures, and were also caught in a bitter battle. Lin Shan kept chasing the Minotaur with a pet launcher, and the other Minotaurs soon saw it, and one by one, they stayed away from the Minotaur and fled. The Minotaur saw Lin Shan getting closer and closer, and was shocked and angry. He didn't know why Lin Shan kept chasing him. Warrior, you and I have no grudges in the past, and no hatred in the present. Why are you chasing me? The Minotaur shouted, while desperately urging his mount to speed up. Surrender your guns, and I won't kill you. Put down all your things and I spare your life. Lin Shan responded. I can keep my things, but how can you guarantee that you won't kill me? There are obviously some smart people among the Minotaurs. Not all of them are fools like August Man. You're the only one who talks too much nonsense. Lin Shan was impatient. Seeing that no one was around, he took out his angel revolver and shot the Minotaur. The Minotaur was startled and quickly blocked the giant axe behind him, but he didn't hear the sound of his pet hitting the axe. A mutant black armored centipede drew a strange arc, bypassed the giant axe, and hit his head. Countless claws hugged his head and bit it. Ah! The Minotaur screamed and fell off the back of the big black bull. Chapter 115. It is not known whether it was good luck or bad luck, but Ouyang Yudu and his companions were teleported into the mountainous area. Not far away, they encountered a group of four-winged gray crystal dragons. The four-winged gray crystal dragons have 2 pairs of dragon wings, and their bodies are like gray quartz stones. They are more than 10 meters long and usually live on cliffs. They lie on the stone walls, and look like part of the stone walls. You can't see them without careful observation. Ouyang Yudu and his companions had just entered the area of the four-winged gray crystal dragons, when they saw a huge creature swooping down from the mountain wall. At first glance, it was a crystal-based creature, and the brothers were quite happy, thinking that they had such a harvest as soon as they came here, which was really God's blessing. But the next second, they saw 4-winged gray crystal dragons flapping their wings and flying over the entire mountain wall. There were actually more than a dozen of them. What's more terrifying is that one of them is a 4-winged gray crystal dragon that looks like a green ghost gem, which is obviously a mutant creature. Several people quickly activated their pets and fought with the 4-winged gray crystal dragon. Ouyang Yudu did not take out his pet, but looked at the mutant 4-winged gray crystal dragon with interest. White armor like crystal and jade gradually appeared on his body, protecting his whole body. His shell style is very special. The shells of general mutants are relatively simple, while his shell is more like a complete set of armor. There are even mysterious patterns on the armor, like clouds and fog. It's a pity that Lin Shan couldn't see the armor of Bai Shenfei, otherwise he would see Ouyang Yudu's armor again, and he would find that the two are really similar, but one shape is more masculine and the other shape is more feminine. The mutant 4-winged gray crystal dragon seemed to have sensed something, staring at Ouyang Yudu with his eyes, making a dragon cry, vibrating his 4 wings and rushing towards Ouyang Yudu. Boom! The mutant 4-winged gray crystal dragon's high-speed flight caused a sonic boom, and the air waves outside its body formed a circle of air explosion rings. The mutant 4-winged gray crystal dragon dived towards Ouyang Yudu, like a super fighter flying at high speed. At the moment when it was about to reach the ground, the mutant four-winged gray crystal dragon passed by the ground, leaving a trail of afterimages. When it was about to hit Ouyang Yudu just jumped lightly, seemingly very relaxed, but just happened to ride on the neck of the mutant four-winged gray crystal dragon, and his two hands just happened to hold the dragon horns on its head on the left and right. The mutant four-winged gray crystal dragon rushed straight into the sky angrily, rolling and folding in the air, trying to throw Ouyang Yudu, who was riding on its neck, off. This wind blows so comfortably. Little gray. A little faster. Ouyang Yudu seemed to enjoy it very much. No matter how the mutant four-winged gray crystal dragon rolled and shook its head, it couldn't throw him off. During the flight, it even stood sideways, with its back against the mountain wall, trying to use the mountain wall to knock Ouyang Yudu down. There was a series of crackling noises, and a deep scar several hundred meters long was scratched on the mountain wall, but Ouyang Yudu still held onto it. Boom boom boom. The mutant four-winged gray crystal dragon continued to accelerate, forming circles of air explosions in the air, but it was still useless. The spectators were stunned. Many people in ordinary bases had never seen anyone play like this, and they all felt it was too crazy. Ouyang Yudu in the air laughed very wantonly, and even when the mutant gray crystal dragon rushed into the sky, he let go of his hands and sat up straight, as if he was enjoying the huge wind pressure coming towards him, and only relied on the strength of his legs to clamp the mutant gray crystal dragon's neck. Plop! The mutant gray crystal dragon failed to throw him off, and suddenly rushed down like a sharp arrow, instantly piercing into a lake from 1,000 meters high, stirring up waves more than 10 times high. This is too much. Ouyang Yudu won't play himself to death, right? I don't think so. He is Ouyang Yudu. So what about Ouyang Yudu? He is also a person. He will die. It's not good to die like this. Just as people were talking about it, they suddenly heard a splash of water, and the mutant gray crystal dragon climbed onto the shore from the lake. Ouyang Yudu was still riding on its neck, and the man and the dragon were all covered with water, flowing everywhere. The mutant gray crystal dragon lowered its head, and Ouyang Yudu's body slid down and lay directly on the ground, looking at the sky motionless. What did I say? You've gone too far. If you don't do it, you won't die. Can't you just stay calm? The Ouyang family must be crying. The successor they cultivated with great difficulty just died like this. People watched the mutant gray crystal dragon open its mouth and stretch it towards Ouyang Yudu, who was lying motionless on the ground, thinking that it was going to swallow Ouyang Yudu. The next second, everyone's eyes widened. The mutant gray crystal dragon did not bite Ouyang Yudu, but instead spit out a small gray-green key from its mouth. What did I see? Wild Crystal Base recognized its master. Is this really something that humans can do? I said, Ouyang Yudu is Ouyang Yudu, not something that mortals can imagine. Fuck, Wild Crystal Base recognized its master. How low is the probability? And it's a mutant crystal base. Thanks to the sky projection system for giving me a lot of knowledge. Is this possible? Under the gazes of countless people, some envious, some jealous, and some admiring, Ouyang Yudu reached out to catch the key, but did not take it back. He sat up and hugged the head of the mutant gray crystal dragon, and stroked the gray-green scales on its cheek with his fingers. The mutant gray crystal dragon was very obedient, without any resistance. After releasing the mutant gray crystal dragon, Ouyang Yudu did something that no one expected, and actually threw the pet key back to the mutant gray crystal dragon. The mutant gray crystal dragon opened its mouth to swallow the key, but once again leaned down in front of Ouyang Yudu. Ouyang Yudu turned over and rode on it. The mutant gray crystal dragon let out a dragon roar, and its four wings fluttered wildly and soared into the sky, carrying Ouyang Yudu straight into the sky. From now on, you are my little gray. The armor on Ouyang Yudu's body retreated, revealing his true face, and he opened his hands and enjoyed the impact of the wind pressure wantonly. The dragon roared in the sky, and the four-winged gray crystal dragons that were originally fighting with other mutants stopped, looking up at the mutant gray crystal dragon and Ouyang Yudu in the sky. This time, Ouyang Yudu became completely famous all over the world, and everyone knew that the God's Love base had produced a proud child. Young man, being too ostentatious is not a good thing. If you want to be ostentatious, you have to have the ability to do it. Before the sky projection system, I thought the alloy-based mutators at our base were already super strong. Now I realize that alloys are nothing. Ouyang Yudu, when I grow up and marry you, I must protect your virginity. Who do you think is stronger, the big Red Bull Knight or Ouyang Yudu? I think Ouyang Yudu is stronger. I just want to ask if you have heard of wild mutant crystal bases recognizing their master? I still think the big Red Bull Knight is stronger. He is a fierce man that the 100-man Super Burning Legion will run away when they see him. For a while, all major bases were discussing this topic, who is stronger, the the Big Red Bull Knight or Ouyang Yudu. There are obviously more people supporting Ouyang Yudu, because the Big Red Bull Knight has not really demonstrated his power, and no one knows whether he is human or not. Not only the Big Red Bull Knight and Ouyang Yudu, more and more young strong men have shown amazing talent and fighting power on King Kai's planet. In fact, the humans sent over from the King Kai training device are all from super bases, and there are many successors trained by large families. They can be said to be the most elite young people among humans at present. Chapter 116. Lin Shan didn't know that others compared him to Ouyang Yudu, and even if he knew, he was too lazy to care, especially at this time. Little bastard, don't let me catch you, otherwise you will be miserable. Lin Shan threw the water bag to the ground angrily. After killing the super burning warrior and fleecing him, Lin Shan continued to look for mutant creatures and other minotaurs. Just below a grass slope not far from where the super burning warrior was killed, Lin Shan found a colorful iron rooster. Ordinary iron roosters are the color of pig iron, but the feathers on this iron rooster are colorful and look very gorgeous. Lin Shan killed so many mutant poisonous insects on this grass slope, but this mutant iron rooster was the first time he saw it. Originally, he thought that this kind of steel-level small mutation could be knocked down directly with one shot, so Lin Shan didn't care much and fired a shot from a distance on the grass slope. Who knew that the mutant iron rooster fell to the ground and disappeared? When Lin Shan ran over, he saw that there was a grass hole the size of a football where the mutant iron rooster fell. He pushed aside the grass next to the hole and looked inside. He originally thought that the body of the mutant iron rooster fell inside, but who knew that there was nothing inside? The hole was not deep, but it turned inside. I don't know where it turned to. The shot just now didn't hit? Lin Shan was a little confused. Although the pet launcher he used was the one with more than 20 speeds, it was not something that a steel creature could dodge. Just when he wanted to get a pet into the hole to look for it, he heard a clucking sound coming from behind. Turning his head, he saw that the mutant iron rooster was sticking its neck out of a grass hole on the other side of the grass slope, and was still barking at Lin Shan, as if provoking him. If you don't take the road to heaven, you will come to hell. Lin Shan quickly drew his gun and fired, thinking that this time he would be foolproof. As a result, after firing a shot, the iron rooster shrank back, and the pet crashed into the grass slope, causing the grass leaves to fly, but the iron rooster was not hit. Lin Shan ran over and took another look. This hole was the same as the previous one, with a bend inside. Before Lin Shan could study it carefully, the rooster's cry came from the other side, and the iron rooster stretched out his neck from another grass hole. Lin Shan was so angry. This was clearly a provocation to him. Lin Shan remained calm and deliberately didn't look at the place where the mutant iron rooster was. He quietly took out the angel revolver and thought, I want to see whether your neck shrinks faster or my bullet is faster. While pretending to walk in another direction, he suddenly turned back and fired a shot, and the mutant black-armored centipede flew out like lightning. You won't die this time. Lin Shan secretly made up his mind, but the result made him widen his eyes. The shot missed, and the mutant iron rooster shrank back again. Impossible? Can a steel creature avoid the shooting of the angel revolver? Lin Shan was surprised. The mutant iron rooster appeared in another hole. For the next half an hour, Lin Shan was like playing whack-a-mole, constantly shooting at the mutant iron rooster, who was reckless. The result surprised him very much. He didn't hit it once. The mutant iron rooster didn't run away, but confronted him, which made Lin Shan's mentality explode. You want to play with me? Okay, I help you. Lin Shan gritted his teeth and got out all 3 mutant black-armored centipedes, letting them each drill into a hole. With the speed of the mutant black-armored centipedes, as long as they meet the mutant stingy rooster in the cave, they will definitely be able to catch up with it and kill it. Who knew that after the 3 mutant black-armored centipedes drilled in, they did not react for a long time. Instead, the mutant stingy rooster drilled out from another hole, stretched its neck and clucked at Lin Shan, as if mocking him. Is this chicken really a spirit? Lin Shan was depressed. He still had a glimmer of hope, waiting for the mutant black-armored centipedes to catch it in the cave, but the result made him very disappointed. He didn't know whether the 3 mutant black-armored centipedes had low IQ or the situation in the cave was too complicated. Anyway, after waiting for a long time, they still couldn't crawl to the entrance of the cave, where the mutant stingy rooster was. Lin Shan estimated that there must be many branches in the cave, and the 3 mutant black-armored centipedes didn't know the way, so they might have lost their way inside. After thinking about it, Lin Shan simply summoned all his pets, one pet blocking each entrance of the cave, and he had to catch the mutant stingy rooster. Lin Shan kept firing, forcing the mutant stingy to move to different holes. There were more than 20 holes on this grass slope. Fortunately, Lin Shan had enough pets to guard all the holes. Where will you run this time? Lin Shan saw that the mutant Stingy had not appeared for a while, and knew that all the holes must have been guarded. It was only a matter of time before the 3 mutant black-armored centipedes caught the mutant Stingy. Play with me. I have never lost in games since I was a child. I always get full marks in whack-a-mole. Lin Shan boasted shamelessly. After bragging for a while, Lin Shan felt a little bored. No matter how much he bragged, he was still fooled by the mutant iron rooster. He could only use cheating methods to kill it. Just when he was depressed, he suddenly saw the mutant iron rooster rushing out from a hole not far away, flapping its wings and rushing forward desperately. Soon, a mutant black-armored centipede also rushed out from the same hole. The speed of the mutant iron rooster was not that fast. It was able to avoid the shooting of the angel revolver before, mainly because it only stuck out its head. When Lin Shan fired, it shrank back. In terms of pure speed, this mutant iron rooster is indeed much faster than ordinary steel creatures, and can almost compete with mutant alloys in speed. This surprised Lin Shan a little. He had never seen a basic creature that could break through its own level limit in speed. Seeing that the place where the mutant iron rooster rushed out was not far from him, Lin Shan hurriedly rode the big red bull and rushed over, wanting to catch the mutant iron rooster alive to see what was so special about it. The mutant iron rooster flapped its wings and landed at a place below the grass slope. The mutant black-armored centipede behind it had also caught up, but Lin Shan didn't let the mutant black-armored centipede bite it. He rode the big red bull and chased after it. Plop! Seeing that he was about to catch up, the mutant iron rooster was right in front of him, but Lin Shan suddenly felt his body falling down. There was actually a big hole here, with grass leaves intertwined and covered tightly. Nothing could be seen from the outside. The big red bull ran up and fell directly. Oh my god, there is a trap! Lin Shan was shocked and didn't care about much at this time. He stepped on the back of the big red bull, flew up, and landed outside the cave. The big red bull and the mutant iron rooster both fell down. Lin Shan quickly lay on the edge of the cave and looked down. He didn't know how deep the cave was. It was pitch black and he couldn't see anything below, but he heard a plop, which should be water. Fortunately, Lin Shan was well prepared. He quickly took out a high-power flashlight from his backpack and shone it into the cave. Chapter 117. When the strong light shined in, the big red bull was immediately seen below, but the mutant miser was nowhere to be found. The cave was estimated to be more than 10 meters deep. Apart from the grass slope and soil on the top, the bottom was all black rocks with a metallic luster. The big red bull stood in the water, and the water just covered its calves, not very deep. The flashlight shone on the water surface, and actually penetrated directly to the bottom. The water here was clear and visible to the bottom. But this was not the main problem. The problem was that Lin Shan actually saw golden bricks in the water. Yes, it was bricks. The bottom of the water was covered with golden bricks. The size of the golden bricks was about the same as that of ordinary red bricks, and you could vaguely see strange patterns on them. Hey, how could there be artificial things here? Are there really natives on King Kai? Lin Shan had been here several times, and had been to some places. Apart from the genetically modified creatures, he had not seen any alien creatures similar to humans. Although there are some genetically modified creatures with high IQs, even smarter than humans, very few genetically modified creatures would make anything. On the contrary, humanoid creatures, such as the Celestials and the Superburning tribe, all have their own technology and manufacturing industry. The big red bull did not find any danger below, and Lin Shan asked the mutant black-armored centipede to check, but also did not find anything dangerous. Could it be that the story of the ancient king of the world, and the 3 treasure chests that Tian Xian said is true? Could this be the place where the ancient king of the world was buried? Although Lin Shan thought it should not be so coincidental, he was still a little curious. Fortunately, there was no danger below. Lin Shan took protective measures, and carefully went down into the cave. There is an arched waterway under the cave, which is obviously artificially built. The whole waterway is built with gold-like bricks. The space is very large, similar to a subway tunnel. The water is not deep, but it is running water. It flows from one end of the tunnel to the other end. When it is more than 100 meters ahead, the water turns. The Kai King cultivation device will not teleport people to this planet for no reason, and the name of this Kai King cultivation device seems to be in conflict with the ancient Kai King. Is there really something here? Lin Shan kept shining a flashlight around. The place where he fell was a gap in the arched waterway. For some reason, a big hole collapsed here, and many gold bricks fell into the water. Lin Shan picked up a gold brick and tried it. It was not real gold, but the color and texture were somewhat similar. However, This thing is much harder than gold. It may be some kind of alloy material. Using so many alloy materials to build such a large project is no small feat. Lin Shen became more and more curious. After thinking about it, he decided to see what was inside first. Of course, he would not take risks by himself. He summoned the white jade tiger and let it explore the way ahead. He went upstream for a short distance before reaching the end. There was only a sluice at the end. Outside the sluice was an underground undercurrent, and there was nothing else. Lin Shen had no choice but to turn around and follow the water flow. After turning a few corners along the waterway, the scene in front of him suddenly became clear. What is that? Lin Shen looked at everything in front of him and was extremely shocked. Outside the end of this waterway was a huge underground cave. The waterway mouth was halfway up the underground cave. The water in the waterway flowed into the underground cave like a small waterfall. There were many waterways like this on the walls of the underground space, all with water flowing. The top of the entire underground cave is like a starry sky, with stars twinkling one by one. If you look closely, it is some kind of luminous crystal that illuminates the entire underground cave. On the left side of the waterway, there is a stone statue standing upright. The stone statue is as black as ink, but there are countless fluorescent lights flashing on its body, like the fluorescence reflected by quartz stone when it is illuminated by light. The shape of the stone statue is very strange. It is a half-crouching person, holding up the stone top like the starry sky with his hands and back. This action seems to be exerting force to lift up the dome, but it has not yet been lifted. There is water under the feet, but it does not look deep. The water flows from the other side of the underground cave to the deeper underground cave. Lin Shen's eyes suddenly lit up. He saw that there was a stone platform at the foot of the stone statue, and there were 3 golden treasure chests on the stone platform. Oh my god, is it really luck that I accidentally found the 3 treasure chests of the ancient king of the world that Tianqin had been looking for? Lin Shen was surprised and happy. It seems that my luck is not that good? Lin Shen did not dare to take chances, and let the mutant black armored centipede fly down to see if there was anything. The mutant black armored centipede flew around the underground hole, and found no other creatures or mechanisms, and no genetically modified creatures in the water. Lin Shen gave another order to let it fly to the stone platform. The mutant black armored centipede landed on the stone platform and slowly crawled towards one of the golden treasure chests, and soon touched the treasure chest. Nothing unusual happened. Lin Shen was happy, and quickly ordered the mutant black armored centipede to lift the golden treasure chest. The treasure chest was not very big, just a little bigger than a shoebox. The mutant black armored centipede wrapped its body around the treasure chest and flapped its wings, trying to pull it up. But no matter how hard it tried, the golden treasure chest did not move at all. It was not known whether the treasure chest was too heavy, or because of its special design. Lin Shen did not want to take the risk himself, so he ordered the mutant black armored centipede to bite the keyhole on the treasure chest directly, wanting to open the treasure chest and see what was inside first. The result surprised him a little. The mutant black armored centipede, which was already a top pet at the crystal base level, could not leave any trace on the treasure chest. This made Lin Shen more convinced that perhaps this was really the treasure chest of the ancient king of the world, and ordinary materials would definitely not be so hard. Lin Shen asked the mutant black armored centipede to try the other 2 treasure chests, but the result was still the same. It could not be pulled or bitten. Lin Shen took out the 2 golden crystal-like keys from his pocket and carefully examined the keyhole on the treasure chest. Looking at the size, it really looks like the key to open the treasure chest. Lin Shen thought to himself. One of the 2 keys was snatched from Tian Xian, and the other was found from Lao Yi. Lin Shen didn't really believe that these 2 keys were the keys to open the treasure chest of the ancient realm king. Let's give it a try, just in case it's true. Lin Shen certainly wouldn't try it himself, so he summoned the mutant black armored centipede back, let it grab a key with its claws, and flew towards the stone platform again. The mutant black armored centipede landed on the stone platform and, according to Lin Shen's instructions, inserted the key into the leftmost treasure chest keyhole. After several attempts, it still couldn't be inserted. I said, how could it be so lucky? Lin Shen had to let the mutant black armored centipede try another treasure chest. This time it was surprisingly smooth, and the key was inserted at once. With a click, the lock on the treasure chest was opened, and the lid of the treasure chest bounced up a little bit. Open the treasure chest. Lin Shen was delighted and gave the mutant black armored centipede another order. Chapter 118. The mutant black armored centipede rolled up its tail, and the lid of the treasure chest was immediately opened, which was easier than Lin Shen had imagined. There was no mechanism design, and there was only a white egg and a crystal plate in the treasure chest. A beam of light shot out from the crystal plate, projecting a few lines of words in the air. Predestined person, please read the following content patiently. If you are willing to be an enemy of the whole world, please take the things in the treasure chest. Otherwise, please lock the treasure chest again and pass the key out, waiting for the arrival of the next destined person. What do you mean? I just took an egg, and you want me to be an enemy of the whole world? Don't talk nonsense here. Lin Shen naturally didn't believe such nonsense, so he asked the mutant black armored centipede to take out the egg directly. After the egg left the treasure chest, the crystal plate projected a few more lines of words. I am very satisfied with your courage and determination, but courage and determination alone are not enough. Since you have decided to be an enemy of the whole world, then accept this evolution technique. It will be your greatest asset to be an enemy of the whole world. I hope you can survive successfully. After this text lasted for a while, new text was projected from the crystal plate. The first 7 characters that appeared were the Book of the Cowardly and Fearful of Death, and then the main content. Why is the name of this evolution technique so unserious? Are you sure you are serious? This kind of evolution technique can be an enemy of the whole world? Lin Shen felt more and more that the person who left the treasure chest was most likely making a joke. Originally, he thought that this treasure chest might really be the treasure chest left by the ancient king of the world, and he was looking forward to what treasures would be inside. If it is really the treasure that the ancient king of the world cherishes the most, then he will be really rich. Who knows that there is only an egg inside, and it is not clear what level of the base-changing egg it is for the time being, but these words make him feel that it is not something left by the ancient king of the world. After all, the ancient king of the world was once a generation of universe master. How could his most precious thing be just a base-changing egg? And the Cowardly Immortality Sutra sounds a bit unreliable, and it does not seem like an evolutionary technique left by a universe master. No matter what Lin Shen thought, the crystal board began to project the main content of the Cowardly Immortality Sutra. Lin Shen thought about it, and hurriedly took out paper and pen from his backpack to write down the content projected by the crystal board first. What if the ancient king of the world is illiterate and bad at naming, and the name he gave is not nice, but the evolutionary technique itself is really a good thing? The content of the Cowardly Immortality Sutra is quite long. If I didn't bring paper and pen, I really couldn't memorize it in a short time. After Lin Shen wrote down all the content, when he went to read the Scripture of Immortality for Fear of Death, he saw new words appearing at the end. If you have memorized the Scripture of Immortality for Fear of Death, it proves that your aptitude is not bad. If you haven't memorized it, then you don't need to memorize it again. With your aptitude, it's useless to practice it. It's better to put it down and leave. Maybe you can save your life and live longer. When these lines of words appeared, the previous content of the Scripture of Immortality for Fear of Death had disappeared. Lin Shen thought, this person is mentally ill. Doesn't he know that there is something called paper and pen? Even if there is no paper and pen, people with equipment can take pictures and videos. What's the use of your thing? After waiting for a while, the crystal plate projected new text again, seemingly because it did not sense that the egg was put back. Since you have decided, then go ahead. Life and death are determined by fate, and wealth and honor are determined by God. Child, I wish you good luck. After this text, the light beam on the crystal plate converged and disappeared, returning to its original appearance. What is this all about? Are you kidding me? Lin Shen thought about it and said, this guy is quite interesting. In this case, I can't be worse than him. Lin Shen thought about it and rummaged through his backpack, took out an ordinary steel poison bee egg he had picked up before, and asked the mutant black armored centipede to put it in. If someone comes again in the future, we can't let them go back empty-handed, right? The mutant black armored centipede pressed the lid hard, and the treasure chest was locked again. There is another key, which should correspond to the last treasure chest, right? Lin Shen took back the previous key, took out another key, and gave it to the mutant black armored centipede to open the last treasure chest. This key is the one that Lao Yi has. Lin Shen is not sure whether it can open the treasure chest. The result surprised Lin Shen. The key easily opened the last treasure chest. Like the treasure chest in the middle, there is also a white egg inside, and there is also a crystal plate, which also projects words. Predestined person, please read the following content patiently. If you choose to be an enemy of the whole world, please take the things in the treasure chest. Otherwise, please lock the treasure chest again and pass the key out, waiting for the arrival of the next destined person. The same trick again? Lin Shen was speechless. Sure enough, after taking the egg, the crystal plate projected the same words again, saying that there was an evolutionary technique, which was his capital to be an enemy of the whole world in the future. It was still the same old routine. Lin Shan originally thought it was still the scripture of the immortal of greedy life and fear of death, but the content projected was different from before. This time, the name of the evolution technique was not projected directly, but a few sentences appeared first. I am a guest in the human world. I have no intention of walking at night. The sky does not want to wait for me. I walk into the fairy court. After the 4 sentences disappeared, the name of the evolution technique, the fairy court, was projected. This is quite arrogant. Compared with the previous, the scripture of the immortal of greedy life and fear of death, it is a bit more bold, but it is still a bit petty. Lin Shan secretly complained in his heart. He took out paper and pen, wanting to record the content of the fairy court, but what was projected behind was not text, but some human-shaped pictures. Fortunately, I learned everything from music, chess, calligraphy, and painting when I was a child. Although I am not proficient, I still have a few skills. Otherwise, I would have been tricked by you. Lin Shan looked at the projected picture and immediately started to draw. Lin Shan was not being modest. He was not just being unskilled. The pictures he projected were lifelike. Although it was just a human-shaped light and shadow, without details such as facial features, the artistic conception was not bad. As a result, Lin Shan drew a stick figure. Fortunately, his drawing was not very good, but he showed the movements of the light and shadow. The light and shadow kept changing, and pictures were projected one after another, all of which were human-shaped light and shadow with different movements. Lin Shan also drew stick figures one by one. After an unknown period of time, the picture projection finally disappeared. Later, there was another round of persuasion. Lin Shan did not listen to the persuasion, and the crystal plate returned to its original appearance. Lin Shan looked at the stick figures he drew. There were more than 100 in total, and each one had a different movement. Fortunately, I am smart. Lin Shan was quite satisfied with his painting. As expected, Lin Shan took another ordinary gene-mutated egg and put it in, then locked the treasure chest again and took back the key. When there is a chance, pass these 2 keys around. Lin Shan was thinking that if someone comes here with the keys, they can get some benefits. Suddenly, Lin Shan heard a voice that sounded like someone coming from deeper underground. Chapter 119. Lin Shan quickly collected the mutant black armored centipede and shrank back, hiding in the waterway, quietly observing the situation below. After a while, Lin Shan saw a mosaic figure rushing out of the deepest cave. Hey, this should be the white goddess, right? Why is she here too? Lin Shan could only see the mosaic figure of a woman, and couldn't see what she looked like. But apart from the white goddess, he had never seen a second person with mosaics. Just thinking about it, he saw several figures rushing out of the deep cave one after another. Lin Shan was shocked when he saw them. Those figures were all made of golden crystals, with 3 arms and 6 arms. The 3 faces looked like evil spirits, and the 6 hands were holding knives, swords, rings, seals, shields, rings, and other golden crystal weapons. Just looking at their speed, they were not inferior to the mutant black armored centipede, and they were probably mutant crystal-based creatures. At this moment, more than a dozen 3-headed and 6-armed monsters rushed out and chased after Bai Shenfei. Bai Shenfei didn't find the waterway above for a while, thinking that she had reached a dead end, so she had to stop and was surrounded by those 3-headed and 6-armed monsters. A fierce battle started immediately. Before, Bai Shenfei and the Giant King had fought back and forth, and Lin Shan thought that Bai Shenfei was just SOSO. After he practiced more, even if he didn't use those cheating fire abilities, he could still compete with Bai Shenfei. But at this time, seeing Bai Shenfei fighting against more than a dozen people alone, those 3-headed and 6-armed monsters couldn't do anything to her for a while, he couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Theory of talent is really strong. Lin Shan hid and watched the battle, not daring to show his head, for fear of being discovered by those 3-headed and 6-armed monsters. Just as he was thinking about whether to quietly escape from the waterway, he heard a scream from below. A 3-headed and 6-armed monster was slapped 3 times by Bai Shenfei in an instant, and 3 heads were smashed. Bai Shenfei suddenly seemed to have taken stimulants. Not only did her speed become extremely fast, but she was also erratic like a ghost. The monsters that had been fighting back and forth with her seemed to have become lambs to be slaughtered. In a moment, Bai Shenfei killed several of them. Lin Shan knew that Bai Shenfei must have used some special ability, otherwise her combat power would not have been increased to such a terrifying level. It was a pity that she had mosaics on her body, and Lin Shan could not see any changes in her. The vitality of the 3-headed and 6-armed monsters was extremely strong. They would not die even if their arms were cut off or their bodies were penetrated. They could also regenerate broken arms and heal their wounds. The only way to kill them was to smash 3 heads in a short period of time to really kill them. Bai Shenfei was like a female war god. In a short while, she killed 9 monsters. But her own situation did not look good. Lin Shen found that her speed and strength began to decline. Those monsters had lost so many companions, but they still rushed forward fearlessly. Bai Shenfei became ruthless and killed 3 monsters in succession. Her situation was getting worse and worse. The remaining monsters kept rushing forward, as if they did not know what fear was. Bai Shenfei opened her mouth and spit out a large mouthful of blood. The next second, her speed and strength burst out again. Her body moved at a high speed, creating phantoms one after another. Almost at the same time, the heads of the remaining monsters were all blown up by her. The bodies of the monsters fell to the ground. Bai Shenfei stood in the water and spit out a few mouthfuls of blood. Finally, she couldn't hold on and sat down in the water. Faint. Faint quickly. Lin Shen prayed in his heart. If Bai Shenfei fainted here, wouldn't he have a chance to sleep beside her? Unfortunately, it was not as people wished. Bai Shenfei did not faint. She stood up shakily and staggered towards the stone platform. She came for the stone platform? Did she break in here accidentally, or did she know about this place a long time ago? Lin Shen thought secretly. Bai Shenfei's situation looked very bad. The stone platform was only more than 3 meters high. She was very reluctant to jump on it, and almost fell down. Lin Shen watched Bai Shenfei walk to the treasure chest, took out a golden crystal key, and inserted it into a treasure chest. Lin Shen had opened the treasure chest before. Bai Shenfei tried but couldn't insert the key, so she changed to another one. Her luck was not very good. When she got to the 3rd treasure chest, she finally inserted the key. Lin Shen stretched his head to see if there was an egg and a crystal plate in the treasure chest he hadn't opened. When Lin Shen looked carefully, he was surprised. There was no egg or crystal plate in the treasure chest, but there seemed to be a note inside. Bai Shenfei seemed to be surprised too. She stood in front of the treasure chest for a while before reaching out to take out the note. The distance was too far, so Lin Shen couldn't see what was written on the note. After Bai Shenfei looked at it for a while, she stood there in a daze. Lin Shen was curious about what was written on the note, and when Bai Shenfei was stunned, he suddenly saw Bai Shenfei spit out a large mouthful of blood mist and fell on the stone platform. What's going on? Lin Shen saw that Concubine Bai had fallen on the stone platform and was motionless. He was a little afraid that Concubine Bai was dead. He was not sure whether there would be mosaics on the dead. Even if there were, Lin Shen did not want to sleep with a dead person for a night. With a thought, Lin Shen rushed out and used the skill of climbing the ladder to the stone platform. Concubine Bai really had no reaction at all. It was unknown whether she was dead or unconscious. Lin Shen hurriedly stepped forward to check her breath and pulse. Fortunately, they were still there. She was not dead. She should have just fainted. But her condition did not look very good. Her breath and pulse were very weak. What did you write to make her so angry? Lin Shen picked up the note that fell to the side. Looking at the words written on the note, Lin Shen almost laughed out loud. There was a line of words written crookedly on the note. Lin Shen's handwriting was already very ugly, but this person's handwriting was even uglier than his. But the content he wrote was very confident. The most beautiful man in the world was here. Lin Shen muttered to himself. No wonder Bai Shenfei was so angry that she vomited blood. She came to this place after a narrow escape from death and opened the treasure chest with hope, but ended up seeing such a thing. It would be strange if she didn't get angry to death. Lin Shen was glad that his 2 keys did not correspond to this treasure chest, otherwise he would be very angry. Put the note back into the treasure chest and lock it again. Who made you unlucky? Lin Shen looked at Bai Shenfei, who was still unconscious, and then looked at his watch. There were more than 20 hours left. There should be enough time. Lin Shen thought about it, picked up Bai Shenfei, and then used the ladder to return to the waterway. Bai Shenfei definitely didn't come in from this side of the waterway. There is another entrance here, but that side must be very dangerous, so Lin Shen didn't plan to go there. Putting Bai Shenfei on the back of the bull, Lin Shen also rode on it, letting the big red bull return to the gap in the waterway, and hesitated for a moment before going out. There is a platform at every distance in the waterway. Lin Shen put Bai Shenfei on the platform, and then released pets such as the mutant black armored centipede to guard the surroundings. He took out a potion, forced open Bai Shenfei's mouth and poured it into her. Bai Shenfei, I saved your life, so it's not too much to sleep together. Lin Shen laid down next to Bai Shenfei. Chapter 120. Thinking about it, he felt that this was not very elegant. If someone fell in from the grass cave and saw him, he would not be able to explain himself, and it would not be good for Bai Shenfei's reputation. But he did not bring a tent or anything like that. He was not out camping anyway, so who would bring that kind of thing? Lin Shen had no choice but to take off his white robe and cover Bai Shenfei's body, including her face, so that even if others saw him, they would not know who was sleeping next to him. Opportunities are rare, and they will never come back. In order to get the fire from Bai Shenfei, Lin Shen did not care about much and slept next to her. Thinking about it, it was still not appropriate. He was wearing a red tights and a helmet, sleeping next to a woman. What if Bai Shenfei woke up first and thought he was a pervert? That would be bad. Lin Shen quickly took off his battle suit and helmet, changed back into his own clothes, and put other things in the bag on the back of the big Red Bull. He let the dead powder get into his clothes and wrapped around his body, and then he laid down next to Bai Shenfei again. Even if Bai Shenfei wakes up first and sees that it's me, she shouldn't do anything rash. Lin Shen wanted to fall asleep quickly, but he couldn't fall asleep. It's not that he has any idea about Bai Shenfei. In fact, he can't see what Bai Shenfei looks like. Men are visual animals. If they can't see anything, they really don't have any ideas. The problem is that he is really not sleepy now, and he doesn't feel sleepy at all. In desperation, Lin Shen took out the 2 eggs he got from the treasure chest and played with them in his hands. These 2 eggs are very strange. They are the size of ostrich eggs. The shell is not metal or crystal, but similar to the shell of an egg. There is a red mark on both eggs, but the difference is that there is a red mark on each of these 2 eggs, as if it was stained with blood. The 2 marks are also different. One mark looks like a red heart, and the other mark is a red dot. Other than that, Lin Shen can't see what's special about these 2 eggs. Is this thing really a treasure left by the ancient king of the world? Lin Shen can't be sure, but he still doesn't believe that these 2 eggs are the most precious things of the ancient king of the world. What is in the last treasure chest, and who took it away? This is also the question in Lin Shen's mind. Someone came earlier than him and Bai Shenfei. If that person didn't have the key, the things in the other 2 treasure chests would definitely not be saved. Who could it be? Tianxin? With his conceited personality, it is possible that he would leave a note like that. Lin Shen thought for a while, and felt a little sleepy. He put away the 2 eggs, and turned to look at Bai Shenfei again. Seeing that she was breathing evenly, she should be better, but she was still unconscious. Lin Shen closed his eyes, and tried to relax, and soon he fell asleep. I don't know how long it took. Bai Shenfei slowly opened her eyes, and saw a white scene in front of her. Realizing something, Bai Shenfei stretched out her hand, and slowly pulled open the white robe covering her, looking at the situation outside with a cold look. Turning around, she saw Lin Shen lying next to her, and her eyes suddenly froze. A man and a woman were lying in a cave, and she was covered with a white robe, which was Lin Shen's clothes. Bai Shenfei immediately imagined a lot of scenes in her mind, and her eyes suddenly turned red, staring at Lin Shen who was still asleep beside her. Lin Shen is a normal person, so his thinking is also normal. The robe and shoes on Bai Shenfei are still neat, and normal people should think that nothing happened. Besides, women should be able to feel whether something happened or not. However, Bai Shenfei is not a completely normal person. She is devoted to cultivation, and has participated in the research of talent theory since she was a child. Her lifelong wish is to practice talent theory. She has almost never been exposed to men and women, and has never thought about it. At most, she thinks about finding a double cultivation partner in the future, but no one has taught her about men and women. Bai Shenfei is terribly simple in this regard. Although she occasionally hears about it, she only has a half understanding. The only thing to blame is that the education in this era is really too imperfect, and there is no physiological hygiene class. Bai Shenfei's understanding of physiological knowledge is better than those women who think that kissing can give birth to a child. She knows that she has to do something unspeakable, but that's all. In Bai Shenfei's opinion, Lin Shen must have taken advantage of her and done something to her by sleeping with her like this. She had no experience either, and didn't know what it felt like afterwards. In fact, it couldn't be blamed entirely on concubine Bai. When she was desperately killing those 3-headed, 6-armed monsters, the force she burst out tore her underwear. The wide robe and shoes on the outside were still intact, but the inside was not like that. No wonder she thought too much. Lin Shen certainly didn't pay attention to what was going on inside, and didn't know that such a thing would happen. He thought he was fully prepared, and concubine Bai would definitely not misunderstand him. Concubine Bai gritted her teeth and stared at the sleeping Lin Shen, slowly raised her hand, but didn't let it fall. Her eyes changed and her expression was extremely complicated. After a long time, Bai Shenfei didn't know what she was thinking about. She put down her hand and glared at Lin Shen fiercely, then staggered away. Lin Shen was awakened at this time, but he didn't dare to open his eyes. He was thinking about how to tell Bai Shenfei about this matter, but he heard the footsteps of Bai Shenfei leaving. That's good. Lin Shen thought it was good, so he didn't have to say anything more. Besides, he really didn't know what to say. Although he didn't do anything, it was really hard to explain why you slept next to someone. Since Bai Shenfei didn't mind, it couldn't be better. He didn't know that Bai Shenfei didn't mind, but had a big misunderstanding. Strange, why is there no new fire information? After Lin Shen was awakened, he was thinking about how to explain to Bai Shenfei. Only then did he realize that he didn't seem to get any new fire. He quickly opened his eyes, and stood up to look in the direction where Bai Shenfei left, but saw that Bai Shenfei had walked to the gap in the waterway. Under the sunlight shining in from the hole, he could see that the mosaic on her body was still there. Is it because I didn't hold her when she slept? Lin Shen was a little depressed. He didn't get the fire with such a rare opportunity. It would be difficult to find such an opportunity in the future. Does it have to be held when she sleeps? I just kept those genetically modified eggs beside me before, and I didn't hold them all the time. Lin Shen couldn't figure out what went wrong for a while. While thinking about it, he suddenly heard the sound of something cracking from the backpack. Lin Shen was slightly startled, and then he reacted in an instant. He quickly took the backpack and unzipped it to take a look. As he thought, cracks appeared on the top of the 2 eggs. It was estimated that the genetically modified organisms inside were about to come out. Lin Shen was still thinking about how to hatch them, but he didn't expect them to come out by themselves. I wonder what it will be. Lin Shen was still looking forward to the genetically modified organisms inside. He took the 2 eggs out of the backpack and put them on the ground, watching the cracks on the 2 eggs increase. Finally, one of the eggshells split into 2, and a small figure rolled out from it. Then the other eggshell also split into 2, and another small figure rolled out. After Lin Shen saw the appearance of the 2 little things clearly, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. Chapter 121. What is this? Thumbelina? Lin Shen was stunned as he watched the things rolling out of the 2 eggs. It's not like Lin Shen hasn't seen humanoid mutants before. The speedster he won before was also a humanoid mutant. But a mutant should look like a mutant. The 2 things that rolled out of the eggs had white and tender faces, like peeled eggs. The hair was black and beautiful, smoother than after using Rejoice, without any coldness and hardness of a mutant. The things that rolled out of the 2 eggs turned out to be 2 little people who were not even the size of a palm, with fair skin, wearing a white wedding dress, a headdress and a veil, one holding a thin-necked porcelain bottle, and the other holding a gourd-shaped porcelain bottle. They looked like 2 small figurines, but they were clearly flesh and blood, and their eyes were even more lively. They didn't look like cold mutants, but flesh and blood humans. Lin Shen was still in surprise, when something even more surprising happened. The 2 little people with white gloves waved their hands lightly, and the broken eggshells on the ground flew towards them, breaking into tiny pieces in the air and flying directly into their mouths. Lin Shen reacted immediately and reached out to grab the flying eggshells, but he was still a step too late. The eggshells seemed to have spirits, bypassing Lin Shen's palms and flying into the mouths of the 2 little people. As the eggshells were swallowed, something even more incredible happened. After the 2 little people, who were only the size of a palm, ate the eggshells, their bodies suddenly expanded rapidly. Yes, it is to enlarge, not to grow up, it is to enlarge in proportion. Even the clothes in their hands and the porcelain bottles in their hands are enlarged in the same proportion. In just a blink of an eye, the 2 little people who were originally only the size of a palm turned into 2 big girls wearing white gauze skirts similar to wedding dresses, and they looked exactly the same. Needless to say, their beauty is naturally beautiful, but the key is that their skin is really white and tender. Lin Shen's mind burst out a word he had never heard of before: milk girl. Lin Shen felt that the 2 of them were indeed worthy of creating a new word. Each beauty has its own beauty, but no one's skin should be whiter than theirs. The white dresses on the 2 people are actually somewhat different. They can be distinguished by the style of the white dresses, but there is another more obvious feature. The girl on the left has a red mark like a cinnabar mole on her forehead, and the girl on the right has a red hard mark on her forehead, which is exactly the same as the mark on the egg at the beginning. Looking at the 2 beautiful girls holding porcelain bottles in front of him, who looked like brides, Lin Shen thought of something called DDD that his 4th brother had taken him to watch before. Lin Shen remembered that the TV series in the DVD was called Journey to the West, which was about the 4 masters and apprentices of Sun Wukong going to the west to obtain scriptures and fighting monsters along the way. In one episode, they met 2 monsters, one called King Jinjiu and the other called King Ingjiu. They each had a magic weapon in their hands, which was very similar to the porcelain bottles held by the two girls. One was a sheepfat jade bottle, and the other was a purple gold-red gourd. Of course, the styles were just similar, and the two girls were holding porcelain, and the materials were different. But seeing them holding these two things, and thinking of the fanatics, who were like a string on my body, why did it feel like it matched that episode in that mythological drama? Lin Shen looked at the two girls, and for a moment, he didn't know what to say. He didn't even know what to call the two girls. If they were genetically modified creatures, who would believe that they were genetically modified creatures with their white and tender appearance? If they were not genetically modified creatures, Lin Shen knew that people should not be judged by appearances after having experienced the case of Fatty, not to mention that Lin Shen watched them come out of the eggs with his own eyes. But the eggshells had been eaten by them, and it seemed impossible to tame them with eggshells. And with Fatty's experience, Lin Shen felt that even if he got the eggshells, it would be difficult to tame them. Besides, it is not known whether they have the pet key. Lin Shen has been with Fatty for so long, using all means such as deception, coercion and inducement, but Fatty has not given him the key. Maybe he does not have the key at all. After all, he is a flesh and blood body. Where can he hide the key? Looking at the two girls with red lips and white teeth, wearing white gauze skirts, and skin as tender as water if pinched, their beautiful black and white eyes are looking at him. Lin Shen coughed lightly and said, "You two, can you hand over the key first? You also know that life is not easy, and how hard it is to make money. Now you hand over the key to me, and I will be responsible for supporting you in the future. No matter how hard, tired or difficult it is, I will guarantee that you can eat whatever you want and drink whatever you want. Follow me, and you will have delicious food and spicy drinks." Lin Shen observed the expressions of the two girls while speaking, trying to judge from their expressions what they meant. After listening to Lin Shen's words, the two girls looked at each other, holding the porcelain bottle in one hand with expressionless faces, and touching their foreheads with the other hand. Under Lin Shen's gaze, the two girls actually pulled out a small red key from the red mark on their foreheads. Yes, that's it. You will follow me from now on, and I guarantee that you will enjoy princess-level treatment. Seeing this, Lin Shen was ecstatic in his heart, but his face was sanctimonious. He walked over and slowly took the key from the two people's hands. I wonder if the beautiful girl pet can give birth to a child. With the key in hand, Lin Shen's heart was immediately relieved, but he immediately glared at his backpack fiercely. "Don't you have the key?" Fatty, that bastard, actually refused to hand it over. "I raised it like my son with all my hard work." "You just wait." Fatty, who was sleeping in the backpack, suddenly shuddered, turned over, and continued to sleep. "Two beautiful ladies, let's take a break first," Lin Shen said, using the key to turn them back into pet capsules. Lin Shen looked at them without blinking, wanting to see how two living beautiful girls turned into pet capsules. Under Lin Shen's gaze, the white wedding dresses on the two girls moved, wrapped their bodies, and spun at the same time. The white gauze skirts wrapped them like cocoons, and became smaller and smaller while spinning, and finally turned into two small gauze cocoon-shaped pet capsules, which fell into Lin Shen's hands. Obviously different from ordinary pet capsules, these two pet capsules are soft and elastic. They feel a little warm in the hand, and you can even smell a faint fragrance. Who knows if it is the body fragrance of the girl? Lin Shen took the pet capsules, and immediately looked at their properties. After taking a look, he was immediately full of question marks. Chapter 122. Little Princess Number 1, Super Base Steel Creature, Evolvable. Strength 11. Speed 11. Hardness 11. Toughness 11. Base mutation rate 100%. Theoretical upper limit of activity of life form? Question mark. Talent skill? Question mark. Little Princess Number 2, Super Base Steel Creature, Evolvable. Strength 11. Speed 11. Hardness 11. Toughness 11. Base mutation rate 100%. Theoretical upper limit of activity of life form? Question mark. Talent skill? Question mark. Super Base Steel, full all around. Why is their base mutation rate directly 100%? This is quite good. The problem is that their lifespan and talent skills are all question marks. What the hell? As your master, is there anything else on you that I can't see or know? Lin Shen frowned slightly. When he saw these two beautiful pet girls, he thought that the treasure chest might be related to the ancient king of the world. Now seeing their names, Lin Shen couldn't help but doubt that these two beautiful pet girls might really have something to do with the two princesses in the story told by Tian Xian. After all, their names are little princesses. But thinking about it, it seems impossible. How could the princesses who are descendants of the ancient king of the world become genetic creatures? This is obviously unscientific. Then again, Lin Shan has seen a lot of unscientific things during this period. What if Lin Shan's mind moved, and he turned them into beautiful pets again? The one with a red heart on the forehead is little princess number 1, and the one with a red dot on the forehead is little princess number 2. They can only be distinguished by their clothes and marks. Are you descendants of the ancient king? Lin Shan asked the two little princesses. The two little princesses looked at him with a black and white expression, as if they didn't understand what he was saying. Lin Shan asked a few more questions, and he found that although the two little princesses looked almost the same as humans, they seemed to not understand human language. Are all supergenetic pets so difficult to communicate with? Lin Shan felt a little depressed. Fatty was usually difficult to communicate with. He seemed to not understand anything he said, and he just rubbed against him and acted cute. I didn't expect that these two beautiful girl pets were also like this. Forget it, I train them slowly in the future. The more Lin Shan thought about it, the more he felt that this matter seemed not so simple. The two eggs in the treasure chest turned into two little princess pets with flesh and blood, just like humans. Thinking about the words in the treasure chest, Lin Shan felt more and more terrified. Before, he didn't believe that the whole world would be his enemy just because he took two eggs. At worst, he wouldn't practice the cowardly Immortal Sutra and treading Immortal Court, so that even if the other party has an enemy, it is impossible to find him through the two evolutionary techniques. As for the two pets, if there is a problem, at worst, just don't use them in front of people, or destroy them directly if you are more ruthless. Now that I think about it, it doesn't seem to be the case. Maybe the root cause is not the cowardly Immortal Sutra and treading Immortal Court, but these two beautiful girl pets are the key to everything. He was wrong before. Lin Shan has made up his mind that unless it is absolutely necessary, he must not let outsiders see these two beautiful girl pets. To facilitate communication and exchanges between us, I will give you a name. From now on, you will be called Xia. Lin Shan pointed at little princess number 1 and said, then pointed at little princess number 2 and said, from now on, you will be called Xiaona. The two little princesses still looked at Lin Shan with curiosity, as if they did not understand what Lin Shan meant. Are they two fools? Lin Shan was speechless. In any case, Lin Shan decided on them, first put Xioya and Xiona away, and quickly left this place. He didn't want others to see that he had been here. If there was any problem here in the future, it would have nothing to do with him. The only person who knew that he had been here was Concubine Bai. Concubine Bai is a good person. After all, I saved her and gave her medicine. This is also a favor. She will not spread my news. Lin Shan thought to himself. How could he know that this was not as simple as a favor? After coming out, I didn't see the mutant Stingy Rooster. I don't know where he ran away. While the time is not up, Lin Shan plans to find some more mutant creatures to improve his base mutation rate as soon as possible. Now his base mutation rate has reached 45%, not far from 100%. Of course, it doesn't have to be 100%. In fact, even if the base mutation rate is only 1%, you can try your luck with a base mutation egg, maybe it will work. With a base mutation rate of more than 80%, the probability of being promoted to Aloy is already very high. There are also many people who have not waited until 100% to be promoted, but Lin Shan does not intend to do that. He wants to wait until the base mutation rate is 100% before being promoted to Alloy. This is what the fourth and third brothers said before. Although there is no difference in the short term, when the base mutation rate is low, there will be some differences in the future. As for what is different, they did not explain it in detail, because Lin Shan did not even have a base mutation at that time, and it was too early to talk about it. Lin Shan now thinks that the third and fourth brothers had actually planned for his future at that time, but for some reason, they had not found a suitable base mutation egg for him. Lin Shan did not know whether his current situation was good or bad. He used the original egg base mutation given by Wei Wufu, and practiced the wrong version of evolution, but he felt pretty good about himself. He put on his battle suit and helmet, and rode the big red bull to continue his hunting journey. However, when he encountered a few super burning tribes or mutant creatures, he did not need to do anything at all, and his pets under him could deal with them. Lin Shan, who had nothing to do, took out Treading Immortal Court, and the Book of Fear of Death and Immortality to study. Lin Shan wanted to find the evolutionary arts of aliens before to see if he could practice them. Now he has 2 evolutionary arts of alien races in his hands, and they may be the top ones. Of course, he has to give it a try. These 2 evolutionary arts may be left by the ancient king of the world, and they may be more powerful than the evolutionary arts practiced by Wei Wufu. After thinking for a while, Lin Shan put away Ta Xian Ting first, and picked up the Book of Greedy Life and Fear of Death to read word by word. This name is a bit vulgar and not very pleasing, but Lin Shan thought about it again. Maybe this evolutionary art has unique features in saving lives? Otherwise, why would it use such a name? Lin Shan thinks that there is nothing wrong with being responsible for his own life. If he really practices it, it will have a miraculous effect on saving lives. Wouldn't that be great? After reading for a while, Lin Shan frowned more and more tightly, and flipped back again. His expression became even weirder. Are you sure you're not kidding? How can this be practiced? Lin Shan was more and more speechless as he looked at it, thinking that this thing could not possibly be practiced by humans. The first step to practice this thing actually requires holding your breath, and you can't breathe all the time. Could it be that the alien race that created the Book of Fear of Death and Immortality can survive without breathing? Lin Shan thought about it, and felt that it was not right. If the person who created this thing did not need to breathe, then he would not require holding his breath. Chapter 123. The breath holding required by the Fear of Death and Immortality Sutra is not a temporary breath holding, but a continuous breath holding. During the entire practice, you must hold your breath from beginning to end. Once you breathe, all your efforts will be wasted. Lin Shan took a rough look. The basic transformation part requires at least 12 hours to practice once. Who can hold their breath for 12 hours at a time? Besides, this is still the basic transformation level, and the breath holding time required in the future will be longer. Ordinary people can only hold their breath for a few minutes at most. People with extraordinary talents can only hold their breath for dozens of minutes. That's just heard of, not seen. More than that, I haven't even heard of it. After the basic transformation, the breath holding time will increase. It is not difficult for ordinary basic transformation people to hold their breath for 10 or 20 minutes. Some basic transformation people with special talents can also hold their breath for several hours, or even longer. Such basic transformation people may barely meet the breath holding requirements of the Fear of Death and Immortality Sutra, but even if they meet the requirements, they may not choose to practice the Fear of Death and Immortality Sutra. Because the Immortal Sutra says that after completing the first stage of practice, you can obtain a talent ability Fake Death. Hold your breath and practice for at least 12 hours a day. Practice hard until you reach the level of flying, and you will be given a talent skill of Fake Death. Only those with brain problems will practice this kind of evolution. As far as Lin Shan knows, among the 5 basic evolution techniques, the Tianqing Ju, when practiced to the level of flying, can at least obtain a talent skill called Mind's Eye, which can enhance your perception, reaction ability, etc. The other 4 basic evolution techniques are similar. Although there are no particularly strong talent skills after practicing, they are all practical skills. You faked your death, but it's useless except for pretending to be dead. Do ordinary mutants need to pretend to be dead? Of course not. You pretend to be dead in front of mutants, and the mutants will just pick up the corpse and eat it. Ordinary people really don't need to use the innate skill of faking death. Only some special people can use it. This is still under the condition of being able to practice. Lin Shan doesn't have the innate ability to hold his breath. He can't hold it for 12 hours at a time. You can give it a try. Although I can't hold my breath for 12 hours, I have the theory of evolution. Maybe I can adapt after enduring it? Lin Shan was more interested. Ordinary people would definitely stay away from this kind of evolution. Maybe some people would say that this kind of evolution is very special, and may be very useful in the future, but if he really has to choose between the two, he would never choose it. Lin Shan didn't think too much. He just thought that this evolution was quite interesting. Besides, if he could really practice holding his breath, he wouldn't have to be afraid of falling into the water. If he fell into the water again, he just needed to hold his breath and walk out from the bottom of the water. Lin Shan memorized the scripture of immortality while searching for mutant creatures. After he finished memorizing it, he burned the paper that recorded the scripture of immortality. If the person who created this evolutionary technique really has enemies all over the universe, Lin Shan doesn't want people to know that he has this thing. This planet is really big. After thousands of humans and 30,000 super burning people were randomly teleported in, there are not many chances of them colliding by coincidence. Lin Shan turned around for a long time and only encountered a few alloy-level super burning people, and never encountered human mutations again. After killing a few mutant poisonous insects, the mutation rate increased a little, almost reaching 50%. The Immortal Sutra has been recited and burned to ashes. No one in the world should know that he has this thing. Lin Shan did not dare to neglect it, and took out Stepping on the Immortal Courtyard to read it. This Stepping on the Immortal Courtyard is even more strange. There are only human-shaped pictures, no text, no meridian diagrams or anything like that, just some simple movements. Lin Shan studied it carefully for a while, and found that these movements are walking or running, jumping or jumping, anyway, they are all movements in motion. Without text, without the operation process of internal force, how can this be practiced? Practicing according to the movements on the picture, what is the difference between this and doing radio gymnastics? Can you practice evolution in this way? Come on, if you can do it this way, every student in the past did radio gymnastics, and I have never seen a single evolution. Lin Shan felt that these two evolutionary techniques were more ridiculous than each other. He couldn't even practice ordinary evolutionary techniques, so it was probably even more impossible to practice such a ridiculous evolutionary technique. Forget it, let's give it a try first. Lin Shan jumped off the back of the big Red Bull and tried the first action in the first picture. The result was not very smooth. These actions looked simple, just running, jumping and leaping, but in fact they were not as easy as imagined. Some actions were difficult for Lin Shan to do with his body flexibility. Although a single action was a bit difficult, he could still do it. However, when connecting the action with the next one, Lin Shan felt that his waist was about to break and his feet were twisted into a knot. He had only practiced a few actions, and had already fallen several times. This is quite interesting. Lin Shan became interested instead, he just liked these fun things. After practicing for a while, Lin Shan found that these movements were not difficult at all, and some of them were even more difficult than yoga. What's more difficult is that these movements must be completed while running, jumping, and spinning quickly, which is simply abnormal. Is this really an evolution technique? What effect will it have if it is practiced? Lin Shan found it more and more interesting. Anyway, he couldn't practice other evolution techniques, and the theory of evolution didn't need to be practiced, it must have external stimulation, it can run automatically, so Lin Shan didn't have much to practice at ordinary times, so he just practiced stepping on the immortal courtyard, which was better than being idle, and it could also exercise the body. I also tried the Immortal Sutra, but I really couldn't hold my breath for that long, so there was no effect at present. Unless Lin Shan could take a desperate attitude, suffocate to death, and not breathe, let the theory of evolution run automatically, help his body strengthen mutation, and gain the ability to hold his breath for a long time, otherwise it would be impossible to get started with the Immortal Sutra. Lin Shan was having fun here, and Emotionki and others also wandered around the grass slope area for a long time, and unexpectedly found a building. They were all very surprised. Why, there was a man-made building in this place, and they didn't dare to get close, so they stood in the distance and looked at it. The building looked like it was cast in one piece of metal, and there was no gap on the whole building. From a distance, it looked like a dark iron tower. The whole iron tower was probably several hundred meters high, and there was not even a window on it, only a closed door at the bottom. There was a plaque on the door, and 3 words were engraved inside, King of the Realm Tower. Emotionki and others observed for a while, and found that there were many words engraved on the wall next to the door. After a closer look, the content of those words was exactly about King of the Realm Tower. Chapter 124. The content is also very simple, that is, there is a prize on the top floor of the KO Tower, and the base changers who can reach the top floor can get the prize. There is no mention of what the prize is, and what dangers there are in the KO Tower. Although Emotionki was very curious and had the urge to go in and take a look, he finally held back. It didn't matter if he died, but he still needed to bring the logistics personnel back alive. He was the only main combatant here. If he got into trouble, the survival ability of these logistics personnel would be too poor. In the end, Emotionki gave up the plan to enter the KO Tower, and took these people to continue hunting nearby base change creatures. Emotionki gave up, but it didn't mean that everyone would give up. The KO Tower was not just the one they encountered. Other teams had already encountered the KO Tower. The crystal-based King's Covenant also found a KO Tower. Unlike Emotionki's choice, King's Covenant chose to accept the challenge and entered the KO Tower. Wang Jiyue was not a reckless man, and he had his reasons for choosing to go in. From his own perspective, he believed that those who entered King Kai's planet through the King Kai cultivation device were all base changers, and ascenders should not be able to enter. This can be seen from the other human base changers and superburners he met during this period. He had been here for so long, but he had not met even one ascender, so he made such a judgment. If the King Kai cultivation device can only send base changers in, and there are no ascended creatures on King Kai's planet, Wang Jiyue can boldly speculate that everything on this planet is designed for base changers, naturally including the King Kai Tower in front of him. Since it was designed for the mutants, what did Wang Jiyue have to fear? He was already at the top of the mutants, with a crystal-level combat power. If he didn't challenge now, would he wait for others to challenge the King Kai Tower and take away the prizes inside? He also wanted to know what kind of prizes would be left by someone who could turn a planet into a trial field. A person with such a hand would not take garbage as a prize, right? The moment Wang Jiyue pushed the door open, the number of people watching him increased rapidly. There are currently 5 King Kai Towers encountered by humans. But Wang Jiyue is the first human who chose to enter the King Kai Tower to accept the challenge. As Wang Jiyue walked into the King Kai Tower, everyone looked at the interior of the King Kai Tower together. But the King Kai Tower was pitch black, and nothing could be seen. Instead, the door closed automatically with a bang, and the tower fell into absolute darkness and silence. Welcome to the first floor of the KO Tower. The challenge is about to begin. If you feel you can't continue during the challenge, just press the button on the KO teleporter to end the challenge. Start the countdown. The challenge will begin in 10 seconds. 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. The challenge begins. In the darkness, a cold electronic sound rang out, letting the spectators know that the live broadcast was not black, but it was just too dark and nothing could be seen. Everyone stared at the darkness in the sky, as if they could see something in the darkness as long as they stared long enough. It was a pity that they were disappointed. Until the challenge began, they could only see a dark mass. Ah! At the moment the challenge began, they heard a scream, and their hearts suddenly rose to their throats. Many people only hated that they did not have the ability of night vision, and could not see what was happening in the darkness. The challenge failed. The challenger failed to pass the first level. The result will not be included in the ranking. Please continue to work hard next time. The electronic voice sounded again, and everyone opened their mouths. What's going on? It's over. What happened? What exactly is the challenge? Why did it end with a bang? The crystal-based King's Covenant, judging from his previous performance, is definitely not a weakling. It can even be said that he can be ranked in the top 5 among the base changers who entered King Kai's planet this time. Even he only persisted for a short while and failed directly. The difficulty of King Kai's tower can be imagined. People talked about it, and soon the image of King's Covenant returned to normal. King's Covenant was seen standing in front of the gate of King Kai's tower with a very strange look. But looking at his body, it seems that there is no injury. I don't know what happened that made King's Covenant choose to give up. King's Covenant seemed to want to challenge again, but he pushed the gate of King Kai's tower again, but he couldn't push it open. People were very curious about what kind of challenge King's Covenant had experienced, but unfortunately no one could see it. Lin Shen was hunting mutants while practicing the Stepping Immortal Court. When the time limit came, he had not yet mastered the Stepping Immortal Court, but the base mutation rate had already soared to 51. It's almost there. Next time I come, I go to a farther place to have a look. With my current strength, I shouldn't have to worry about encountering crystal-based creatures. Lin Shen wanted to kill some high-level mutants. Killing these low-level mutants would increase the base mutation rate too slowly. The teleportation device teleported Lin Shen back. Lin Shen stayed in the canyon to see if he could wait for Wei Wufu. He also saw the projection of the sky in the sky, which was very novel. After watching for a while, he remembered several people. I have to sigh that there are many geniuses in big families. Maybe the talents are the same, but different environments may also create different people. Mo Xingqi, Ouyang Yudu, Wang Jiyue, Tu Xiaodao. These people are very powerful. If you have the opportunity, you can get to know them. More friends mean more ways. Lin Shen thought to himself. Just as he was thinking, he saw a figure appear at the foot of Hulu Mountain. It was Bai Shenfei in mosaic. Strange, why didn't I see her come down from the cave on the top of the mountain, but appear directly at the foot of the mountain? Lin Shen was a little confused. Soon, another person appeared at the foot of Hulu Mountain, and there were quite a few of them. After a closer look, it was Wang Tian'er and Qi Shuheng and their group. It seems that they have a good harvest. The mounts are full of things, including materials and base transformation liquid. Lin Shen hid, and watched the people from the Qi and Wang families surround Bai Shenfei and leave. Strange. Concubine Bai has already left with the black bird. There is no black bird here anymore. Why can I still see Hulu Mountain? Lin Shen stared at the tall Hulu Mountain, his heart full of doubts. When he was in the cave of Hulu Mountain before, he had some doubts, and now, he was even more certain that the reason why he could see Hulu Mountain was not because of the black bird of Qi and Wang families. Could it be that? This guy is a black bird. Lin Shen looked at the fat boy in his backpack. Apart from this guy, he couldn't think of a second reason. Chapter 125. If Fatty is a Suanio, Lin Shen doesn't look like one no matter how he looks. This guy is as fat as a snowball, and he doesn't look like the black and handsome Suanio of Wang Tianer and his friends. Suanio, the word Xian is generally interpreted as black, and in a deeper sense, it also means black with red. Fatty is obviously a white bird, and it doesn't seem to be related to Suanio. Is it because of mutation? While Lin Shen was thinking in his heart, he saw a figure appear out of thin air at the foot of Hulu Mountain. Old way, this way. Lin Shen saw the man's appearance clearly, and was overjoyed and ran over quickly. Wei Wufu saw Lin Shen, dragging a black rock python that was more than 10 meters long, and the backpack on his back was bulging, and it seemed that he had gained a lot. The two people roughly exchanged their situations, and Lin Shen didn't mention the underground cave. It's not that I don't trust Old Wei, it's just that the less people know about this kind of thing, the less danger there is, so there's no need to say more. Lin Shen listened for a long time, and finally understood what happened to Wei Wufu after he was teleported in. After Lin Shen teleported into the cave suddenly became dark. Wei Wufu was randomly teleported to King Kai's planet like the last time, and there was a black watch on his wrist. Just as Lin Shen thought, Wei Wufu came out directly after the 3-day deadline, but he didn't go back to the cave. Instead, he walked through a dark cave and came to the foot of the mountain. He didn't see Hulu Mountain again when he looked back. At this point, Wei Wufu looked back again, and he was stunned. He actually saw Hulu Mountain again. Old Wei, take Fatty to the canyon, go farther away. Lin Shen handed the backpack containing Fatty to Wei Wufu. Wei Wufu understood what Lin Shen meant, and turned around and left without saying anything. Not long after Wei Wufu left Lin Shen, the Hulu Mountain, which was close at hand, suddenly disappeared in front of Lin Shen. It is Fatty indeed. Lin Shen had no doubts anymore, and was sure that Fatty was a mutated black bird. Could it be that the black birds of the Lin, Qi, and Wang families were obtained from the giant mountain? Lin Shen guessed secretly. Calling Wei Wufu back, Wei Wufu could see Hulu Mountain from far away in the canyon, and he did not see Hulu Mountain disappear. After several experiments, the two of them understood that they could only see and touch Hulu Mountain when they were close to Fatty. Otherwise, Hulu Mountain would be like another dimension for them, and they could not see or touch it at all. With this discovery, both of them were very happy, so they didn't have to rub Bai Shenfei's black bird anymore. Lin Shen was even thinking that if Bai Shenfei's black bird was exposed in the future, it could cover up his fat boy. In Lin Shen's opinion, it was only a matter of time before Bai Shenfei's black bird was exposed. She always brought people from the Qi family and the Wang family in. This time, they were lucky that they were not discovered. Sooner or later they would be discovered. It was just a matter of time. The two walked and talked. Wei Wufu's luck was not good. He didn't meet the Super Burning Legion. However, he also knew the existence of the Super Burning Clan. When he saw the Super Burning War helmet and war suit, he didn't feel it was so magical. Lin Shen gave Wei Wufu a set, and also gave him a pet launcher. Wei Wufu accepted them all. I buy them all. Wei Wufu pointed at the remaining Super Burning helmets and suits, as well as the battle axe and pet launcher. What do you want so many for? Lin Shen was a little confused. Tiancheng needs it, Wei Wufu said. Okay, but brothers should be clear about accounts. These things can be used as the original eggs you gave me. I want to keep one pet launcher, and I can give you the rest, but you have to exchange these pet launchers for something. Lin Shen thought for a while and said, What do you want? Wei Wufu asked. Do you have any original eggs? Give me another one. Lin Shen was thinking about whether he should use the original eggs when he was promoted to Alloy. Original eggs will become more and more difficult to get in the future. After all, there are only so many in total, and one less is one less. And those base mutation points that have not been knocked down now will be more difficult to knock down in the future. The base mutation creatures inside will become stronger and stronger, and there will be more and more. Wei Wufu didn't say anything, but just moved all the things to his mount. I give this to you. Lin Shen took out a big black bull capsule and gave it to Wei Wufu. Wei Wufu's mount was too shabby, and he was riding an iron-horned horse. Wei Wufu still accepted it without hesitation and moved all the things onto the big black bull's back. Goodbye, Tiancheng. Lin Shen wanted to say something, but Wei Wufu left a word and rode away on the big black bull. Why did you leave? Lin Shen was speechless, watching Wei Wufu go to another road, and he could only go back to the Suanio base alone. Back to the Suanio base, Lin Shen counted all his gains during this period. There are 6 mutated crystal-based pets, a mutated white jade tiger, a mutated black crystal stone man, 3 mutated black armored centipedes, and a mutated big red bull. There are 17 crystal-based pets. For Lin Shen, these pets can be used for group fights, which is also quite powerful. There are even more alloy pets, more than 40, with the big black bull being the majority. Among them, only 3 are mutated, which is less than the mutated crystal-based ones. They are a mutated big black bull, a mutated lion tiger beast, and a mutated red-scaled snake. In addition to the mutated pets, Lin Shen plans to deal with the other alloy pets, but this batch of pets is more likely to attract people's attention, and he has not yet figured out how to deal with them. Among the mutated pets, Lin Shen is most satisfied with the big red bull. Red crystal god bull, mutated crystal-based creature, evolvable. Strength, 41. Speed, 39. Hardness, 40. Toughness, 37. Talent skills, mutated savage charge, mutated crazy attack, mutated tyrant body. The values are already very strong, and the strength attribute is still super limited. All 3 skills are mutant skills, and they are all very practical. It is already the strongest mount at this stage. Not all mutant creatures are as strong as the dead powder. For example, the mutant black armored centipede, only one of the 3 has a speed attribute of 41, and the others cannot break the limit. And their skills are not all mutant skills. Most of them have only 1 mutant skill, and the others are enhanced or ordinary skills. There is a mutant black armored centipede that only has 2 skills. 1 skill is missing, which is not perfect. But compared to ordinary crystal bases, the mutant black armored centipede is already very strong, and it is now Lin Shen's main combat force. As for the pet launcher, Lin Shen kept the one that belonged to the deputy commander of the Super Burning Corps, and gave the others to Wei Wufu. Of course, in addition to these, Lin Shen's biggest gain was actually Xiao Yi, Xiao Na and 2 evolutionary techniques. Taking advantage of the night to return to the Suanio base, Lin Shen took a nap and woke up, and found that his strength had increased again. When I saw it before, it was still 17, but today it actually increased a little bit and became 18. Obviously just a steel-based changer, his strength value is frightening. It seems that the dead powder is still growing, and its weight is still increasing. I don't know how much it can grow. Lin Shen was happy in his heart, and was thinking whether to feed the dead powder directly with his own mutant pet to make it grow faster. Then he thought again, it was too extravagant, so he should wait until the next time he went to King Kai and kill more advanced mutant creatures for it to eat. This thing only eats mutations now, and it doesn't even smell the corpses of ordinary base mutation creatures. As for the enhancement of the body by evolution, it cannot be reflected in the surroundings. Most of them are some resistance or something, which is very practical, but does not affect the numerical value. Not long after Lin Shen came back, the sky projection ended. From other people's mouths, Lin Shen also learned a lot about what happened on King Kai's planet in the past few days. Lin Shen is quite interested in the King Kai Tower, but he has no plans to go there for the time being. In the next few days, Lin Shen practiced stepping on the immortal court at home. Although he has not yet achieved any effect, Lin Shen found that his ability to control his body and his own reaction ability have become much stronger, which cannot be reflected by numerical values. He also did not fall behind in the stabbing method taught by Wei Wufu, and practiced it with dead powder for a while every day. When practicing the stepping immortal court, Lin Shen suddenly had an idea. If it was combined with the heavenly ladder, would the stepping immortal court be more interesting? Unfortunately, he couldn't even complete the movements of the stepping immortal court, and it was even more impossible to use it with the heavenly ladder now. In the process of practicing the stepping immortal court, I don't know whether it was because the stickman was too abstract, the movements were a little different from the original, or the difficulty was too high. Some movements Lin Shen couldn't connect at all. It was okay to do it alone, but it couldn't move, and it couldn't connect with other movements. So Lin Shen directly skipped those movements that couldn't be connected for the time being, and only practiced those that could be connected. After a few days, the Kai King cultivation device was turned on again. Lin Shen had no plans to go in for the time being. He was addicted to practicing these days. He felt uncomfortable if he didn't practice for a day. He planned to practice all the movements he could practice first, and walk through them completely to see if there would be any special effects. Lin Shen drew a total of 134 stick figures, but he could only connect 61 actions. Later, he adjusted the order, regardless of the previous order, and finally connected 73 actions. When Lin Shen completed the 73 actions for the first time, he suddenly felt that the base power in his body was moving. This works. Lin Shen himself was a little surprised. He himself had no hope, and completely regarded stepping on the immortal courtyard as a way to exercise his body control and reaction ability, but he didn't expect to trigger the base power. As Lin Shen took one step after another, the base power in his body flowed faster and faster, as if it turned from a small stream into a small river, and then from a small river to a big river, and finally like a roaring torrent, it rushed wildly in his body, driving his body to walk faster and faster, almost leaving an afterimage. Click! Click! Where Lin Shen stepped, he didn't feel that he had used much force, but on the hard stone slab, deep footprints were left one after another. The footprints looked like they were printed, the edges were as clean as if cut by a knife, and there was no trace of broken stone slabs next to them. The power flowing in his body made Lin Shen feel that he could break through the sky and reach the ninth heaven with one step. Lin Shen resisted the urge to jump up to the sky. After all, this was in the Lin family compound. If he really jumped up to the sky, he didn't know how many eyes would be watching him, which would not be good. After Lin Shen controlled the power flowing in his body to stop, he looked at the deep footprints in the yard, which made him stunned. This stepping fairy court seems to be really something. Lin Shen took a closer look. Although there were many footprints on the ground, the number was exactly 73. Chapter 126. The Kai King cultivation device started again, and this time more mutants entered, not only the dozen families before, but also some larger families sent some mutants to Kai King. The reason for this change is mainly due to the emergence of the super burning core. If only humans enjoyed the resources of Kai King, those big families would not let anyone intervene. But now, in addition to humans, there is also the super burning core plundering resources on Kai King, and the big families have to change their strategies. Introducing mutants from other families can not only collect part of the entrance fee, but also fight against the super burning core, which is also a two-pronged approach. There are also many lone mutants who joined in, some for the mutation resources of Kai King, some for the super burning core, and the rest for the rewards of Kai King Tower. Lin Shen is also planning to enter Kai King again. He is considering what way to enter Kai King. Although the grass slope is safer, the level of the genetically modified organisms is too low, causing Lin Shen's genetic mutation rate to grow very slowly. If he goes in again, Lin Shen wants to try again, but he is afraid that the random place is too dangerous. While he was hesitating, someone at home sent a message saying that a man who called himself Su Tiange came to see him, and said he was his good brother. What is he doing here? Lin Shen was a little surprised. He didn't expect Su Tiange to come to see him. Lin Shen came to the living room, and saw Su Tiange waiting for him. Brother Shen, I finally found you. I missed you so much. Su Tiange came up and held Lin Shen's hand tightly, as if he had seen a relative, his eyes full of emotion. Has the beast tied at the Yashin base been resolved? Why did you come here? Lin Shen finally pulled his hand back, and asked with some confusion. After those big families came, they cleaned up the mushroom beasts several times. Now there are fewer mushroom beasts. It is difficult to see mushroom beasts outside the green tree sea. Su Tiange then said, This is not the point, Brother Shen. I came to you for another important matter. What is it? Lin Shen thought Su Tiange wanted to take him to King Kai. Brother Shen, do you know Bai Shenfei? Su Tiange's words were somewhat unexpected to Lin Shen. I have seen her several times. What's wrong with her? Lin Shen was even more confused. How did Su Tiange get involved with Bai Shenfei? Su Tiange hesitated and said, She is fine, but my sister-in-law may be a little unhappy. What sister-in-law? What are you talking about? Lin Shen was full of question marks, and he didn't react for a while. He didn't know when Bai Shenfei became his sister-in-law. It's Yi Yuzhen from the Yi family, my sister-in-law. Su Tiange explained, Brother Shen, you are really careless this time. If you can speak, just speak. If you can't, then go back quickly. Lin Shen felt that he was about to be confused by him. Although Bai Shenfei is very beautiful, a rare beauty in the world, but my sister-in-law is not bad either. Brother Shen, if you are cheating, you should hide it. It's so blatant. It would be strange if my sister-in-law is not angry. Su Tiange's words became more and more outrageous. How did you know that I knew Bai Shenfei? Lin Shen looked at Su Tiange with a puzzled look on his face and asked. Knowing that Lin Shen and Bai Shenfei didn't know many people, how could Su Tiange know? Lin Shen suddenly became a little worried. Did Bai Shenfei say something outside? Not only me, now everyone in the entire Yashin base knows about it. Even the big families stationed in the Yashin base know about it. Su Tiange's eyes lit up, and he said excitedly, Although this matter is indeed not good for my sister-in-law. But as your good brother, I have to say that Brother Shen is really awesome. You have taken down a woman like Bai Shenfei. Brothers have face. Lin Shen listened for a while, and finally understood what was going on. Bai Shenfei didn't say anything outside, but the situation could be worse. Bai Shenfei went to Jinshui Lake and joined the people in the Cape base. At that time, she met Ouyang Juemu, who was visiting with Ouyang Yudu. When several people were talking, Ouyang Yudu invited Bai Shenfei to go to Kaiwanqing together, but was rejected by Bai Shenfei. This refusal was beyond the expectations of the Ouyang family of the God's Love base, and the people of the Cape base, because they had already had a tacit understanding to let the two people who had practiced the theory of talent interact more. If there were no major differences, the two would probably be together in the future. Before this, Bai Shenfei also acquiesced to this matter, and the only thing left was to meet Ouyang Yudu to get to know each other. Going to King Kai to fight side by side is naturally the best way to get to know each other. Including Ouyang Yudu, no one expected that Bai Shenfei would refuse. In the eyes of all the insiders, Bai Shenfei and Ouyang Yudu are a natural pair, and neither can live without the other. Otherwise, they would have difficulty in making further progress in this life, and could only stop at the basic transformation. Ouyang Yudu was very graceful, and did not embarrass Bai Shenfei. Ouyang Juemu was not happy and insisted that Sun Jian, the person in charge of the Cape base, give an explanation as to why they suddenly changed their minds, when they had already reached a tacit understanding. Sun Jian had no idea why. He wanted to delay it, and then asked Bai Shenfei privately what was going on. Who knew that Bai Shenfei directly said, in addition to Ouyang Yudu, she had another candidate, so she needed time to consider. Ouyang Yudu was very curious and asked Bai Shenfei who the other candidate was. Bai Shenfei directly said Lin Shen's name. At first, several people did not react to who Lin Shen was until someone called out the name of the second-generation ancestor. This caused a stir. Now the entire Asian god base, and the family stationed in Jinshui Lake all knew that the second-generation ancestor and Ouyang Yudu were competing for Bai Shenfei. After hearing about this, Su Tiange hurried to the Suanio base to report the news. Lin Shen was completely confused now. How could this happen? Didn't I tell Concubine Bai that I couldn't practice the theory of talent? How could she say that? How could I be her candidate? I can't practice the theory of talent at all. Brother Shen, although I feel proud, you have to be careful. I heard that many young people from big families couldn't accept it after knowing that Concubine Bai listed you as a candidate. Especially that Ouyang Yudu, maybe he will come to trouble you. Of course, I'm not saying that you are not as good as Ouyang Yudu, but that Ouyang Yudu is really evil. If you have some ability, you better be careful. Su Tiange said cautiously. I know, thank you for coming to tell me this. Lin Shen felt that he was sitting at home, and the disaster came from the sky. We are all brothers, why say these polite words? Su Tiange waved his hand quickly. The two were chatting, and a guard from the Lin family came over, and said that someone was looking for Lin Shen again. Lin Shen and Su Tiange looked at each other, thinking, could it be that Ouyang Yu is here? Chapter 127. When Lin Shen and Su Tiange saw the person coming, they knew they had guessed wrong. The person coming was not the stunning Ouyang Yudu, but Tu Xiaodao, who looked ordinary and had a scar on his face. Su Tiange lowered his voice and leaned close to Lin Shen's ear and said, Brother Shen, this Tu Xiaodao is not simple. I heard from my grandfather that Tu Xiaodao came from a base on the sea. You also know the situation on the sea. The genetically modified creatures there are more powerful than those on land. Those who can build a base on the sea are not ordinary families. Are you Lin Shen? Tu Xiaodao looked at Lin Shen and looked him up and down. His voice was a little abnormally hoarse. I am Lin Shen. I wonder what you want to see me for. Lin Shen was also looking at Tu Xiaodao. This man looked unremarkable, but he seemed to have a ruthlessness that ordinary people could not match. I heard that you have mastered the talent theory, so I came to ask for your advice. Tu Xiaodao pulled out the knife from his waist. His knife was very short, only as long as a dagger, but very wide as a palm, and the whole body seemed to be polished with black spike crystal. I think you have misunderstood. I have not mastered the talent theory. Lin Shen explained. Tu Xiaodao raised his eyebrows and said, now everyone knows that you have mastered the talent theory. Are you looking down on me, Tu Xiaodao, by saying this? If everyone says you are a woman, then are you a woman? Lin Shen asked back indifferently. Tu Xiaodao was slightly startled, but Bai Shenfei said you. Did Bai Shenfei say that I have mastered the talent theory? Lin Shen interrupted Tu Xiaodao directly. Tu Xiaodao was stunned for a moment, then frowned and said, Bai Shenfei did not say that you have mastered the talent theory, but everyone knows that only those who have mastered the talent theory are qualified to become the candidate of Bai Shenfei. Since Bai Shenfei recognized you, you must have mastered the talent theory. Don't say that I haven't mastered the talent theory. Even if I have mastered the talent theory, can I not teach you? You want to fight with someone who has mastered the talent theory so much. Why don't you go to Ouyang Yudu? Do you not know that Ouyang Yudu has mastered the talent theory, or you are afraid of the strong and dare not challenge Ouyang Yudu? Lin Shen curled his lips and said. Tu Xiaodao was stunned by these words, and after a while he said, I will naturally go to Ouyang Yudu, and I will also ask for advice from you. It's useless to say so much nonsense. You should just draw your sword and let me see what the difference is between people who have practiced talent theory. If you want to ask for advice, then ask for advice. If you want to compete with swords, then compete with swords. Then why don't you just compete to see who is shorter? I'm definitely not shorter than you. I can admit defeat now, and there's no need to go through the trouble of competing. Lin Shen still mocked with a calm face. Tu Xiaodao never thought that he would come to compete with Lin Shen, and before he started, the other party would keep talking nonsense. He was not good at speaking, and he was no match for Lin Shen in terms of words. What do you want to compete? Tu Xiaodao said with a frown. I say it again. I haven't practiced talent theory. Now I'm only at the iron level. If you want to fight, you can do whatever you want. Anyway, I will definitely call for help immediately. Lin Shen said. I cannot use the base power, and control the strength and speed within the range of the steel level. Tu Xiaodao blurted out immediately. It seems that he had thought about it before he came. Lin Shen saw that Tu Xiaodao was determined to fight him, and it was not a good idea to continue to stalemate like this. How about this? I don't know the theory of talent, and I'm not good at fighting. Let's compete in something else. Lin Shen thought for a while and said. Compete in what? I can only fight and nothing else. Tu Xiaodao was worried that Lin Shen would really compete with him to see who was taller. I will do a move. If you can do it, you win. I do have a copy of Theory of Talent given by Bai Shenfei. I haven't practiced it. I can give it to you. Lin Shen took out the Theory of Talent given to him by Bai Shenfei and said. I have Theory of Talent. I won. I don't need you to give me anything. I just need you to let me see the real Theory of Talent. Tu Xiaodao said stubbornly. Why are you so stubborn? Lin Shen was speechless. Tu Xiaodao took out some things from his backpack and continued to say to Lin Shen, if you win, I don't have anything else. This is the base transformation liquid of all the mutated crystal-based creatures I collected recently on King Kai. Although it is no longer useful to me, it should still be very valuable to you. If you win, it's yours. If you lose, you can also pick a bag. Lin Shen looked at the bags of base transformation liquid. He originally planned to lose to Tu Xiaodao and throw away the hot potato of talent theory in his hand, but the idea disappeared immediately. The main reason was that he listened to Tu Xiaodao's words, and knew that talent theory was indeed not a secret method. The Bai family should have given it to many people. It would be useless for him to give talent theory away. With so many mutation liquids from mutated crystal-based creatures, it should be enough to make my mutation rate reach 100%, right? Lin Shen secretly calculated in his heart. How is it? Tu Xiaodao smiled, and he saw that Lin Shen was moved. But Tu Xiaodao didn't think he would lose. The hardness and flexibility of the crystal-based body were far beyond the steel level. He really couldn't think of any action that Lin Shen could do, but he couldn't. In Tu Xiaodao's opinion, Lin Shen proposed such a competition just to lose to him and send him away. He took out so many mutation liquids just to make Lin Shen moved, so that after defeating him, he could see the real talent theory. You? I like you. Not for those mutation liquids. I just want to compete with you. Lin Shen said with a smile. Okay, you go first. Tu Xiaodao didn't care, as long as Lin Shen was willing to compete. Then I show my ugliness. Lin Shen had already made up his mind. If someone sent him the mutant gene fluid he needed, there was no reason not to accept it. Brother Shen, don't be fooled. He is a crystal-based level, and his body flexibility is much better. He can definitely do the general postures. Su Tiange reminded him from the side. Although he knew that Lin Shen was not ordinary, he was only a steel-based level after all. What actions can a steel-based level do, but a crystal-based level can't do? Su Tiange thought about it, and there was only one possibility, to go down the third path. For example, eat a rice field or something, so that Tu Xiaodao would feel sick and unable to eat, then he could win. Or he could make a decisive move and directly castrate himself. No matter how cruel Tu Xiaodao was, he would definitely not be able to do it, and he could win that way. But although those gene fluids were precious, there was no need to fight so hard. In addition, Su Tiange really couldn't think of how Lin Shen could beat Tu Xiaodao. Got it. Lin Shen said calmly, then took Tu Xiaodao to a yard, pointed to the stone table in the yard and said, put the prize there. If you win, just take it. If you lose, just leave. Tu Xiaodao put several large bags of base transformation liquid on the stone table without saying anything. He was not afraid that Lin Shan would covet his base transformation liquid. If Lin Shan dared to grab it after losing, he would make Lin Shan regret cheating. After watching Tu Xiaodao put down all the base transformation liquid, Lin Shan walked to the open space in the yard, then turned to Tu Xiaodao and said, "Watch carefully, I will only do it once, and the winner will be determined by one hand. If you lose, don't talk nonsense like a woman, just leave." "Okay." Tu Xiaodao stood by with his arms folded firmly. He wanted to see what tricks Lin Shan could play. Chapter 128. Lin Shan stood in the open space, took a deep breath, and then jumped up. Tu Xiaodao and Su Tiange watched Lin Shan jump 3 meters high. This jumping ability is almost superhuman for ordinary people. If you play basketball, you can jump directly from the three-point line and dunk. But for a base changer, especially a crystal base changer, jumping 3 meters high is nothing. What is Brother Shan doing? Comparing with a crystal base changer to see who jumps higher? It shouldn't be. With Brother Shan's wisdom, how could he do such a stupid thing? Su Tiange's eyes suddenly lit up. Oh, that's it. Brother Shan said that he wanted Tu Xiaodao to do the same action as him, that is, whether it is the action of taking off, or the various postures and angles in the air, even the swinging direction of the hair, they must be exactly the same. High, really high. There are no two eggs that are exactly the same in the world, so how can they have exactly the same action? At that time, what can Tu Xiaodao do if he finds a little fault? Su Tiange thought he had understood Lin Shan's spirit, and thought to himself, in terms of cunning, my Brother Shan admits to being second, and I'm afraid no one dares to claim to be first. Tu Xiaodao also frowned as he looked at Lin Shan, who jumped 3 meters high and then fell down. He didn't understand what he meant by this. Did he look down on him, Tu Xiaodao? Did he think he couldn't even jump 3 meters high? While Tu Xiaodao was wondering, Lin Shan's body had already begun to fall. When he was still 1 meter away from the ground, he suddenly saw Lin Shan's left foot stepping on his right foot and pushing hard. Tu Xiaodao was still wondering what was Lin Shan doing, thinking that he, Tu Xiaodao, would not remember it if he did some random moves, but the next moment, Tu Xiaodao suddenly widened his eyes, staring at Lin Shan, his mouth slightly open, his eyeballs almost popping out. Su Tiange opened his mouth even wider, as if something was stuck in his throat, forcing him to open his mouth as wide as possible, but he couldn't make any sound. Lin Shan, who was about to fall to the ground, suddenly rose again after such a weird operation, and rose to a height of about 3 meters. Fuck, Brother Shan is really unfathomable. I thought I had understood the essence of Brother Shan's spirit, but I didn't expect that I learned only the appearance. My Brother Shan is simply unfathomable. This is something that people can do. How can I learn from this? Su Tiange couldn't help but swear in his heart. Tu Xiaodao stared at Lin Shan falling down in a daze, without saying a word. Did you see it clearly? Do it again according to this, and I will admit defeat if you can do it. Lin Shan walked to Tu Xiaodao and said. Tu Xiaodao looked at Lin Shan with a strange expression, but didn't answer. I lost. After a while, Tu Xiaodao said something and turned away, not even looking at the base transformation liquids on the table. This man's character is quite good. Lin Shan saw that Tu Xiaodao was willing to accept the loss, so he looked up to him. He knew that Tu Xiaodao had good luck before, and he got a lot of mutated crystal-based transformation liquids on King Kai's planet, and it should all be here. He said he lost and didn't even look at it again, which was considered open-minded, because he risked his life to get it. It's said to be lucky, but it's not that he risked his life to get it back. Brother Shan, you are really awesome. The move of stepping on the right foot with the left foot to ascend again, just now was really amazing. If possible, can you teach me? I am willing to pay the tuition. Su Tiange came over and said, Do you want to learn? Lin Shan narrowed his eyes, and looked at Su Tiange and asked, I want to learn, I want to learn. Su Tiange nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Then you have to destroy your level first, start practicing again, and then use a specific genetic mutation egg to complete the genetic mutation, and you will be able to learn it. Lin Shan said. So there is such a talent skill. I wonder if that kind of genetic mutation egg is easy to find. Su Tiange asked. It shouldn't be difficult. Anyway, I found it casually. Lin Shan smiled. Ah, it's so easy. Where did you find it? I go get a few for my collection first. Su Tiange didn't plan to destroy his level, but he wanted to get a few genetic mutation pets with this ability. I don't know. I haven't seen the second one. Lin Shan spread his hands and said. Su Tiange was speechless, thinking, then what do you think he is doing? Is he teasing me? Old Su, you came here. You didn't just want to inform me about the white goddess, did you? Lin Shan said, while counting the base transformation liquids. There were 7 bags in total, all with labels on them. He checked them, and found that these 7 bags of base transformation liquids came from 5 mutant creatures. Lin Shen calculated in his mind that if the base transformation liquid of each mutant creature could increase his base transformation rate by 5 points, then these base transformation liquids could provide him with a total of 25 base transformation rates. Plus his current base transformation rate, it was still not enough. It's still a little short, but it's better than nothing. Lin Shen thought to himself. It's true that nothing can be hidden from Brother Shen. Our Su family has an agreement with the major families. They will give us some places to enter King Kai's planet. Brother Shen, if you are interested, you can go in with us. Su Tiange said. Lin Shen knew in his heart that Su Tiange's words sounded good. In fact, it should be that the major families had already relaxed the restrictions, and gave the Su family more quotas. It was estimated that the Su family had no suitable candidates, so they wanted to come and win him over. But even so, at least it showed that the Su family still had good intentions towards him, and wanted to make friends with him, so Lin Shen did not point it out. I don't plan to go in the next few days. If you can wait, you can go and have a look in a few days. Lin Shen thought about it. He didn't want to go to Tsalpa again. Instead of going in randomly by himself, it would be better to go in with the Su family. In case he was randomly in a dangerous place, there were teammates who could share the risk. I can wait. The King of the Realm training device has been opened this time. We were supposed to wait for the next time. Su Tiange was overjoyed. Although Lin Shen's level was not high, he had a high-level pet launcher on him, and his combat power was not weak. He heard from the people of the big families that Lin Shen's pet launcher was the top-level one that could be used by the base changers, and there shouldn't be any faster than it. The pet launcher that was upgraded had a faster firing rate, but that thing needed to be upgraded to be activated and used, and the base changers couldn't use it. Of course, there was another important reason why Su Tiange wanted to take Lin Shen with him. He was afraid of being robbed by the angel. With Lin Shen, there was no need to worry about being robbed by the angel. You go back first, and just let me know when you go in a few days. After Lin Shen sent Su Tiange away, he took the base change liquid into the house, intending to swallow them all as soon as possible, and convert them into his own base change rate. So much base change liquid, it would be impossible to finish drinking it in one day, and it would take several days to digest it. Chapter 129. After leaving the Lin family, Tu Xiaodao went straight out of the Suanio base. When he reached a deserted place, he stopped and looked around. After making sure that there was no one, he took a deep breath and then jumped up. He jumped 5 or 6 meters, much higher than Lin Shen, and this was when he controlled his strength. When his body began to fall, Tu Xiaodao burst out the controlled strength again, stretched out his left foot to step on the instep of his right foot, and kicked hard. Bang! Tu Xiaodao fell to the ground with his legs spread out, and his right instep became red and swollen. That's not right. How can I use the force to jump up again? Did I remember it wrong? It's not the left foot stepping on the right foot, but the right foot stepping on the left foot. Tu Xiaodao tried again without giving up, and ended up stepping on the instep of his left foot, and it became red and swollen. This is unscientific. Could it be some kind of innate skill? Is there such an innate skill? Could it be the ability after practicing the theory of talent? Tu Xiaodao was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. If he had known that there was such a thing, he should not have agreed to compete with Lin Shen like this. Losing the thing is secondary. The key is that he has no face to compete with Lin Shen again. What should I do? Tu Xiaodao really wants to know what is so special about the theory of talent. The reason why Tu Xiaodao is so persistent is that he has also practiced the theory of talent, but he did not succeed. He practiced the theory of talent not because of Bai Shenfei, but simply believed that his talent is good enough, better than anyone else. What others can't practice, he can definitely practice, and what others can't break through, he can definitely break through. So at the beginning, he chose talent theory, and planned to use it to break through to the flying level. In the end, let alone break through to the flying level, he didn't even succeed. But Tu Xiaodao was still not convinced. He didn't think it was his talent problem. Since he couldn't practice the talent theory, he proved that he was stronger than those who practiced the talent theory. This time, he came to the Asian god base from overseas. He heard that Ouyang Yudu had practiced the talent theory. He originally planned to fight Ouyang Yudu. But later, he saw some video materials recorded by someone, which were some of Ouyang Yudu's performances on King Kai. After watching it, Tu Xiaodao looked much more solemn. Ouyang Yudu was indeed very strong. In a place like King Kai, facing various base mutated creatures, even mutated crystal-based creatures, Ouyang Yudu seemed to be able to deal with it very calmly. Every battle seemed to be easy, without any skills and strength. It was impossible to see how strong he was, and what kind of abilities he had. Tu Xiaodao felt that if he didn't know what special abilities talent theory would have after he mastered it, he wouldn't be sure to defeat Ouyang Yudu. So after knowing that Lin Shen seemed to have mastered talent theory, he came to find Lin Shen, wanting to learn about the abilities of talent theory first. The result made Tu Xiaodao a little depressed, but he also wanted to know more about what abilities talent theory had. He suspected very much that Lin Shen's unscientific ability to take off again might be due to the magic of talent theory. The more Tu Xiaodao thought about it, the more he felt that he couldn't just go back like this. After thinking for a while, he turned around and went to the Lin family in the Suanio base. Why are you back again? Lin Shen, who had just drunk a wave of base transformation liquid, had a bloated belly. Seeing Tu Xiaodao coming back again, he said with a headache, Lin Shen, you need me? Tu Xiaodao said this very suddenly. What do I need you for? Lin Shen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Ouyang Yudu will definitely come to you. Not only Ouyang Yudu, but many geniuses from big families who have practiced the theory of talent before but have not succeeded in practicing it will probably come to you. Why are they looking for me? They haven't practiced the theory of talent. It's fine that Ouyang Yudu, the pride of heaven, can practice it, but you, a person from a small base, can also practice it. Some people will think that this is an insult to them. They can't tolerate the existence of such a person, so they will come to trouble you. How many times do you want me to say it before you believe that I haven't practiced the theory of talent? Do you believe it or not? It's not important. What's important is whether they believe it or not. Do you think they will believe it? Why can Ouyang Yudu practice it, but I can't? Because you have no background, because you are still just an iron base changer, and because you are easy to bully. They can't beat Ouyang Yudu, and they can't afford to provoke the Ouyang family, but they can bully you. Tu Xiaodao continued seriously. So you need me. With me here, no one can touch a hair on your head. What do you want? I tell you, I can't return those base change fluids to you. Lin Shen looked at Tu Xiaodao vigilantly and said, Don't worry, I don't want anything, as long as you accompany me to practice martial arts. Tu Xiaodao said quickly. How can I, a steel man, practice martial arts with you? You don't want to take advantage of the opportunity to kill me, do you? Lin Shen always puts safety first. How could he keep such a person of unknown origin around him for no reason? You misunderstood. That will never happen. I just think that your jump just now is really amazing. I want to learn from it. Tu Xiaodao heard Lin Shen's concerns and explained quickly. That jump is a natural skill. You can't learn it, you should leave. Lin Shen was unwilling to keep Tu Xiaodao and refused again. Seeing that he couldn't get anything out of it, Tu Xiaodao gritted his teeth and said, I will pay for your time. Please be my sparring partner. How much can you pay? Lin Shen asked with a blink of his eyes. I don't have any money. Can I use this as a substitute? Tu Xiaodao took out something and handed it to Lin Shen. Lin Shen took it and took a look. He was surprised and said, Is this an original egg? Lin Shen had swallowed an original egg before, and his memory of it was quite deep. Although they are all eggs and have different qualities, the original egg feels a little different from the ordinary genetic mutation eggs. It is hard to say what the difference is, but when you see it, you can tell which is the original egg and which is the ordinary genetic mutation egg at a glance. It is like two oranges of the same variety. One is from the place of origin, and the other is not from the place of origin. They look similar, but if you put them together and distinguish them carefully, there will still be some differences. This difference is not just the appearance, but also a texture difference that is difficult to describe in words. Of course, it tastes even more different. Looking at the original egg in Tu Xiaodao's hand, to be honest, Lin Shen really wants it. How difficult is it to conquer a genetic mutation point now? Those super bases with ascenders can't handle it, so Lin Shen has no hope in a short time. Wei Wufu said that people who use the original egg mutation usually only use the original egg for the first time, and they will use high-quality mutation eggs for promotion in the future, with almost no difference. But for someone like Lin Shen, if there is a better choice, will he use the inferior one? Obviously not. If possible, he will of course use the original egg. Why do you insist on letting me be your sparring partner? Lin Shen scratched his head. He really wanted the thing, but he really didn't want to take the risk. Chapter 130. I tell you the truth. Seeing Lin Shen like this, Tu Xiaodao had no other choice but to tell the truth, hoping to impress Lin Shen with his sincerity. You want to find a way to defeat Ouyang Yudu from me? Lin Shen looked at him, as if he was looking at a fool. How many times has Lin Shen told Tu Xiaodao that he has not mastered the theory of talent? Why doesn't this fool believe it? Lin Shen thought again. If Tu Xiaodao doesn't believe it, will others believe it? Unless Bai Shenfei comes forward to clarify, no one will believe what he says, and it is very likely that, as Tu Xiaodao said, subsequent troubles will follow. You can stay, and I can be your sparring partner, but I make it clear. Lin Shen said very seriously. I say it again, I, Lin Shen, have not mastered theory of talent. You, Tu Xiaodao, do you still want to use this original egg as a reward and ask me to be your sparring partner? Yes. Tu Xiaodao was overjoyed when he heard this and nodded quickly. Someone will come to trouble me later. Lin Shen continued. Leave it to me, as long as I'm here. No one can touch a hair on your head, even if Ouyang Yu comes. Tu Xiaodao immediately patted his chest and promised. 2 hours of sparring every day, and I can take leave if I have something to do, for a period of 1 month. Do you have any objections? No. Tu Xiaodao felt that it was enough. He was confident in his talent and ability. Deal. Lin Shen accepted Tu Xiaodao's original egg, and then wrote a contract for him to sign. It clearly stated that he did not know theory of talent, and could only spare 2 hours a day to serve as Tu Xiaodao's sparring partner for a period of 1 month. Can we start now? Tu Xiaodao looked at Lin Shen expectantly. Yes, it's a good time to digest the food. Lin Shen had just drunk the base transformation liquid, and his stomach was round, so it was a good time to move around. When he arrived at the martial arts training ground, Tu Xiaodao couldn't wait to pull out his strange knife. I am a steel level, you understand, right? Lin Shen said so, but one finger was already on the trigger of the angel revolver. I understand. I don't use the base transformation power, and my strength and speed will be controlled within the range of the steel level. Tu Xiaodao said excitedly. You attack and I defend. That's good. Lin Shen took out the death powder, and his hand shook, and the death powder immediately stood straight. He didn't intend to get close to Tu Xiaodao, and used the length of the death powder to keep a certain distance from Tu Xiaodao. If Tu Xiaodao dared to get close, he would shoot immediately. Although he believed that Tu Xiaodao was telling the truth, he still had to take precautions. It's better to be safe than sorry. Seeing Tu Xiaodao standing ready, Lin Shen raised his hand and stabbed. He held the end of the spear in one hand, and the stab was strange and unpredictable, like a dragon coming out of a cave or a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue. Fast, really fast. When Tu Xiaodao saw the stab, his eyes lit up. The level of the stab was really high, and the skill was very strong. He swung his knife to meet the attack, but Tu Xiaodao used the back of the knife to directly shake the dead powder away. Lin Shen quickly pulled and pushed, and the dead powder stabbed again. Come on! Tu Xiaodao shouted, and swung his knife again to deflect the dead powder stab. At first, Tu Xiaodao thought Lin Shen's stabbing method was amazing, but after Lin Shen stabbed dozens of times in a row, Tu Xiaodao couldn't hold it anymore. Don't keep stabbing like this, try another move. Tu Xiaodao said anxiously. But I only know this one move. Lin Shen said innocently. How about I shoot you with a pistol? You only know this one move? Tu Xiaodao didn't believe it at all. How could someone only know this one move? So far, I have only practiced this one move in martial arts. If I lie, let me be struck by lightning. Lin Shen swore to the sky. Tu Xiaodao looked at Lin Shen, who swore, and his expression was as uncomfortable as if he had eaten a fly. Judging from Lin Shen's expression, he was definitely not lying, but he couldn't figure out how it was possible for someone in the world to learn only one move. I know what you are thinking. I have told you many times that I really haven't mastered theory of talent. I know, you won't believe me even if I tell you. But don't let me practice with you today. Apart from this stab, I really don't know other techniques. I don't think you have the patience to watch random slashing, and I don't feel like wasting that energy. Let's take a break. How about this? I have a small game here. Can I play it with you? Lin Shen said. Okay. Tu Xiaodao felt that this was not a solution, so he simply saw what Lin Shen wanted to do. Lin Shen took Tu Xiaodao to his own egg-catching shop and stopped in front of a machine. Have you played this? Lin Shen asked Tu Xiaodao. It's something for children to play. Tu Xiaodao looked disdainful. That means you haven't played it before. Lin Shen waved to the clerk Zhao. Give me 10 coins. Fifth brother, here you go. Zhao quickly came over with a small basket containing a row of 10 egg-catching coins. What do you think the claw machine relies on? Lin Shen took the basket and put it aside, then took 2 coins and put them in. Of course, it's probability. Although I haven't played it, I know that this kind of machine is set with probability. After grabbing a certain number of times, the claw will become tighter, and the egg inside can be grabbed out. Tu Xiaodao said. Smart, for ordinary people, it is indeed like this. Whether the claw is loose or tight is actually not that important. It depends on the probability set by the store owner. For example, here, it is generally 1 in 10 times. When the probability is not reached, no matter how good your chances seem, you will not succeed. Lin Shen said and pressed the button. The claw fell down, firmly stuck a base mutation egg, and slowly grabbed it. It seemed that there was a good chance, but after it rose up, when the claw moved to the hole, the base mutation egg fell down and failed to move to the hole. Such a game is meaningless, so I'd better go back and practice. Tu Xiaodao said. Don't worry, watch me catch it again. For most people, they have to wait for the probability, but some people don't need to wait for the probability. Lin Shen said, shaking the joystick left and right, making the claw inside swing. He was still good at shaking the claw, and easily caught a genetic mutation egg. Tu Xiaodao was a little surprised. He didn't expect that a game played by a child would have these tricks and techniques. Come on, try it. Lin Shen gave up his position. Tu Xiaodao stood in front of the machine, selected which genetic mutation egg he wanted to catch, and then imitated Lin Shen and began to shake the joystick. Of course, it is impossible for someone who has not practiced to learn it all at once, so Tu Xiaodao failed, and even his claws failed to catch the genetic mutation egg. Not everyone can play the game, it also depends on talent. You can play slowly. I have something to go back in advance. I will arrange a place for you to stay in my yard tonight. Lin Shen patted Tu Xiaodao on the shoulder, then turned and left. Does playing games also depend on talent? Tu Xiaodao thought for a while, took the coin and threw it in to play a few more times. He was thinking as he played, this game is interesting. The store owner set the probability. Under normal circumstances, you must reach a certain number of times before you can catch the base mutated egg. However, through the technique of claw swinging, you can break the originally set probability, but this requires talent and practice. Thinking about it, Tu Xiaodao seemed to realize something. His eyes were shining as he stared at the base mutated eggs in the machine, and he muttered to himself, could it be that Lin Shen didn't want to cause trouble and admit that he had practiced the theory of talent, so he could only hint to me through this game? He deliberately said the word talent, which must be correct. What exactly does he want to hint to me? What does the theory of talent have to do with this game? Tu Xiaodao was thinking while reaching out to take the game coin, wanting to continue practicing claw swinging, but he grabbed nothing. The 10 coins that Lin Shen asked him to bring had been used up. Bring me some coins. Tu Xiaodao shouted to Zhao Li behind the counter. How many coins do you want to buy? Zhao Li said with a smile. Chapter 131. Lin Shen was thinking whether to go to buy Shenfei to make things clear, otherwise there would be endless trouble. The Lin family was just a family in a small place like Suanio Base, and they couldn't stand the turmoil. He couldn't let the Lin family have a hard time because of him. He also heard about Lin Xiangdong driving the Zheng family away, and was very surprised. He never thought that the fourth brother was already an ascender. He also knew in his heart that if it weren't for Lin Xiangdong's flower falling, I'm afraid the Suanio base would have been in vain. The Lin family could still be so peaceful because of the deterrence of that attack. But Lin Shen knew Lin Xiangdong's character very well. If the fourth brother had the ability, he would definitely not just deter, but uproot. Lin Xiangdong didn't do that, which only meant that he didn't have the ability to do that now, or for some reason, he couldn't do that. Therefore, Lin Shen did not think that he had the qualifications to be arrogant now. Although his fourth brother was very strong, there were many ascenders from various families. It was no longer an era where the stronger ascenders could do whatever they wanted. Lin Shen heard from Wei Wufu that the ascenders on the mother planet were actually only a small part of the human ascenders. Most of the human ascenders had been fighting on alien planets for many years. Some of them had even broken through to a higher level and established their own forces on some alien planets. The mother planet was too barren to support so many ascenders. Most of the ascenders had hope only if they left for alien planets. As for the existence above the ascenders, there was no need to worry for the time being, because if the humans on the mother planet wanted to leave the mother planet and go to alien planets, they could only use the teleportation device. However, the teleportation devices discovered so far can only transport ascenders at most because of limited transmission energy. After humans go out, if they become an ascended being outside, then the teleportation device will find it difficult to teleport them back. If they are promoted to ascend on the mother planet, they will probably be trapped on the mother planet for the rest of their lives. Currently, there is no fine device on the human side that can send them to other planets with life before their lives end. Therefore, the strongest human on the mother planet is only an ascender, and the same is true for the big families in the super bases. The problem is that they have people outside. If dozens of ascenders come back from the alien planet, No one can withstand such pressure. The Zheng family of the Wanderer base also has power on the alien planet. It is not that they can just destroy the Zheng family on the mother planet. It is not that simple. Lin Shen re-examined the matter, and felt that there might be some misunderstanding between him and Bai Shenfei before, and the cause of the misunderstanding was probably the time when he saved Bai Shenfei. Did Bai Shenfei misunderstand what I did to her? Lin Shen thought of this possibility. But how to explain this? Lin Shen had a headache for a while. After thinking about it, Lin Shen decided to go to the Yashin base first. Yi Yuzhen still had his pets hatching there, and he didn't know if the mutant sea monster would hatch. But even if he wanted to go, he had to wait until he converted all the base transformation liquid into base transformation rate. With a mechanical watch on him, Lin Shen felt it was really convenient. He could see the growth of the base transformation rate directly every time, unlike before when he could only rely on feeling. After digesting all the mutant base transformation liquid in the past few days, Lin Shen's base transformation rate successfully reached 76, which was already a very high value. If he didn't pursue perfection, he could be promoted to alloy now, and it would almost never fail. Lin Shen does not have a particularly serious perfectionist mentality, which can be seen from his practice of evolution. He does not deliberately pursue perfection. He practices when he can and skips when he cannot. The reason why he is so obsessed with 100% base change rate is because of the brainwashing of the third and fourth brothers. Lin Shen's strength attribute has increased a little in the past few days. Now it is 19 points of strength. It seems that there is still room for improvement. The weight of the dead powder should be able to increase. In the past, he had to sign the infinite power contract with the dead powder. At that time, Lin Shen felt that he was at a disadvantage, but now it seems that it is not bad. The weight of the dead powder increases, but its usual size does not increase. It is directly wrapped around the body, and a robe is worn outside. Walking is equivalent to holding it and walking, which is much better than running with a cow in arms every day. I just don't know how much the growth limit of the dead powder is, and whether his strength can continue to increase. After digesting all the base change liquid, Lin Shen felt that it was time to go to the Asian god base, so he went to find Tu Xiaodao. Lin Shen was actually very puzzled. These days, Tu Xiaodao did not come to him to practice with him. He was catching eggs in the egg-catching shop every day. Zhao Li said that he spent a lot of money and made a small profit. Of course, the egg-catching machine that Tu Xiaodao played was specially adjusted by Zhao Li by Lin Shen. Otherwise, even if the claws could swing, it would be difficult to catch them. The reason why the claws in Lin Shen's shop are loose is to prevent those technical masters. It does not have much impact on ordinary players. Ordinary people rely on probability, which is similar to spending money to buy eggs, but in a different form. It feels more exciting and more fulfilling. Lin Shen came to his shop and saw Tu Xiaodao operating the machine to catch eggs. What surprised Lin Shen was that there was a small cart next to Tu Xiaodao, and there were already more than a dozen genetic mutation eggs in the cart. What's going on? Lin Shen asked Zhao Li beside him. When he first practiced the claw swing, it took him more than half a month to fully master the technique. It has only been a few days, and Tu Xiaodao has become so powerful. Fifth brother, your friend is so powerful. Now the hit rate of the claw swing is very high. He has caught many eggs today. Do you want to adjust the tightness of the machine back? Zhao Li whispered. Forget it, keep the machine. Lin Shen thought about it, it didn't matter anyway. Now he is on King Kai, and sometimes he is too lazy to pick up ordinary steel eggs, leaving a machine for people with skills to play with, and it is their ability to catch them. Xiaodao, you play well? Lin Shen walked over and said. Thank you for bringing me to play. Tu Xiaodao gave Lin Shen a meaningful smile. It's fine if you like playing, but I have to go to the Yashin base. Do you want to stay here or go with me? Lin Shen failed to understand the true meaning behind Tu Xiaodao's smile. Of course I go with you. You have troubles when you go to the Yashin base. I promised you that I would protect you, and I will do it. Tu Xiaodao put down the joystick, packed up his things, and prepared to go with Lin Shen. Your eggs. Lin Shen saw that Tu Xiaodao did not take the genetic mutation eggs in the cart, and hurriedly called him. I give it to you. Tu Xiaodao said indifferently. He really despised these genetic mutation eggs, and was too lazy to even pick them up. Change it into money, and give it to him. Lin Shen also knew that it was normal for a person like Tu Xiaodao to despise these genetic mutation eggs, so he didn't say anything else. He asked Zhao Li to put all the genetic mutation eggs back into the machine, and he and Tu Xiaodao went to the Yashin base together. Chapter 132. During the journey, Lin Shen felt a little strange. How come Tu Xiaodao seemed to become much friendlier? He was always at my side, like a personal bodyguard. Lin Shen thought, no matter how nice you are to me, it's useless. I really haven't mastered the theory of talent. I can't help you even if I want to. When he arrived at the Asian god base, Lin Shen went to the Yi family castle as soon as possible. He still had to explain the matter of Bai Shenfei to Yi Yuzhen. Trust is trust, and what should be explained should still be explained. Unreasonably asking for the other party's trust is unreasonable. It's not easy to find such a suitable object for marriage and childbirth. Lin Shen didn't want to make any more mistakes. He wanted to make it a done deal as soon as possible and marry her home to have children. The old housekeeper came to open the door for Lin Shen and said with a smile on his face, Master Lin, the young lady is waiting for you in the small martial arts training hall. Why is she waiting for me there? Lin Shen felt a little strange, but he still followed the old housekeeper to the small martial arts training hall. When Tu Xiaodao was about to follow, he was stopped by the old housekeeper who said, the small martial arts hall is the young lady's private place. It is not convenient for entertaining guests. Guests should go to the reception room to rest for a while. There are tea and snacks there. Lin Shen motioned Tu Xiaodao to go first, and then followed the old housekeeper to the small martial arts hall. Sure enough, he saw Yi Yuzhen standing inside, wearing a set of training clothes, with a pair of slightly sharp eyes staring at him. Go change into your training clothes. Seeing Lin Shen coming in, Yi Yuzhen pointed to the neatly stacked training clothes on the stool and said expressionlessly, Why do you need to change into training clothes? I don't want to practice now. Lin Shen felt that something was wrong with Yi Yuzhen. I told you to change, so change. Yi Yuzhen said with his eyes wide open. I came here just to explain to you the matter of concubine Bai. Lin Shen said hurriedly. Who cares what happened between you and concubine Bai? I told you to change clothes. Yi Yuzhen interrupted him. Lin Shen moved his mouth and wanted to say something, but then he thought, don't reason with a woman when she's angry. It's better to wait until she calms down. You asked me to change clothes. Do you want to beat me up to vent your anger? If so, I can only strike first. Lin Shen picked up the training clothes on the stool and went to the locker room to change. This training clothes fits me well. Lin Shen came to Yi Yuzhen. Humph. Yi Yuzhen didn't respond to his words and said coldly, Don't you like running? Today I will let you run enough. As he said that, Yi Yuzhen pulled out a golden python pattern whip from the shelf next to him, swung it in the air, and then pulled it hard, and suddenly heard a snap. This sound was not hit on Lin Shen, but the sonic boom caused by the whip slightly breaking the sound barrier. In fact, it is easy for ordinary people to ignore the whip as a weapon, and subconsciously think that this kind of thing can only drive horses or something. But the whip is actually a very terrible weapon, and its lethality is sometimes even more terrifying than that of a sword, but its applicable scenes are relatively limited, and the difficulty and threshold of use are high, so it is so easy to be ignored. The old man who plays with a whip in the park can easily pull out a sonic boom after a set of actions. What other weapon can reach this level? People who can use whips are either rookies or ruthless people. Most people will not choose this weapon. Yi Yuzhen was obviously not a rookie. Her technique was skillful, and she had worked hard. Lin Shen was startled by the sonic boom of the whip, but he also understood why Yi Yuzhen was angry. It turned out that it was not because of the matter of Bai Shenfei, but because he ran away without saying goodbye last time. Lin Shen was about to explain, but Yi Yuzhen did not give him a chance to explain and whipped him directly. A dead thing seemed to have turned into a dragon in Yi Yuzhen's hand, attacking Lin Shen for a while. Lin Shen saw the force used by Yi Yuzhen and the direction of the whip, and knew that she didn't really want to whip him. He took the initiative and pushed his toes a little harder, and rushed out like a phantom. Before the whip came over, he had already rushed to Yi Yuzhen's side, lowered his body, and put one arm on her waist, holding her waist to use the force to rotate, and the whole person was behind her, and at the same time the other arm also hugged her. Yi Yuzhen was slightly startled. Although she didn't really want to hit Lin Shen, she just wanted to scare him out of anger. However, with Yi Yuzhen's speed, it was not easy for an iron-level player to get close to her. Lin Shen's speed was a bit unusual, and his body movements were also very strange. How could she know that this was the result of Lin Shen's recent practice of stepping on the immortal courtyard? Originally, when he got here, Lin Shen should have thrown her from behind. Of course, Lin Shen couldn't throw Yi Yuzhen from behind. Instead of throwing her backwards, he picked her up. Put me down? Yi Yuzhen's anger suddenly disappeared. The angry expression on her face was mostly fake. Her body twisted a few times in Lin Shen's arms, as if she had no strength left. I ran because I was afraid of getting your Yi family into trouble. Lin Shen hugged her and said, Are you afraid of getting our Yi family into trouble, or are you afraid that our Yi family will betray you? Yi Yuzhen said with a pout. Lin Shen coughed dryly. Of course I'm afraid of getting your Yi family into trouble. Yi Yuzhen didn't hold on to that question, rolled his eyes at him, and said, You can leave, but you should at least tell me. You ran away without saying a word. What's the matter? Who do you think I Yi Yuzhen am? It's my fault. I didn't think it through at the time. There won't be a next time. Seeing that Yi Yuzhen's tone had softened and the time was ripe, Lin Shen quickly sent the stairs up. Why don't you put me down? Yi Yuzhen said coquettishly. Lin Shen then let Yi Yuzhen down. Who knew that after Yi Yuzhen came down, he stared at him and said, Forget about your silent escape this time. Now let's talk about you and Bai Shenfei. Don't you mind? Lin Shen muttered. Of course I don't mind. I just want to know why Bai Shenfei would like you when she doesn't want Ouyang you. Yi Yuzhen became stubborn. Of course, it's because I'm more handsome, stronger and more manly than Ouyang you. Which woman wouldn't be jealous? You have to be careful, and don't let others take advantage of you. Lin Shen said seriously. Bah, whoever wants it can have it. I don't care. Yi Yuzhen was angry and amused. Okay, then I go find Bai Shenfei and ask her if she cares. Lin Shen said. Go ahead. Yi Yuzhen said angrily. I go right away. Lin Shen turned around and left without looking back. Seeing that Lin Shen really left, Yi Yuzhen was panicked. Is he really angry? What if he really goes to Bai Shenfei? Thinking in her heart, Yi Yuzhen hurriedly chased him out, shouting, Come back. But no one answered her. Yi Yuzhen panicked even more, and she didn't even bother to change her shoes and rushed out the door. Just as she rushed out the door, a strong arm stretched out from the side door, grabbed her waist, and pulled her over. Yi Yuzhen was startled, and then she saw that it was Lin Shen, and her tense body relaxed. Lin Shen pressed her plump body against the wall beside the door. Didn't you go to find Bai Shenfei? Yi Yuzhen looked at Lin Shen's face close at hand, with a little bit of smugness and a little bit of anger in her eyes. This guy actually played a trick on her again. But feeling the strong heartbeat and temperature coming from the body pressed against him, Yi Yuzhen couldn't get angry at all, and his body felt a little weak. Seeing Lin Shen not saying a word, but getting closer and closer, he felt confused for a moment. Chapter 133. Ahem. The sound of coughing interrupted the ambiguous game between the two. When the two saw Madame Yi and Yi Tianjin coming over, Yi Yuzhen quickly pushed Lin Shen away and subconsciously tidied up her not-so-messy hair. Lin Shen was also a little flustered. Although he didn't seem to have done anything, he felt like he was caught in bed. Xiaofian, take Lin Shen to change clothes, and then come to the living room. Yuzhen, follow me. Madame Yi was obviously much colder to Lin Shen this time, and she left with Yi Yuzhen. Lin Shen could understand that his affair with Bai Shenfei was widely spread, and it would be strange for Madame Yi to be happy. Brother Lin, what's going on between you and Bai Shenfei? I think you are a good person, and you shouldn't be a two-timing person. There must be some misunderstanding here. Yi Tianjin seemed to have a good impression of Lin Shen. There is really nothing between Bai Shenfei and me, and I don't know why she said that. Lin Shen said helplessly. Yi Tianjin pondered and said, maybe she didn't want to choose Ouyang Yudu so easily, so she pulled you out as a shield. Go change your clothes first, and then talk to Sister Yi and explain the misunderstanding. Sister Yi is an elder after all. If she says something serious, just treat it as respect for the elders. Brother Tian, don't worry, I know. Lin Shen nodded. After such a thing happened, it is reasonable for the elders to say a few words, and it is understandable. After changing clothes, Lin Shen followed Yi Tianjin to the living room, only to see Mrs. Yi sitting on the sofa alone, without seeing Yi Yuzhen. Tianjin, go out first. I have something to talk to Lin Shen alone. Mrs. Yi stroked the black cat in her arms, and said without raising her head, Sister Yi, I go out first. Yi Tianjin didn't dare to disobey Mrs. Yi. She quietly winked at Lin Shen, and went out, closing the door outside. Lin Shen looked at Mrs. Yi, thinking about how to explain. Lin Shen, how do you think your talent compares to your second brother? Before Lin Shen spoke, Mrs. Yi spoke first. What she said surprised Lin Shen. Of course, it's far inferior. Lin Shen told the truth. His talent was not outstanding among the siblings of the Lin family. Mrs. Yi nodded slightly. You have a clear understanding of yourself. Your talent is indeed far inferior to your second brother. Mrs. Yi knows my second brother? Lin Shen was a little surprised. From Mrs. Ye's tone, she seemed to be very familiar with his second brother. Madame Yi did not answer him, and said to herself, back then, your second brother was extremely talented. He could learn any technique at a glance, and he could even surpass his master. It was easy for him to challenge those of higher levels. Even such a genius would inevitably feel wronged. You are not as good at learning as your second brother, but you are better at causing trouble. Madam Yi, I haven't taken the initiative to cause any trouble, right? Lin Shen was a little surprised. This Madam Yi seemed to be more than just familiar with his second brother. No! Madam Yi said coldly. Even though your second brother is arrogant, he would not be like you, who would provoke the ascenders when he was at the iron level. Aren't you better than him? Lin Shen was speechless. Although he did not provoke Zheng Guiyuan, it was the fact. You are lucky. The Mushroom King helped you get through the disaster, but this is your luck. People cannot always rely on luck, and Yuzhen cannot marry someone who risks his life for luck. Mrs. Ye's tone gradually became stern. Lin Shen was shocked that Mrs. Ye knew about this. It seemed that someone in the sea of green trees secretly spied on their battle with Zheng Guiyuan. He just didn't know whether the person who spied was Mrs. Yi, or someone under Mrs. Yi. Whether it was the former or the latter, it showed that this Mrs. Yi was not simple, at least different from the Yi family he imagined. Mrs. Yi stared at Lin Shen and continued, I know a little about the people in your Lin family. If you just want to find a woman to marry and have children, then don't think about Yuzhen anymore. I only have this one daughter, and I won't let her marry someone who just wants to use her. Lin Shen was silent. He did plan to do so at the beginning, but after gradually understanding Yuzhen, he did have a good impression of Yuzhen. So you have to think clearly about why you want to be with Yuzhen. If you really want to be with her, no one can break you up. Otherwise, you should talk to Yuzhen earlier. Mrs. Yi stared at Lin Shen and said slowly, Mrs. Yi, you are right. If I just want to use her as a tool, it is really unfair to her. Lin Shen looked at Mrs. Yi and said calmly, But please believe me, I have feelings for Yuzhen, but there are some things I can't help. If I marry Yuzhen, one day my brothers and sisters are waiting for me to save their lives and need me to fight with my life. How do you think I should deal with it? It's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. You can endure it, or wait, until you have the strength to solve the problem without taking risks. If you can't put Yuzhen first, then you shouldn't provoke her. Mrs. Yi said. Although Lin Shen wanted to refute Mrs. Yi, he knew in his heart that Mrs. Yi was not wrong. Yuzhen was not what he had imagined before. She was not a real bad girl. It could even be said that Lin Shen was a little moved, which made him hesitate. Mrs. Yi, can you give me some time? I need to think it over carefully. Lin Shen said in a deep voice. Time is not given by others. Mrs. Yi said lightly. Thank you for protecting me, madam. I take my leave first. Lin Shen stood up and saluted. The reason why Mrs. Yi knew that he and the black-capped mushroom beast had joined forces to kill Zheng Guiyuan was that she wanted to protect him in secret. At least, she had no hostility. Being able to have the ability that Zheng Guiyuan couldn't find, his strength must be no less than Zheng Guiyuan. If Mrs. Yi wanted to harm him, there were too many opportunities at that time. Go ahead. When you think it through, and really want to be with Yuzhen, no one in the Yi family will stop you. Before that, don't meet Yuzhen again. Mrs. Yi said calmly. Lin Shen said nothing and turned to leave. After leaving the Yi family, Lin Shen laughed bitterly at himself. I want to take advantage, but I don't want to take responsibility. I am really a scumbag. He understood what Mrs. Yi meant. Mrs. Yi meant the same as his brothers and sisters, asking him to stay at home and be a rich man, and he didn't need to worry about things outside. If it were in the past, Lin Shen would have agreed directly. He had lived that kind of life for 20 years, and didn't think there was anything wrong with it. He was willing to continue. It was good to live like that for the rest of his life. But what the fourth brother said, when he came back in the middle of the night, that day made Lin Shen realize that his brothers might have gotten into big trouble. Although he didn't know what kind of trouble it was, or how big it was, he couldn't pretend that he didn't know anything and just continue to live like that. It's still not strong enough. I need to get stronger quickly. Lin Shen muttered to himself. Chapter 134. After leaving the Yi family with Tu Xiaodao, Lin Shen first found a place to stay, and then asked someone to notify Su Tiange. Not long after, Su Tiange ran over, and his face was full of smiles when he saw Lin Shen. Seeing Tu Xiaodao sitting next to him, Su Tiange was slightly startled. Tu Xiaodao is now responsible for protecting my safety. Is it okay to take him to King Kai Planet? Lin Shen said. Of course there is no problem. I am so happy to have a master like Brother Tu with me. How could there be a problem? Su Tiange said with a smile. Brother Shen, wait for 2 more days. The King Kai training device should be open soon. Lin Shen talked about some details with Su Tiange again. Finally, Su Tiange invited them to live directly at Su's house, and go to Jinshui Lake together. Lin Shen thought about it, and agreed, and followed Su Tiange to Su's house. Su Tiange saw Tu Xiaodao following Lin Shen around like a bodyguard, and couldn't help but be very curious. Tu Xiaodao's strength is already top-notch among the basic changers, not much worse than Ouyang Yudu. He used to cause trouble to Lin Shen, but it's only been a few days. How come he has become like this? I really don't understand it anymore. Lin Shen insists on 3 things every day at Su's house: running, gun practice, and sleeping. Running is to practice treading immortal court, gun practice only has 1 stab, and sleeping is to practice the scripture of greedy life and fear of death. Every day when sleeping, Lin Shen tries to hold his breath as much as possible, and then practice the scripture of immortality. Although he has never been able to practice it, the time of holding his breath is slowly increasing. From only holding his breath for about half an hour at the beginning, now he can almost hold his breath for an hour, but there is still a big gap from the minimum requirement of practicing the scripture of immortality. Finally, the day has come for the King Kai cultivation device to be opened again. After several studies, experts have found that the closer the distance between the base changers is, the easier it is to teleport to the same area. Although it is difficult to teleport to the same location, as long as they stand together, the distance will not be too far after teleporting in. Under the leadership of Su Tiange, the base changers of the Su family, Lin Shen and Tu Xiaodao, came to the area of the Sword Alliance base by the Jinshui Lake. The Su family and the Sword Alliance base are inextricably linked, and they first informed the Sword Alliance of the news of the King Kai cultivation device. If the Su family wants to go to King Kai planet, they must also go through the Sword Alliance, and it is safer to be with the Sword Alliance. As soon as he arrived at the Sword Alliance base, someone recognized Lin Shen. A girl who looked only 17 or 18 years old ran to Lin Shen, looked at him curiously, and said in surprise, "Are you the 2nd-generation ancestor Lin Shen?" "I am Lin Shen, but not a 2nd-generation ancestor," Lin Shen said. The girl realized that she had said the wrong thing and said apologetically, "I'm sorry Lin Shen, my name is Wu Qingming, I admire you very much. Can you sign for me?" "Sign?" Lin Shen was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that there would be someone who admired him. He asked in confusion, "What do you admire about me?" "Of course, I admire you for practicing talent theory. I heard that only people with super talents can practice talent theory, and they are geniuses among 10,000. In the past 20 years, only Bai Shenfei and Ouyang Yu have practiced talent theory, and you are the 3rd one." Zhuo Qingming looked sincere. "I think you misunderstood. I didn't practice talent theory." Lin Shen had to explain patiently. "How is that possible?" Zhuo Qingming's eyes widened with an expression of disbelief. "You haven't mastered the talent theory. How could Bai Shenfei list you as her candidate?" "It may be a misunderstanding. Maybe there is another person named Lin Shen who has mastered the talent theory. Anyway, I haven't mastered it." Lin Shen deliberately raised his voice so that everyone nearby could hear him. He didn't want to take the blame. "Is that so?" Zhuo Qingming's face was full of doubts. "Yes, that's right. If you want to find someone who has mastered the talent theory to sign, I suggest you go to Bai Shenfei and Ouyang Yudu," Lin Shen said seriously. "Okay." Zhuo Qingming looked disappointed. Seeing that the people of the Sword Alliance showed an expression of sudden enlightenment, as if they had untied their knots in an instant, Lin Shen felt much better. Although their eyes still made people uncomfortable, as if they were saying, "I knew that a person whose name had never been heard of in a small place could not possibly master the talent theory. I knew that was the case." But compared to taking the blame, Lin Shen felt that this look was acceptable. This is a good start. When I have the chance, I will go to other bases to stroll around and let everyone know that the Lin Shen that Bai Shenfei is talking about is not me. Then the problem will be solved. Lin Shen secretly calculated in his heart. But man proposes, God disposes. Lin Shen had just taken off a little bit of the blame when he saw people from other bases coming to the Sword Alliance, and it caused quite a commotion. "Ah! A living Ouyang Yudu." Zhuo Qingming's eyes were about to turn into a hard shape. Other people in the Sword Alliance also looked sideways, and several leaders of the younger generation of the Sword Alliance went to greet Ouyang Yudu. "Why is Ouyang Yudu here? Is he here for me?" Lin Shen was a little depressed. He just wanted to kill monsters and level up, and didn't want to waste time and energy on these people. Ouyang Yudu just politely exchanged a few words with the people of the Sword Alliance, and then walked towards Lin Shen with a clear purpose. Ouyang Yudu is here to find Lin Shen. So, this Lin Shen is indeed the Lin Shen that Bai Shenfei said. I was almost fooled by him just now. Zhuo Qingming felt very hurt. The others also had a look of gossip on their faces, and they almost moved a chair to prepare some melon seeds. "Hello, I am Ouyang Yudu." Ouyang Yudu extended his palm to Lin Shen very friendly. Lin Shen. Lin Shen also extended his hand, and shook hands with Ouyang Yudu. I originally thought that Ouyang Yudu would be like the legendary villain, and when he shook his hand, he would try to compete with him and teach him a lesson. As a result, Ouyang Yudu just lightly grasped it and let it go, smiling and saying to him, I heard that you have also mastered the talent theory. I look forward to having the opportunity to study the talent theory with you in the future. As he said, Ouyang Yudu also took out a small notebook and handed it to Lin Shen. This is my experience in practicing the talent theory. From steel to crystal base, every bit is recorded. You can take a look. Keep it if it is useful. If it is not useful, return it to me later. If you need any help in cultivation in the future, you can also come directly to the camp of the God's Love base to find me. I will never refuse if I can do it. I hope you can be promoted to crystal base as soon as possible. Lin Shen wanted to say that I can't use this thing. I haven't mastered the talent theory at all. But Ouyang Yudu had already turned around and left, without giving Lin Shen a chance to speak. When he walked to the gate of the Sword Alliance camp, Ouyang Yudu seemed to think of something again. He turned around and said to Lin Shen from a distance, Lin Shen, I'm waiting for you. Chapter 135. What does this mean? Zhuo Qingming's eyes were wide open with curiosity, and his gossip spirit was burning wildly. Not only Zhuo Qingming, but also other base changers from the Sword Alliance and the Su family all looked at Lin Shen, who was standing there with a diary in his hand, with strange expressions. Ouyang Yudu's words, Lin Shen, I'm waiting for you, really made people imagine things. Just like there are 1,000 hamlets in the minds of 1,000 people, this sentence has different interpretations when it falls on different people's ears. Some people think that Ouyang Yudu means that he is waiting for Lin Shen at the crystal base level, and will fight with him after Lin Shen is promoted to the crystal base. This is a battle at the top of the Forbidden City. Some people think that there is an unclear relationship between Ouyang Yudu and the second-generation ancestor, which shows that the background of the second-generation ancestor is really amazing, and it is not as simple as it seems. Even Ouyang Yudu has to bow down to show his goodwill. Some people, such as Zhuo Qingming, have another interpretation, which makes them look at Lin Shen in a strange way. No wonder others have all kinds of interpretations. Even Lin Shen himself doesn't understand what Ouyang Yudu means. If Ouyang Yudu came up and wanted to slap him in the face, Lin Shen would think that this is normal, and there is nothing wrong with it. It seems that this is how movies and TV shows are played. When rivals meet, they are particularly jealous and fighting is inevitable. Of course, Lin Shen does not think that he is Ouyang Yudu's rival, but he thinks that Ouyang Yudu thinks so. Now Ouyang Yudu has done this, which really confused Lin Shen. He gave him cultivation experience and said that if he needed help, he could go to him. When he left a sentence, which completely confused Lin Shen. What does this Ouyang Yudu mean? Lin Shen didn't know what his last sentence meant. Lin Shen had just gotten rid of a little bit of the blame, but because of Ouyang Yudu, he was firmly shouldered again. Even Su Tiange ran over and whispered to Lin Shen, Brother Shen, do you have any relatives in your family who have contact with the Ouyang family? No. Lin Shen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Ouyang Yudu is more terrible than I expected before. Tu Xiaodao, who was standing aside, said with a serious look. What does it mean? Su Tiange asked curiously. He gave Lin Shen his cultivation experience, and even went all out to help him cultivate the theory of talent. That's because he has a frighteningly strong self-confidence. He is confident that even if they practice the theory of talent, even if Lin Shen has his experience, even if Lin Shen tries his best, he doesn't care, but is even happier. He wants an opponent, someone who can be his opponent. In other words, he doesn't take anyone seriously now. No one in the world is qualified to be his opponent. He feels very lonely, and longs for such an opponent to appear. The more Tu Xiaodao spoke, the sharper his eyes became. He felt that he was ignored by someone he thought was his opponent, which made him a little uncomfortable. Su Tiange was stunned. Is that so? Is there really such a person in the world? If there is, that person must be Ouyang Yudu. Tu Xiaodao said in a deep voice. Brother Shen, your opponent is a bit perverted. Su Tiange sighed. Lin Shen didn't bother to pay attention to them. Whether Ouyang Yudu became perverted or not had nothing to do with him, and he didn't practice the theory of talent. Judging from Ouyang Yudu's reaction, he will not cause trouble for the time being, which is a good thing for Lin Shen. When the misunderstanding is cleared up in the future, no matter how perverted Ouyang Yudu is, it has nothing to do with him. If Ouyang Yudu insists on getting entangled with him, he doesn't mind letting Ouyang Yudu taste the heaven-sacrificing aura that he has accumulated for a long time without using. The time for the King Kai training device to be opened is coming, and the people of the Sword Alliance call them to the lake together. All the base changers who are preparing to go to King Kai's planet are crowded together, just waiting for the transmission to start. At the scheduled time, the Kinkai training device is indeed opened again. As the crystal ring rotates, it turns into a light hole and sucks everyone on the lakeside in. Linshin has already mastered it and landed steadily on the ground. Most of the Su family members and the people of the Sword Alliance are nearby, and only a small number of them are lost, but they should not be too far away, just in the nearby area. Everyone is looking around, but they are all dumbfounded. What is this place? Su Tiango looked around in surprise, and found that this was a huge frost cave. The cave was full of thick ice crystals, emitting bone-chilling cold. There were some bright lights in the ice crystals, and the faint blue light made the ice crystals look even colder. Soon everyone discovered that this strange frost cave had no exit, and was just an elliptical closed space. Not good, although the space here is not small, the air is not circulating. With so many of us here, the oxygen will soon be consumed. Sui Qinglong, the leader of the younger generation of the Sword Alliance, said in a deep voice. Lin Shen and his companions also realized this problem and looked around, hoping to find some glacier cracks. As long as there are cracks and air can circulate, they can survive. Once the 3-day deadline is up, they can go back. But soon everyone was disappointed. This frost cave actually had no cracks at all. It was full of thick ice crystals. No one knew how thick it was. It covered the entire cave. There seems to be cracks here. Someone shouted in surprise. Everyone hurried over and saw that there were many cracks on the ice crystals in one place, like the petals of a chrysanthemum, radiating to the surroundings. At this time, everyone felt very stuffy. They all knew that this should be a closed space. If they didn't find a way to get out or get through, they would be suffocated here. But they didn't dare to break the ice crystals casually, fearing that if this was under a glacier, once the frost cave collapsed, they would be buried alive in it. Let me try. Sui Qinglong pondered for a moment and took out a pet launcher, but did not launch it directly. Instead, he took out one of the pet capsules and a key, and then activated it. Lin Shen and his friends saw a large metal earthworm appear in front of Sui Qinglong. Sui Qinglong explained, "This is an alloy-grade alloy drill dragon. It is good at drilling into the mountains and into the ground. Because of its special body structure, it is not easy to cause collapse when drilling into rocks and soil. But I have never seen it drill into ice. I don't know if it will cause glacier collapse. Let's vote together." No one objected, because no one had a better way. Everyone used the power of base change and the shell to protect themselves in case of accidents. Then, they watched Sui Qinglong control the alloy drill dragon and drill towards the cracked place, which was the most likely place to connect with the outside world. The front end of the alloy drill dragon shrank and became cone-shaped like a drill bit, and then slowly drilled towards the center of the crack. As soon as the alloy drill dragon touched the crack on the ice crystal, everyone suddenly felt a violent vibration under their feet. Not only under their feet, but also the surrounding ice walls began to vibrate. No, it should not be said to be vibrating, but wriggling. Those ice crystals actually shrank and fluctuated like soft ones. The crack suddenly opened, forming a huge hole. Everyone was panicked and wanted to rush to the hole. But the next second, a strange cry rang in everyone's ears, and then, they saw something like a wave rushing in from the hole, rushing everyone to the ground. We are not in the stomach of a genetically modified creature. Lin Shen thought to himself that it was not good. Others probably had the same idea as Lin Shen at this time, but no one had the chance to say it out loud. The liquid like a wave kept rushing in, almost filling up the space. Ah! Someone screamed, not because he hit the ice wall, but because his shell was rotten, and this liquid had a strong corrosive effect. Chapter 136. The screaming people were all those who had a relatively low level of transformation, and whose carapaces could not completely cover their bodies. The robes on the outside of the bodies of the people were quickly corroded and rotten in the liquid. Some places where the carapaces had no protection were corroded by the liquid, and the skin and flesh suddenly felt like they had touched strong sulfuric acid. Those with a high level of transformation, and whose entire bodies were covered with carapaces were better, but they were only limited to the crystal level. The alloy level carapaces were soaked in the liquid, and bubbles appeared on the surface, showing signs of corrosion. The carapace on Lin Shen's body was only steel level, and it was almost the same as the alloy carapace in the liquid, but there were only some slight signs of corrosion, and it would not be corroded for a while. Fortunately, among the transformers who came this time, only Lin Shen was steel level. Sui Qinglong and other crystal level people lifted up those who had a low level of transformation, and whose carapaces could not protect their entire bodies, so that their bodies could be out of the liquid, which was somewhat better. Tu Xiaodao wanted to lift Lin Shen up, but Lin Shen stopped him by shaking his head. The theory of evolution in his body has begun to operate, penetrating into his shell, and is strengthening and mutating his shell. The theory of evolution is really a magical skill. Lynch sighed in his heart. Even if he could practice the theory of talent now, he would not want to change it. The liquid did not fill the entire space. When it was more than halfway, no more liquid came in, and the hole was closed. Everyone was soaking in the liquid, and their mood was complicated. After soaking for 3 days, most of the people here are estimated to die here. Even if it is a crystal base level, it is difficult to maintain the base change state for 3 days at a time. Besides, they couldn't hold out for 3 days. If they didn't have enough oxygen, they would be suffocated to death soon. What bad luck. Are we in the stomach of a giant base mutated creature? After the space stopped shaking, Sutinga emerged from the liquid and said depressedly, "Now it seems that this possibility is very high." Lynch groaned. Everyone talked to each other, but there was nothing they could do for a while. No one expected that they would be teleported to such a place. If it is really in the stomach of a giant creature, there should be a digestive tract to get out. Let's look for it separately. Cui Qinglong's words were very elegant, but everyone understood what he was talking about. Although everyone felt that it was disgusting to get out of that place, they couldn't care less now. Who cares if they can get out alive? Some people looked up, and a few crystal base level people directly dived into the liquid and looked for possible exits below. But after searching for a long time, except for the place where the liquid poured in, no other possible exits were found. Could this giant creature be a Pichio that only eats and doesn't poop? Sutinga said this, making everyone who was already in a bad mood even more uncomfortable. As far as I know, the human stomach has 2 entrances and exits, but some animals are not like this. For example, cows have 4 stomachs, and some stomachs have only 1 entrance. Someone followed up. If this is really the stomach of a giant creature, we can only get out through that entrance now. Someone else said. Why do we have to go out? Just open its stomach directly. Tu Xiaodao said with a cold face. His words immediately made everyone react. Yes, they didn't dare to force it before because they thought they were trapped in the glacier cave and were afraid that the glacier would collapse and bury them alive. Now they know that this is not a glacier cave. It is very likely that they are in the body of a giant creature, so what is there to worry about? Just break out of the belly, and you can kill this giant creature, which is simply killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Just now, they were too nervous and inertial thinking, so they didn't react for a while. Now that Tu Xiaodao reminded them, everyone reacted immediately, and someone immediately took a knife to chop at the ice crystal wall. When they just came in, the ice crystal wall was still hard, but when they chopped it at this time, it was like chopping on rubber. The blade sank into it, but it couldn't cut through it, and then it bounced up again. I do it! A crystal base raised his topaz-like mountain axe, concentrated all his strength on the axe, and chopped at the ice wall fiercely. The power of the crystal base combined with the crystal base material weapon, this chopping force can directly chop a big hole even in a thick steel wall. But the axe chopped on the ice crystal wall, and the whole axe head sank into it, and then bounced out. The rebound force was too great, and the crystal base couldn't hold the axe, and it fell out of his hand. Everyone was shocked to see this situation, and the place where the axe chopped was left without any trace. This thing is unusually tough, it can't be broken by hard force, try with a sharp object. Cui Qinglong said, and summoned his alloy drill dragon again, wanting to use the drill dragon's drilling ability to open a gap. The drill dragon used its cone-like head to drill into the tough ice crystal wall. The next second, Lin Shen saw the drill dragon's head spinning like a real drill. Soon, the drill dragon's head sank in, and its body slowly moved forward. Everyone was happy, thinking there was hope, but the drill dragon slowed down and finally stopped moving. The next second, the drill dragon's body suddenly rotated counterclockwise, and the whole body was ejected during the rotation, and the body was twisted into a knot. The ice crystal wall returned to its original state again, without any trace at all. Seeing this scene, everyone felt cold again. Unwilling to wait, everyone showed their magical powers. Some took out particularly sharp crystal-based weapons, and some summoned powerful crystal-based pets, all trying to break the crystal wall. Tu Xiaodao also tried with his short knife, but it was all in vain, and no one could leave a scar on the ice crystal wall. On the contrary, their struggle caused many vibrations, and the liquid inside was shaken and turbulent. Several of the lifted base changers fell in again, screaming one after another. This is not a solution. It seems that we can only go out from that opening. Cui Qinglong stopped everyone and said. Everyone knew that there was only one way to go, but this way was very dangerous. Not to mention whether they could get out from this opening. Even if they could, it should lead to the mouth of the giant creature. Who could bear to be bitten a few times at that time, taking a step back? If they were lucky enough to rush out of the giant creature's mouth, would the giant creature let them go? The power of the crystal base level could not hurt it at all. Could they be the opponent of the giant creature? Although they were worried, it seemed that there was no other way, so they could only take a risk. Chapter 137. This time, Zhuo Qinglong summoned a crystal-based pet sword and shield warrior, came to the crack, and stabbed the rock crystal sword in his hand at the center point. Everyone was ready. Once the cave entrance opened, they would immediately rush out against the backflow of liquid. The rock crystal sword was inserted fiercely into the center of the crack. Surprisingly, this time the crack did not open again to become a cave entrance. Everyone was shocked, and Zhuo Qinglong urged the sword and shield warrior to keep using the sword, but the result was the same. There was no sign of the crack opening. It's over. At this time, everyone felt extremely desperate. If the crack didn't open, they would not have even the last glimmer of hope. If they couldn't rush out, everyone would die here. No one spoke, only the sword and shield warrior stabbed one sword after another, and the depressing atmosphere made people feel suffocated for a while. Not only the trap-based changers, but also the people watching the images outside, seemed to have forgotten to breathe at this time, looking at the images in the cave. Yi Yuzhen's face turned pale, fearing that Lin Shen would die in there. The people at the Sword Alliance base also looked solemn, and the faces of several ascenders in charge were extremely ugly. Among this group of base changers, in addition to Zhuo Qinglong and Zhuo Qingming, there were several young people who were trained as key personnel. If all of them died in there, it might not have much impact on the Sword Alliance now, but after a few years, when a new generation of young people grow up, it will be difficult for the Sword Alliance to compete with other forces. The old man of the Su family turned even paler. He was going to train Su Tiange as his successor. If he died in there, it would be a huge blow to the Su family. Lin Shen, you little bastard, you promised me that you would not take risks again. Lin Miao pointed one finger at the sky and cursed, and pressed the other hand on her chest. She felt a burst of pain in her heart, which was a heart-wrenching pain. In the space, Lin Shen frowned and watched the sword and shield warrior stabbing in vain again and again. He knew that if this continued, they would all die here. Brother Zhuo, let the sword and shield warriors retreat first, and I will try. Lin Shen came to Zhuo Qinglong and said. Zhuo Qinglong looked at Lin Shen. Although he didn't know what Lin Shen wanted to do, he had to try even if there was a glimmer of hope at this time. Everyone also looked at Lin Shen. Although he was just a steal, the title of second-generation ancestor was still useful. They all knew that Lin Shen had a very advanced pet launcher in his hand. Although they didn't think that a pet launcher could have much effect in this situation, they also hoped that Lin Shen could succeed. Lin Shen did not take out the angel revolver. Although it was loaded with several mutant crystal pets, Lin Shen knew very well that even with the firing rate of the angel revolver, the mutant crystal pets inside could not break through this strange ice crystal wall. My friend, can you lend me your gun? Lin Shen moved his body in the liquid, and came to a crystal-based strongman of the Sword Alliance, pointing at the red crystal spear on his back and asked. Okay. The crystal-based strongman did not hesitate. Although he did not know what Lin Shen wanted to do, he still took the red crystal spear from his back and handed it to Lin Shen. The weight of this red crystal spear is not inferior to the trident, and the tip is even sharper. Everyone looked at Lin Shen, wanting to know what he was going to do. Lin Shen lifted the spear out of the water, waved it twice, got used to the weight of the spear, then walked to the crack with the spear, took a deep breath, and dived into the liquid. Because most of the cracks were submerged in the liquid, if Lin Shen wanted to pierce the center, he could only shoot in the liquid. Seeing Lin Shen trying to pierce the ice crystal wall with the spear in the liquid, everyone shook their heads secretly. They didn't think Lin Shen was weak, and even thought that Lin Shen was very strong, but that came from his angel revolver, not his own strength. In terms of their own strength, everyone here is confident that they are above Lin Shen. The crystal base couldn't break the ice crystal wall even with its full strength attack. What effect could he, a steel-level player, have with a crystal-based spear? What is the second-generation ancestor doing? He doesn't really think his power can break through the ice crystal wall, does he? He should try his pet launcher, and the mutated crystal-based pet. Maybe there is still a chance. When people are threatened with their lives, they always do some irrational behaviors. This is also normal. Many people think that Lin Shen's move is really irrational. Instead of wasting time, it is better to let other crystal-based players try. But they didn't think that if the crystal base worked, Zhuo Qinglong and the others wouldn't watch Lin Shen take action. Lin Shen sank into the liquid, and fine bubbles continued to form on his shell. He took the stance taught by Wei Wufu, then held the red crystal spear in one hand and gestured twice at the cracked ice crystal wall. Fuck, he's holding the gun with one hand. Can you please stop trying to be cool at this point? Seeing this scene, someone couldn't help but mutter. Death is only a matter of a moment, but being handsome is a matter of a lifetime. The second-generation ancestor is really a role model for our generation. Elegant, really too elegant. No matter whether it can be done or not, at least the demeanor is full. Even the trap bass changers felt that Lin Shen was really too pretentious. It was such a time, and he was still posing here. You know nothing, Brother Shen's move must have a deep meaning. Su Tiange heard someone under his command muttering, and immediately cursed. It's not purely to protect Lin Shen, but mainly because if Lin Shen fails, they will have even less hope. Tu Xiaodao stared at Lin Shen, thinking in his heart, are you going to use the theory of talent? What kind of magical use will the theory of talent have? Can it allow him to break through this ice crystal wall that even the crystal-based power can't open? Lin Shen didn't want to hold the gun with one hand, but the problem was that he had only practiced this one move, and only with this posture could he burst out the strongest power. Holding the gun with both hands, he didn't know how to exert force. After getting ready, Lin Shen clenched the red crystal spear and suddenly exerted force, stabbing at the cracks on the ice crystal wall. For this attack, he used all the heaven-sacrificing auras he had accumulated before. He had accumulated nearly 60 points of heaven-sacrificing auras, plus his own 19 points of strength. The power of this attack reached an astonishing 79. At the moment the spear was thrust out, a faint red halo emanated from the spear, which was the halo of the heaven-sacrificing aura. Boom! Because the power was too strong, the moment the spear was thrust out, the nearby liquid was forcibly expelled, and it surged to the surroundings like an explosion, stirring up the entire space. The liquid surged, and Zui Qinglong and others fell to the ground with the liquid and hit the ice crystal wall. The ice crystal wall full of cracks was directly shattered by Lin Shen's stab, and exploded directly. With a loud bang, the entire space suddenly fell down. Chapter 138. The people watching the battle outside stared with wide eyes. They only saw the liquid explode, and then, the ice crystal wall was blown into pieces. What the hell is this? The second-generation ancestor bombed the ice crystal wall with one shot. The second-generation ancestor is cheating. How much benefit does this give to the GM? It proves once again that the Kai King planet does not exist in reality. It is just a virtual game. The second-generation ancestor used his money power, right? Is there anyone who can take care of it? He is cheating so blatantly. The steel level is better than the crystal base. If you have money, you can really play like this. Does anyone still think that Ouyang Yudu is stronger than that big Red Bull Knight? I, the second-generation ancestor, am the first person to change the base. Everyone who saw this scene was shocked, and even many ascenders were stunned when they saw the power of this attack. Not to mention the steel level. Even the crystal base level cannot have such explosive power. But they only estimated it visually, and could not tell how strong this power was. That second-generation idiot, could it be that he has a secret potion from a big family in the universe? Many people from big families began to doubt Lin Shen's background. The trapped mutants were surprised and happy, and wanted to stabilize their bodies, and rush out of the hole that Lin Shen had blasted out. But the airways inside stirred the liquid, making them dizzy and unable to even stand steadily. How could they rush out? At the same time, the feeling of falling quickly also made them more terrified. Boom! There was another loud noise, and the falling space seemed to hit something, causing the liquid and the mutants inside to collide even more randomly, and they couldn't control their bodies at all. After a while, it finally stabilized. Everyone was shocked to see light coming out of the cracked hole. They didn't care about their injuries, and crawled towards the hole one by one. Tu Xiaodao pulled Lin Shen out. After dozens of people crawled out, except for some people who were corroded by the liquid and fell to the ground and screamed, everyone else stared at the scene in front of them. Unlike what they had imagined before, this was not the belly of some genetically modified creature. In front of them was only a white jade giant tree that was so high that the top was invisible. The tree body was like white marble, and the leaves were like frost. Between the huge tree crowns, there were huge ice crystal fruits, each of which was so huge that it was unimaginable. The space they were trapped in was actually the inside of an ice crystal fruit, and the fallen fruit was still next to it. The opening of the fruit was where it was connected to the branch. Lin Shen's attack just now directly broke the connection between the fruit and the branch, and the giant fruit fell from it. They had never seen such a miraculous tree before, and they were all shocked by the scene before them. I'm sorry, I broke this gun. I compensate you with a new one later. Lin Shen came to the crystal base of the Sword Alliance and said. Because the force was too strong, The spear head was shattered under the impact, and cracks appeared on the gun body. Although it didn't break, it couldn't withstand heavy blows anymore, and it was useless. The crystal base shook his head and took the cracked broken gun with his hand, and said with a smile, "No, no, 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 this is fine. I will keep this gun well, and I can brag about it for the rest of my life. Brother Shen, it's so explosive." Su Tiange came over and gave Lin Shen a thumbs up. Tu Xiaodao stared at Lin Shen in a daze, wondering, is the theory of talent so strong? I underestimated the theory of talent before. Even some newly promoted ascenders may not be able to achieve such power, right? It seems that I need to work harder, but how can I work hard to have such power? It seems impossible for the crystal base level to have such power. The people of the Sword Alliance also looked at Lin Shen with complicated expressions. The power of this shot made them both shocked and afraid. Brother Lin, this time it's really thanks to you, otherwise we are afraid that we will all be doomed. All of us owe you a life. If you need us in the future, just speak up. Zui Qinglong came over and said solemnly. Yes, Brother Lin, if you have any problems in the future, our Sword Alliance will definitely help you. Zui Qingming also came over and said excitedly, looking at Lin Shen with little stars in his eyes, thinking, people who have mastered the talent theory are different. Not only Zui Qingming, now more people believe that Lin Shen has mastered the talent theory. There is no mistake, otherwise how could he burst out such a terrifying attack? Then I won't be polite. I will trouble you in the future. Lin Shen was not polite either. More friends mean more ways. He is a pacifist. It is better not to fight and kill if he can. What's more, the power of the Heaven Sacrifice Halo has been used up. Now he doesn't have this trump card. It is better to have the people of the Sword Alliance to take care of him on the road than to be alone. Seeing that Lin Shen is so easy to get along with, the people of the Sword Alliance also became closer. Do you know what kind of tree this is? Lin Shen looked at the towering tree, and liquid was still dripping from the broken part. I have never heard of such a huge tree. Everyone shook their heads. Even the knowledgeables with Qinglong had never heard of the origin of this huge tree. Fortunately, there were no genetically modified creatures around, and the people of the Sword Alliance and the Su family began to treat the injuries of their own injured people. 20 or 30 people were corroded and injured, and several were particularly serious. Many parts of their bodies were severely corroded. Ordinary medicines were difficult to work, and they could only use medicines to clean the wounds over and over again. Lin Shen looked around. This huge tree emitting cold air actually grew in a colorful desert. The sand in this desert contains colorful sand grains, which looks very beautiful. It seems that we have been teleported to an unfamiliar area. I think we should camp here first, send people to explore the situation nearby, and then make plans. What do you think, Brother Lin? Zui Qinglong discussed with Lin Shen and others. Okay. Lin Shen naturally had no objection. Coming to such an unfamiliar environment, he didn't want to take the risk of going out. The area near this big tree seemed safe for the time being. After discussing, several people camped near the big tree. However, most people's backpacks were corroded by the liquid, and they only had a few tattered tents. Zui Qinglong even left a tent for Lin Shen, and the others had no objection. Zui Qinglong sent a few people to investigate the surroundings, and he led people to study the fallen fruit. The material of the fruit itself is very special, and even crystal-based weapons can't hurt it at all. As long as these materials can be brought back, even if there is no other harvest this time, this trip will not be a loss. What's more, there are many huge fruits on the tree. If they can be taken down and taken away, their value is immeasurable. The reason why Zui Qinglong proposed to camp here is mainly because of this consideration. However, the fruit itself is too tough, and it is probably not an easy task to get the fruit off the tree. Some people even wanted to take the giant tree, but they found that the trunk was harder than the fruit. The fruit was only tough, but the trunk was incomparably hard. The power of the crystal base level could not hurt it at all, let alone cut down the giant tree and take it away. Chapter 139. The Sword Alliance and the Su family studied for a long time, but they still couldn't figure out how to remove the parts from the giant tree. Zui Qinglong also looked for Lin Shen, hoping to use Lin Shen's power to get some more fruits. The Sword Alliance can provide crystal-based weapons, and Lin Shen is responsible for the work. The fruits taken down will nominally belong to Lin Shen, but Lin Shen needs to sell most of them to the Sword Alliance. Unfortunately, Lin Shen's answer disappointed them. Lin Shen can only burst out that kind of power once, and his body has been damaged. Now he can't use it, and he is still very weak. The people of the Sword Alliance also guessed some, but they were still a little disappointed to hear Lin Shen confirm it himself. When the people in the Sword Alliance and those watching the battle outside heard Lin Shen say this, Many people secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If the steel-level Lin Shan can really use that kind of power all the time, I'm afraid many people will have trouble sleeping and eating. Unable to think of a better way, everyone can only rest on the spot and wait for the spies to come back and report. After the scouts came back, the news they brought back was not good. They explored the area for dozens of miles and found no traces of any genetically modified creatures. Apart from this big tree, there was not even a plant nearby. What was even more disturbing was that there was not even a bit of wind in the desert. The entire desert was eerily quiet. Fortunately, although the desert was very hot, the giant tree was emitting cold air. As long as you were not too close to the giant tree, the temperature was still relatively comfortable. Lin Shan specifically set up his tent next to the giant tree. The cold air of the giant tree could actually make the theory of evolution run automatically, giving his body a certain ability to resist the cold. That's fine, then should I make a cold jade bed or something and sleep on it every day in the future? Lin Shan thought this was a good idea. It's difficult to get some materials from the giant tree to make a bed, but he considered whether to make a cold storage and sleep directly in it after returning. It's a pity that electricity resources are still quite luxurious in this era. There is only one small thermal power station in the Suanio base, and the electricity is not enough for normal use. I'm afraid that there won't be enough electricity to build a cold storage. The Sword Alliance and the Su family decided to wait here for 3 days to end. Lin Shan didn't want to take risks, so he stayed with them. Zhuo Qinglong asked a few people to climb up the giant tree, wanting to try their luck and maybe get a few more fruits. The fruits of plants on the mother planet often fall off easily after they are ripe, so they want to see if there will be such a good thing. Su Tiange was very honest and waited below with the people of the Su family. He had been following Lin Shan, intending to be tied to him. Wherever Lin Shan went, he would go. Whatever Lin Shan did, he would do. In Su Tiange's own words, following Brother Shan would not be a disadvantage. The giant tree was too high, and the trunk was very slippery and cold. After several hours, the Sword Alliance climbed to the treetops. Originally, they thought they would climb to the fruit, but who knew that one of them would come down after tying the rope? Brother Long. There is something up there. Up there. The man slid down the rope and said breathlessly. Something? Lin Shan and Su Tiange, who were not far away, also pricked up their ears when they heard the man's words. What is it? Zhuo Qinglong did not avoid Lin Shan and the others and asked directly. It is a person who seems to be a human, but not a human. The man said with a strange look. What do you mean by a person who seems to be a human, but not a human? Is it the Super Burning Clan? Zhuo Qinglong's heart trembled. No, it is not the Super Burning Clan, nor is it that angel. How should I put it? It is a person, but half of his face is not human, but metal. The man tried his best to think of how to describe it, but his cultural level was limited, and he didn't know how to describe it completely. Alive or dead? Zhuo Qinglong frowned and asked. It seems to be dead, and its body seems to be growing inside the tree. Brother Lin, Brother Su, do you want to go and see it together? Zhuo Qinglong pondered for a moment, looked at Lin Shan and Su Tiange and said. Okay. Lin Shan was also very curious. It was a strange thing that a person grew on the tree. Led by Zhuo Qinglong, several people climbed up with ropes. It was much easier to climb with ropes. But because it was too high, it took several people more than 40 minutes to climb to the lowest branch. The man just climbed here and tied the rope to go down. Several people stood on a thick branch. This branch was as wide as a road. There was plenty of room for several people standing on it. It's there. The man pointed his finger into the tree canopy above. Lin Shan and his friends looked in the direction of his finger, and saw a person sitting cross-legged in the tree trunk next to a branch above. The back of his body was integrated into the trunk, like a human relief growing out of the trunk. It was hard to tell what color his clothes were. They were all covered with white frost, and so were his hair. His face was relatively clean, except for some white frost on his eyebrows. Lin Shan looked carefully, and it was just as the man from the Sword Alliance said. The left half of this man's face was flesh, and the other half was made of steel with a mirror effect, which looked very strange. It seems to be a real person. Why does half of his face look like he is wearing a stainless steel mask? Su Tiange said as he looked at him. It's not a mask, at least not an ordinary mask. Look at his neck inside his collar. Zhuo Qinglong said. Lin Shan looked at the opening of the strange man's collar. Although only part of his neck was exposed, it could be seen that his neck was also half flesh and half steel. Half human and half machine? This can't be a man-made robot from the past. Su Tiange said with a blink of his eyes. Even if it is a man-made robot, It should be a robot made by aliens. Tu Xiaodao added. Let's take a closer look. The distance was too far, and it was not clear. Zui Qinglong climbed up first after saying that. Several people from the Sword Alliance followed him, and Lin Shen and others also climbed over there. There was no rope here, so they could only climb up by scratching the cracks in the bark. There were bursts of cold air coming from the tree, and the trunk was slippery, so it was not easy to climb up. Fortunately, the distance from the man was not too far, and it didn't take too much time for several people to climb to the branch and stand on the branch to get close to the strange man. Looking closely at a close distance, I felt that this person was very strange. His face was half flesh and half metal, but where the flesh and metal connected, the metal and flesh seemed to grow together. The flesh penetrated into the metal, and the metal also penetrated into the flesh, and the boundary between them was blurred. Several people had never seen such a thing. It was not uncommon to implant metal into the human body, but I had never seen metal and flesh grow together. Even if it is a genetically modified carapace, it is an independent carapace formed after the genetically modified material leaks out of the body, and it is not grown together. Look, there seems to be something on his body. Su Tiange pointed at the man and suddenly shouted. Chapter 140. Lin Shen, Zui Qinglong and others also noticed what the weirdo held, but they just didn't say anything. The weirdo sat cross-legged, like a Taoist meditating, with his hands clasped in front of his lower abdomen. Between his hands, there was a bead the size of a billiard ball, but no one would mistake it for a base-changing egg, because the bead was crystal clear, like a flawless crystal, but inside it, there was red clouds flowing, and it looked like red clouds flowing. The most important thing was that in the bead, there was also a strange spiritual pattern, which was golden in color and shaped like a lobster. The first time Lin Shen saw it, he recognized what it was. The life base of the ascender is also called the spiritual base after being taken away, and more people also call it the blade of the heart. Zheng Guyuan's spiritual base red jade sword is still hidden in the Lin family. This was the second time Lin Shen saw a spiritual base, but unlike Zheng Guyuan's red jade sword, this spiritual base was not a weapon, but a bead. Su Tiange was not experienced enough and did not know that the bead was a spiritual base, but Zui Qinglong and Tu Xiaodao recognized it at a glance, and their eyes lit up. Although they were still base changers, they could not really activate the spiritual base, and could not exert its true power before becoming ascenders. But they were only half a step away from ascending, and they would ascend sooner or later. No one would refuse such a good thing, to have a spiritual base in advance. But there was only one spiritual base, and there were 7 or 8 people here, so it was difficult to distribute it, so several people did not speak, and only Su Tiange, the idiot, thought that he had good eyesight, and was the first to discover the bead. After Su Tiange finished speaking, he saw that everyone was still silent, and no one responded. He knew something was wrong, so he quickly shut up and looked at Lin Shen. Is this a spiritual base? Lin Shen saw this, and knew that it was impossible to take this spiritual base for himself, so he simply spoke. It should be a spiritual base, but ascenders cannot enter King Kai, there should be no ascenders here. If this weirdo is an ascender, how did he get in? Zui Qinglong pondered. Maybe this is not his spiritual base, but he just brought it into King Kai. Another crystal base of the Sword Alliance said. That's possible, but since he is not an ascender, he can't use the spiritual base, so what's the point of him bringing it here? Tu Xiaodao looked at the weirdo, and continued, and judging from his condition, he should not have come to King Kai recently, so when did he come? Is he a human or an alien race? He doesn't look like a human, does he? The previous crystal base said. It's not a human, nor does it look like an alien race. After all, alien races just look weird. In fact, they are standard carbon-based creatures like humans, not half metal and half flesh and blood like him. Tu Xiaodao shook his head. Everyone thought that this person was indeed too weird, like a human and a genetically modified creature. They had never seen such a life before. Anyway, take down the spiritual base first. Zui Qinglong looked at Lin Shen and said, we found the things together, how about we divide them equally among the 3 of us? But there is only one spiritual base, and it cannot be divided. Let's dig out the body first and see if there are other gains, and then divide it. If there are no other gains, our Sword Alliance is willing to pay an equivalent amount in exchange for your share. What do you think? Zui Qinglong's proposal was actually quite fair. In terms of number of people, there were 4 members of the Sword Alliance present, 2 on Lin Shen's side, and only Su Tiange from the Su family. Zui Qinglong was able to distribute it this way because of Lin Shen's kindness in saving them. Okay. Lin Shen nodded. Anyway, he couldn't use it now, so it would be good to exchange it for something he could use, not to mention that this weirdo was originally discovered by the Sword Alliance. Su Tiange had no objection. In terms of strength and power, he was only the youngest here, so it was good to be able to get something, not to mention that he was given 1/3. Seeing that everyone had no objection, Zhuo Qinglong asked someone to take the spiritual base from the weirdo. A base changer of the Sword Alliance directly used the base change carapace to protect himself, walked to the side of the weirdo, and carefully reached out to take the spiritual base bead. The weirdo had no breath at all, he was a dead person, so there was no need to worry about it. The bead was in the monster's hand. After the base mutant grabbed the ball, he pulled it out twice, but he couldn't pull it out. Seeing that the bead was firmly clamped between the monster's hands, the base mutant had to reach out and grab his hands, trying to pull his hands apart first. As a result, the skin on the monster's hands was torn apart. It turned out that he was wearing a pair of thin gloves. Because the color was close to the color of the skin, and there was white frost on it, it was not noticed at first. Now that the gloves were torn, his real palm was immediately exposed. The two hands were put together, one hand was a normal flesh palm, and the other hand was made of steel. The flesh palm was below, and the iron palm was above. The spiritual bead was stuck in the iron palm. No wonder it couldn't be pulled out no matter how hard you tried. It seems that we can only cut off its hand, otherwise the bead is stuck inside, and can't be taken out. The base changer looked at Zhuo Qinglong. Zhuo Qinglong frowned slightly. He didn't want to destroy the body of the dead, but after looking at it, the iron hand seemed to be cast in one piece, and there was no way to move it. The spiritual base bead was stuck inside, and couldn't be taken out. Unless his iron fingers were pried apart, it couldn't be taken out. Don't damage his body, just bend his fingers. Zhuo Qinglong thought for a while, and said. The base changer nodded, stretched out his hand to grab the strange man's iron thumb, and bend it upwards. As long as the fingers were moved away a little, the bead should be able to be taken out. After using 2 efforts, the face of the Sword Alliance base changer changed. He was a crystal base, and he had used all his strength, but he couldn't bend that thumb. With his strength, even the special alloy used in the space station should be able to be bent, but this finger didn't react at all. What a hard metal. The people of the Sword Alliance were not surprised but happy. The metal that even the crystal base can't break is also a good thing. If it can be taken back, it will be a great fortune. There was no other way, so Qinglong had to allow the base changer to use weapons. He took out a green jade-like dagger, and slashed at the finger. Dang, after a crisp sound, the base changer's palm was shaken, but the finger was still intact. For a moment, everyone looked at each other in surprise. Such a hard metal is really rare. But the spirit base is in front, and they can't take it out, which makes everyone feel unwilling. It seems that there is only one way. The base changer holding the dagger looked at Zhuo Qinglong and said, cut off its flesh and blood hand, and you can take out the bead from the other side. After he finished speaking, he looked at Zhuo Qinglong, waiting for Zhuo Qinglong's decision. But he found that the eyes of Zhuo Qinglong and others seemed a little wrong. There was obvious shock in their eyes, and they looked straight behind him. What happened? The mutant's heart suddenly skipped a beat. What else could be behind him except the body of that weirdo? Chapter 141. The base changer suddenly turned around, holding the emerald dagger in front of his chest, and looked at the position of the monster on the tree with vigilance. The monster, who had no breath and closed his eyes just now, actually opened his eyes at this time. One of his eyes was clearly black and white, a human eye, and the other eye was made of steel, but it made people feel that the steel eye also had life, which looked extremely weird. The eyes of the monster were a little indifferent, staring straight at the base changer in front of him, as if looking at a dead object without life. Lin Shen was retreating. Before he figured out what this guy was from, staying away from him was the best choice. After all, he had a spiritual base in his hand. Although it seemed impossible for there to be an ascender on King Kai's planet, it was better to be safe than sorry. In fact, it was not just Lin Shen, but everyone else was retreating, and no one was a fool. The base changer of the Sword Alliance, who was closest to the monster, wanted to retreat after reacting, but he just took a step back. The strange man growing inside the tree suddenly stood up. His body was connected to the trunk, and as he stood up, the white jade-like wood around him broke, and the debris flew everywhere. Amid the flying jade debris, the strange man walked in front of the Sword Alliance base transformer. His step seemed slow, but the crystal-level Sword Alliance base transformer had no time to react at all, as if he couldn't move, watching the tall strange man walk in front of him. It wasn't that he couldn't move, but because the strange man's speed was too fast, so fast that his body couldn't keep up with the reaction of his brain, and it seemed that he couldn't move. The others were the same as the mutant. They saw that the weirdo's movements were not fast, but their bodies could not keep up. They watched the weirdo stretch out his iron hand, and his 5 fingers were like hooks, grabbing the mutant's head. The next moment, everyone's pupils contracted and their eyes widened. The weirdo used 5 fingers to crush the mutant's helmet-like shell and head. Lin Shen secretly complained in his heart. He was obviously dead. How could he come back to life? If he had known this would happen, he should not have come. The heaven sacrifice aura had just been used. Although it had accumulated a few points, it was far from enough to fight this weirdo. After the weirdo crushed the mutant's head, he stopped. And Lin Shen and others seemed to have just returned to normal. At the same time, they quickly retreated and kept as much distance as possible from the weirdo. There was only one crystal-based mutator who was an exception. The mutator killed by the monster was his brother. His eyes were bloodshot at this time. Instead of retreating, he quickly took out the pet capsule and key, activated 2 crystal-based pets, and pounced on the monster. Here it comes again! The moment Lin Shen saw the monster move, the feeling of being unable to move came again. As long as the monster moved, they felt as if they could not move. It was not that they could not move, but they moved too slowly, like a snail. The monster was so fast, but it didn't look fast. Every move he made could be seen clearly. He walked step by step, dodged the attacks of the 2 crystal pets, and when he passed by them, he stretched out his hand and crushed their heads. Then he walked to the Sword Alliance genetic transformer, who used his pet to attack him, and also stretched out his hand to crush his head. Everything seemed so slow and unhurried, as if it was just a casual move. After doing all this, the monster stopped again, and then the bodies of the genetic transformer and the pet fell down and fell from the tree branch. Everyone recovered from the snail-like speed and retreated 2 steps in horror, but they had already retreated to the tree trunk and could no longer retreat. Although they could still jump to other branches, no one did so. Because the speed of the monster was not comparable to theirs, the monster wanted to kill them. No matter how they ran, it would be useless, or they could not run at all. Everyone was cold all over, looking at the monster in horror. The monster did not look at them, but raised his head to look at the huge fruits in the tree canopy. The next second, everyone saw the monster jump up and step on one of the huge fruits. The extremely tough fruit burst immediately under the monster's foot, and a large amount of liquid and something flowed out. The monster did not stop, and leaped between the fruits. Any fruit he stepped on burst immediately. Some fruits were empty, some fruits had corrosive liquids, and some fruits had things falling out of them in addition to the corrosive liquids. Lin Shen and the others watched the monster step on the fruits one by one, and it felt like a long time had passed, but in fact only a little time had passed. After the monster stepped on the last fruit, he jumped directly from the tree canopy and landed on the sand under the tree. After taking a look at the things that fell on the ground, the weirdo turned around and walked away to the desert without any lingering feelings. Until the figure of the weirdo disappeared, everyone began to breathe unconsciously, as if they had stopped breathing when the weirdo was there. Plop! Lin Shen sat down on the ground, feeling that his clothes were soaked. Just now, for a moment, Lin Shen thought he was dead. Not only Lin Shen, but everyone else felt the same way. The pressure from the weirdo was too strong. I saved my life. Su Tiange reached out to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead and said thankfully. Tu Xiaodao's face was not good either. In front of the weirdo, he felt like a snail without a shell, without any sense of security. Zhuo Qinglong and others had some strange expressions. They were glad that they survived, but they were sad for the death of their companions. That weirdo should be an ascender, right? With someone like him on King Kai, it will be unsafe in the future. A mutator said with a bitter face. Although Lin Shen also felt that the weirdo was very scary, after thinking about it, he seemed to have only killed the person who attacked him. If the weirdo really wanted to kill them, no one here would be able to survive. Everyone came down along the rope and found that the people below were looking at something around the liquid that fell from the tree. Lin Shen and Zhuo Qinglong walked over together and found that there was a strange thing in the corrosive liquid that fell on the ground. Just now when they were up there, they saw that some of the exploded fruits had other things in addition to the corrosive liquid. But not every fruit has something in it, only a small part of the fruits have something in them. It's just that I didn't see clearly what was inside just now. Now that I see the things that fell on the ground clearly, my expression is a little strange. The things that fell on the ground turned out to be black iron lumps. The shape of the iron lumps is not very regular, and it doesn't look like a genetically modified egg, but why is there such an iron lump in the fruit of the giant tree? Could these iron lumps be the seeds of the giant tree? Chapter 142. The people of the Sword Alliance and the Su family were observing the iron lump. But with the incident of the weirdo, they did not dare to move the iron lump at will. They planned to take the iron lump back first and study it on the mother planet. There were cinders on the mother planet, so there was no need to worry about any more trouble. Lin Shen had no time to think about what the iron lumps were. He was always recalling the weirdo's every move. Recently, he had been practicing the immortal court. Although there was progress, he always felt that something was missing. Seeing the weirdo's every move today, he suddenly knew why he always felt that something was missing. Although the weirdo did not use the immortal court, Lin Shen saw something called momentum from him. It had nothing to do with the speed, but the strong aura. Lin Shen's 73 steps of the immortal court were now well practiced, but he lacked a kind of aura. Without that kind of aura, the stepping immortal court is still the stepping immortal court, but with that kind of aura, the stepping immortal court is Lin Shen's stepping immortal court. Lin Shen recalled the aura of the weirdo, but what he was thinking about was how to make the stepping immortal court also have his own aura. The aura of the weirdo is not suitable for the stepping immortal court, nor for me, so what kind of aura should the stepping immortal court that I walk out of have? Lin Shen pondered this question. Aura is something ethereal and invisible, but it can be felt. The same dance moves, some people dance out, and people feel inexplicably touched, while some people dance out, the moves are exactly the same, but people only think that the skills are good, but there is no touch. If it is just that the movements are not proficient enough, I am afraid that is not the problem. Some people may not sing with great skills, but they can move people. Some people sing with full skills, but they only make people feel greasy. The difference may just be different understandings of people, so what is my understanding? Lin Shen thought. Before, Lin Shen thought that the 4 sentences at the beginning of the stepping fairy court were just used by the people who created the stepping fairy court to show their own style. Now I think that it should not be just to show style, but to tell the people who practice the stepping fairy court what kind of momentum the stepping fairy court should have. Lin Shen did not think of it before, but now that he thinks of it, he cannot fully agree with the momentum expressed by the 4 sentences. I am a guest in the world. I have no intention of walking at night. The sky does not want to wait for me. I walk in the fairy court. From the literal meaning, it should be said that if you look down on me, I will break your door lintel. What can you do to me? But Lin Shen thinks that whether you look down on me or not has nothing to do with me. I don't need to care about your thoughts at all. So after thinking about it, if he practices the stepping immortal court according to the artistic conception of those 4 sentences, it will not match his personality after all, and he will not reach the realm of the original author. Moreover, Lin Shen has already practiced the stepping immortal court beyond recognition. If he really practices it according to the original artistic conception, it is probably wrong. I do not want to be a petty prophet. I do not seek for the joy of my heart, for fresh stimulation, and for not following the path of my predecessors. In the end, I can only walk my own way. Lin Shen's thoughts seem to have some understanding. An ant is shouting. If it is on the side, there is no need to pay attention to it. No one will bow their heads and bend over to listen to the voice of the ant. If it blocks the way, then it will be trampled to death. There is no need to deliberately step on it. Even if it does not exist, it will be trampled to death. The ant under your feet is never the target. Lin Shen stood up and took a step. Although this step still contained the skills of stepping on the fairy court, it was not exactly the same. Lin Shen simply gave up the deliberate pursuit of perfect consistency of those movements, and walked according to his body and mind. It seemed no different from ordinary walking, but the power in the body surged with it, indescribably smooth. That's it. Lin Shen was happy. He had always felt a little awkward when practicing stepping on the fairy court, but today, it was particularly smooth. Every move could trigger the flow of power in the body without deliberate guidance. Others looked at Lin Shen, and felt that he was just walking around and moving his body. They couldn't tell that he was actually practicing evolution. Doing whatever you want does not mean that there are no skills or rules, but Lin Shen has decomposed those skills and rules into his own gestures, and no longer sticks to a specific complete movement. Hey, why does Brother Shen look a little different? Su Tiango looked at Lin Shen, who seemed to be taking a walk over there, and seemed to feel something, but he couldn't tell what it was. He just felt that Lin Shen today seemed a little different from the past. Lin Shen walked 2 circles, and came back, feeling very satisfied. He used to practice stepping on the fairy court, and now he is stepping on the fairy court. Just when he wanted to sit down and rest for a while, and think about the reason, he suddenly heard someone shouting, "That iron lump seems to be moving." Lin Shen turned his head, and saw the person in charge of guarding the iron lumps, pointing at one of them and shouting. Lin Shen's heart trembled, and without saying a word, he called 2 shout out and retreated, reminding Su Tiange at the same time. Su Tiange's reaction was not slow either. He immediately called the Su family to run away with Lin Shen. The people of the Sword Alliance had already become frightened birds. So Qinglong directly ordered a retreat, and even the things in the camp were not taken away. Not long after they ran out, they saw that the shaky iron lump cracked, and a genetically modified creature rolled out from it. A closer look revealed that it was a warrior wrapped in frost armor and exuding cold air. That iron lump turned out to be a genetically modified egg, and it was a genetically modified creature that had just hatched. Everyone saw the clues and was ecstatic. So Qinglong immediately shouted, "Don't move, let's tame this genetically modified creature first, and then distribute it." The restless genetically modified people suppressed their impulse, and Zhuo Qinglong set a crystal base to tame the genetically modified creature. The frost warrior wanted to eat the iron lump, but was stopped by the crystal base. He immediately punched out. His fist was cold and looked very strange. The man didn't dare to take it with his hands, so he took out a shield made of crystal base material and blocked the frost warrior's fist. Although the frost warrior's fist did not leave a scar on the shield, a layer of frost appeared on the shield. That base mutated creature actually has frost ability. The eyes of the crowd looking at the frost warrior became more fiery. This kind of base mutated creature with special attributes is very rare. Even if it is just an ordinary crystal base instead of a mutation, its value is no worse than that of an ordinary mutation. The man became more cautious and did not confront the frost warrior head-on. He just used the shield again and again to block him from rushing towards the broken iron lump. More than an hour passed, and the frost warrior seemed to still have enough physical strength. So Qinglong asked another crystal base to replace the man and continue to deal with the frost warrior. Then they rotated every half an hour. After several rotations, the frost knight finally ran out of energy. In order to eat the iron lump, he offered his pet key. So Qinglong took the pet key and let the frost warrior eat the iron lump. After he finished eating, he used the key to turn him into an ice crystal pet capsule. It's a mutant crystal base, and its name is Frost Warrior. So Qinglong said happily. Chapter 143. Everyone was overjoyed when they heard the news. It turned out to be a mutated crystal base. There were still a dozen iron lumps here. Doesn't that mean there were a dozen mutated crystal base pets? Everyone looked at the remaining iron lumps, including Lin Shen and Su Tiange. The mutated crystal base, with special properties, is too rare to find such a pet, and its value is inestimable. The next step was to discuss how to distribute these iron lumps. There were a total of 14 iron lumps, and the Sword Alliance, the Su family, and Lin Shen would share them together. If they were to distribute them equally, the Sword Alliance would suffer a lot, as they had many people and were strong. The Su family was not strong enough, and they came with the Sword Alliance. If they also took 1/3, even if Zhuo Qinglong agreed, other people in the Sword Alliance would have objections. After discussions between Zhuo Qinglong, Lin Shen and Su Tiange, it was finally decided that the Sword Alliance would take 8, Lin Shen would take 4, and the Su family would take 2. Su Tiange was still very satisfied with the result. He knew that if Lin Shen had not saved everyone by knocking down the fruit, he would have benefited from it, and the Sword Alliance would not have given him even 1. Lin Shen took 4, and thought it was enough. If it was distributed by head, he would not have taken so many. He did not knock down these things, and he who is contented is always happy. You pick them first, and leave the rest to us. Zhuo Qinglong said generously. There is nothing to pick, they are all the same anyway. Su Tiange was not polite either, and asked someone to bring back 2 iron lumps. Lin Shen did not want to waste time, so he walked over with 2 Xiao Dao, originally planning to just move 4 iron lumps. Who knew that just as he approached the iron lump, the fat boy in the backpack jumped out, flapped his wings and landed on an iron lump, pecked it a few times, but failed to leave a mark on it. Lin Shen's heart moved, and after taking the fat boy back, he asked 2 Xiao Dao to take the iron lump back, and then randomly picked 3 more. After Lin Shen and Su Tiange had chosen, Zhuo Qinglong had the remaining iron lumps moved away. Each family was waiting for their own iron lumps to hatch, and no one was in the mood to care about other things. Brother 2, you each take 2. Lin Shen said to 2 Xiao Dao. The Sword Alliance only gave 4 for your sake. My strength is worth 1, so just take 1. 2 Xiao Dao said. That's fine. Lin Shen asked 2 Xiao Dao to take 1. In the following time, occasionally there were mutant frost warriors coming out of the iron lumps, and each family tamed them one by one. When the 3-day countdown ended, most of the frost warriors came out, and only a few were still motionless. 2 of Lin Shen's 3 came out, but the one that Fatty had fallen on was still silent. Lin Shen had no choice but to teleport it back to Jinshui Lake and then transport it back to Suanio Base. 2 Xiaodao's first night had already hatched, and was stored in a capsule. Brother Lin, I won't go back to the base with you. Tu Xiaodao unexpectedly chose to leave. Okay. Lin Shen nodded, feeling a little sorry for losing such a good bodyguard. Meeting you this time is my biggest gain, and it also made me understand that there are always people better than you. My strength is far from enough. I have been out there for so many years, and I am so arrogant that I can still get out of here. It's really a fluke. This time when I go back, I will definitely practice hard, and when my strength far exceeds that of others, I will come out again. Tu Xiaodao paused and said, if one day you come overseas, you can come to the Fairy Island base to find me, and I will treat you well. If your strength is far from enough, then few people dare to say that they have strength. Lin Shen couldn't understand why Tu Xiaodao had such an idea. Brother Lin, don't comfort me. I know that my strength is shallow. After returning, I will immediately practice hard behind closed doors. When I have practiced successfully, and can compete with the heroes of the world, I will come to visit Brother Lin again. Tu Xiaodao turned and left after saying this. Lin Shen stared at him leaving in a daze, thinking, does he have any misunderstandings about the four-word shallow strength? After saying goodbye to Su Tiange, Lin Shen took the iron lump back to the Suanio base alone. Fortunately, he had many pets, so he asked the Black Crystal Stone Man to carry the iron lump, so he didn't need to do it himself. Halfway through, cracks appeared on the iron lump, and Lin Shen hurriedly asked the Black Crystal Stone Man to put it down. Lin Shen watched the iron lump continue to crack, and he was a little bit expectant. I wonder if this iron lump is different from the others. Is Fatty simply interested in the iron lump, or is this iron lump different and attracted his attention? Under Lin Shen's expectant eyes, the iron lump finally completely cracked, revealing the genetically modified creature inside. It seems to be a little different. Lin Shen saw that the genetically modified creature inside was still a frost warrior, but in the hands of this frost warrior, there was an ice crystal-like two-handed sword. This guy actually has a weapon. Lin Shen has seen so many frost warriors, but this is the first time he has seen one with a weapon. Lin Shen quickly asked the stone man to stop the frost warrior and prevent him from eating the iron fragments. The frost warrior held the big sword in both hands and slashed at the black crystal stone man with one sword. The black crystal stone man directly met it with his thick black crystal arm. With a bang, the big sword actually left a deep mark on the arm of the black crystal stone man. You should know that the hardness of the black crystal stone man is 40 points. The frost warrior, who was just born and was still in a weak state, could actually leave a deep mark on its arm with one sword. This power is very terrifying. What's more terrifying is that frost appeared at the sword mark, freezing the base mutation fluid in the arm, making the arm of the black crystal stone man stiff. Seeing this, Lin Shen quickly summoned the white jade tiger and 3 mutant black armor centipedes to besiege the frost warrior together. This frost warrior is obviously much stronger than the average frost warrior. The sword is wielding in all directions. Wherever the blade hits, the cold air condenses into ice, which is very domineering. This cold air is obviously stronger than the average frost warrior. It can freeze the base fluid immediately. The strength and speed are also top-notch. Seeing that he couldn't stop it, Lin Shen had to let the mutant black armored centipede take a bite on the frost warrior, hoping to use the pain toxin of the mutant black armored centipede to stop the frost warrior from resisting. As a result, the mouthparts of the mutant black armored centipede were frozen immediately after the bite, and the bitten frost warrior did not have much problem. Lin Shen understood at a glance that the toxin of the mutant black armored centipede could not penetrate at all, and was frozen. Fortunately, the frost warrior had just hatched and was still in a weak state, otherwise it would be hard to say whether his 5 mutant pets could stop him. Of course, this is also because Lin Shen only wants to tame him, not to kill him. If the purpose is to kill him, the frost warrior will definitely not be able to withstand the siege of 5 mutant pets. Lin Shen can only change his strategy, and let the 5 mutant pets harass him constantly, so that he can't eat the iron lump fragments. After 5 or 6 hours of hard work, the frost warrior finally ran out of energy, and offered his pet Key for a bite of food. Lin Shen was happy in his heart. After letting him eat the fragments, he turned directly into a capsule state, and looked at his attributes. Frost Swordsman, mutated crystal-based creature, evolvable strength, 41. Speed 41. Hardness, 40.4. Toughness, 41. Talent skills, mutated frost cold, mutated sword fighting, mutated sword body. Chapter 144. Although there is only 1 letter difference between the Frost Swordsman and the Frost Warrior, this attribute is much stronger than Lin Shen's other 2 Frost Warriors. This thing is even more powerful than the Big Red Bull, and it also has 3 full skills, and they are all mutations. Lin Shen was happy. The other two Frost Warriors have only a hardness of 41, and the other attributes are much worse. Although they also have 3 skills, only 1 skill of each is a mutation, and the others are enhanced, which is much worse than the Frost Swordsman. Finally, there is a more versatile pet. Lin Shan put away the Frost Swordsman and continued to rush back to the Suanio base. When Lin Shan and his friends were at the Frost Giant Tree, other families found a lot of Kaiwang Towers, and people kept challenging Kaiwang Towers. Some people have successfully rushed to the 9th floor. Every base changer who challenges the Kaiwang Tower, as long as they can pass the 1st floor, their names will appear on the towers of all Kaiwang Towers. The first place was Ouyang Yudu, the only one who rushed to the top of the KO Tower and took the reward. The remaining challengers only rushed to the 6th floor at most, and this was after Ouyang Yudu rushed to the 9th floor. They studied Ouyang Yudu's tower rushing video and made preparations. Now many people are studying the KO Tower, because the reward Ouyang Yudu got was actually a top-level pet launcher with a firing rate of 41, which can fill 10 capsules at a time. What is even more unexpected is that the reward at the top of the KO Tower is only a small reward, and the challenger who ranks first in the end will get a bigger reward. But no one knows when the challenge of King Kai Tower will end. After the experience of the Frost Giant Tree, Lin Shan dared not teleport to King Kai at will. After returning to the Suanio base, he chose to use a mechanical watch to teleport to the grass slope of King Kai to hunt poisonous insects. It was a bit slow, but it was safe. During this period, humans encountered fewer and fewer super burning tribes on King Kai, which made Lin Shan a little worried. He knew that 30,000 super burning warriors had entered King Kai. At present, those killed by humans were probably less than 3,000. Where did the remaining super burning warriors go? It was always a hidden danger. On the grass slope of King Kai, Lin Shan could not remember how many times he had come here. Lin Shan was at home every day, sleeping and eating during the day, and setting the time to enter King Kai at night to look for mutant poisonous insects, and going back in the morning when the time came. Every day, he repeatedly swept the grass slope to look for various steel poisonous insects, and finally raised his base mutation rate to 99%. The last one. Lin Shan caught a mutated iron-winged red silkworm, and directly released its base transformation liquid and drank it all. Under the operation of the theory of evolution, the base transformation rate finally reached 100%. Theoretically, Lin Shan will definitely succeed in upgrading to the alloy level now, provided that he needs an alloy level base transformation egg. It can only be alloy level, neither steel nor crystal based. This process cannot go wrong. But there is an exception, that is, the original seed egg. Lin Shan had previously asked Wei Wufu about the original seed egg in detail. The original seed egg does not distinguish between steel, alloy and crystal based. As long as it is at the base transformation level, the original seed egg can be used for promotion. However, except for the first time when the original egg is used for base transformation, the body can be transformed very thoroughly. After the promotion to alloy and crystal base, the effect of using the original egg again is not so strong. The first time the original egg is used for base transformation, the base transformation shell obtained must be 100% wrapped, without any gaps or missing. There are also talents and skills. The talents and skills given by the original egg are very special, and difficult to find in other base transformation creatures. The most important thing is that after using the original egg for base transformation, the body will be stronger than the general base transformation, and there will be some hidden benefits. For example, the ability to recover after injury, such as the tolerance to temperature, hearing, vision, smell, physical strength, etc., may be enhanced to a certain extent. The benefits obtained are not exactly the same when the original egg is used. These benefits are limited to the first time the original egg is used. Steel is promoted to alloy. It is just the promotion of the base transformation material in the body. The influence on the body is not as great as the first time. In other words, the promotion of steel to alloy mainly improves the strength of the base transformation shell and obtains a new talent skill. At this time, using the original egg also has its advantages. You can get a new talent skill 100% without failure, and this talent skill is likely to be quite special. It all depends on luck. However, if you can find a mutated alloy base egg, and you know what kind of talent this base creature has, you can selectively use the base egg of a certain creature to get the talent skill you want, instead of using the original egg to randomly, which can avoid conflicts in talent skills. Wei Wufu mentioned an example. A person who used the original egg to transform obtained a talent skill that was beneficial to sword weapons. The talent skill was very strong, allowing him to burst out a force similar to sword energy, when using a sword at the steel level. When he was promoted to alloy, he chose another original egg to try his luck, and as a result, he obtained a talent skill that was beneficial to gun weapons. It is obviously not appropriate for a person to use a sword and a gun at the same time. It did not play the role of talent skill superposition, which was a waste. Therefore, most of the transformers only choose the original egg at the first transformation, and then use different types of transformation eggs to upgrade according to their needs. Lin Shen now has an original egg in his hand. If he uses it to upgrade to the alloy level, he can only gamble on luck to see if he can gamble on the talent skill that matches him. The reason why Lin Shen wanted to use the original egg was not just to gamble on a talent skill. There is another important reason that Wei Wufu told him. Few people on the entire Mother Planet know this secret. Because there is only one person in the entire Mother Planet who successfully used 4 original seed eggs to ascend, and that person is from the Wei family, so only the Wei family knows this secret. Wei Wufu's previous evolutions all used original seed eggs, and the original seed egg he gave to Lin Shen was also used for his own promotion to the crystal base. For original seed eggs can ascend to have 2 life bases, which is the real reason why Wei Wufu chose the original seed eggs to evolve. Ordinary ascenders can rob many spiritual bases, but can only have 1 life base. And the ascender of the Wei family, who ascended with 4 original seed eggs, has 2 life bases, which is very rare among the powerful families in the universe. However, it is too difficult to ascend with 4 original seed eggs. Ordinary original seed eggs are relatively easy to find. The original seed egg used during ascension is different from ordinary original seed eggs, and is even rarer. Wei Wufu has the support of the Wei family, and he will definitely ascend with 4 original seed eggs in the future. It is not so easy for Lin Shen to make the 4 original eggs ascend. Chapter 145. Although there is an original egg in hand, there is a problem that bothers Lin Shen. The original eggs also have different qualities. For example, the original egg used by Wei Wufu, after the mutation, is mutant steel, while the original egg he used, after the mutation, is super basic steel. Now Lin Shen doesn't know what the quality of the original egg in his hand is. If it is just a mutation, will it affect him after using it? Lin Shen also tried to read the information of the original egg with a mechanical watch, but it was unable to scan, which made him a little depressed. In the end, he decided to wait until Wei Wufu came back before making plans. Wei Wufu should also bring him an original egg, and then compare them. Wei Wufu has been gone for a few days. Why hasn't he come back yet? These days without Wei Wufu around, he really wasn't used to it. When the time came, Lin Shen was teleported back to his bedroom, and fell asleep directly on the bed. Others thought he slept in all day, but they never expected that he went to King Kai every night to fight until dawn, just like those students who slept in class and went home to study secretly. In the square of Suanio base, a tall man wearing overalls, a sweater and sneakers sat on a bench, wearing a hoodie, with his head slightly lowered, so that people could not see his face. He was very quiet, sitting there motionless, just watching the people coming and going in the square. A young couple came to the square with a 7 or 8-year-old child. The child was very naughty, and kept shouting. He also deliberately ran past a girl, who was reading a book, and knocked over the milk in the girl's hand. The girl was a little angry, and stood up and said to the child's parents, "Can you take care of your own child? He is still a child. Why do you care about him? It's just a glass of milk. Is there any need to make a fuss?" The child's mother said casually, not taking it to heart at all. The girl wanted to say something, but unfortunately, she was a little introverted and shy, and didn't know how to refute the child's mother. The child's mother ignored her and continued to stroll around the square with her husband, talking and laughing. Because of the arrival of this child, the square was in chaos. Suddenly, the child saw the strange man sitting quietly on the bench. I don't know if he has any problems with his brain. He actually ran to the man, stretched out his hand to pull the man's clothes, and then ran away quickly, making faces at the man from a distance. Seeing that the man ignored him, and didn't even raise his head, the boy ran over again, and kicked the man's leg with his toes. His mother and father looked at each other, and seeing that the man didn't react at all, they didn't care, and turned around to continue talking and laughing. "Ah!" The girl not far away suddenly screamed, her eyes widened, and she looked in the direction of the bench in horror. She was angry, so she looked at the boy from time to time. Seeing that the boy actually kicked the man and laughed while kicking, she wanted to stop him and argue with the child's parents, who knew that when the boy kicked the man again, the man raised one hand, grabbed the boy's head, and pressed it to the ground. Explosion! Blood and bones splashed on the ground, and the steel floor on the ground was smashed into a dent. The girl screamed in fear, and everyone looked in the direction she was looking at. The next second, all of them widened their eyes. The child's parents saw this scene and stood there stupidly, as if they had not reacted yet. Finally, the child's mother screamed heartbreakingly and rushed towards the man like an angry lioness, and an alloy shell appeared on her body. The child's father also rushed up while cursing, and an alloy shell also appeared on his body. The two of them, one on the left and one on the right, howled and punched the man's head. Bang! The two fists wrapped in alloy hit the man's face, one on the left and one on the right, and hit the man's face hard. If it were an ordinary person, his head would probably be blown up directly. But the man's head did not move, and he still lowered his head. The next second, the man raised both hands at the same time, pressed the woman and the man's heads respectively, and pressed them directly to the ground. There were two more splashing patterns on the ground, intertwined with the previous patterns, which were indescribably weird and terrifying, and the family was neat and tidy. Everyone screamed and fled the square. The girl whose milk was spilled by the boy had weak legs. She wanted to run, but couldn't move. Instead, she collapsed on the ground, and the book in her hand fell to the ground. The man stood up and walked towards the girl step by step. The girl's face was full of fear, without a trace of blood. She was so scared that she didn't know what to do, so she just sat on the ground. The man walked in front of the girl. The girl closed her eyes in fear, thinking that she would be killed, and her heart was filled with fear. But after waiting for a while, she didn't feel her head being pressed by the bloody hand. The girl trembled all over, but she couldn't help but open her eyes. The scene in front of her made her a little stunned. The man held the book she dropped in his hand and handed it to her, just looking at her quietly. The girl finally saw the face under the man's hat, half human and half steel, indescribably weird, but with an unusual charm. The girl subconsciously reached out to take the book handed over by the man, and said thank you reflexively. The man nodded slightly at her, then turned and left. The girl stared blankly at the man's back as he went away. Everything that happened just now made her feel like she was dreaming. Lin Shen, who had been busy all night, had just fallen asleep for a short time when he was called by Uncle Lei. Little Fifth Master, it's not good. Uncle Lei was knocking on the door outside in a hurry. Uncle Lei, what's the matter so early in the morning? Lin Shen yawned and opened the door. A murderous devil came to the Suanio base. Uncle Lei said panting. Murderous devil? Lin Shen was slightly stunned. This word was really unfamiliar to him. In such an era, is killing a person a big deal? How could someone be called a murderous devil? A weirdo who came from nowhere killed people from the Chi family in the square. He didn't run away, but wandered around our base. After the people from the Chi family went there, he killed several more people. They had no power to fight back. The Chi family was scared of killing, and dared not send anyone over. When Uncle Lei said this, his face became even uglier. That's also the Chi family's business. Why are you panicking? Lin Shen said while drinking water. Master Wu, I can't help but panic. That murderous devil was strolling on Suanio Street and entered your store. Uncle Lei said with a bitter face. Puff! Lin Shen just drank the water in his mouth, and the water he hadn't swallowed yet sprayed out. He widened his eyes and said, My store? Which store of mine? Which store? It's your egg-catching store. Uncle Lei said. Lin Shen threw down his cup and ran out. There was only one Zhao Li in the store. Her family and the Lin family were old neighbors. If Zhao Li was killed in his store, Lin Shen didn't know how to explain to her parents. Even if there was no such relationship, Zhao Li had been with him for several years. He couldn't just watch her die. Chapter 146. Zhao Li opened the door of the store early in the morning. Ever since Lin Shen showed off his claw-swinging skills in the store next door, their store has been doing quite well. Later, Lin Shen became a second-generation rich man in Kai King Planet, and more customers came to the store to play. So recently Zhao Li opened the door half an hour earlier, and some customers who came early were already waiting outside the door. As soon as the door opened, the customers came in and lined up at the counter to buy egg-catching coins. When Zhao Li was busy exchanging coins for them, a tall man came in and stood at the back of the line. Less than 2 minutes later, another young man came in. The young man took a look at the customers in line, walked to the front, and squeezed the customer, who was originally in the front, to the side. Beauty, change me 100 yuan of coins. The young man said, staring at Zhao Li's chest with lustful eyes. Others came here first, you guys go line up first. Zhao Li frowned slightly. She hated the street thugs, but she couldn't chase people away when she opened the door to do business. Queue up? The young man smiled evilly, turned his head and looked at the people behind him and mocked. I'm queuing here. Do you have any objections? Seeing that no one spoke, the young man turned around and said to Zhao Li with a smile, Beauty, you also saw that they have no objections. He had just finished speaking when he felt something grabbing his head. He wanted to get rid of the restraint on his head, and turned his head to see who was so bold as to grab his head. He hated it most when someone touched his head. But the force was too strong, and he couldn't move his head at all. His eyes fell on the mirror hanging on the opposite wall, and then he saw a scene that he would never forget in his next life. He watched his head being crushed by a big hand, and blood and bones spurted out. The guests screamed and scattered. Zhao Li's face inside the counter was pale, and she looked at the man in front of her in horror. She wanted to run, but to run from the counter to the door, she had to pass by the man, which was more dangerous than now. Now there was at least a counter between the two of them. The man let go of his hand, and let the body fall to the ground. He stretched out his hand and put a stack of money on the counter, and said 2 words in a low voice, Exchange coins. Zhao Li was stunned for a few seconds, and then she reacted. She subconsciously picked up the money and counted it first, and then took the basket and coins to the man. If Lin Shen saw her like this, he would at least give her a Best Employee award. The man picked up the basket, walked to an egg-catching machine, pulled a stool and sat down, and actually started to play with coins. Zhao Li stood there blankly, watching the man insert coins again and again, but failed to catch the genetic mutation egg. Ollie, I'm here to save you. A fat figure rushed in with a stool, shouting, but was stunned when he saw the scene in front of him. Fatty, don't mess around. Zhao Li hurriedly called out to Qi Tianfu. Qi Tianfu looked at the back of the man who was playing games vigilantly, carefully retreated to the side of the counter, and asked worriedly, Ollie, are you okay? It's okay, he seems to be just here to play games. Zhao Li said. It's good that he's fine. Let's go quickly. He's a murderer, and has killed many people on the street. Qi Tianfu lowered his voice, so that only the two of them could hear it. Then he took Zhao Li's hand, and walked out carefully. Both of them walked very slowly, for fear of disturbing the man. What's going on with you two? Lin Shen walked into the store, and saw Qi Tianfu holding Zhao Li's hand with one hand, and holding her shoulder with the other, protecting her and slowly moving out. Qi Tianfu's old face turned red when he saw Lin Shen, and he subconsciously took his hand back, as if he was caught in adultery. Fifth brother, that man. Zhao Li looked at the man who was grabbing eggs. No need to say, I know everything, you go out first. Lin Shen glanced at the corpse on the ground, frowned slightly, stopped Zhao Li from continuing, and asked the two to leave the store first. Fifth brother, I don't think that man is a bad guy. He just cut in line, so he started fighting. Zhao Li felt that this reason seemed a bit far-fetched. Cutting in line was not a capital crime, but for some reason, Zhao Li still felt that she should say something for the man. In Zhao Li's opinion, as long as Lin Shen came, the man would be miserable. Yeah, I know. Lin Shen was a little surprised, motioned them to go out, and then walked towards the man. Friend, I understand your feelings, but killing people is always bad. Lin Shen walked to the side of the man, wanting to see who this man was. This is his place, and it is also the Lin family's business. If it can't be solved, the Lin family's business will be difficult to do in the future. But when Lin Shen walked to the side and saw his face, the words behind him seemed to be stuck, and he couldn't say anything. Fuck. How could he be here? Lin Shen felt his scalp tingling, and the hairs on his body stood up. Lin Shen only took a glance, and recognized that this man was the man in the frost giant tree. He felt that God seemed to be playing a joke on him. He really couldn't imagine how this man left King Kai and came here. Now Lin Shen was a little embarrassed. He didn't know whether to leave or not. He stood there for a long time without moving. The man ignored him, and continued to insert coins to grab the base-changing eggs. As a result, he inserted many coins, and didn't catch any. He didn't have any skills at all. He was just a pure novice. Unless he caught a certain number of times, he would definitely not catch anything. Lin Shen now regretted that he had set the probability of the machine too low, thinking, if he can't catch the base-changing eggs in a while, he won't kill me here, right? Now there are only him, and the man in the store. If the man really wants to kill, he will be the first one to be killed. Lin Shen's mind raced, thinking about how to deal with the situation. Fight to the death? Impossible, there was no chance to fight to the death. He had seen the opponent's strength, which was beyond his reach at present. If the opponent wanted to kill him, even if the angel revolver was in his hand, and his finger was on the trigger, he would not have the chance to shoot. Moreover, even if he shot, it would be useless, because this man could easily crush the crystal base. Lin Shen had no intention of taking action, and he vaguely felt that he would definitely die if he took action, but he might be fine if he didn't. When they were at the frost giant tree, Lin Shen felt that this man was not the kind of person who would kill people casually. Zhao Li said that just now, and Lin Shen felt that his previous judgment of the man should be correct. Lin Shen thought about it, and began to slowly retreat, wanting to leave the store directly. At worst, he would not want the store, and he could take whatever he wanted from it, it didn't matter. 1 step. 2 steps. 3 steps. The man was catching eggs and ignored him. When Lin Shen was about to reach the door of the store, he suddenly heard the man say, "Where are you going?" "Looking for someone to clean up." Lin Shen had to stop and pointed at the body on the ground. "The coins are gone, change them for me." The man got up and walked to the counter, put another stack of banknotes on it, and said to Lin Shen. Lin Shen had no choice but to walk behind the counter, counted the money out of habit, and then took out the coins. The man took the coins, turned around and went back to the egg-catching machine, and continued to play the game with coins. He is really a picky person. Lin Shen secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At least now, he can be sure that the other party will not kill people casually. After coming out of the counter, Lin Shen wanted to go out again. Although the other party looked like a picky person, who knew if he was the kind of moody pervert, Lin Shen did not dare to gamble his life on the other party's character. Stop! His fingers had just touched the handle of the glass door, and before he could push the door open, the man called him again. Chapter 147. What else? Lin Shen had to stop and looked at the man and asked. The man was still operating the joystick and did not turn around. He said calmly, "We met on King Kai's planet." "I have met." The other party had already recognized him. Lin Shen did not want to admit it. Now he was very suspicious. Was it a coincidence or intentional for the man to come to his store? If it was a coincidence, the man was a guy who grew in a tree and had just come to the human mother planet. Where did he get the information that he knew this was his store? If it was not a coincidence, it was too coincidental. The mother planet was so big, why did he come to the Suanio base and his store? "Is this your store?" the man asked again. "Yes." At this point, Lin Shen could only admit it. "I spent 500 yuan before, and now I spend another 500 yuan. Can I catch the genetic mutation eggs inside?" The man continued to ask without looking back. "Yes," Lin Shen answered with certainty. "Because the base mutation eggs in it are the best in the store. The probability of this machine is the lowest in the entire store, and it takes about 20 times to catch one. Each time you play the game, you need to put in 2 coins. Each coin is 10 yuan, which means that you can catch a base mutation egg with about 400 yuan. Of course, it is just a probability, but if the angle of your claws is too bad, you can't catch the base mutation egg at all. No matter how tight your claws are, you can't catch it." Lin Shen is not worried about this. With the ability of a weirdo, his judgment is not that bad. He can catch the base mutation egg every time, but he can't catch it because his claws are too loose. As long as it reaches a certain number of times, the claws will naturally become very tight. As long as it is caught, it will definitely be able to catch the genetic mutation eggs. The weirdo bought a total of 1,000 yuan in coins twice. If he is lucky, he can catch 3 genetic mutation eggs. If he is unlucky, he should be able to catch 2. Lin Shen is still sure of this. Then wait. The weirdo continued to catch the genetic mutation eggs while speaking. "Your Excellency means that if you can't catch the doll, it will cost me my life, right?" Lin Shen guessed. The weirdo did not answer, but just played by himself. For the weirdo, Lin Shen already had some speculations in his mind. He would not kill people casually, but his threshold for killing was very low, so low that normal people might not understand. "It seems that you are a man who follows rules, so let's talk about the rules," Lin Shen said thoughtfully. "You want to kill me because you can't catch the genetic mutation egg. Although I don't agree that I deserve to die, that's your standard. According to your standard, I deserve to die, so I accept it. But if according to your standard, I don't deserve to die, and you don't have to pay anything, isn't this a bit unfair?" Zhao Li and Qi Tianfu hid outside the store door and eavesdropped on the movement inside. When they heard Lin Shen say that if the weirdo couldn't catch the doll, he would kill him, Qi Tianfu curled his lips and said, "That guy adjusted the claws in the store so loosely, this is retribution. If he can't catch it, he will die." "Shut up your crow mouth, you will definitely catch it, about once in 20 times. Zhao Li glared at him and said, "Once in 20 times, it just means that the tightness of the claws can catch the genetic mutation egg. What if the weirdo catches it wrong that time?" Qi Tianfu said. "Nothing will happen." Zhao Li stretched out her hand and twisted Qi Tianfu, causing Qi Tianfu to grit his teeth in pain. There were many people watching from a distance outside, including people from the Qi family and the Wang family. Such a big thing happened at the Suanio base, and Qi Shuheng and Wang Tian'er both came, but they didn't dare to get close to the rich egg-catching shop. Is that murderous devil coming for your Qi family, or the Lin family? Wang Tian'er asked thoughtfully. It should be for the Lin family. Our Qi family just suffered an unprovoked disaster. Qi Shuheng repeated the results of his investigation. After listening, Wang Tian'er smiled bitterly and said, so many people were killed because of the rude behavior of a child. That person's murderous intention is really heavy. This is the way of the world. Qi Shuheng was very depressed. If he had investigated it earlier, the alloys of the Qi family would not have died. If they had known that the weirdo was so fierce, the Qi family would not have sent people to trouble him again. That person has such a strong desire to kill. This time, Lin Shen is probably going to be in big trouble. Wang Tian'er sighed. Although Lin Shen's death is a good thing for the Wang family, being crushed like this made Wang Tian'er feel a little sad. If someone can crush Lin Shen of the Lin family to death today, maybe one day it will be his turn. Who can guarantee that he will not offend anyone in his life? Even if he doesn't offend anyone, there are so many people in the Wang family. If he offends someone who can't afford to offend, it will be a disaster for the Wang family. At the door of the egg-catching shop, Uncle Lei and several leaders of the Lin family came with the base changers. If the Lin family was bullied like this at the Suanio base, they could not allow it. Unfortunately, among these people, not even a crystal base can be found. They are all alloy grade. No matter how many people there are, it is useless. Go back to your respective posts. Do not leave your post without permission. Lin Shen saw them rushing in, and shouted at them from inside the door. He knew that these people came in to die. It was useless, and they would just give their heads away in vain. Didn't you hear what I said? As the fifth son of the Lin family, my words are useless? Seeing that those people did not retreat, Lin Shen said with a cold face, Master Wu, we are not disobeying you, but the master is not here. We cannot let you suffer any injustice, let alone let anyone kill you. Uncle Lei said, no one wants to kill me. I will solve my own problems. Uncle Lei, am I still a member of the Lin family? Do I still keep my word? Lin Shen said with a cold face. Uncle Lei gritted his teeth and said to the four leaders, you take your people back first. Isn't this bad? The master is not here. What if something happens to Xiao Wuya? A leader pondered. Listen to me, Xiao Wuya knows his limits. Uncle Lei said. The four leaders thought about it, and it was right. With Lin Shen's performance on King Kai's planet, if he couldn't even deal with him, it would be useless for them to go up. The four leaders looked at each other, and each took their own base changers and retreated. Uncle Lei didn't leave, still standing outside watching the situation inside, and didn't say anything else. Lin Shen saw that Uncle Lei didn't leave, and knew that it was useless to chase him away, so he didn't say anything else. You have some truth in your words. The weirdo stopped, turned around, and looked at Lin Shen face to face for the first time. If you can't catch him, I want your life. If you catch him, what do you want? My life? Chapter 148. I have no interest in your life. If you catch me, don't kill people casually in the future. Lin Shen thought for a while and said. If the weirdo agreed, at least he couldn't kill people in the Suanio base. Lin Shen also wanted to protect the Lin family. Otherwise, even if Lin Shen won, he wouldn't kill Lin Shen this time, but who knows what would happen if such a murderous devil was in the Suanio base. You still want my life. Who knew that the weirdo just said coldly, then turned around and continued to catch eggs. Lin Shen didn't know whether what the weirdo said was true or false, and who knew if he would really keep his promise after losing. If he really went to kill the weirdo, and the weirdo didn't keep his promise and killed him back, wouldn't Lin Shen lose a lot? Watching the weirdo catch eggs again and again, but couldn't catch them, Lin Shen was slightly shocked. Before Lin Shen came, the weirdo had exchanged 500 game coins. Logically, he should have caught one, but he didn't. Lin Shen exchanged 500 game coins for him again, and he caught more than 10 times. With so many times before, he should have caught one, but he still didn't catch one. Xiao Li didn't adjust the probability again. Lin Shen looked at Xiao Li, who was peeking outside the door. Xiao Li had been with Lin Shen for several years after all. She understood from this look and shook her head outside. If it hasn't been adjusted, there should be no problem, or the last time the claws were tight enough, the weirdo just started playing and didn't seize the opportunity. Lin Shen thought to himself. Seeing the game coins in the weirdo's basket gradually decreasing, Lin Shen couldn't help but get nervous. Is there something wrong with the machine? Why hasn't it been caught yet? Seeing that there were only a few game coins in the basket, Lin Shan could not help but secretly accumulate strength, planning to rush out with the stepping immortal cord immediately if he really lost. Although the stepping immortal cord was not as fast as the monster, it was also the last ray of hope. Now Lin Shan suspected that the monster had tampered with the machine, otherwise how could he not catch it? While Lin Shan was thinking about it, he suddenly heard the joyful music coming from the egg-catching machine, and the colored light bulbs on the machine also flashed. Caught it. Lin Shan breathed a sigh of relief. At least this level was passed, and he didn't know if the monster would embarrass him again. After the monster caught it, he didn't take the fallen genetic egg. There were still a few coins in the basket, and he didn't continue to play, but stood up directly. Watching the weirdo approaching step by step, Lin Shan frowned secretly. Is he angry and wants to attack directly? I give you my life, kill me. The weirdo walked up to Lin Shan and said this coldly. So casual? Lin Shan looked at the motionless weirdo in front of him with a very strange expression. Forget it, go away. Lin Shan didn't want to take this risk. Don't you want my life? The weirdo didn't leave, still looking at Lin Shan and said, I never said I wanted your life. Lin Shan frowned. The weirdo looked at Lin Shan without saying anything, but slowly stretched out his hand. Lin Shan immediately used the stepping immortal cord, stepped back and smashed the glass in an instant, turned around without hesitation and rushed away. The weirdo was stunned for a moment, looking at Lin Shan who was running away on the long street like a wild horse, the corner of his mouth on half of his face slightly raised, revealing a weird smile. The weirdo stepped out slowly, and everything around him seemed to be still. Everyone watched the weirdo walk out of the store, and walk towards the direction where Lin Shan disappeared. No one could move at all. Lin Shan walked faster and faster, and the power in his body was like a roaring torrent, pushing his body forward and accelerating again and again. His flesh and blood body was about to be crushed, and the steel armor automatically protected his body, and rushed out of the Suanio base like the wind. His speed was still increasing, and he had broken through the sound barrier. A cone-shaped gas explosion formed outside his body, breaking through the limit again and again with the sound of explosions. The steel armor could not withstand the impact, and it turned red and golden, like a meteor falling into the atmosphere and burning. Wherever he passed, the surrounding grass and trees were blown to the sides by the air waves. After running for a while, Lin Shan slowly stopped, and the red armor on his body gradually returned to the color of steel. Why don't you run? The weirdo's voice sounded behind Lin Shan. I can't run away, I just want to talk somewhere else. Lin Shan turned around and looked at the weirdo. He knew that if the weirdo really wanted to chase him, he couldn't even run out of the store. What? The weirdo looked at Lin Shan with interest and asked. Why do you have to kill me? Lin Shan asked thoughtfully. Did I say I would kill you? The weirdo was smiling on one side of his face, but the other side of his steel face was motionless, looking very strange. Why are you reaching out if you don't want to kill me? Lin Shan was stunned for a moment. To get my things back, the weirdo said. Your things? What things? Lin Shan was a little confused. He didn't remember when he took the weirdo's things. When he was at the Frost Giant Tree, he didn't take anything. Could it be those Frost Warriors? Lin Shan thought about it, and it seemed that was the only one. The teleporter on your wrist is mine. The weirdo looked at Lin Shan and said, Is this yours? Lin Shan was shocked, and his fingers kept pressing the switch of the mechanical watch. He ran out not to really escape, but to change a place to start teleporting and go directly to King Kai. No matter how fast the monster is, he can't catch up to King Kai. If the monster caught up with him at the beginning, he would have teleported just now. It doesn't matter if he is seen. Saving his life is the first priority. Unexpectedly, the monster just followed him, and didn't mean to get close. Lin Shan ran all the way outside the base. The weirdo nodded, but his eyes were always looking at Lin Shan. This is Lin Shan's last means of saving his life. If he gave it to the monster would kill him, and he would no longer have the ability to protect himself. If he didn't give it to him, even if he was teleported to King Kai, the monster knew the power of the watch and would definitely wait for him here to come back, and he would still be in trouble. Lin Shan gritted his teeth and pressed the switch of the watch directly. He didn't waste his words with the monster, because he knew that if he said something wrong, the monster would kill him. He didn't want to give the watch to the monster, because that would be like handing his life over to the monster. Even if there was little hope of survival, he would take a gamble and die in his own hands. Is it so difficult to follow the rules? The monster watched Lin Shan press the switch, but did not stop him. He showed disappointment on his face and muttered to himself, I thought he was an interesting guy, but he turned out to be a boring person. He could be free if he let go, so why did he choose death? The moment Lin Shan pressed the switch, the metal finger of the monster moved, and the wheel on the watch jumped inexplicably. Chapter 149. The scenery in front of Lin Shan changed. The moment he stepped on the ground, he immediately found something wrong. He had clearly chosen the grassy slope, but there was no grassy slope in front of him. There was only a bare surface. The ground looked like dust and sand. In the distance were circular volcanoes that were not connected to each other and dotted on the empty land. What was even more wrong was that the gravity was different from that of King Kai. The gravity of King Kai was much stronger than that of the mother planet, but the gravity here was weaker than that of the mother planet. It felt like a huge hydrogen balloon was tied to my body, and I could fly with a little effort. What was even more terrifying was that Lin Shan felt he couldn't breathe. The gas he inhaled made his entire respiratory tract burn and burn, as if he had inhaled sulfuric acid, accompanied by a strong feeling of suffocation. This is not King Kai. There is no oxygen in the air of this planet. Lin Shan immediately held his breath. He looked down at his watch, and the countdown displayed on it was 30 days. Lin Shan wanted to cry, but had no tears. He adjusted the time to a longer time. He originally wanted to use these 30 days to improve his strength and level as much as possible on King Kai's planet. That way, when he was teleported back, he might be able to survive the monster's hands. Who knew that this teleportation device could not only teleport to King Kai's planet, but also to other planets? He was sure that the reason for the transmission error was that the monster had tampered with it, but he didn't know how he had tampered with it. It was useless to think so much now. The cold air penetrated through the steel armor, letting Lin Shan know clearly that the temperature here was much lower than that of the mother planet and King Kai's planet. It would be difficult for ordinary people to survive in such a low temperature. The reason why there are no glaciers is probably because there is no water on this planet. There is no oxygen, no water, extremely low temperature, no food, and there must be threats that Lin Shan does not know about. To survive in such a place for 30 days, Lin Shan feels like he has entered a dungeon of hell difficulty. He opened his backpack and took a look, and found that Fatty was still sleeping. The environment here had no effect on him. It turns out that I am the only one injured. Lin Shan sighed, took out the pet launcher, launched the pets, and kept them nearby. He sat down and began to practice the Book of Fear of Death. Now he can only hope that evolution may allow him to survive in this environment. If he can't even get through the first level, then let alone 30 days, at most 1 or 2 hours later, he will have to meet his ancestors. There is no shelter nearby. Except for those craters like volcanoes, the rest are flat and there is no place to hide. As time passed, Lin Shan felt more and more uncomfortable in his body. No one wants to experience the feeling of suffocation. Lin Shan had never been able to make up his mind to hold his breath before because it was too dangerous, and it was hard for normal humans to bear that feeling. There are many ways for humans to commit suicide. Some choose to jump off a building, some choose to hang themselves, and some choose to drink poison, but no one can hold their breath to death. Without external interference, no one can hold themselves to death, so the theory of evolution has never been triggered. Of course, it may not be triggered at all. When they really hold their breath to death, they are already dead, and the theory of evolution is useless. Now Lin Shan can only hope that the theory of evolution will work, otherwise there is only one way to go, which is death. More than an hour has passed, and Lin Shan has already felt extremely hypoxic, but the feeling of suffocation has eased, his body has become soft, and his cerebral cortex has begun to heat up, making him feel a little comfortable. But this is not the effect of the theory of evolution, but the wrong signal generated by the brain after the hypoxia reaches a certain level. At this level, it will soon enter a fatal stage. Sure enough, not long after, Lin Shan's whole body began to twitch, and he could no longer hold his breath. No matter what was outside, he began to breathe naturally. I don't know what gas entered the body through the respiratory tract. Lin Shan felt that his entire respiratory tract was like being burned by an iron, and it seemed to be torn apart. Lin Shan curled up in pain, and soon struggled and twitched desperately, trying to grab his throat with both hands. That kind of pain can no longer be described in words. No matter how outrageous the adjective is, it is difficult to describe the pain he is feeling at this time. If there is really a hell in the world, Lin Shan feels that he should be at the bottom layer now. The theory of evolution had been silent, and Lin Shan even had the urge to commit suicide. He really couldn't bear it anymore. Fortunately, he still held back, grabbing his arms with both hands, leaving deep scratches on his steel shell. When Lin Shan almost thought he was going to die, the theory of evolution finally started to work. The next second, horrible pain swept through his entire body. Every organ, every inch of skin, every cell seemed to be suffering. In extreme pain, Lin Shan finally fainted. It was unknown how long it had been, But when Lin Shan woke up, he found that the steel armor on his body had automatically returned to his body. The pain that seemed to have fallen into purgatory also disappeared. He was still breathing, but he no longer felt the pain. There seemed to be a special smell in the air, a bit like the smell of the air after a lot of fireworks were set off. I survived. Lin Shan took a deep breath, but the strong smell choked him and made him cry. After the tears flowed out, they immediately turned into ice crystals, hanging in the corners of Lin Shan's eyes, like diamonds. What kind of planet is this? Lin Shan stood up, transformed again, and protected his body with the armor. He felt much better breathing through the filter of the armor. It was mainly to maintain the water in the body. Otherwise, in such a place, if the body loses too much water, he will still die. Lin Shan tried to hold his breath again, and the result surprised him. When he held his breath, the greedy life and fear of death immortality sutra actually started to work automatically. During the time he was unconscious, he had unknowingly entered the immortality sutra. After checking the time on his watch, he found that he had been unconscious for more than 40 hours. No wonder he had already mastered the immortal sutra. It seems that this is a planet without life. Lin Shan carefully looked at the planet this time. At a glance, there was indeed no sign of life. At first glance, he felt that this place was somewhat similar to the moon, and there were many craters on the ground. But it was obvious that this was not the moon. From here, he could not see the mother planet or the familiar sun. He could see a light blue sun that was somewhat similar to King Kai's planet, but the light blue sun here was a little smaller than the one on King Kai's planet. Lin Shan could feel that this planet had an atmosphere, but the composition of the atmosphere was different from that of the mother planet. Lin Shan moved his body and jumped nearly 10 meters with a light jump. He did not use much strength at all. It is estimated that ordinary people can easily jump 4 or 5 meters here. Originally, Lin Shan planned to use these 30 days to upgrade his level, but there were no genetically modified creatures here at all, so what else could he upgrade? Lin Shan thought about it and looked towards the nearest crater, hoping to find something. If he couldn't find water and food, he could only survive by drinking his pet's genetic fluid. Chapter 150. Oh my god, what did I see? After climbing the crater, Lin Shan looked inside. He couldn't help but widen his eyes. Inside the crater, Lin Shan saw boiling magma, but the magma here was not red or gold, but a kind of cyan magma, emitting strong cyan light, like some kind of energy pool. And in the cyan magma, there was a creature like a dragon bathing. Yes, it was bathing, with its cyan crystal shell, playing freely in the cyan magma. The wide dragon wings were almost transparent, and looked extremely beautiful. What amazed Lin Shan even more was that when the cyan crystal dragon was playing, a huge dragon ball was suspended beside it, and there was also a radiant dragon-shaped pattern rotating inside it. Not only does this planet have creatures, but they are also ascending creatures. Lin Shan was surprised and happy. With creatures, he had a source of food, but he didn't have the ability to kill this ascending giant. Without any hesitation, Lin Shan retreated cautiously, and walked down the mountain quietly along the original route, fearing that the giant blue crystal dragon would hear his voice. After leaving the crater for more than 10 miles, Lin Shan dared to breathe. He had been holding his breath all the time. Are there not ascending creatures inside the other craters? Lin Shan decided to take a look, maybe there would be something to gain. He chose another crater, and walked over. He didn't dare to ride the big red bull, fearing that the big red bull would make too much noise when running, which would alarm the creatures in the crater. When he arrived in front of another crater, Lin Shan climbed up quietly, wasting a lot of time to reach the top of the mountain. After a sneak peek, it was indeed the same green magma pool, but this time no ascending creatures were seen. Lin Shan glanced down a few times, and suddenly his eyes lit up. He found that there were some holes of different sizes on the mountain wall not far from the green magma. The holes were not deep, and the bottom could be seen from a distance. Rather than holes, they were deeper pits on the mountain wall. In some of the holes, Lin Shan saw some eggs with green spiritual patterns. Is that ascending eggs? It was the first time that Lin Shan saw the eggs of ascending creatures with his own eyes. The spiritual patterns on them indicated that they would be upgraded after they were born. If these ascending eggs could be obtained, their value would be inestimable. The trouble was that even if the ascending creatures had just hatched, he was not their opponent, and it was almost impossible to tame them. So the greatest value of these ascending eggs to Lin Shan was actually the egg liquid inside them. The effect of the egg liquid could be equal to that of the base mutation liquid, and it was even more useful. The problem is that Lin Shan doesn't know how far these ascending eggs have hatched. If he takes out the eggs and opens them, there happens to be an ascending creature that has grown completely, and just needs to break out of its shell, then he will be in big trouble. So no matter how excited Lin was, he didn't rush to steal the ascending eggs. Now he only saw the ascending eggs, but didn't see the creatures that gave birth to them, so Lin didn't dare to act rashly. When Lin was wondering why he didn't see their parents, he suddenly saw the green magma surging, and green crystal jade heads popped out from it. After a while, creatures that looked like velociraptors, with 6 legs and a pair of claws, a single horn on their heads, and bodies that looked like corundum emerged from the magma, flew into the air, and fell into different caves. Seeing this scene, Lin shrank his neck and buried his head even lower. There were all ascended creatures below, more than 100 of them. Once he was discovered, he would probably die without a burial place. While the ascended creatures below were still calling and struggling, Lin quietly retreated from the crater. Are there no genetically modified creatures here? Lin didn't believe it, and continued to go to other craters. He needed to find some genetically modified creatures first to ensure that he had food during this period, and then come up with other ideas. On the open land, there was a crater every few dozen miles. On such a large planet, there were craters everywhere. It was hard to imagine how many craters there were here. If there were ascended creatures in every crater, it would be a terrifying and unimaginable number. If these ascended creatures were placed on the mother planet, it is estimated that humans would have no living space long ago. Lin went to several more craters, and found ascended creatures in the mountains. Some craters had groups of ascended creatures, while others had only a few or even 1 or 2. No matter how many there were ascended creatures inside, and there was not a single basic transformation creature. What surprised Lin was that there were so many ascended creatures here, but none of them flew out of the crater, which made him feel something was wrong. Even if those ascended creatures liked the high-temperature environment inside the crater, and didn't like the cold environment outside, there should be some that occasionally flew out to take a look, even if they flew out by accident. They are ascended creatures. They can all fly. There is no reason for them to stay in the crater. No, none at all. Lin has been on this planet for such a long time, and he has not seen even one creature outside the crater. Lin felt that there must be some reason why those ascended creatures were unwilling or unable to leave the crater. Thinking about this question in his heart, Lin came to another crater. This crater is smaller than the surrounding craters. Its height is not even half of those higher craters, and its diameter is much smaller. Lin quickly climbed to the top of the mountain and secretly looked down. This time, Lin was a little surprised. There was no blue magma at the bottom of this crater. This was the first time Lin saw a dry crater. Without the blue magma, you can see that the bottom is full of asphalt-like crystals. Judging from the dust above, no creatures have been here for a long time. What made Lin happy was that there was an oversized egg at the bottom. Because there was thick dust on the egg, Lin couldn't tell whether it was a genetically modified egg or an ascended egg. I think it is more likely to be an ascended egg. After all, he has been here for so long, and has not seen any genetically modified creatures. After carefully looking at the interior of the crater, he found no caves or anything like that. There was only an egg underneath, and it was covered with dust. Lin was relieved and summoned the mutant black armored centipede to explore the way. The mutant black armored centipede turned around below, and after confirming that there was no danger, Lin carefully went down to the inside of the crater and came to the front of the egg. Chapter 151. There was thick dust everywhere. The dust on this planet was very strange. It was not in grains, but in pieces, like snowflakes or ashes after burning paper. The dust was a little thicker, and walking on it felt like walking on a harder sponge. It might also be related to the weak gravity here. When I looked at it from above, I felt that the egg was not big. When I really got down and got close, I found that it was much larger than I imagined. The diameter was close to 1 meter, and the height was estimated to be more than 2 meters. The surface was covered with dust, and the original color and texture could no longer be seen. Lin took out a towel and wiped the dust on it. The eggshell under the dust was the color of blue steel, just like the blue blade forged by refined steel. There was a layer of watery glaze on the outside, giving people an illusion that it was translucent. Lin knocked off all the dust on it, and the true color of the whole egg appeared in front of him. There are no spiritual patterns on it. Lin was overjoyed. There is no spiritual pattern, which means that this egg should not be upgraded to a flying level. It looks more like a steel-level basic creature. Without the high temperature of the blue magma in this crater, the basic egg is probably unable to hatch. Maybe it is still in the state of egg liquid. Lin thought, and pulled out the death powder. It turned into a spear, and stabbed directly at the basic egg. After tossing for so long, he was a little hungry, so it would be good to get something to eat first. Even if the inside has been hatched, And it is not a flying creature. Lin Shen is not afraid. Ding! The death powder's cone-like tail stabbed it, and only a crisp sound was heard, and there was no trace left on the shell of the basic egg. Is it so hard? Lin Shen was a little surprised. Although he just stabbed it casually, with his current strength and the sharpness of the death powder, the alloy egg should have been pierced directly. This made Lin Shen realize that this was not a steel egg, but just looked like one. It was probably a crystal-based egg. Lin Shen clenched the death powder again and stabbed it. This time, the death powder activated the super base armor-piercing thorn and super base instant speed. With these two skills, even if it was a crystal-based material, it could pierce a hole. Ding! Another crisp sound made Lin Shen's eyes widen. This attack still failed to leave a mark on the eggshell. This is a bit strange. With the skill of the death powder, even if it was a mutant crystal-based egg, it should be able to leave a little mark on it. Now there is no mark at all. Could it be an ascending egg? Lin Shen was afraid that he had seen it wrong, so he looked at the giant egg again. No matter how he looked at it, there was not a single spiritual pattern on the egg. It should not be an ascending egg. It's so strange. If it's not an ascending egg, how can it be so hard? Lin Shen thought about it, and summoned the Frost Swordsman. Now his destructive power is the strongest among all of Lin Shen's pets. The Frost Swordsman appeared in front of the giant egg, holding a big sword in both hands, and chopped it directly at the giant egg. The two-handed big sword violently chopped on the giant egg, and there was only a sound of dang, but there was still no scar on it. This surprised Lin Shen a little. The Frost Swordsman's power of 41, and his own sharp weapon, could not leave any marks on it. How hard is the shell of this giant egg? Lin Shen did not order the Frost Swordsman to stop, he just kept slashing. He slashed on the shell again and again, but he could not leave any marks on it. Lin Shen had to order the Frost Swordsman to stop and look at the giant egg carefully again. Is this really not an ascension egg? Lin Shen was full of doubts. But no matter how he looked at it, there were no spiritual patterns on it. Without spiritual patterns, it could not be an ascension egg. This was absolutely correct. I just want to eat something. Why is it so difficult? Lin Shen was a little depressed. Even the Frost Swordsman could not leave any marks on it, so I am afraid that this egg cannot be opened. Just when Lin Shen was depressed, he suddenly heard a click, and cracks appeared on the eggshell. The cracks were directly cracked from top to bottom. Before Lin Shen could react, the eggshell split in two from the middle and split to both sides. Lin Shen quickly flew back, staring at the inside of the separated shell. As the shell fell, Lin Shen saw a strange creature standing upright inside. Humanoid creature. Lin Shen took a look and turned around and ran faster. The creature looked like a human wearing heavy armor. The main body of the armor looked like bronze, but the edges seemed to emit fluorescence like green crystal. Lin Shen had never seen such a genetically modified creature. Steel was steel, and crystal was crystal, but this creature seemed to have the characteristics of both steel and crystal. Because the crater was not high and the gravity was very weak, Lin Shen reached the top of the mountain after a few jumps. Turning his head, he found that the genetically modified creature had a pair of green eyes under the mask, staring at him coldly. Lin Shen was shocked. He originally thought that the first thing the genetically modified creature would do after it was born would be to eat the eggshell. But he stood there without even looking at the eggshell, just staring at him. No way. While Lin Shen was praying, the genetically modified creature suddenly bent its legs, stepped heavily on the ground and jumped up. The force of his jump actually pushed his body towards Lin Shen on the top of the mountain, like a cannonball. Oh my god, why are you looking for me instead of eating properly? Lin Shen jumped down from the top of the mountain. At the same time, he pulled out the pet launcher and launched the big red bull. When he landed, he happened to ride on the back of the big red bull, which immediately made the big red bull run away. The genetically modified creature landed on the top of the mountain, took a look at the running big red bull, and jumped down from the mountain directly, catching up with it at a faster speed. The speed of the big red bull was not as fast as his, and the distance was getting closer and closer. Lin Shen was depressed. He couldn't run away, and he couldn't fight. It was too difficult for him. The shell of this mutant creature was so hard, and he must be stronger. How could he fight it? Lin Shen looked back and saw an acupuncture point on his body. However, the acupuncture point was located between his chest and abdomen. The speed difference was there, so it was difficult to hit it head-on. Seeing that he couldn't run away, Lin Shen didn't run anymore. He gritted his teeth and pulled out his double guns. He kept shooting with both hands. One by one, the pets fell to the ground and surrounded the creature. Even if I can't kill you, it's okay to surround you. I hit you as long as I have a chance. Lin Shen was ruthless. In a moment, all the crystal-based and mutant crystal-based pets were fired by Lin Shan. More than 20 pets surrounded the creature. Chapter 152. More than 20 crystal-based pets rushed towards the creature from all directions. Lin Shan did not ask to hurt it, as long as he could trap it. The mutant Big Red Bull rushed forward, the White Jade Tiger and the Black Crystal Stone Man flew to his left and right, and 3 mutant black armored centipedes fell from the sky and rushed to his eyes and neck. The other crystal-based pets also rushed forward, trying to suppress him if they could not kill him. Maybe he had just been born and had never seen such a world. Being surrounded by so many pets, he immediately burst out with his strongest power. A series of crystal light patterns lit up on his body. The crystal lines that were originally only on the edge of the armor quickly extended to the entire body of the shell. In an instant, the armor was covered with mysterious light patterns. The attacks of the pets fell on him, but they had no effect at all. Instead, he kicked the Big Red Bull on the head, kicking the Big Red Bull back hundreds of meters, like plowing the land. The White Jade Tiger and the Black Crystal Stone Man were also thrown hundreds of meters away by him, smashing into the ground and creating a big hole. 3 mutant black armored centipedes lay on his head, biting and scratching, but they couldn't hurt him at all. He grabbed one with his hands and smashed it hard on the ground. Young, really too young. Even if he didn't use those weird light patterns, Lin Shan's pets couldn't hurt him. Now that he used the power of the light patterns, it was obvious that it consumed a lot of his own energy. Lin Shan didn't hesitate to let those crystal-based pets pounce on him. Even if it cost their lives, they had to consume him. The heavily armored war godlike creature punched a crystal-based pet's head and kicked a crystal-based pet's chest with a big hole. Lin Shan was still firing pets, firing all the alloy pets he carried, leaving only Xiaoya, Xiaona, Dead Fan and Frost Swordsman. The base-mutated creatures didn't know how to restrain themselves at all. When the alloy pets pounced on him, he actually attacked with all his strength. Seeing the alloy pets being killed by him, Lin Shan was not surprised but happy. He quietly let his mutant pets and crystal-based pets try to fish as much as possible, and let the alloy pets go up to die first. After all, they were just born. Although they were powerful, their IQ was not fully developed, their judgment ability was not good, and their physical strength was also a problem. Other base-mutated creatures swallowed egg shells to replenish energy as soon as they were born, but he rushed out to chase Lin Shan without eating egg shells. At this time, the disadvantages can be seen. As the alloy pets died one by one, the light pattern on his body was slowly dimming. Seeing his pets being killed less and less, and the alloy pets were about to be killed, the light patterns on the base-mutated creatures had become flickering, and it was visibly visible to the naked eye that its strength and speed were decreasing. Of course, even if it was reduced to a greater extent, even if there were no light patterns, there would still be no problem in killing Lin Shan's pets, and Lin Shan's pets still could not hurt him. He had been using light patterns, which was like using a butcher knife to kill a chicken, and there was no need to waste it. Finally, the light patterns on the base-mutated creatures disappeared completely, and Lin Shan's 2 launchers, which had been refilled with pet capsules, shot at him again crazily. However, only a part of the capsules now were alloys, and most of them were steel. Looking at the pets rushing at high speed, the base-mutated creature punched them one by one, and directly blew up the pets that shot at him. He seemed to be very excited to fight, and kicked away several crystal-based pets that rushed towards him. He was helpless, and the Black Crystal Stone Man finally seized the opportunity and hugged him from behind. Under normal circumstances, even if he was hugged, the crystal-based level had no way to deal with him. Lin Shan shot quickly, and when he was hugged by the Black Crystal Stone Man, the base-mutated creature was still extremely fierce, and blew up one pet after another that flew towards him. When the White Jade Tiger and the Big Red Bull rushed up, the base-mutated creature, who had no space to move his hands and feet, jumped up and took the Black Crystal Stone Man, who was hugging him from behind, to jump into the air to avoid the attack. The remaining 2 mutant black armored centipedes that had not been killed flapped their wings and attacked him in the air. After all, the base-mutated creature had not ascended yet, and there was no way to change direction in the air, so he could only catch the mutant black armored centipedes one by one. The mutant creatures had no time to pay attention to the steel pets that Lin Shan shot at them. One after another, the steel creatures crashed into him, but the steel pets themselves were twisted into a ball, and some even broke into pieces. When the mutant creatures were feeling proud, they suddenly saw Lin Shan's face appear in front of them. The mutant creatures, who were completely unprepared, were hit hard by Lin Shan's finger, and their bodies stiffened immediately. The hand that was trying to crush the mutant black armored centipede also stopped. Seeing the mutant creatures stiffen, Lin Shan was ecstatic. Acupoint pressing is indeed a magical skill. Such a powerful mutant creature was hit by me. The base mutated creature fell to the ground, its body trembling constantly, and it looked like it would break through the acupuncture point limit at any time. Seeing that the base mutated creature's body was slowly moving again, Lin Shen fiercely added a finger, making the base mutated creature's body stiff again. This guy is really too strong. Lin Shen stood in front of him, adding a finger from time to time, making it difficult for the base mutated creature to escape. This is not a solution. We have to find a way to kill him or tame him. Lin Shen worried secretly. He couldn't kill him, and he didn't know how to tame him. Lin Shen heard from others that Ouyang Yudu tamed a wild crystal-based creature. He said that he had been riding on the crystal-based creature, and would not get off no matter how it tossed. When it had no strength left, it would finally recognize its master. Lin Shen felt that things might not be that simple. If they could be tamed just by riding, it would be too easy for those ascenders to tame the mutants. How come, until now, except for Ouyang Yudu, no one has ever heard of anyone taming wild mutants? So Lin Shen felt that the key to Ouyang Yudu's taming of the mutants should be the time when he and the mutants fell into the lake. Unfortunately, no one saw what Ouyang Yudu did during that time, so even if Lin Shen wanted to learn, he couldn't. After a rough look, the mutant pets left were the big red bull, the stone man, the white jade tiger, and 2 black armored centipedes, and they were all injured to varying degrees. The frost swordsman and the dead fan were not damaged because they were not allowed to go up at the beginning. There were only 3 crystal pets left, and 2 alloy pets left, and they were almost wiped out. After paying so much to pin him down, Lin Shen was unwilling to retreat now. How can we tame him? Lin Shen thought to himself, and asked the not too seriously injured black crystal stone man and the mutant red bull to go to the crater and bring back the eggshell of this genetically modified creature. Chapter 153. Not long after, the black crystal stone man and the big red bull pulled back the eggshell that had been split in 2. The base mutated creature looked at the eggshell in front of him, and his expression seemed to have changed a little. But his eyes did not become soft, but even more fierce, and his body struggled desperately, trying to get rid of the control of the acupoints. When his body was able to move slightly, Lin Shen directly added another finger. Give me your key, and they are yours. Lin Shen pointed at the eggshell and said to him. The base mutated creature glared at Lin Shen fiercely, and it was not known whether it did not understand Lin Shen's words, or was disdainful of what he said. You don't listen, right? Then we will keep wasting time, and see how long you can hold on. Lin Shen said fiercely. He didn't have any good solution. This guy's physique was too strong, and he didn't have anything in his hand that could kill him. Even if he could kill him, Lin Shen was actually not willing to kill him. Killing him can only get some materials. If you can turn him into your own pet, it will be very useful. With this guy's physical strength and destructive ability, when the light pattern is fully open, it can pose a certain threat to Fei Shengjin. Lin Shen does not expect him to kill Fei Shengjin, as long as he can break the eggshell of the ascending egg. There are so many ascending creatures and ascending eggs on this planet, Lin Shen plans to steal some back to eat. But the ascending eggs are too hard, and Lin Shen has nothing on his body that can open the ascending eggs. If you can take this guy for yourself, the problem will be solved. There is no better way for the time being. Lin Shen summoned Xiaoya and Xiaono. Although they are also flesh and blood, like Fatty, they can adapt to the environment of this planet. Go collect the genetic fluid. Lin Shen ordered them to collect the genetic fluid of the dead pets. It's not that Lin Shen has no feelings, but in this situation, if he can't find other food, he can only rely on these genetic fluids to maintain his life. Xiao Yi and Xiao Na took the water bag from Lin Shen's hand and went to collect the genetic fluid of the dead pets. This job is only they can do. The other pets are clumsy. They are good at fighting, but they can't do this kind of delicate work. Xiao Yi and Xiao Na collected the genetic fluid, and Lin Shen was in a stalemate with the genetic creatures. After a while, the genetic creatures suddenly lit up with light patterns on their bodies. Lin Shen's face changed slightly, and he quickly reached out to press his acupoints. But this time, with the defense of the light patterns, the strength on his fingers could not penetrate at all. The struggle of the genetic creatures did not stop, and the range of movement gradually increased. Not good. Lin Shen hurriedly collected his pets, and quickly moved away. Just when Lin Shen thought he was going to lose a lot of money this time, he suddenly saw Xiaonan not obeying his order to return to the capsule state, but walking towards the genetic creature that was about to recover its ability to move with more and more light patterns on its body. What's going on? She is made of steel. She doesn't want to kill that genetic creature, right? When Lin Shen was wondering what Xiaonan wanted to do, he saw her put the porcelain gourd in her hand on the head of the genetic creature. This was a little different from what Lin Shen thought. He thought Xiona would hold the gourd and shout to the genetic creature, "I call you, do you dare to answer?" The gourd was placed on the head of the genetic creature. He, who had been able to move slightly, suddenly stopped moving again, but his body shook even more violently. The porcelain gourd on the head of the genetically modified creature seemed to have infinite weight, pressing him so hard that he could not move. He could only fight it with all his strength. The light pattern on his body became brighter and brighter, but his body was pressed lower and lower. Is Xiona so strong? Lin Shen was stunned. Xiona held the porcelain gourd every day, and it didn't look heavy. I didn't expect it to be so strong. With the power of the genetically modified creature, it was pressed so hard that it was difficult to fight. Its body was getting lower and lower. No matter how hard it tried, it couldn't get rid of the suppression of the porcelain gourd. Lin Shen guessed in his heart that it was probably some skill of Xiona, not that the porcelain gourd was really that heavy. But a steel-level skill that could suppress such a genetically modified creature was also surprising enough. This made Lin Shen have to doubt their relationship with the ancient king. The genetically modified creature was trembling all over, and half of its body had sunk into the ground, but it still couldn't get rid of the suppression. Looking at his trembling body, if he continued, his armor would probably be crushed. The base-mutated creature suddenly let out a loud cry, and then a small key spurted out from his forehead. Lin Shen was overjoyed, reached out to catch the key, and then inserted the key into his keyhole. Lin Shen probed the key, but the base-mutated creature still did not move, and did not turn into an egg. Xiaona next to him reached out, and took the porcelain gourd, and the body of the base-mutated creature suddenly changed, and soon turned into a small pet capsule. Get the Super Base Pet Dragon Hunter Kiwis. The watch vibrated, and a line of information appeared on it. What does Kiwis mean? Is this his name? Pets actually have names? Lin Shen was a little shocked. A pet actually has a name. He had never seen this before. Lin Shen hurried to look at the detailed information of Dragon Hunter Kiwis. A base-transformed creature with a name made him very curious. Dragon Hunter Kiwis, Super Base Crystal-based creature, evolvable, Strength, 41. Speed, 41. Hardness, 41. Toughness, 41. Base transformation rate, 100%. Talent skills, Super Base Dragon Mark, Super Base Dragon Soul, Super Base Dragon Killer, Super Base Brave Heart. Dragon Hunter Kiwis, a legendary warrior who hunts evil dragons, the strongest dragon hunter. Super Base Dragon Mark. Every time Kiwis kills an evil dragon, he will mark its dragon soul on his body. When the dragon mark is activated, he can obtain the blessing of the dragon soul. Super Base Dragon Soul. The body obtained by bathing in dragon blood is almost immortal. Super Base Dragon Slayer. Possesses the power to restrain dragon creatures. Super Base Brave Heart. In the Brave Heart state, all attributes and skills will be enhanced to a certain extent. Lin Shen has never seen such detailed pet information. Although the attributes of Dragon Hunter Kiwis are not much different from those of Frost Swordsman, the combat ability is very different. Kiwis actually has 4 skills, and all 4 skills are abnormal. From his combat power, it can be seen that this guy has so many skills, and his combat power is not inferior to that of ordinary Ascension. This is too strong. With Kiwis, can't we steal those Ascension eggs? He has the talent of Dragon Slayer, and has increased damage to dragon creatures. He should be able to break those Ascension eggs. Lin Shen feels that his future is bright. The previous depressed mood due to the loss of so many pets was completely healed at this moment. Chapter 154. Summon the Dragon Hunter Kiwis, and let him eat his eggshell first. Lin Shen's eyes fell on Xuya and Xiona, looking them up and down. Originally thought that it was just the innate skills that were a little mysterious, but now it seems that it is not as simple as mystery. The iron level can suppress the Dragon Hunter Kiwis. It is really too powerful. Lin Shen also has so many fire skills, but he still can't suppress Kiwis. Xiona can suppress it with only a porcelain. Lin Shen thinks that this is not just a powerful skill. His eyes fell on the porcelain gourd in Xiona's hand, and many thoughts flashed through his mind. He had an assumption in his mind. If the treasure chest is really the treasure chest of the ancient king, then is there a possibility that the porcelain in Xuya and Xiona's hands is what the ancient king really thinks is the most precious thing? Otherwise, it is really hard to explain why the object in the hands of a mere steel creature can be so powerful. I wonder if I can use the porcelain in their hands? Lin Shen looked at the porcelain in their hands with some greed. As if sensing something, Xuya and Xiona subconsciously held the porcelain in their hands tightly. Lin Shen quickly put away the greed in his eyes, and said sanctimoniously, Xuya, Xiona, show me your porcelain. They immediately turned around to protect the porcelain in their hands, as if they were guarding against thieves, and had no intention of giving it to him. What do you mean? Even you are my people, why are you guarding against me? Lin Shen complained in his heart. On second thought, they couldn't run away anyway, there would be plenty of time and opportunities in the future, and if he got along well with them slowly, he would always have a chance to get the porcelain. A beautiful pet girl with such a treasure is perfect. If they were human, I would marry them. Lin Shen also realized that if someone who knew the porcelain in Xiaoya and Xiona's hands saw them, he might be in big trouble. Be careful in the future. Lin Shen was secretly alert. Jives had eaten all the eggshells, and seemed to have recovered quite well. His physical strength was fully restored. You said you didn't want to eat the good things, and had to chase me to be a pet. Why? Lin Shen looked at Jeeves proudly, and read his information again. He was still so awesome. You killed so many of my pets. Now it's time for you to repay me. Lin Shen packed up his things and took Jeeves to another crater. One of the black-armored centipedes died, and the remaining two were also seriously injured and had no fighting power. The big red bull and the stone man also had many injuries, but none of them were fatal. If they were fed with some base transformation fluid, they should be able to recover after a while. The white jade tiger was the least injured. Lin Shen originally wanted to ride it to hurry on, but it was too bumpy when running, which was really uncomfortable. Lin Shen had to choose to walk by himself and practice stepping on the fairy court. It was amazing that Lin Shen practiced 3 evolutionary techniques at the same time, but it seemed that they did not interfere with each other at all, without any conflict. I don't know who was more tolerant, which led to the current result. You can practice stepping on the fairy court when walking, and practice the Book of Greedy Life and Fear of Death when sleeping. When encountering extreme environments, evolution theory will automatically operate. The 3 evolutionary techniques are simply a perfect combination. After climbing a huge crater, Lin Shen discovered that there were nests everywhere on the wall of the crater. Ascending creatures, like pterosaurs, kept shuttling between the nests and the cyan magma. There were probably thousands of them. Lin Shen saw a unique blue pterosaur at a glance. Its body was obviously larger than the average blue pterosaur. Moreover, the average pterosaurs were cyan, but it was blue, which was obviously a mutant quality. What made Lin Shen even more envious was that in the nest of the blue pterosaur, there was a blue-skinned ascending egg, which was obviously a mutant egg. What a pity, there are too many pterosaurs here, and there is no chance to go down and steal the mutant egg. Lin Shen looked for a long time and decided to give up. He would not do anything that would risk his life. He went to several more craters, but did not find a good opportunity, nor did he see a crater without magma. After climbing a crater again, Lin Shen looked inside, and was immediately happy. There is a platform on the inner wall of the crater, and there is a stone nest on the platform. There are 3 blue crystal eggs the size of a human head in the nest, and there are light patterns similar to triceratops on the egg shells. I looked carefully inside the crater, but I didn't see any other creatures. Lin Shen looked again and again, but still didn't find any other creatures. He didn't hesitate, and sent the white jade tiger to jump down. The white jade tiger landed on the platform, looked around, found no danger, and then jumped up with a soaring egg in its mouth. The weirdo never dreamed that he wanted to kill me, but ended up giving me a big benefit. Lin Shen held the soaring egg, and felt a little floating. This is an ascended pet, it should be able to sell for a high price. After several trips back and forth, the white jade tiger took out all 3 ascended eggs. Lin Shen didn't dare to stay here for long, and ran with the ascended eggs, and soon, he was far away from the crater. He found a deeper pit, sat in the pit, and put the 3 ascended eggs in front of him. These ascended eggs should not hatch in a short time, right? Lin Shen was thinking about how to deal with these 3 eggs. In order to maximize the benefits, it is best to take all 3 ascended eggs back, which will definitely sell for a good price. Unfortunately, he is only steel level. Even if he contain the ascended pets, they will become capsules, and cannot be activated if they cannot reach the upgrade level. Just thinking about it, he suddenly heard an angry roar from a distance. Lin Shen stood up and looked outside the pit, only to see a huge blue crystal triceratops rushing over from the direction of the previous crater. It should be the owner of the 3 ascended eggs. This startled Lin Shen, but a closer look surprised him. The cyan crystal triceratops rushed out of the crater, and there seemed to be a layer of frost on its cyan crystal body, and the frost was still condensing. The speed of the cyan crystal triceratops was not as fast as expected, and it felt much slower than Zheng Guyuan, whom Lin Shen had seen before. Could it be that the reason why the ascended creatures here do not leave the crater is because the environment outside the crater will cause harm to them? Lin Shen was surprised and happy. Seeing the cyan crystal triceratops rushing over, he shot and released Kiwi's. After Kiwi's fell to the ground, he took a look at the cyan crystal triceratops running towards him, and the light pattern on his body immediately lit up. The cyan crystal triceratops roared, and a cyan crystal trident spewed out of its mouth, stabbing Kiwi's in the air. Chapter 155. Lin Shan looked at Kiwi's nervously, not knowing whether his ability could compete with the ascended creatures, and how strong the dragon killer's restraint on dragon creatures was. After all, it was a battle between a base changer and an ascender, which was a real challenge of a higher level. The blue crystal trident stabbed in the air, and the dragon pattern on Kiwi's body became brighter and brighter. Until the trident rushed in front of him, Kiwi suddenly dodged sideways, and grabbed the pole of the blue crystal trident with both hands. The blue crystal trident immediately lifted up, carrying Kiwi's body into the sky, and kept shuttling in the air, as if trying to throw Kiwi's away. Unfortunately, Kiwi's held the pole tightly, and no matter how the blue crystal trident was swung, it could not throw Kiwi's away. There was a layer of frost visible on the blue crystal trident. The environment of this planet actually had an impact on the life base. The blue crystal triceratops roared, and the blue crystal trident suddenly turned around and flew towards the blue crystal triceratops. The 3 dragon horns of the blue crystal triceratops were aimed at Kiwi's hanging on the trident. If he didn't let go, he would hit the dragon horns directly, and his body would be pierced immediately. The trident flew in front of the triceratops in an instant, but Kiwi's didn't let go. Seeing that his body was about to hit it, Kiwi's suddenly straightened his waist, swung his hands hard, and jumped above the trident, stepping hard on the trident with his feet. The original trajectory of the trident was to fly over the head of the blue crystal triceratops. With Kiwi's sudden step, the trajectory of the trident suddenly shifted downward. Because the speed was too fast and the distance was too close, the blue crystal triceratops had no time to react, and the trident had already pierced its own head. A flying creature was killed just like that. This is so cool. Dragon Hunter Kiwi's is really something. Lin Shan was very surprised. However, he also knew that Kiwi's was indeed very strong, but he was not entirely strong to kill the blue crystal triceratops so cleanly. The environment of this planet had a strong negative impact on the creatures here. The blue crystal triceratops did not really exert its ability, so it was easily killed by Kiwi's. Just looking at the speed of the blue crystal triceratops, you can know that its speed is estimated to be only more than 50. Lin Shan can see it clearly. Unlike when he faced Zheng Ziyuan, his eyes could not keep up with his life-based flying speed. What is going on with this planet? Why are the creatures bred on this planet not adapted to the environment here, and can only survive in the crater? Lin Shan was full of doubts. Killing the flying creature Super Source Triceratops. Found the first-level Spirit Base Super Source Trident. A prompt also appeared on the watch. Sure enough, it is just a first-level Spirit Base. Lin Shan had learned some things about flying upgrades from Tian Xian before. The life bases that have just been promoted and condensed are all 1 turn. The life base can grow by devouring the life bases of other creatures, and the upper limit of the growth value is 100 points. When it reaches 100 points, you can try to advance to the next level, but you can also choose not to advance and choose to reincarnate the life base. The growth value returns to 0, and the upper limit of the growth value becomes 110 points. When the growth value reaches the full point again, you can choose to reincarnate again, and the upper limit of the growth value will become 120 points. The more times you reincarnate, the higher the upper limit, and the stronger the power of the life base, but the difficulty of growing the growth value will increase with each reincarnation. At the first turn, swallowing a spirit base at random can increase the growth value by a few points. After a few turns, it is difficult to increase the growth value by using the spirit base of the first turn. It is said that the maximum can be 10 turns. If the growth value of the life base of 10 turns is filled up, the power can be double compared to the life base of the first turn. Lin Shan ran over and collected the ascension liquid of the Super Source Triceratops with a water bag. Lin Shan didn't know if he could use the ascension liquid, so he collected it first and asked Wei Wufu later. It would be good to get a few more spirit bases. After packing up, Lin Shan took Kiwi's to other craters to look for opportunities. Since it was known that the creatures here would be restricted if they left the crater, Lin Shan felt more at ease. As long as he didn't enter the crater, there should be no great danger. While Lin Shan was looking for opportunities, a big thing happened on King Kai. A team of hundreds of base changers encountered a large-scale super-burning army when they were hunting base-changed creatures on King Kai. Thousands of super-burning warriors surrounded the base changers, and hundreds of base changers were killed without a single one. In a short period of time, several such incidents have occurred. All major families have temporarily stopped their plans to enter King Kai, otherwise it would be difficult to ensure the safety of their own base changers. Unwilling to give up the resources of King Kai, the major families are actively seeking solutions. Several families have united to form an elite team to try to destroy the Super Burning Army. After several attempts, humans and the Super Burning Army have won and lost, and the effect is not very good. The Ouyang family of the Gods Love Base contacted the major families and prepared for a large-scale joint action. If the problem of the Super Burning Legion is not completely solved, the resources obtained will not be enough to offset the losses. Lin Shen naturally did not know about these things. He was still looking for opportunities on that planet to hunt various Super Source dragons. In the past month, Lin Shen and the dragon hunters have only killed 3 ascended creatures, all of which are Super Source Triceratops of the first turn. Mainly those ascended creatures that look very advanced. Lin Shen dare not touch them, and those ascended creatures that live in groups, Lin Shen dare not provoke them, so he could only find some lone low-level ascended creatures to kill, and the hunting speed is much slower. Only the Super Source Triceratops live alone, and the level is relatively low, so it can only be used as a starter. Seeing that the countdown is about to end, Lin Shen packed up his things and waited to return to the mother planet. I hope that weirdo is not waiting for me. Lin Shen prayed secretly. Lin Shen also considered it, and it is estimated that the weirdo thought he was dead, and the possibility of waiting for him in the same place is not high. However, just in case, Lin Shen still made sufficient preparations. The moment the countdown ended, the scenery in front of Lin Shen changed, and he returned to a familiar place. Lin Shen hid behind the corpse of the Super Source Triceratops, and summoned the Dragon Hunter Kiwis as soon as possible. The double guns in his hands fired continuously, and pets quickly appeared around. Fortunately, he did not find the figure of the weirdo, so Lin Shen breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, he is gone. Lin Shen looked at the sky. The sun had not yet set. He planned to sneak back to the base at night. He buried the bodies of the 3 ascended creatures first. After finally waiting until the sun went down, Lin Shen sneaked back to the Suanio base, and went to the business to find Uncle Lei first. Little Fifth Master, it's great that you are okay. Uncle Lei was so excited when he saw Lin Shen that he almost cried. These days, the people in the Lin family are going crazy. If Lin Shen has any accidents, Uncle Lei doesn't know how to explain to Lin Miao. Uncle Lei, is that weirdo still in our Suanio base? Lin Shen asked. No, after you left, the weirdo left, and I never saw him again. Uncle Lei said. Lin Shen thought for a moment and said, don't spread the news of my return. There is one more thing. I hid some things outside the base. You have to help me transport them back. Where is it? I take people there now. Uncle Lei said. Find a few trustworthy people, get a few big cars and canvas, and don't let outsiders see it. Let's go together. Lin Shen said. Okay. Uncle Lei was a little confused, but didn't ask any more questions. When Uncle Lei saw the body of the Super Source Triceratops, his eyes widened, and he said in disbelief, Brother Xiaowu, did you hunt these ascended creatures? Chapter 156. After transporting the bodies of the Super Source Triceratops to the warehouse, Lin Shen and Uncle Lei discussed how to deal with the bodies, and then returned to his residence alone. When he returned home, he found Wei Wufu in his yard, which made Lin Shen very happy. He just wanted to ask Wei Wufu a lot of things. Weird man. Wei Wufu asked directly when he saw Lin Shen. Lin Shen told Wei Wufu what happened and asked some questions. Wei Wufu pondered for a long time before he gave his own judgment. Wei Wufu had no idea where the weird man came from. He had never heard of such a person, and he didn't know whether the weird man was a human or an alien creature. Although he failed to figure out the origin of the weird man, Wei Wufu explained some questions about the ascended creatures very clearly. What disappointed Lin Shen was that Wei Wufu said that in general, the mutation cannot use the ascension fluid, because the energy contained in the ascension fluid is too terrifying. Even the body of a crystal-based creature cannot withstand the energy released instantly by the ascension fluid, which will cause damage to the body. The only good news is that Wei Wufu brought back an original seed egg for Lin Shen. Old Wei, can you tell which of these 2 original seed eggs is of better quality? Lin Shen showed Wei Wufu the original seed egg that Tu Xiaodao gave him. I don't know. Wei Wufu shook his head directly. Seeing that Lin Shen was very disappointed, Wei Wufu pointed to the original seed egg he brought back and said, Original seed egg, rare, try it. You said this original seed egg is rare? Lin Shen was a little surprised. Wei Wufu said it was rare, so it must be special. After asking in detail for a long time, Lin Shen finally figured out why Wei Wufu said that this original seed egg was rare. Half a month ago, a beast tide surged out of an originally inconspicuous base mutation area under Tianqing, and there were actually many ascended creatures in it. After the Wei family repelled the beast tide, they directly rushed into the base mutation area, found the base mutation point, and brought back this original seed egg. Originally thought that this was an ascending original seed egg that could allow the base mutation to ascend. After testing, it was found that it was still an ordinary original seed egg, not the original seed egg that could allow the base mutation to ascend. This is very strange. It is generally difficult for creatures infected by ordinary original seed eggs to be promoted to a higher level. This base mutation area infected by this original seed egg can produce so many ascended creatures. It should be the kind of ascending original seed egg, but it is not. Old Wei, what is the situation in your Tianqing? It has been more than 200 years, and the base mutation area there has not been cleaned up yet. Lin Shen asked in confusion. It's hard to hold on, Wei Wufu said. Lin Shen was shocked and asked carefully. Only then did he know how bad the situation was in Tianqing. More than 200 years ago, the transport warehouses of the original eggs were scattered all over the world, forming many mutation zones. What fell in Tianqing was not just a few transport warehouses, but a damaged transport ship that fell directly and crashed into the deep underground near Tianqing. Coincidentally, the place where the transport ship fell was originally a bottomless cave. The transport ship crashed directly into the deep underground and exploded in the underground space 10,000 meters below. It is unknown how many original eggs are scattered in the underground space. In the past 200 years, the Wei family has to repel hundreds of beast tides rushing out of the cave every year. The Wei family had also rushed into the underground space many times, trying to completely clean up the original eggs inside. Unfortunately, as the people of the Wei family grew up, the genetically modified creatures in the underground space also grew up. Although hundreds of genetically modified areas in the underground space had been cleared, there were still more and more genetically modified creatures inside, and it was unknown how many original eggs were still inside. It can be said that if there were no Wei family, most of the human bases would have been destroyed if all the genetically modified creatures in the underground space had rushed out. The Wei family also paid a huge price for this. The Wei family originally had more than 1,000 direct bloodlines, but now only 13 direct bloodlines remain. In order to guard the underground space, the people of the Wei family will hardly leave Tianqing. Those beings of the Wei family who ascended to the sky also sacrificed the opportunity to enter the universe and stayed in Tianqing to suppress the underground space. They never stepped out of Tianqing in their lives, just to suppress the terrifying existence that had appeared in the underground space. The Tianqing Wei family is known as the last line of defense of mankind, the hardest backbone, which was exchanged for more than 200 years of blood and tears, and also filled with lives. 1,000 people in one city, 100 years in one guard. These 8 words are a legend forged with blood and bones. In addition to the people of the Wei family, there are actually other people in Tianqing. Some of them volunteered to help the Wei family guard the underground space, and some were the genetic mutations sent by the big families to support the Wei family. Of course, they were not purely to help the Wei family, but mainly wanted the genetic mutation resources in the underground space. After Lin Shen understood the details, he understood why there was a person like Wei Wufu. Perhaps only the Wei family could cultivate a person like Wei Wufu. We have no choice but to do it. When Lin Shen heard Wei Wufu say this, he thought Wei Wufu was a little too paranoid. Now that he thinks about it, without the paranoia of the Wei family, there would be no human beings in the current situation. Old Wei, do you have enough original eggs for your promotion? Lin Shen sighed and asked. Wei Wufu did not speak, but used the power of base transformation, and the purple crystal carapace wrapped his whole body. Promoted to crystal base. Lin Shen was very happy. After putting away the original eggs given by Old Wei, Lin Shen returned to his room and planned to use the original eggs to upgrade to alloy today. Even Wei Wufu said that he didn't know how long Tianqing could be defended. Once Tianqing was lost, even if he wanted to be a rich man who didn't care about the world, he couldn't do it. He had to quickly upgrade his level. After arranging everything, Lin Shen took out the original egg given to him by Wei Wufu and swallowed it directly. The moment the original egg slid into his stomach, a chill spread in Lin Shen's stomach and instantly filled his whole body, making Lin Shen feel like he was falling into an ice cellar. Unlike the first time, the base mutated carapace automatically emerged and wrapped Lin Shen's whole body. But this time, the base mutated carapace was not solid, but squirmed like a viscous liquid. The theory of evolution started to work automatically, making the chill penetrate deeper into the bone marrow. Slowly, the chill disappeared, the body became hotter and hotter, and the carapace on the body also became hotter and hotter. The viscous liquid attached to Lin Shan's body like molten iron, twisting, squirming, and deforming. In a trance, Lin Shan seemed to see a light and shadow overlapping with his body. The liquid squirmed along the light and shadow, and finally turned into the shape of the light and shadow, and began to solidify slowly. Chapter 157. The iron-grade carapace is really like the carapace of an insect, without too many decorations or shapes, just a protective shell that fits the human body. After being promoted to alloy, the carapace made of base-transformed material is obviously more like armor, with different edges and lines. This is related to the evolutionary technique practiced. Some evolutionary techniques can make the alloy carapace change greatly, while some evolutionary techniques will only make the alloy carapace change slightly. Different people practice the same evolutionary technique, so the shape of their alloy carapace will be similar. Although they will not be exactly the same, they are roughly the same. Therefore, looking at the shape of the carapace is also one of the ways to identify what kind of evolutionary technique the other person has practiced. Common base transformation techniques are easier to identify. The 5 basic evolutionary techniques are easier to identify because many people practice them. After practicing the genuine evolutionary theory, the base transformation carapace will change more greatly, and it will become more like armor than other evolutionary techniques. But this is not the main sign of evolution, because the evolution's base shell changes too much, resulting in a wide variety of styles, so it is not easy to distinguish evolution from the shape. The reason why evolution is also relatively easy to distinguish is that it relies on the symbolic patterns on the shell. Evolution is one of the few evolutions that will have special symbolic patterns on the shell after cultivation, and those symbolic patterns are actually a kind of hieroglyphics. So, as long as you can see the hieroglyphic pattern on the base shell, no matter which word it is, no matter where it is on the armor, as long as there is a hieroglyphic pattern, it is likely that the cultivation is evolution. Compared with the steel-level shell, the basic transformation shell on Lin Shan's body has changed greatly. The original mirror effect is still there, but the color and texture have changed a little, from the color of steel to a tungsten steel-like black. Now it looks like a black mirror effect, and the texture looks much harder than before. The shape is even more special. When the shells of ordinary people change to armor, the shape is more inclined to ancient armor. Now Lin Shan's basic transformation shell is more inclined to a more modern shape. The lines are smooth and not lacking in beauty, and the sharp edges and corners will not make people feel abrupt, with a sense of technology. There are also hieroglyphic patterns on the shell, and there are many of them, neatly arranged, almost covering the entire armor, but these patterns are like shadows in the mirror, very dim and not obvious, and you can't see them without looking carefully. The shadow-like pattern not only does not affect the overall beauty of the shell, but also makes the original pure black mirror effect more solid. Lin Shan only took a look at the shape in the mirror and thought that this base-transformed carapace was really cool. But this was not what he cared about. Lin Shan didn't really care about the appearance, the key was the talent skills. He used the original egg, and the probability of not getting the talent skills after the alloy was almost zero. But using the original egg also has obvious disadvantages, because you don't know what kind of talent skills this original egg will bring you, just like a random draw. Lin Shan was afraid that he would draw a talent skill that he couldn't use, which would be depressing. User, Super Base Alloy Creature, Evolvable, Strength, 31. Speed, 21. Hardness, 21. Toughness, 21. Base Mutation Rate, 1%. Theoretical Life Activity Limit, 300. Base Mutation Talent, Superbase, Superbase Text. Superbase Text. Each mysterious hieroglyph represents a part of the world. No matter where in the world, it can absorb the power of the world to bless itself. Lin Shan directly read his information with his watch. He only knew that Superbase Text was a skill that could absorb external power to bless itself, but he had no way of knowing the effect. He had to test it before he could know. However, no matter what the effect was, at least the few things that Lin Shan was worried about did not happen. Although he didn't know the quality of the second original egg, he was still a Superbase evolution, and his skills were not conflicting, and he was a relatively compatible one. The blessing obtained from the infinite power contract was still there, and it was not covered by his power increase after his promotion. Before the promotion, the dead fans had already provided him with 10 points of strength. With these 10 points of strength, he already had 31 points of strength at the alloy level, which was stronger than some crystal bases with poor strength. The dead fans were still growing, and should be able to continue to provide him with strength points. Lin Shan directly used the super basic text, wanting to try out what kind of gains this skill could provide him. As soon as the super basic text was opened, the text that was originally hidden under the mirror like a shadow glowed white at the same time. The black armor and white lines seemed to have countless fluorescent points, gathering from all directions towards the white fluorescent text. Lin Shan suddenly felt that there was an extra force in his body, and this force was still growing endlessly, like a sea embracing hundreds of rivers. Lin Shan was surprised and delighted. This skill was like constantly drinking supplementary potions, or base transformation fluid. With this skill, he could use the base transformation power almost infinitely. But this was not the most important thing. Even without this skill, he could stay in the base transformation state for a long time with the theory of evolution, which was not a problem. The problem was that with the ability of the super base text to absorb external energy, his super base transformation time could be extended. As long as the absorption speed could keep up with the consumption, theoretically he could continue to use the super base transformation without worrying about excessive consumption. Lin Shan immediately began his experiment to see if the power absorbed by the super base text could keep up with the consumption of the super base transformation. After conducting various experiments, Lin Shan found a problem. The effect of the super base text is regional. The more stable the area, the less wind, rain, thunder and lightning, the less landslides and tsunamis, and the less cold and hot places, the slower the super base text absorbs energy. In strong winds and waves, or in extremely cold and hot places, the super base text absorbs energy quickly. In other words, the worse the environment, the faster the super base text absorbs energy. The energy absorbed by the super base text at ordinary times can only prolong the time of super base transformation, but it still cannot reach the strength of continuous use. The worse the environment, the longer Lin Shan can use super base transformation. In theory, as long as the environment is bad enough, Lin Shan can use super base transformation all the time. However, even in an ordinary environment, with the blessing of super base text, it is still no problem to use super base transformation for half an hour. Moreover, after using super base transformation, the body's overconsumption state will recover relatively quickly, unlike before when it took a long time to be weak. Using super base text alone, Lin Shan's physical strength and endurance have received huge blessings, and the main feature is persistence. When the energy accumulates to a certain extent, it can also have a certain impact on the surrounding values. Super base text can be said to be an all-round gain. The only depressing thing is that this gain is only effective when the super base text is turned on, which is a temporary gain. Chapter 158. How is it? Wei Wufu rarely took the initiative to care about Lin Shan. When they met the next day, he took a look at Lin Shan and asked. The effect is very good, and there is no conflict in skills. Lin Shan directly used the base transformation shell, and then opened the super base text. Not bad. After listening to Lin Shan's explanation, Wei Wufu nodded slightly. Is this just not bad? Lin Shan was a little depressed. It was difficult for him to get a sense of accomplishment from Wei Wufu. Strong, alloy too weak. Wei Wufu said again. Old Wei, what you said is a bit too conscienceless. Before, you only asked if the alloy was good. You have only been promoted to the crystal base for a few days, and you dislike the alloy for being weak? Lin Shan was almost choked to death by Wei Wufu's words. Wei Wufu ignored him, pointed to the sky outside, and said, Let's go there. Why are you in a hurry to go to King Kai? Lin Shan asked puzzledly. Wei Wufu patiently explained to Lin Shan, and Lin Shan finally understood why Wei Wufu wanted to go to King Kai. Originally, Lin Shan thought that Wei Wufu was interested in King Kai Tower. After all, given the situation in Amagi, they were very short of things like pet acceleration launchers. The people of the Wei family couldn't leave Amagi, so they couldn't develop their own power on alien planets like other families, and it was difficult to get alien technological products. Most of the things were exchanged with other families for base transformation resources. Those families always asked for high prices, so the Wei family was very short of these things. At that time, Lin Shan felt that those families were damned. Don't they understand that if the Wei family fell, no one would be able to guard the underground space, and the whole world would be ruined? At that time, Wei Wufu's words made Lin Shan silent. What he meant was, the mother planet is finished, but they still have alien families, so the impact is not big. Later, Lin Shan thought about it, and it was right. For those who have established family power on alien planets, the mother planet is just a planet with poor resources and many restrictions. It is like a chicken rib. It is a pity to abandon it, but it is tasteless to eat it. For them, the current mother planet can only be regarded as a new training camp for newcomers to train their own young people. In fact, those families that have already had power on alien planets, and young people born on alien planets will basically not return to the mother planet. The reason why Wei Wufu went to King Kai was not entirely for the pet launcher of King Kai Tower, but mainly for a large number of super burning helmets and super burning suits. Wei Wufu wanted these things not for himself, but for those who volunteered to go to Tianqing to garrison and help the Wei family defend the city. The helmets and suits that Wei Wufu brought back before were quite effective, and he planned to get as many as possible back. Now the super burning warriors on King Kai have all gathered together, and there are at least several thousand of them every time they go out. I guess this is because they took the initiative to split up and attack. In fact, they should have gathered together. There are more than 20,000 of them, and there are more than 2,000 crystal bases. If you and I encounter such a legion, I am afraid it will be difficult to escape unscathed. Lin Shen told him what he knew after returning. Wei Wufu obviously knew more than him, and only said 3 words, Golden Water Lake. That's the only way. Lin Shen nodded, thought for a while, and said, I have a super upgraded corpse and a first-level spiritual base here. Can you use it? No need. Wei Wufu obviously had no interest in these materials. Tianqing still needed some technological products. If you don't want them, can you help me sell these things in Tianqing in the name of your Wei family and exchange them for something I can use, such as the original seed egg that can make people ascend? Lin Shen was now thinking about how to get an original seed egg that could make him ascend. He had to use the original seed egg to ascend. If he replaced it with an ordinary ascending egg, his previous efforts would be in vain, and he would not get the double life base. But even in Tianqing, that kind of original seed egg is a rare thing, and there are even fewer in the outside world. The original seed eggs in the world combined are not even a fraction of those in Tianqing, but no one can record the original seed eggs in Tianqing. If you want to get the original seed egg for ascension, you can only find a way in Tianqing. It's not dark yet, Wei Wufu said indifferently. Lin Shen also knew it was impossible, shrugged and said nothing more. After thinking for a while, Lin Shen said, I can go with you, but I can't reveal my identity. That weirdo thought I was dead. If he knew I was still alive, he might come to trouble me again. I am not his opponent now. After I ascend, I won't be afraid of him coming to trouble me again. It's not possible now. Disguise? Wei Wufu didn't know how Lin Shen planned to disguise himself. No matter how he disguised himself, once the battle started, there would be no traces. No need to disguise. Lin Shen directly used the base transformation shell. I will go like this, no one can recognize me. Time. Wei Wufu wanted to say that the time was too long, and whether Lin Shen could continue to stay in the base transformation state. Not long for me. Lin Shen's answer made Wei Wufu stunned. There is a 3-day time limit to go to King Kai, which means that Lin Shen must maintain the state of transformation for 3 days. Wei Wufu himself cannot maintain the state of transformation for such a long time, and he must need time to recover in the middle. Lin Shen said that he was fine, and Wei Wufu believed him. This kind of endurance surprised Wei Wufu a little. Lin Shen went to pack up his things, and he needed to put his things in his backpack first. Of course, he couldn't use Tianqing's Heaven backpack, so he changed to a backpack of the Super Burning Clan. The Angel Revolver was also put in the backpack first, just in case it was needed. The speed of the other one, the Deputy Legion Commander, was only a few points slower, and the impact was not great. Big Red Bull can be used, but Frost Swordsman cannot be used, and Dead Powder naturally cannot be used, and most other pets cannot be used. In fact, Lin Shen did not plan to use these pets, because he had Dragon Hunter Kiwis, which was the main combat force of Lin Shen this time. Although most of the genetic transformed creatures on King Kai are not dragon creatures, even if the Dragon Slayer talent is useless, relying only on other talents, Kiwis is almost invincible among the genetic transformed level. After packing up, Lin Shen and Wei Wufu went to Jinshui Lake together. After arriving at Jinshui Lake, the two found that the situation here was a little wrong. Wei Wufu took Lin Shen to the camp of Cape Base, wanting to go from here with the genetic transformed creatures of Cape Base. When they arrived at the camp of Cape Base, they found that there were only a few people left in the camp, and most people were not there. Wei Wufu asked and found out that people from various bases were meeting together to discuss joint actions. The two hurried over, which was also a good thing for them. If they followed the large army, they would not be afraid of being besieged by the Super Burning Legion. When the two arrived at the meeting place, relying on Wei Wufu's face as a member of the Wei family, they easily entered the venue. Then they found that there was a fierce quarrel inside the venue. Chapter 159. The major bases were arguing over who would be the commander-in-chief of this joint operation. There were dozens of bases, and nearly 100 families participating in this operation, and there were more than a dozen families in the super base alone. Adding some small families and lone rangers, there were nearly 10,000 gene changers in this operation. These many people definitely need a unified command, but who will be the commander? The small families and lone rangers had no objection, as long as they could follow the large force, but the people from the big families didn't think so, and they were all vying for the position of commander-in-chief. Lin Shen saw many familiar faces, including Ouyang Yudu, Bai Shenfei, Mo Xingqi, Zhuo Qinglong, Zhuo Qingming and others. Su Tiange was also there, but with the strength of his family, let alone the main stage, even the position in the stands below was at the back. The sharp-eyed Su Tiange saw Wei Wufu and ran over quickly. "Brother Wei, when did you come back?" Su Tiange said as he looked at Lin Shen beside Wei Wufu, but he didn't recognize him. This armor was too different from the previous Lin Shen, and it was hard to recognize him as the same person. "What happened just now?" Wei Wufu said. "It's because those big families all want to be the commander-in-chief of this operation. Now there are 3 people with the highest voices, Zhuo Qinglong from the Sword Alliance, Bai Shenfei from the Cape Base, and Huang Xiaohu from the Armed Base." Su Tiange whispered about the current situation. "Why is Ouyang Yudu not here?" Lin Shen felt a little strange. With Ouyang Yudu's strength and fame, how could he be missing? Lin Shen deliberately used the technique of changing his voice when he spoke, which was similar to the technique he used when he pretended to be the 4th brother before, so that Su Tiange could not recognize his voice. The God's Love Base supports the Cape Base. They are in the same group. They support the White God concubine. Su Tiange said, "The 3 people with the highest voices now have several big families behind them, otherwise why do they have the highest voices? What is this friend's name?" After Su Tiange finished speaking, he looked at Lin Shen and asked again. "Just call me a Tian, this is my brother." Lin Shen pointed at Wei Wufu and said. Lin Shen still had respect for Tianqing, and it was not shameful to pretend to be someone from Tianqing. "So it's Brother Tian, my name is Su Tiange, I'm from the Su family of the Asian God Base, and I'm also Brother Wei's brother. From now on, we will be family members." Su Tiange smiled when he heard that Lin Shen was from the Wei family of Tianqing. The 3 people stood at the back and listened from a distance for a while. Each family still had their own opinions, and no one was convinced by anyone else. "It's just a mess." Lin Shen shook his head helplessly. "If things go on like this, even if a general commander is forcibly elected, it will probably be difficult to unify the command after arriving on King Kai's planet. Humans are best at internal fighting. This is just a small scene." Su Tiange laughed. After half a day of meetings, no one was elected as the general commander. They are going to vote tomorrow, and whoever gets the most votes will be the general commander. When the meeting was adjourned, Wei Wufu took Lin Shen to find Sun Jian, the person in charge of the Cape Base, and explained their purpose. "Brother Wei, come back to the camp with me. The day after tomorrow is the time for the King Kai training device to be opened. Then you can go in with the goddess and the others." Sun Jian naturally welcomed Wei Wufu very much. The people of the Wei family were famous for their strong fighting power, and were welcomed everywhere. Wei Wufu and Lin Shen had planned to do so, so they would not refuse. Why didn't Lin Shen come? Bai Shenfei, who was following Sun Jian, looked at Wei Wufu, then looked at Lin Shen next to him, frowned and asked. "Something." Wei Wufu replied. Bai Shenfei did not ask any more questions. Mo Xingqi looked at Lin Shen curiously and said, "Does anyone in the Wei family of Tianqing practice evolution?" "Of course there are," Lin Shen said casually. The reason why Mo Xingqi asked this question was because everyone in the big family knew that the Wei family practiced the Phoenix Purple Qi Ju. The Phoenix Purple Qi Ju originated from the Phoenix clan, a powerful clan in the universe, and was one of the 9 secrets of the Phoenix clan. The first generation of the Wei family walked on Earth, and accidentally obtained it while wandering in the universe. Since then, the Wei family has been practicing the Phoenix Purple Qi Ju. There is only one mortal walker in each generation of the Wei family. The mortal walker of this generation is Wei Wufu. All affairs between Tianqing and the outside world must be completed by the mortal walker. Until Wei Wufu reaches the peak of the flying upgrade, he needs to return to Tianqing to be promoted to the next level. After that, he can only stay in Tianqing to guard the underground space and reselect another mortal walker. It can be seen from Wei Wufu's appointment as a mortal walker that the Wei family really has no one left. Otherwise, Wei Wufu, who is not good at communicating with others, is not a suitable candidate for the mortal walker. If there is another available person, it is estimated that they will not choose Wei Wufu. "My last name is not Wei, just call me a Tian," Lin Shen had to explain. He pretended to be someone from Tianqing, not from the Wei family, Because people who knew Tianqing knew that there were only a few people in the Wei family, and it was impossible for a living person to suddenly appear. I see. And Mo Xingqi thought that Lin Shen was one of those who volunteered to go to Tianqing to help the Wei family guard the underground space, so it was normal for Lin Shen to practice any kind of base transformation technique. After saying goodbye to Su Tiange, the two followed the people from the cave base to their camp. After dinner, Lin Shen strolled by the lake alone. In fact, he was practicing the immortal court, but in the eyes of others, he was just strolling. After walking for a while, he suddenly saw the white god concubine walking towards him. Lin Shen looked at the mosaic-clad white god concubine and felt very annoyed. He estimated that this fire seed would not be with him. Why not try again? When the two met by the lake, the white god concubine suddenly stared at Lin Shen and said, "Miss Bai, what are you talking about?" Lin Shen was slightly startled, knowing that the white god concubine doubted his identity, but he still pretended to be stupid. "Your disguise can fool others, but not me." Bai Shenfei said coldly, "Why don't you try to practice talent theory? Choosing evolution theory means that your future can be seen at a glance, and there is no other possibility." Bai Shenfei said this, Lin Shen couldn't pretend anymore, so he sighed, "Some things can't be forced. My talent determines that I can't practice talent theory. What's the point of insisting? As long as you work hard, there is still a possibility. Talent theory depends on talent, but also requires strong will and determination. If you can't practice it at the beginning, maybe your will and determination are not strong enough." Bai Shenfei continued. "It's just an evolution technique. I don't think it's necessary to work hard for it." Lin Shen frowned slightly. He didn't know why Bai Shenfei had to insist on letting him practice talent theory. "Isn't it worth working hard for me?" Bai Shenfei suddenly said this, which made Lin Shen stunned for a while. Chapter 160. Lin Shen was stunned. In his opinion, what Bai Shenfei said was a naked confession. No wonder Bai Shenfei insisted on letting me practice talent theory. She knew that I had not mastered talent theory and told others that I was his candidate. Finally, the case was solved. It turned out that she had been secretly in love with me. No wonder, alas, my charm has nowhere to go. "Girl, I am sorry for you and failed your kindness. You should have told me earlier. If I had known this, I would have tried my best." Lin Shen couldn't help but feel a little happy. How could Lin Shen know that the reason why Bai Shenfei said this was because she thought Lin Shen slept with her? Of course, Lin Shen did sleep with her, but it was not the kind of sleep she thought. "I also want to work hard, but I really can't do it. This is not something that can be done by hard work." Lin Shen felt that he couldn't hurt a woman who had a crush on him, so he took all the responsibility on himself. After listening to this, Bai Shenfei was silent for a long time. She also knew that talent theory was not something that could be practiced by working hard, but there was just a slight possibility. But now she was very entangled. She had never thought about what kind of person she wanted to marry. Before she mistakenly thought that something had happened with Lin Shen, she had always just wanted to find someone who could practice talent theory as a partner. It was chosen by God for her, and she didn't need to think about it. It didn't matter who she was with. What mattered was that she could make a breakthrough in talent theory. But after that time, Bai Shenfei's mentality changed subtly. Now even Bai Shenfei herself didn't know what kind of feeling she had for Lin Shen. She should be more than half angry and hateful, and even thought about killing Lin Shen herself, but not completely angry and hateful. At least she hesitated, otherwise she would have attacked Lin Shen at that time. Before that, she didn't hate Lin Shen. During this period, Bai Shenfei also thought that if Lin Shen practiced talent theory, then what happened before, she could comfort herself that it was God's arrangement. But now Lin Shen has clearly practiced evolution theory, which makes her very disappointed, and she can't find an excuse to comfort herself. "Since you can't do it, why do you still treat me like that?" Bai Shenfei stared at Lin Shen coldly, and the more she thought about it, the angrier she felt. This sentence made Lin Shen react a little. He had suspected before that Bai Shenfei had misunderstood what he did, but later thought it was unlikely. Now listening to Bai Shenfei saying this, he knew that Bai Shenfei might really have misunderstood. "Goddess Bai, it's not what you think. Nothing happened that day. I was just tired and fell asleep next to you." Lin Shen tried to express his meaning as tactfully as possible. He couldn't say, "I didn't sleep with you that day, you thought too much, right?" After hearing what Lin Shen said, Goddess Bai was startled for a moment, and then a big stone seemed to fall from her heart, and she felt relieved. "You didn't lie to me?" Goddess Bai still couldn't believe it completely, and confirmed it again. "Sister, I really didn't touch you. I can swear to God that except for taking you out of the underground space, I didn't even touch you with a finger when I was sleeping. Really, you have to believe me, I have no interest in you at all." This was a big misunderstanding. Lin Shen was anxious to explain, and for a moment, he was a little out of control. After hearing Lin Shen's words, Concubine Bai felt much better, but after hearing these words again, Concubine Bai suddenly felt uncomfortable again. Who is the eldest sister? What do you mean I have no interest in you at all? Concubine Bai was very upset, and her eyes turned colder when she looked at Lin Shen. Although Concubine Bai had never been interested in men and women since she was a child, she was a human being after all, not a machine. It was impossible to say that she didn't have any little girl's thoughts. Now that Lin Shen said this to her face, Concubine Bai felt very uncomfortable. That's good. I don't want to have anything to do with you either. Concubine Bai turned around and left, no longer paying attention to Lin Shen. Please keep my identity a secret for the time being, and I will keep the matter of the black bird a secret for you. Lin Shen hurriedly said behind him. Concubine Bai did not answer, nor did she turn her head back, and soon walked away. Women are really strange animals. When there was a misunderstanding before, they could still talk to me nicely. Now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, why are they so angry? I shouldn't have explained it if I had known. Lin Shen muttered to himself, not understanding what Bai Shenfei was thinking. After Bai Shenfei returned to her tent, she felt much more relaxed. During this period of time, because of this incident, she felt very heavy and thought about many things. She couldn't bear to kill Lin Shen, but she couldn't forgive Lin Shen either. There was always a knot in her heart. Today, this knot was finally put down, and she felt much more relaxed. But thinking about what Lin Shen said, Bai Shenfei felt a little itchy at the back of her teeth. Don't you think that practicing any evolutionary technique is the same? Then I show you how theory of talent and theory of evolution are really different. Bai Shenfei was thinking about how to hit Lin Shen hard. When the voting meeting was held the next day, Lin Shen and Wei Wufu did not go. For them, it didn't matter who was the commander-in-chief, and they didn't have the right to vote. Only the dozen or so big families that originally occupied the seats in Jinshui Lake had the right to vote. Not everyone who participated in this action had the right to vote. As a result, when Sun Jian and the others came back, Lin Shen realized that this vote still failed to solve the problem. There were 17 votes in total. Bai Shenfei got 6 votes, Huang Xiaohu got 6 votes, and Zui Qinglong got 5 votes. Originally, they planned to vote again and choose one between Bai Shenfei and Huang Xiaohu, but who knew that there was another vote temporarily, which was cast for Zui Qinglong. All 3 of them got 6 votes, which made it difficult. 1 extra vote? How could there be 1 extra vote? Lin Shen was a little surprised. He had never heard of such a thing as 1 extra vote during voting. This vote belongs to the Yashan base. After all, the Yashan base is the host, and should have 1 vote. Emoshingqi said. Lin Shen thought this was even more strange. The Yashan base was a small base, and they were dependent on the big families. If these big families regarded them as hosts, they should have reserved an area for the Yashan base in Jinshui Lake. The fact is that they did not leave room for the Yashan base. If the Su family and the Lu family wanted to enter Qingkai, they had to go through the areas of those big families. The Yashan base did not have any votes before, so how come there was suddenly 1 more vote today? As if seeing the confusion of Lin Shen and Wei Wufu, Emoshingqi said, before, Yashan base didn't have votes because they didn't have enough weight. Yesterday, Yashan base had enough weight. As the host, they had 1 vote, and no one could say anything. Who is their representative? Lin Shen really couldn't figure out how Yashan base suddenly had enough weight. Yi Jingren's daughter. Emoshingqi said. Yi Jingren's daughter? Lin Shen was shocked when he heard this, because the name Yi Jingren was really too shocking. Chapter 161. There are probably not many people on the mother planet who have not heard of the name Yi Jingren. Yi Jingren is not from a super base, nor does he have a family, but no family dares to underestimate this person. 40 years ago, the beast tide of the East China Sea came ashore, and the number was too numerous to count. Many bases overseas and on the mainland joined forces to suppress the beast tide. However, it was still difficult to stop the offensive of the beast tide. In a short period of time, some coastal and offshore bases quickly fell. The beast tide was not only large in number, but also had an astonishing number of ascended creatures, which could not be resisted at all. All major families began to seek help from their own alien forces. Otherwise, even if they stopped the beast tide, most of the human beings would die in the beast tide. Before the alien ascenders came, a lone ascender from the mother planet came to the seaside. 1 person and 1 whip, hanging countless ascended creatures in the beast tide, like a tide, beating countless base-mutated creatures to death, and reversing the whole situation with his own strength. That person is Yi Jingren, nicknamed Jingtianibian, but this nickname is a bit indecent, and not many people call him by his real name. Although Yi Jingren has no power and his whereabouts are erratic, as long as there are these 3 words, everyone in the world will give him some face. How can Yi Jingren's daughter represent the Yashin base? Doesn't the Yashin base belong to the Su family and the Lu family? Wait. Is Yi Jingren's last name Yi? Lin Shen suddenly asked a question that seemed to be an idiot. Of course Yi Jingren's last name is Yi. Mo Xingqi looked at Lin Shen with a strange look, thinking that he was not very smart. Lin Shen's brain was of course fine. He certainly knew that Yi Jingren's surname was Yi. He also knew that there was someone with the surname Yi in the Yashin base. That was Madame Yi. No way. Madame Yi is Yi Jingren's daughter. Lin Shen was shocked. Mo Xingqi's next words also confirmed Lin Shen's guess. Yi Jingren's daughter now lives in the Yashin base. I don't know what her name is, but her husband's surname should be Yi. Now she calls herself Madame Yi. Lin Shen's expression became more and more strange. If he had known that Madame Yi was Yi Jingren's daughter, and Yi Yushan was Yi Jingren's granddaughter, then why did he run away when Zheng Guyuan came to trouble him? Even if Zheng Guyuan was full of courage, he would not dare to act arrogantly in front of Yi Jingren's daughter. It's really out of line. The more Lin Shen thought about it, the more he felt that he was really out of his mind at the time. Why did he run away? He should have asked Yi Yushan who her grandfather was first, and hugged his thighs tightly on the spot. But Lin Shen didn't know about this at the time, so it was not his fault. The result? Wei Wufu asked. The result is that all 3 people have 6 votes. No one can do anything. In the end, it was decided to enter King Kai's planet in 3 groups. Xinfei, Zhou Qinglong and Huang Xiaohu each led a team. Mo Xingqi replied. The situation doesn't look too bad. Lin Shen just wanted to follow the main force. It didn't matter who was in charge. The next morning, the families supporting by Xinfei came to the camp of Cape Base, and many base changers from each family came. Most of them were alloy base changers, and there were also many crystal base changers. Lin Shen took a rough look. There were about 300 crystal base changers, led by Ouyang Yudu, and more than 1,000 alloy base changers. If the number of people in the other 2 teams is similar, then there should be about 1,000 crystal-based humans in this operation, and 3,000 to 4,000 alloy-based mutants. Such a number is almost enough to fight against the main force of the Super Burning Core, but now that the troops are divided into 3 routes, any team will hardly be a match for the Super Burning Core if they encounter the main force of the other side. Although the more deaths, the better for Lin Shen, but he does not want too many human mutants to die. Bai Xinfei stood on the stage and gave a speech before departure. The heads of major families such as Ouyang Yudu stood behind her, and it seemed that there was really a sense of many stars surrounding the moon. Lin Shen heard many people around sigh at the beauty of Bai Xinfei and Ouyang Yudu, and he was really curious in his heart how beautiful Bai Xinfei looked. After the speech, Bai Xinfei organized the many mutants into 10 teams and appointed captains of the 10 teams. The captains were basically from big families such as Ouyang Yudu, and most of their team members were also their own mutants. Bai Xinfei also led a team, most of whom were geneticists from the Cape Base, but she let Lin Shen and Wei Wufu in. After the team was organized, the time for the King of the World training device to be opened again was approaching. Bai Xinfei led everyone to the lakeside, and stood as close as possible, with each team member standing as close as possible to each other, so that it would be convenient to quickly assemble the team after entering. Lin Shen was a little curious about where he would be teleported to this time. With his current survival ability, it should not be difficult for him to survive no matter where he was teleported. When the Kai King cultivation device was activated again, everyone was nervous. Buzz, Lin Shen experienced the feeling of being sucked in again, and the world was spinning, and it was very uncomfortable. The teleportation experience of this thing was far less comfortable than his watch. When Lin Shen landed on the ground, he found that the scenery in front of him was somewhat familiar. The sea and the beach in front of him were so familiar. Hey, it turned out to be the first time I came here. Lin Shen turned his head, and saw the reef area not far away. Wei Wufu was not far away, and the beach was full of base changers. Everyone was teleporting to a location not far away. Bai Xinfei had already begun to command the personnel to gather, and the nearby base changers came over, and more than 200 people gathered in a while. Ouyang Yudu, Mo Xingqi and others stood relatively close when they teleported. They were not far away from their teammates, and they rushed over in a while. However, there were already sounds of fighting in some places on the beach. Bai Xinfei hurriedly led people over, and saw 7 or 8 base changers fighting with a big golden crab from a distance. The mutant creature that looked like a crab was as big as a bus, with a golden body. One claw was big and the other was slightly smaller, and it looked very domineering. However, it was just an alloy creature, and the mutants fighting it were also alloy mutants. The golden crab was so domineering that it beat the alloy mutants and made them flee everywhere. Even with pets besieging it, it was no match. There is no doubt that the golden crab should be a mutant alloy creature. Tion, I leave it to you. After arriving at the place, seeing that the mutants were not in danger of life, Bai Shenfei suddenly said to Lin Shen, who was standing beside her. Chapter 162. Everyone looked at Lin Shen. The commander-in-chief, Concubine Bai, now specifically asked Lin Shen to fight. In their opinion, Concubine Bai wanted to see what kind of strength the people from Tianqing had. No one doubted the relationship between Tion and Lin Shen, because everyone could see that Tion practiced theory of evolution, while they thought Lin Shen practiced theory of talent, so naturally no one would connect the two together. When Lin Shen heard Concubine Bai asking him to fight, he was slightly startled. Although he and Wei Wufu joined this operation and were nominally under the command of Concubine Bai, he did not expect that Concubine Bai would let him fight first. There are many crystal bases here, and any one of them can deal with the mutant golden crab. Concubine Bai chose to let him fight with an alloy, which was obviously not a reasonable arrangement. Most of the alloy class humans will suffer when facing mutant alloy creatures. Didn't you see that those 7 or 8 alloy class humans with so many pets were no match for the golden crab? Lin Shen didn't want to do it, firstly because it was unnecessary, and secondly, even if he killed the golden crab, the spoils would be distributed by the team. Killing the golden crab would give him more, but it was impossible to enjoy it all by himself. But since the commander-in-chief Bai Shenfei had spoken, he couldn't refuse Bai Shenfei's face. As Lin Shen walked towards the golden crab, he thought to himself, now that I have used the identity of Tianqing, I can't weaken the reputation of Tianqing, otherwise I will be sorry for Lao Wei. Thinking of this, Lin Shen decided to kill the golden crab cleanly. An alloy mutant creature was nothing to him. The only problem is that Lin Shen's fighting skills are really not very good. He only knows one move of stabbing. He doesn't have any weapons like a spear on him, and it's not convenient for the dead fans to use them. What move should he use to kill this golden crab? If the scene is too ugly, even if the golden crab is killed, people will think that the people from Tianqing are just SOSO. Lin Shen knew that Wei Wufu would definitely not care about these, but he couldn't do that. Everyone only saw Lin Shen walking slowly towards the golden crab step by step. His calm and unhurried appearance was quite a bit like a master. No one could imagine that Lin Shen was walking slowly just to delay time and consider what means to kill the golden crab. Now Lin Shen finally knows what it means to regret not having learned enough when you need it. He didn't follow Wei Wufu to learn the skills well, and now he doesn't even know how to pretend to be cool. I don't know any fancy moves, so it's better to keep it simple and not so troublesome. Lin Shen thought about it, and finally decided to use Ta Xian Ting. In addition to the piercing method, he only knew this one skill. He practiced the immortal chord more frequently than the piercing method. After all, the immortal chord can be practiced while walking. Having made up his mind, Lin Shen no longer hesitated, and he was almost walking to the battle range of the golden crab. Lin Shen saw the right opportunity, took a step, and his speed suddenly increased. In a few steps, his speed had reached an extremely fast level, and then he jumped up, passed by the golden crab's waving claws, and stepped heavily on the position between the golden crab's eyes, which was the most obvious acupuncture point on the golden crab. In order to ensure that he would not bring shame to Tianqing, he must pursue safety, so Lin Shen was fully prepared. Originally, Lin Shen had some room for maneuver and prepared several body movements, but he did not expect that he could easily pass through the claws of the golden crab, and those changes could not be used. Lin Shen stepped 1 foot between the eyes of the golden crab, which scared Lin Shen himself. His step directly crushed the hard golden shell of the golden crab, and one leg sank directly into it. This was something Lin Shen had never expected. He thought that his step would at most make the golden crab faint, but he did not expect to step through it directly. Fortunately, his reaction was fast enough. He stepped on the shell with his other foot, jumped up with force, pulled out the leg that was stuck in it, and flew to the ground. All this happened too quickly. In the eyes of others, Lin Shen walked in front of the golden crab, jumped up directly, crushed the shell on the top of the golden crab's head, and then landed easily. Behind Lin Shen, the huge body of the golden crab fell to the ground with a bang, twitched twice, and then stopped moving. Tianqing is indeed worthy of its reputation. An unknown alloy-based mutator from Tianqing can actually kill the mutated alloy creature with 1 foot. This method is indeed incomparable to ordinary people. Many people had such thoughts in their hearts. They just felt that Lin Shen was powerful, but they didn't think there was anything unreasonable because this person came from Tianqing, so it was normal to have some unreasonableness. But in the eyes of Bai Shenfei, this was very abnormal. She knew that Lin Shen was not from Tianqing, and he was practicing the popular evolutionary technique of evolution theory, and he didn't use weapons or pets. How could he crush the shell of the mutated golden crab with 1 foot? Lin Shen is at the alloy level, and his attributes cannot be much stronger than the golden crab. He may even be inferior. After all, the golden crab is a mutant creature, and its attributes are strong, especially its hardness, which is obviously top level. Lin Shen crushed the hardest shell on its head purely by strength. This does not make sense. It is difficult for people of the same level to crush each other like this. Is it his innate skill? Bai Shenfei did not see Lin Shen use his innate skill, but apart from this explanation, she really couldn't think of how Lin Shen did it. How could she know that Lin Shen's strength attribute was far beyond his peers, and he did not need to use his innate skill at all, which was enough to crush his peers? This step greatly increased Lin Shen's confidence in his own strength and the role of the Stepping Immortal Court, especially the Stepping Immortal Court, which was more useful than he thought, and the only thing he lacked was practical experience. When Lin Shen came back, the mutations next to him were very friendly and complimented him a few times, and Lin Shen also responded in a friendly manner. Bai Shenfei did not say anything, and Ouyang Yudu smiled at him, and did not say anything. Confidence. When he returned to Wei Wufu only said 2 words. Lin Shen nodded. He knew that Wei Wufu was saying that he was not confident enough, but this thing was also the first time he used it against the enemy. He didn't know the depth of it, so how could he be so confident? No matter what, Lin Shen's step finally saved the reputation of Tianqing, and did not lose Wei Wufu's face. Little did he know that Wei Wufu was thinking at this time. After seeing Lin Shen stepping on the fairy court, he felt that Lin Shen's body movement had great potential, and he had to use actual combat to stimulate his potential. Wei Wufu has already started planning how to stimulate Lin Shen's potential after returning. Chapter 163. The team led by Concubine, Bai was very lucky. Although they were teleported to a dangerous area like the seaside, they did not lose too many people. Only 2 unlucky alloy-based mutators fell into the sea. Before they could climb onto the beach, they were dragged into the depths of the ocean by unknown creatures in the sea. Other mutators did not lose their lives when they encountered mutated creatures near the beach. The nearby crystal-based strongmen rushed to support them in time. It took more than 2 hours for everyone to gather. Under the command of Concubine Bai, they headed towards the valley passage leading to the plain. The purpose of their trip was not to hunt mutated creatures, but to clear the Super Burning Legion. The plain area was where the Super Burning Legion often appeared, and traces of the Super Burning Legion should be found there. Concubine Bai sent mutators with flying pets to explore the way and find traces of the Super Burning Legion. Although the blue-eyed concubine was only an alloy-level pet, it could see a mouse on the ground more than 10 miles away at an altitude of 1,000 meters, which was particularly suitable for reconnaissance. There were dozens of pets like this blue-eyed divine eagle in the team, which showed that the operation was well prepared. In addition to the team members responsible for reconnaissance, there were also medical personnel and supply teams, which really looked like the real deal. All the way to the plains, some mutated creatures were killed, but no one from the Super Burning Legion was seen. Lin Shen had no chance to attack along the way, and the White Goddess did not force him to attack the crystal-based creatures he encountered. When they arrived at the plains, there were groups of steel creatures everywhere, which were not their targets. Unless they encountered mutations, no one was willing to waste their time killing the steel creatures unless they rushed up to seek death. More than 10 hours had passed, but they still hadn't found any traces of the Super Burning Core, not even a single Super Burning Warrior. They didn't know whether the other 2 teams had found any traces of the Super Burning Core, but the people watching the battle outside could see clearly that they also hadn't found any traces of the Super Burning Core. This was obviously a little abnormal. King Kai was very large, but the areas that the 3 teams were teleported to were all areas where the Super Burning Core had often appeared in the past. Now they couldn't even see a single Super Burning Warrior, which was very strange. Something is wrong with the Super Burning Core. In the camp of Cape Base, Sun Jian was paying attention to the situation in King Kai with the ascendance of several other families. Ouyang Juemu also looked a little solemn. There are 2 possibilities now. One is that the Super Burning Core has encountered some trouble, and the other is that they have already assembled. Even if they encountered any trouble, it is impossible for so many Super Burning Core to encounter trouble at the same time. The second possibility is more likely, Sun Jian said. According to calculations, the total number of Super Burning Core may be between 20,000 and 25,000. If they gather, none of our teams will be able to fight them alone. If the 3 teams can unite, they can still fight. Yang Juemu said solemnly. Everyone knew that it was a little late to say this now. Now they could only pray that Bai Shenfei and the others could detect the problem as soon as possible and make the right response in time. The safest way was to find an area to hide immediately and not let the Super Burning Corps find them, or to contact the other two teams as soon as possible and join forces. From a god's perspective, they knew that the area where the three teams were located was not too close, but not too far away. If they ran at full speed for more than 10 hours, they should be able to reunite. But the three teams of King Kai had no idea where the other teams were, so it was almost impossible to reunite. So Sun Jian and Ouyang and the others now only hoped that Bai Shenfei and the others could find the abnormality and hide with the team. Bai Shenfei seemed to have heard their prayers and actually noticed the abnormality as expected. Bai Shenfei summoned the captains of each team back and said to them solemnly, "So far, we have entered the plain area for more than 17 hours and have not found any traces of the Super Burning Legion. This is a bit abnormal." Emoshingchi said, "It is indeed not normal. This is an area where the Super Burning Legion often appears. There is no trace of it for such a long time. Unless the Super Burning Legion has withdrawn from this area, there must be a problem. Maybe they found us and took the initiative to retreat." Someone said more optimistically, "With Ouyang Yudu and Bai Shenfei in our team, it's normal for those guys to flee." Another captain said with a smile, "In the recent ranking of King Kai Tower, a total of 3 people reached the top of the 9th floor of King Kai Tower and took away the rewards of King Kai Tower. 2 of them are Ouyang Yudu and Bai Shenfei, and the other one is named Agyud, who should be a member of the Super Burning Clan. In the previous few battles, Ouyang Yudu and Bai Shenfei each had a record of annihilating a Super Burning team without injury. The confidence these people have in them is not completely unreasonable." Bai Shenfei didn't think so. She said calmly, "Among the known areas of King Kai, the coastal area is the richest in mutant resources. There is no reason for the Super Burning Clan to give up there and go to a more distant area. Moreover, there is an ocean on one side of the plain, mountains on the other 2 sides, and deserts in the farther area, which are not suitable for large-scale Legion operations. Moreover, they are good at cavalry warfare, so there is no reason to give up here unless they find a target that needs to be attacked with all their strength." Ouyang Yudu said lightly, "But that possibility is extremely low. They should still be on this plain. Maybe they found the other 2 teams, and all went to support the battle over there." A captain pondered. "There is this possibility, but the possibility is relatively low." Mo Xingqi also thinks that the Super Burning Legion should still be on the plain. Seeing that everyone was looking at her, Bai Shenfei said, "Let's go to Taiyang Xingpo and stay there temporarily." Sun Jian, Ouyang Juemu and others who had been paying attention to Bai Shenfei nodded repeatedly and breathed a sigh of relief when they heard Bai Shenfei's decision. Taiyang Xingpo is a mountain pass connected to the plain. It is difficult to launch a large-scale attack because of its rugged terrain. Bai Shenfei's team is enough to defend it. Even if the entire Super Burning Corps launches an attack, it should not be difficult for them to defend until the countdown ends by relying on the geographical advantage of Taiyang Xingpo. Although some people in the team think that Bai Shenfei is a little too cautious, even Ouyang Yudu accepted Bai Shenfei's order, so they didn't say anything more. The whole team accelerated their pace and marched towards Taiyang Xingpo. Almost as soon as they entered Taiyang Xingpo, they saw a large patch of dark clouds appearing on the grassland in the distance. Of course, those were not real dark clouds, but groups of Super Burning Iron Cavalry. Thousands of Super Burning warriors, riding on big black bulls, roared with Super Burning battle axes, and came in a dark mass with almost no end in sight. The Super Burning Legion is really here. Everyone was shocked and broke into a cold sweat. If it weren't for the White Goddess' prompt decision, they would be surrounded by so many Super Burning warriors and charged on the plain. I'm afraid they would be slaughtered in a short time. Now there is a natural barrier to defend. Unless the Minotaur of the Super Burning Legion can fly, this narrow and steep slope cannot be rushed up at once by more cavalry. The width of the slope can only accommodate 7 or 8 cavalrymen passing side by side at most, which makes it much more maneuverable. Others felt their legs go weak when they saw the black mass of Super Burning Legion, but Wei Wufu's eyes were shining. He had been waiting for the appearance of the Super Burning Legion for too long. The Wei family never knew what fear was. Tianqing had an average of a beast tide every 2 or 3 days, and the scene was much bigger than this. Chapter 164. Humans call this area Taiyang Xingpo because there are many iron plants similar to Tianqing grass growing on this slope. But this kind of plant usually grows on the mountain wall. The terrain of Taiyang Xingpo is very peculiar. There are bottomless canyons on both sides, and there is only a long slope about 10 meters wide, extending to the other side of the canyon. The angle is about 30 or 40. It is definitely more laborious to rush up from the bottom than to rush down from the top. On the other side of Taingsingpo is a horseshoe-shaped mountain with steep mountains and 90-degree walls, like a knife cut. In a Jedi like this, if there is a real war, being trapped on it without food and water will only lead to death. But Bai Shenfei and her friends don't need to defend for too long. They only need to survive the remaining 2 days or so, and then they can be safely teleported back. So this place is an excellent natural barrier for Bai Shenfei and her friends. After everyone rushed up Tianqing Slope, Bai Shenfei immediately ordered each team to prepare for the battle in turns. As long as they defended this slope, they could rest assured. The first round of impact was definitely the most violent. Bai Shenfei originally planned to let her team defend the first round, but Ouyang Yudu took the initiative to fight and lead his team to defend Tianqing Slope. Bai Shenfei agreed to Ouyang Yudu's request. Ouyang Yudu led his team to the best fighting position. Under Ouyang Yudu's command, the base changer summoned various pets to block the entrance to Tianqing Slope. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu were responsible for setting up tents on the horseshoe mountain in the back, so that they could have a place to rest and heal after the combatants and pets in front retreated. Bai Shenfei did not let them join the battle group. Lin Shen originally thought that Wei Wufu would be very angry, but he did not expect Wei Wufu to install the tent silently, and he did not seem to be dissatisfied at all. "Old Wei, she did not let you participate in the battle. Are you really not angry?" Lin Shen touched Wei Wufu with his elbow and whispered. "War is not one person," Wei Wufu said calmly, without stopping the work in his hands. Lin Shen was not as focused as Wei Wufu when he was working. He looked towards the direction of Tianqing Slope from time to time, only to see that the pets of Ouyang Yudu's team were divided into several groups, and they were also preparing to rotate defense. Tianqing Slope was so wide that no matter how many pets there were, they could not be arranged. What surprised Lin Shen was that Ouyang Yudu was still standing in front of the pets, facing the super burning warriors riding the big black bulls below alone. This Ouyang Yudu really likes to show off. Lin Shen laughed. "Charge, momentum, and suppress," Wei Wufu said. Lin Shen knew that Ouyang Yudu wanted to give the super burning corps a wake-up call and suppress their momentum directly, so that the subsequent defensive battle would be much easier. However, the first wave of the super burning corps' charge would definitely not be ordinary super burning warriors. This move was extremely dangerous. If it were Lin Shen, he would not take this risk. Sure enough, Lin Shen saw that among the super burning warriors charging below, the two in the front were both wearing red uniforms and sitting on big red bulls. It was not known whether it was the Deputy Legion Commander or the Legion Commander who led the people to charge up directly. It was estimated that the Deputy Legion Commander was more likely. The speed of charging on Taingsingpo was obviously slower than that on the plains. Ouyang Yudu had archers with long-range attacks, but he did not order them to shoot arrows, but just watched the super burning warriors rush up. The two red-clad super burning warriors, who were leading the way, looked at each other, and almost at the same time took out the pet launcher and fired wildly at Ouyang Yudu. One pet after another flew up, and the speed was much faster than their charge. In an instant, more than a dozen crystal-based pets flew towards Ouyang Yudu and his men, and Ouyang Yudu showed a smile at the corner of his mouth. The next second, everyone saw Ouyang Yudu move, and he instantly changed from extremely quiet to extremely dynamic, leaving a trail of residue. For a moment, Ouyang Yudu seemed to be a person who turned into several people and met those crystal-based pets. Lin Shen had to admit that Ouyang Yudu was indeed a fierce man. More than a dozen crystal-based pets on the opposite side rushed over, but he didn't even use the base transformation shell, and just met them like that. Before seeing Ouyang Yudu take action, Lin Shen always felt that the skill of using force to fight force could only be a flash of inspiration in actual combat, and could not be used as a main combat skill. Because the process of using the opponent's force to counter the opponent's force is too complicated, it is impossible to continuously and efficiently deal with high-speed attacks, so it is useless. However, Ouyang Yudu broke Lin Shen's cognition. He saw Ouyang Yudu's body swaying like a willow in the wind, with his hands wrapped in belts and pushing and pulling. In the blink of an eye, he led more than a dozen crystal-based pets one by one, and threw them into the abyss on both sides. Oh my god, this guy is really something. Lin Shen couldn't help but admire. He also saw clearly that Ouyang Yudu's technique was indeed superb, his speed was indeed amazing, and his brain was also very good. He just rushed forward at the stage when more than a dozen crystal-based pets were launched, and the power of the pet launcher had not yet lost its effect. These crystal-based pets were involuntarily rushing forward, and he directly pushed them down, leaving them no room to play. This is a result that can only be achieved by having strong comprehensive abilities, not just by being strong in one aspect. Seeing Ouyang Yuta casually throw more than a dozen crystal-based pets into the abyss, the morale of the base changers was greatly boosted. The two red-clothed super-burning warriors below saw this, and jumped directly from the back of the big red bull. With two red crystal battle axes and unparalleled violent power, they chopped down at Ouyang Yuta in midair, intending to capture the thief first. Lin Shen looked at Ouyang Yuta with great interest, and stopped the work in his hands. He wanted to know how Ouyang Yuta would deal with such a situation. Standing on a high place to observe and preside over the overall situation, Bai Shenfei saw Lin Shen paying attention to Ouyang Yuta, and thought to herself, take a good look. What is the difference between theory of talent and theory of evolution? Will you regret your original choice? Will you regret not persisting? Looking at the two red-clothed super-burning warriors waving giant axes and slashing in midair, the crystal-based carapace on Ouyang Yuta's body emerged. The crystal-clear armor, like white jade, wrapped his whole body. The mysterious patterns on the armor were like clouds and mist, making him look like a god in the heavenly palace wearing jade armor and helmet. Ouyang Yuta stood in front of the formation without moving. Two red crystal battle axes had already chopped in front of him from the left and right, as if they were going to cross and smash his body. When the battle axes were about to hit Ouyang Yuta, the violent battle axes suddenly stopped. Ouyang Yuta grabbed the axe blade of a battle axe with both hands, and actually stopped the chopping momentum. Crack! The battle axe made of crystal-based materials was crushed by Ouyang Yuta's fingers. Goodbye. As Ouyang Yuta said goodbye gently, his figure also passed between the two red-clothed super-burning warriors. Blood gushed out as the armor and hearts of the two red-clad super-burning warriors were pierced, but ordinary people couldn't even see clearly how Ouyang Yuta did it. Chapter 165. Lin Shen, have you seen clearly? The theory of talent and the theory of evolution are different after all. The theory of talent can transcend the limits of level, easily kill the same level, and even challenge the higher level. This is something that the theory of evolution cannot do. The mediocre evolution can only do mediocre things after all. For some reason, Bai Shenfei wanted to see Lin Shen's regretful expression. Unfortunately, Lin Shen's face was blocked by the mask, and it was impossible to see what kind of expression he had. Old Wei, I originally thought that a man like me who is young, rich, handsome and successful in his career is already the best in the world, and there is no one in the world. I didn't expect that there is a man like Ouyang Yuta, who can match my charm by 90%. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu were bragging and chatting. The work of setting up a tent was too boring for him. No, Ouyang, weak you strong. Wei Wufu said seriously. Old Wei, you have good vision. Lin Shen was somewhat touched. Wei Wufu said that he was better than Ouyang, and he liked to hear it even if it was just words of comfort. Shame. Wei Wufu took a deep breath and added two more words, which instantly made Lin Shen's just feeling a little touched fly away. Family members should not destroy each other's stage. Don't you understand this rule? Lin Shen said depressedly. After being hit hard by Ouyang Yuta, the morale of the Super Burn Legion was indeed extremely low, but the next second, the charge horn sounded, and the Super Burn warriors still rushed up without hesitation, fighting crazily with their pets, and the pets of the Jinna Changers. For a while, Tianqing Slope turned into a conveyor belt of a meat grinder, and waves of Super Burn warriors and pets rushed up, roaring and screaming intertwined, as if it was the exclusive BGM of a slaughterhouse, or a concert hosted by the god of death. Broken bones were knocking, weapons were groaning, and the sound of blood gushing out was like the devil's low chant. This was the first time that Lin Shen had seen such a brutal battle. Not to mention Lin Shen, even those mutators who had experienced alien wars were tingling at this moment. Pets came up in waves, and died in waves. There was no Tianqing grass on the entire Tianqing slope, but blood and mutated liquid were gushing everywhere, dyeing the entire long slope colorful. Ouyang Yuta had already retreated, the mutated shell on his body retreated, and he was behind to command the mutators in his team to summon pets to fight. If nothing else, his endurance is definitely not as good as mine. Lin Shen smiled. Already very strong. Wei Wufu said. The most terrifying first wave of attacks, Ouyang Yuta's team successfully withstood the first hour, sacrificing many pets, and almost no casualties. As soon as the time came, the second team rushed up to replace Ouyang Yuta's team to continue to resist the offensive of the Super Burning Legion. The Super Burning Legion's offensive never stopped, and they were also racing against time to kill them all before the 3-day countdown of humans ended. From time to time, the information of sacrifice +1 appeared in Lin Shen's mind. Every time a Super Burning warrior died, his sacrifice increased by 1, and the power of the heavenly sacrifice aura was constantly accumulating. The super burning warriors seemed to have no idea what death was. They rushed up Tianqing slope again and again, and were beaten back again and again. After holding on for more than 10 hours, because many pets were killed and injured, some vacancies could only be filled by the mutators, and casualties began to appear here. The fierce battle made the people watching outside tremble with fear. Some people have begun to worry whether Bai Shenfei and her team can hold on until the countdown ends under such a suicidal attack. This is not right. I have also come into contact with super burning warriors before. The so-called super burning army is just a bunch of cannon fodder. It is impossible for them to be so fearless. What exactly supports them to make such suicidal charges again and again? Lin Shen was puzzled. Drum sound? Wei Wufu heard Lin Shen's mumbling and pointed out the key. Lin Shen realized that he heard the drum sound coming from below and thought it was a common military drum in war, used to boost morale and cheer. Wei Wufu said this and realized that the drum sound might have another mystery. Can you find a way to kill the super burning warrior who beats the drum? Lin Shen was whimsical. Can fly, maybe? Wei Wufu replied. Lin Shen can't fly, so he had to shut up. Let's go! Wei Wufu stood up and walked towards the direction of Bai Shenfei. Lin Shen had no choice but to follow him. He also knew that the current situation was not very good. It was almost 20 hours, and countless super burning warriors had died. The super burning legion still showed no signs of stopping the charge. It was determined to destroy them. The situation on the side of the base changers was no longer so easy. Too many pets died, and the number of base changers injured was also increasing. Top base changers like Ouyang Yudu, Mo Xingqi, and Bai Shenfei had also fought many times, assisted in many strong charges, and tried their best to keep the position. However, in the high-intensity battle, their strength was consumed too quickly. The base change carapace could support 2 or 3 hours at the beginning, but now it has to retreat to rest in about an hour and replenish potions and base change fluid. However, the potion and the base mutation fluid cannot completely restore them. The next time they use the base mutation power to fight, the duration will be even shorter. We apply to go to war. Wei Wufu came to Bai Shenfei and said, "You can go with the team." Bai Shenfei originally did not want Lin Shen and Wei Wufu to fight, but the current situation is really bad. 2 more people can take turns, so that other base mutations can rest for a while, and the chance of surviving until the end of the countdown will be greater. Lin Shen took a deep breath and came to Bai Shenfei's team. The next team to take turns to defend the formation is theirs. Lin Shen reached out and picked up a battle axe. This thing is now piled everywhere on the ground and is useless. The one Lin Shen took is the red crystal battle axe, the high-end stuff used by the Deputy Legion Commander. Lin Shen also got one before and asked Wei Wufu to take it to Tianqing. No one would use weapons they are not familiar with at this time. Between life and death, they must fight with the most familiar weapons, so no one picked up the battle axe on the ground and just piled it aside. Lin Shen only knew one move, stabbing, but this move was not very useful in such a battle. At least there must be a group of spearmen stabbing together to play a huge role in such a battle. The role of one person is limited. So no matter what weapon Lin Shen used, it was the same. He just used brute force. The battle axe was also pretty good, at least it was a crystal-based weapon. Old Wei, teach me 2 practical axe techniques. Lin Shen said to Wei Wufu beside him. Chop, that's enough. Wei Wufu said lightly. As he spoke, the rotation time had come. The team above retreated, and it was Lin Shen's turn to take over. Wei Wufu carried a golden crystal trident on his back, and did not take it off. Like Lin Shen, he took a red crystal battle axe and strode towards the battlefield. The purple crystal armor wrapped his whole body. His sturdy figure was comparable to that of a super burning warrior, and he was holding a huge red crystal battle axe. For a moment, people were confused and couldn't tell whether he was a human mutant or a super burning warrior. Lin Shen followed closely behind. Although his figure was not as sturdy as Wei Wufu, he was also very handsome. However, the double-edged battle axe in his hand was a bit too big, and it was a bit uncoordinated in his hand. As soon as Wei Wufu entered the battlefield, the axe chopped down on the head of a super burning warrior who was riding a big black bull, splitting the man and the bull in half. The terrifying power made the offensive of the super burning army stagnate. Chapter 166. War God Guards have been promoted to Crystal Base. War God Guards are War God Guards. They are always so strong and invincible. Although Ouyang Yu is very strong, my idol is still War God Guards. This momentum is really not comparable to that of a pretty boy. It's comfortable to watch. With a guard in hand, the world is mine. Watching Wei Wufu's giant axe slashing and killing the super burning legion that rushed up, many people watching the battle expressed the same admiration in different places. Of course, there were also some discordant voices. It's a pity that the second-generation ancestor didn't come, otherwise this scene should have scared him to death. My second-generation ancestor never fights a battle without confidence. How could he put himself in such a dangerous situation? The second-generation ancestor is still very strong. He broke the giant fruit with one shot, which is not something that ordinary people can do. He is only strong with that one shot. Fighting depends on endurance. What's the use of being weak with one shot? The second-generation ancestor knew that there would be such a situation, so he didn't come at all. As long as he didn't come, no one could defeat him. Fortunately, Lin Shan couldn't hear their discussions outside, otherwise, even if he didn't get angry and vomit blood, he would be depressed for a long time, even though he was obviously working hard. Lin Shan is not idle now. He holds the red crystal battle axe in both hands and chops at the pets and super burning warriors who are rushing up from a place not far from Wei Wufu. Although he doesn't have many skills, his strength is strong enough. The general alloy level can't resist his one-shot power. Skills are simply bullshit on the battlefield. Fancy is useless. Just like Wei Wufu said, just chop, strength is king. Lin Shan was mainly responsible for dealing with the alloy level enemies, and the crystal base level enemies were dealt with by Wei Wufu next to him. With the addition of the two of them, the pressure on this team when defending the formation was greatly reduced, and they no longer needed support from Bai Shenfei and Ouyang Yudu and others. The people of Tianqing Wei family are really interesting. Ouyang Yudu and Bai Shenfei were watching the battlefield side by side, and Ouyang Yudu looked at the direction of the position and said, Wei Wufu is indeed very strong, and the Phoenix Purple Qi Ju is also domineering enough. The captain of another team, Li Tiangang, said, Wei Wufu is indeed very strong, but I am interested in another one. His name is Tian, right? Ouyang Yudu's words startled several captains. They are all top crystal base, and they don't pay much attention to the alloy level. They are mainly looking at Wei Wufu. After Ouyang Yudu said this, they looked at Lin Shan, and after a while, their expressions became strange. In their opinion, there was really no way to know what was worthy of Ouyang Yudu's attention in Lin Shan's performance. His axe-using technique was too crude. If it weren't for Wei Wufu's protection, he would have made a mistake and been rushed by the super burning warrior. Bai Shenfei also looked at Ouyang Yudu, as if waiting for his answer, wondering why he was interested in Lin Shan. Bai Shenfei could see that Lin Shan actually didn't know how to use an axe. Apart from his strength being stronger than that of ordinary alloys, she couldn't think of what Lin Shan had to attract Ouyang Yudu. Ouyang Yudu smiled and said, Don't you realize that he is very different from ordinary alloys? What's different? I really can't see it. Li Tiangang looked at it for a while, but still couldn't see any difference. Do you know how heavy the red crystal battle axe is? Ouyang Yudu asked back. No one knew the answer. Ouyang Yudu continued. I don't know how heavy the red crystal battle axe is, but it must be heavy. Even for alloy level super burning warriors, their battle axes only have some red crystal materials inlaid on the axe blade instead of using red crystal battle axes. It can be seen that the red crystal battle axe is not a weapon that alloy level can easily use, at least it is difficult to use for a long time. Maybe it's just because the red crystal material is too expensive, and it's impossible to equip ordinary super burning warriors with all of them? Li Tiangang said. It's possible, but I saw a deputy legion commander being killed before, and the red crystal battle axe fell on Tianqing Slope. The super burning warriors, who rushed up behind, did not swing the red crystal battle axe on the ground. Ouyang Yudu said. Li Tiangang was slightly startled. So, that Tian is indeed interesting. He is an alloy-based mutant, and he wields the red crystal battle axe and chops hard for so long, which does require some strength. Ouyang Yudu smiled and continued. The key is that he doesn't know how to use the axe, and his force is not quite correct, and he doesn't know how to use clever strength, so the consumption is even greater. In my opinion, his strength and physical strength are far beyond the normal alloy level. Even mutant alloy creatures don't have such strength and physical strength. In other words, he has some kind of innate skill that blesses both strength and physical strength? Li Tiangang pondered. The interesting part is here. If you use your innate skills, there will definitely be some special changes on your body, but so far, I haven't seen any abnormal changes on him. When Ouyang Yudu spoke, his eyes never left Lin Shan. That's impossible. Without using your innate skills, an alloy-level warrior can't have that kind of power. Li Tiangang said very firmly. Is it impossible? Ouyang Yudu didn't comment. After several people said this, the people watching the battle outside also began to pay attention to Lin Shan. It was indeed as Ouyang Yudu said. When the alloy-level super-burning warriors rushed to Lin Shen, none of them could withstand Lin Shen's slashing force. They either retreated and dodged, or wanted to attack and force Lin Shen to stop. Occasionally, there was an alloy-level warrior who didn't open his eyes and used a battle axe to force Lin Shen to fight, but he was chopped back and bumped into the super-burning warrior behind him. Some unlucky ones were directly chopped and fell into the abyss. Although Lin Shen is not as conspicuous as Wei Wufu, his strength is indeed very domineering. Ouyang Yudu's eyes are so sharp, I just realized that this Ation is so strong that he can kill people of the same level in seconds. After all, he came from Tianqing, so what's so strange about this? He can't use a battle axe. Why did he choose a battle axe? Can't he use the weapon he is good at? He is practicing evolution, right? Is evolution so powerful? This brother Ation who practices evolution is too powerful. I want to choose evolution again. I can say for sure that evolution is definitely not so powerful, because the whole family practices evolution. If evolution is practiced to the alloy level, the strength is definitely not so strong. He should have chosen a very strong base mutation egg and obtained some kind of base mutation talent that enhances strength. I am really confused. Should I choose Ouyang Yudu or the God of War Wei as my husband? This Ation seems to be pretty good. Is he a potential stock? In a loft somewhere, a girl's eyes are full of peach blossoms. Although appearance is justice, Ouyang Yudu must have made a mistake this time. Without using his innate skills, the alloy level cannot have such strong power. Everyone was talking, and the time for this round of rotation was up. The next team rushed up, and Lin Shen wanted to go down to rest, but Wei Wufu stood in front of the formation and had no intention of retreating. Apply. To fight. Wei Wufu's voice was as firm as iron. If it was at the beginning, Wei Wufu's application to fight would only make people think he wanted to show off. But now everyone has started to get tired, the number of injured people is increasing, and the pets are almost dead. Who doesn't want to rest for a while? Wei Wufu applied to continue fighting at this time, and the team that replaced him would only be grateful to him for his help. Chapter 167. Wei Wufu defended the front line for rounds after rounds. The red crystal double-edged battle axe in his hand was broken, and the pole was broken. He grabbed the battle axe from the super-burning warrior, who rushed over and continued to chop wildly. Domineering. Unparalleled domineering. When Wei Wufu stood in front of the formation, he had the momentum of a single man guarding the pass against 10,000 men. Just because of the existence of Wei Wufu, the offensive of the opposite side did not seem so sharp. Really, I am crying to death. The Wei family is so tearful. There are thousands of heroes in the world, but there is only this one warrior in the world. Has the Wei family defended for more than 200 years, like this? Ouyang Yudu, Bai Shenfei, and Mo Xingqi are all very strong, but I have decided that my idol is only the God of War Wei. Wei family, what a pity, if such a man can travel across the stars and the sea, why worry that the alien race does not know our human men? Sun Jian sighed. Ouyang Juemu also nodded and said, although Yudu and Shenfei are very strong, their strength has not been tempered by thousands of trials, and has not been baptized by blood and fire. If they were to compete on the ring, Wei Wufu might not be their opponent, but if it were a life-and-death fight, Yudu and Shenfei would probably die. This man has trained himself into a machine. There is no unnecessary movement in his body. He has squeezed his own abilities to the limit, and used every bit of strength in the most appropriate place. He has been fighting at high intensity for nearly 5 hours, but he is still so vigorous. If it were Yudu and Shenfei, they would probably not be able to hold on for 2 hours under this intensity. Sun Jian also praised. On the battlefield, Missouri Xingqi and others also looked at Wei Wufu, who is like a god of war, with complicated expressions. It's hard to believe that there are such fierce people in the world. After 5 hours of continuous powerful swings, even if it's a machine, its motor should be hot, and it needs to rest and cool down. Ouyang Yudu looked at the god of war Wei from time to time, and his gentle eyes, that seemed to care nothing at ordinary times, also showed a little more respect. After watching Wei Wufu's battle, I know what a real battle is, and after watching his skills, I know what real skills are. Those fancy boxing and embroidered kicks I practiced before are really a bit ridiculous. Ouyang Yudu exclaimed. Even Ouyang Yudu admired Wei Wufu so much, let alone others. But Ouyang Yudu's eyes were not only focused on Wei Wufu, he often looked at Lin Shen. Although Lin Shen was not as dazzling as Wei Wufu, most people overlooked the fact that Lin Shen also fought with Wei Wufu for almost 5 hours. Of course, Lin Shen was fighting under the wing of Wei Wufu, and the opponents were alloy-level pets and super-burning warriors, and he often took a lazy rest, unlike Wei Wufu, who always stood at the forefront. But even so, being able to fight for 5 hours in such a high-intensity battle is already a very amazing fact. Some base changers have difficulty standing still and maintaining the base change state for 5 hours, let alone such a battle. Yang Yuta noticed more than one point. In these 5 hours, the battle axe used by Lin Shan was a red crystal battle axe, which was originally a weapon for the crystal base level. For the alloy level, the battle axe was a bit too heavy, which would increase Lin Shan's physical consumption. But until now, Yang Yuta still didn't see Lin Shan's exhaustion. But just now, after Wei Wufu's battle axe broke, Lin Shan had already given his red crystal battle axe to Wei Wufu, and picked up an alloy crystal inlaid battle axe to use. That Tion is quite interesting, but his fighting talent is a little poor. After fighting for so long, his axe is still not very good. Yang Yuta smiled and stood up and walked towards the battlefield. Brother Wei, you are almost satisfied. I am itching to fight. Let me have some fun too. Yang Yuta came to the back of Wei Wufu and said. Wei Wufu retreated without saying a word. Although he still had the strength to fight again, his physical strength was almost exhausted. Yang Yuta came at the right time. Brother Wei, can you lend me the battle axe? After Yang Yuta went up, he knocked back a crystal-level super burning warrior with one punch, and shouted at Wei Wufu at the same time. Take it. Wei Wufu threw the red crystal battle axe in his hand to Yang Yuta without hesitation. Thank you. Yang Yuta took the red crystal battle axe and stood where Wei Wufu had just stood. People were surprised to find that Yang Yuta's fighting style had changed, and it was completely different from his previous methods. That seems to be the axe skills of the god of war Wei. Soon everyone discovered that the axe skills used by Yang Yuta were exactly the same as those used by Wei Wufu. Even the momentum and fighting skills were exactly the same. Just by watching Wei Wufu fight for such a long time, Yang Yuta actually learned Wei Wufu's axe skills. Who said that God is fair? I watched for a long time, but I didn't even understand it. Yang Yuta already knew how to use it. What did you say to me about being born equal? Someone grumbled with a wry smile. Li Tiangang explained. Yang Yuta's talent is really amazing. The next time seemed to become Yang Yuta's performance time. With Wei Wufu's fighting skills, he did what Wei Wufu did. Others' growth requires blood and tears, but Yang Yuta's growth seems to only require a glance. Bai Shenfei looked at Lin Shan and Yang Yuta fighting side by side, and her mood was a bit complicated. Anyone could see that Yang Yuta's talent was much stronger than Lin Shan. Lin Shan had fought beside Wei Wufu for such a long time. Although he could use the battle axe smoothly, he was still far behind Wei Wufu. Yang Yuta had learned the essence of Wei Wufu's fighting skills just by watching Wei Wufu fight. This talent was really a world of difference. But for some reason, Bai Shenfei didn't want to see Lin Shan like this in her heart. Maybe she didn't even realize it herself. She hoped that Lin Shan would be the stronger one. Aishan, how about we make a deal? Yang Yuta said to Lin Shan while fighting. The battlefield was too noisy, but his voice reached Lin Shan's ears, but some people couldn't hear it from a distance, and the spectators couldn't hear it clearly either, because the battlefield was too noisy. What deal? Lin Shan, who was depressed, asked casually. Just now, he wanted to retreat with Wei Wufu, but Wei Wufu stopped him, and said that if he wanted to continue fighting, he needed to know his limits, which would be very good for his future growth. I will teach you the skills, and I guarantee that you can learn them. Tell me why you can last so long. Yang Yuta killed a super burning warrior with a few axes and continued. This is a man's talent you don't understand. Lin Shan said while fighting, he didn't want to learn any skills from Yang Yuta. If he wanted to learn combat skills, he could just find Wei Wufu. Yang Yuta was just an imitator, and he really looked down on him. Of course, the main reason was that he didn't want to learn. Lin Shan had no interest in weapons like battle axes. He only watched Wei Wufu and imitated a few moves in order to cope with the battle. He didn't seek to be proficient, as long as it was enough. Chapter 168. I will trade you my mutated crystal pet for your secret. You only need to tell me how I did it. You don't need to pay anything. Yang Yuta still didn't give up and continued. No. Lin Shan was too lazy to talk nonsense with Yang Yuta, and chose to refuse directly. Now Lin Shan was feeling the changes in himself, so he didn't have time to chat with him. I didn't expect that high-intensity battles could actually trigger the operation of evolution. This was a bit beyond Lin Shan's expectations. Originally, when his physical strength was too much, Lin Shan wanted to retreat or use the super basic text, but he didn't expect that evolution actually started to work, constantly strengthening and mutating his body during the battle, making his body more suitable for long-term combat. The main thing is the improvement of endurance. When he started to swing the battle axe continuously, his muscles were easily sore. After the evolution took effect, his muscles were not so easily fatigued. And as long as Lin Shan relaxed, the fatigue of his muscles would soon disappear and recover faster and faster. The reason why Lin Shan retreated a little bit every once in a while, as if he was lazy, was to restore his body's functions. The role of evolution theory was indispensable for him to be able to fight continuously for such a long time. And Lin Shan also found something more interesting. In the battle, even if the theory of evolution was activated, the stepping immortal court could also be used. The two did not conflict. In other words, the theory of evolution included the stepping immortal court. One part of it was mutated to strengthen Lin Shan's body, and the other part was transformed into the power of the stepping immortal court, which continued to operate with Lin Shan's movements. Lin Shan didn't pay much attention to Wei Wufu's battle axe skills, because he had been studying the practical application of the stepping fairy court. Outsiders only saw that his axe skills were not very good, but they didn't realize that Lin Shan's overall movements were actually constantly changing. Lin Shan adjusted the 73 movements to make them more suitable for himself, and removed some impractical movements, leaving only the purest and most direct movements. Although some movements can be used, the power flow is not so smooth, or a little slow, and they were also eliminated by Lin Shan. If it can save trouble, why make it so complicated? Lin Shan just wants the most convenient and practical one, without those fancy things. Of course, these need to be experimented again, and then ensure that after removing those movements, the other movements can still be connected. Various splits and then recombinations, all of which require a lot of time and attempts. Actual combat is indeed different from practicing by yourself. What Wei Wufu said is not wrong. Only in actual combat can you see what you are like, and it is also the only standard to test yourself. Ouyang Yudu said something else, but Lin Shan was not interested in listening, mainly because he had no way to explain why he could last so long. Ouyang Yudu's temper was really good. He was not annoyed at all when Lin Shan ignored him. He would talk to Lin Shan whenever he had time, hoping to impress him. Lin Shan couldn't stand what he said, so he said, "This is a secret that cannot be passed on." "Don't ask. I don't need to know what the secret itself is. I just want to know its name. Whatever you want, as long as I have it, I can use it to exchange it." Ouyang Yudu was very persistent and did not give up. What's the point of knowing the name? Lin Shan could not understand Ouyang Yudu's thinking. Of course it is useful. At least I know that it is not a natural talent, but can be acquired. Even if I can't use your method, I can find another method. What I want is just a possibility, not the secret itself. Ouyang Yudu said while fighting. A person with such extraordinary talent like you would still care about these things? Lin Shan was a little surprised. He didn't expect Ouyang Yudu to say such a thing. In terms of talent, there should be no one stronger than Ouyang Yudu on the mother planet, but from his tone, he himself seemed to reject talent. Talent determines the upper limit. You should have heard the sentence, right? Ouyang Yudu said. I have heard it. Of course Lin Shan had heard it, and he agreed with it. Anyone can work hard, but not everyone has talent. Under the same hard work, those with talent will naturally go higher and further. I don't want the upper limit, but to break through it, so talent is a shackle for me, and I don't want to be bound by it. Ouyang Yudu said very sincerely. After hearing this, Lin Shan really wanted to give him a basin of ice water, let him calm down, and then think about how to speak human words. It's like a person who has 10 skills, good looks, good temperament, strong ability, high IQ, high EQ, and good luck. Anyway, everything is good. Then when someone praises him for being so good, he says to you deeply, "No, I'm not good enough, I can't have a baby in my belly yet." Lin Shan just wanted to say, as a grown man, isn't it normal for you not to have that function? You are already an all-rounder, and you still want to take over women's jobs. Do you still have any shame? Lin Shan was speechless about Ouyang Yudu. If he had the talent of Ouyang Yudu, he would not waste time doing that kind of thing, and he would not even practice talent theory. Just find an easy-to-practice advanced evolution technique, easily advance to the top, become a local ancestor, be worshipped by the world, eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks every day, and be as comfortable as you want. Why bother to practice talent theory? No matter how strong talent theory is, it is only invincible at the same level. You are higher than him, so you can still beat him easily. Lin Shan thought again, he really hasn't practiced talent theory yet, but his situation is not easy, and evolution theory is not easy to practice. Thinking about it this way, he really felt that he and Ouyang Yudu were in the same boat, except that Ouyang Yudu was the type who asked for trouble, while he was the passive masochist. Anyway, it was difficult for both of them. Okay, I tell you, this is acquired through practice, but this method is not suitable for you. You should think of other ways. Lin Shen said. Just this sentence is enough. Just tell me what you want, as long as I have it. Ouyang Yudu was in a good mood. Seeing his heroic spirit, as if his father was the emperor of the universe, and the entire universe belonged to his family, Lin Shen said unhappily, "Will you give me the white god concubine if I want her?" Ouyang Yudu smiled and said, "If you want the white god concubine, then go and fight for it yourself. She is not mine. Aren't you a match made in heaven? Why don't you care?" Lin Shen was a little surprised. She and I just need each other's talent theory, and we may not necessarily need it. I may not be unable to break through the talent theory myself, and I don't necessarily need her. Ouyang Yudu said. You want to castrate yourself? Lin Shen widened his eyes, and looked at Ouyang Yudu in disbelief. Chapter 169. Lin Shen heard from Bai Shenfei that the recent research of the Bai family showed that even without dual cultivation, men can practice talent theory, but they need to castrate themselves. Hearing Ouyang Yudu say this, Lin Shen was shocked and thought, Ouyang Yudu is such a good young man, wouldn't he want to castrate himself to practice? Shocked, Lin Shen's rules were messed up, and he was almost injured by the super burning warrior who rushed up. Fortunately, he reacted quickly enough and stabilized the situation, and beat the super burning warrior back. Ouyang Yudu trembled when he heard Lin Shen's words about castration. Although his psychological quality was better than Lin Shen, he was still a little confused for a while. That is, his strength was strong enough to force the formation and no mistakes occurred. Most people can't see any problems, but Sun Jian and Ouyang Juemyo are a little surprised. They didn't expect that Ouyang Yudu would make mistakes. It's really rare. Who wants to castrate himself? I mean, others can't break through, but I can. Just because others can't do it doesn't mean I can't do it either. Ouyang Yudu's tone was still somewhat angry, and even a gentle man like him cursed. So that's how it is. Then you should work hard. Lin Shen said this, but he was thinking in his heart. Tu Xiaodao also thought so at the beginning, but he didn't practice theory of talent either. Lin Shen himself didn't think about changing his fate. He still preferred to go with the flow. It's so tiring to go against the flow. After getting the answer from Lin Shen, Ouyang Yudu didn't say anything more, and fought with all his strength to repel the super burning legion's charge again and again. Ouyang Yudu is indeed a natural talent. He not only learned Wei Wufu's axe skills, but also Wei Wufu's precise control of strength. Ouyang Yudu had rotated several times before. Last time, he only lasted for more than an hour before the base shell could no longer be maintained. This time, he lasted for 2 hours, and still seemed to have some strength left. There are some problems with your axe skills. I will teach you how to use the axe correctly, Ouyang Yudu said while fighting. Not interested. Lin Shen was in no mood to study axe skills. The life-saving ability of the immortal cord was much stronger than the axe. Then you have to ask for something. I can't ask for your answer for nothing. Ouyang Yudu thought for a moment and said, how about this, I teach you a set of techniques I created. Okay, go ahead. Lin Shen didn't want to pester him anymore. If Ouyang Yudu wanted to teach him, he would just let him. After he finished teaching him, he would shut up and stop talking. My set of techniques is called the evil way. You should remember the secret first, and then I will show you the moves. Ouyang Yudu's voice was like a thin thread that entered Lin Shen's ears. Even in such a noisy place, the voice was still deafening in Lin Shen's ears. But the people next to him seemed to be completely deafened, and the people watching the game didn't hear anything either. The orthodox and orthodox ways are all the great way. The great way is like music, the sound of flowing water in the mountains, the setting of the sun and the moon. All things in the world have their own rhythm. Between one breath and another, the rhythm of heaven and earth changes. Those who are good at observing the changes of heaven and earth know their laws, and are in harmony with their bodies. Their every move is in accordance with the laws of nature, Ouyang Yudu said while fighting. I'm not well educated. Can you explain it in a simpler and easier way? Lin Shen sighed. Ouyang Yudu's words, which sounded like chanting, made him dizzy. To put it simply, fighting also has a rhythm. Most people fight according to the rhythm. And the set of unorthodox techniques I created is to specifically block the opponent's rhythm, making the opponent very uncomfortable. It's like singing. When others sing, they sing on the beat, but you can sing off the beat, disrupting the opponent's rhythm and leading him astray. Ouyang Yudu explained in simple and easy to understand words. Can you play it this way? I like this. Lin Shen was really interested when he heard Ouyang Yudu say that. Then listen carefully, remember all the hard formulas, and then I will teach you how to block the points. Ouyang Yudu began to teach Lin Shen the heart formula over and over again. Unfortunately, Lin Shan did not have a super memory, nor the ability to split his attention. He had to remember the heart formula while fighting, and Ouyang Yuta repeated it many times before he could remember the heart formula. Ouyang Yuta showed no sign of impatience, repeating it over and over again until Lin Shan remembered it completely. He was still extremely fierce, and killed the super burning warriors, who kept retreating. You have memorized the heart formula. Now I will show you how to block the points. This is the basis of the evil ways. If you can't learn to block the points, you won't be able to continue with the following ones. Ouyang Yuta said while demonstrating. His momentum changed, and his axe skills were no longer the kind of big opening and closing like Wei Wufu. The timing and angle of each axe attack became very strange. Not to mention the super burning warriors fighting with him. Even the people watching him fighting felt very awkward. How to say it? It felt like watching a movie. The soundtrack and the picture were not synchronized, always a little misplaced, making people feel very uncomfortable. The people watching were uncomfortable, and the opponents were even more uncomfortable. With just a few axes, a crystal-based super burning warrior was chopped down by Ouyang Yuta. Interesting, I like this thing. The more Lin Shan watched, the more interesting this technique called Evil Way became. Normal boring things really didn't interest Lin Shan, but interesting techniques like this, Lin Shan was particularly interested. Ouyang Yuta demonstrated and explained, telling Lin Shan how to effectively block the points, as well as some of his own experience. Lin Shan listened for a while, and the more he watched, the more excited he felt, and he couldn't help but try it himself. The super burning warrior, who was originally fighting with Lin Shan with a battle axe, suddenly found that he had just retracted his battle axe, and had not yet accumulated power to chop it down again. Lin Shan's battle axe actually chopped at him at this time, which made him flustered for a while, and he was inexplicably chopped off his head by Lin Shan with a few axes. Ouyang Yuta was a little surprised to see this scene. He saw that Lin Shan was not learning axe skills quickly, and his memory was not very good, so he thought that Lin Shan might not be able to learn evil ways for a while. Who knew that in just how long, Lin Shan had already used the skills of evil ways. Although it was only the simplest entry-level skills, and was used very roughly, there was nothing wrong with it, and the effect was also very significant. Interesting, you are really interesting. Ouyang Yuta couldn't help laughing. You are also a very interesting person to be able to create such a technique. Lin Shan also laughed. Hey, are those two chatting? Finally, someone noticed that Lin Shan and Ouyang Yuta seemed to be talking while fighting, but no one knew what they were talking about. Chapter 170. Ouyang Yuta used the unorthodox technique for a while, then stopped using it, and switched back to using Wei Wufu's technique. Because his physical strength was about to have problems, using unorthodox techniques would only accelerate consumption and shorten his fighting time. The current situation did not require him to be too strong, and the key was to persist for a long time. Lin Shan, however, did not have so many concerns. His physical strength was still abundant, and his base transformation power was also quite sufficient, and this was without activating the super base text. After being promoted to alloy, his base transformation shell itself could absorb world energy, but the amount absorbed was relatively small. After all, those hieroglyphs were engraved on the shell, and even if they were not really opened, they still had some effect. Lin Shan was somewhat addicted to practicing unorthodox techniques, constantly practicing how to get stuck, and every time he had a new understanding, Lin Shan was very excited. Unknowingly, Ouyang Yuta had already survived 3 rounds, and fought on the field for 3 hours. Logically speaking, given Ouyang Yuta's current condition, he could still last for 3 hours, which was shocking enough. But when he saw Lin Shan, who was still full of energy, his expression was a little strange. Lin Shan came up with Wei Wufu. Wei Wufu had gone down to rest for 3 hours, but he seemed to be fine. Even he felt a little terrified by the endurance of his physical strength and base transformation power. You go down, I go up. Wei Wufu came over again and replaced Ouyang Yuta. As Ouyang Yuta left the field, most people noticed something unusual this time. That Tian, he seemed to have come up with Wei Wufu when Wei Wufu first went on the field, right? Wei Wufu went down to rest in the middle, but he didn't go down, right? He seems to have great endurance? It's called super long standby. Ouyang Yuta comes on after Wei Wufu, and Wei Wufu comes on after Ouyang Yuta finishes, but he's always there, he's too durable. Even excellent employees are not as durable as him. He should be practicing theory of evolution, right? Is theory of evolution so durable? Bai Shenfei and others also noticed Lin Shan. Mo Xingqi was surprised and said, Tian's endurance is so strong. It's been so many hours. Except for occasionally stepping back to rest and taking the opportunity to drink something, he seems to have never really rested, right? More than 8 hours, almost 9 hours. Li Tiangang said. I think there must be something wrong with the potion he drank. I heard that Tianqing has a potion that can restore a large amount of base energy in a short time. Wei Wufu is a legitimate Wei family bloodline. Did you see him recover quickly after drinking something? Mo Xingqi did not agree with Li Tiangang's point of view. Then it should be a talent skill, Li Tiangang said again. The expression in Bai Shenfei's eyes, when she looked at Lin Shen, was somewhat complicated. She was also somewhat puzzled. Lin Shen's strength and endurance were indeed somewhat extraordinary. But she had never heard that practicing evolution would have such an effect, and she didn't know how Lin Shen did it. Could it be that evolution can also make him so good? This thought flashed through Bai Shenfei's mind, and she quickly denied it. It should be a talent skill. It seems that the gene transformation egg he used for his gene transformation is very good, and he has obtained a good gene transformation talent. Others think that Lin Shen's gene transformation talent is very strong, which is not wrong. The problem is that he has not used his gene transformation talent at all. Lin Shen loves Ouyang Yudu's evil ways. The more he uses it, the more comfortable he becomes. Every time he strikes with his axe, his opponent feels uncomfortable, awkward and uncomfortable. When others feel uncomfortable, that is Lin Shen's greatest comfort. He strikes with his axe after another, and he doesn't know how many alloy pets and super burning warriors he has chopped down. The original color of the rocks on Tianqing Slope can no longer be seen. Fortunately, there are abysses on both sides, and many corpses have fallen down. Otherwise, the piled corpses would have been like a small mountain. Many people have become interested in a Tian, and are curious about how long a Tian can last. When Lin Shen persisted for more than 10 hours, he had already gained a nickname Perpetual Motion Machine A Tian outside. Of course, many people also jokingly call him the most persistent man in the world. Although the incident of the Perpetual Motion Machine A Tian makes many people feel very interesting. But the current situation is not optimistic. More and more pets are dying, and more people are injured. Even those who are not injured are now very tired, and their physical strength and base energy have been almost consumed. Even with potions and base transformation fluid as supplements, it is impossible to fully recover. Not to mention ordinary base transformations, even strong people like Bai Shenfei and Ouyang Yudu have become very tired after continuous support operations, and the consumed physical strength and base transformation power cannot be fully recovered. More than a dozen people have died in the team, and the death toll is still rising. There were several times when they were almost rushed by the Super Burning Legion. If it weren't for Bai Shenfei and Ouyang Yudu and other strong people to support them in time, I'm afraid they would have been rushed by the Super Burning Legion. Time passed by minute, and every moment now was torture. There are still more than 14 hours left, and we must hold on no matter what. Mo Xingqi once again supported the breached gap and faced a crystal-based super burning warrior. His sword was unpredictable, but because of the excessive consumption of physical strength, his movements became much slower. He fought dozens of swords before he killed the super burning warrior. Everyone was very tired. Because of the increase in the number of wounded and the death toll, fewer and fewer people could be rotated to the field. Some lightly injured base changers, who had been treated, had to be rotated again. After struggling for more than 5 hours, an unusual commotion came from below Tianqing Slope. Bai Shenfei and others hurriedly took a telescope to see, and everyone's face changed drastically after seeing this. Below Tianqing Slope, 16 big Red Bull Knights appeared, each of them wearing a red helmet and armor, and holding a red crystal battle axe. Behind them, there were still a large number of crystal-based super burning warriors. Although their abilities might not be as good as the 16 big Red Bull Knights in front, their numbers were enough to make people feel desperate. Look at the back. Ouyang Yu did not use the telescope, but just squinted his eyes and looked, and then said this. Bai Shenfei, Mo Xingqi and others hurriedly used the telescope to look at the back of the super burning army, and saw that there was a square formation of super burning cavalry that was very strange. The big black bulls they sat on seemed to be a little different from ordinary big black bull mounts. Those big black bull mounts actually had huge dragon wings. There were also more than 100 people in that square formation. Judging from their equipment configuration, I'm afraid all of them were crystal-based. In addition to the flying mounts, it would be a huge threat to the human mutation, who was now overly tired. What was even more terrifying was that in front of the square formation of the flying cavalry, there was a red-clothed warrior riding a black crystal dragon, holding an extra-long red crystal spear, pointing in the direction of Tiang Xingpo and giving orders. This is the final onslaught. Mo Xingqi swallowed his saliva, his expression a little stiff. At this point in the battle, there are still thousands of crystal-based troops on the other side, and even flying troops that have not been used. Who wouldn't be scared? Chapter 171. The base changers defending the formation did not notice this situation. Seeing that the super burning warriors, who had been charging for such a long time, and were still fearless, were retreating like a tide, the drums below also stopped, and they couldn't help but cheer, thinking that the super burning army that had been unable to attack for a long time finally gave up. Just as they were cheering and celebrating the victory, they saw another group of super burning warriors stepping onto the Tianqing slope. Unlike before, the 2 rows of super burning warriors in the front this time were all in red clothes and red helmets, and the big red bulls under their seats were particularly eye-catching. 1, 2, 8, 16. My God! There are 16 super burning warriors at the level of Deputy Legion commanders. People were shocked. But seeing behind the 16 Deputy Legion commanders, it was not just a simple shock. The super burning warriors who came up behind them had crystal-based armor on their bodies, and there were a lot of them, at least thousands of them. My God, after fighting for so long, the super burning core still has so many crystal bases. The super burning core is going to make the final fierce attack. We must hold on. It's all crystal bases charging, and it's an uninterrupted charge in turns. Who can bear this? On the Tianqing slope, the cheers of all the base changers seemed to be stuck in their throats. They were really tired. Although they took turns to rest, it was difficult to fully recover their overdrawn physical strength in a short time. Especially the death of a large number of pets, forcing them to use themselves as a wall to block the charge again and again, which consumed a lot of energy. All alloys retreat to the top of the mountain, and the crystal bases that can still fight will regroup. Bai Shenfei kept issuing orders. If most of the base changers still have the confidence to hold on until the countdown ends, when the flying troops appear in the air, all the base changers are as pale as death. Although there are not many flying troops, only more than 100 cavalry, the base changers have the confidence to hold on because of the natural barrier of Tianqing slope. As long as this road is blocked, no matter how many people the super burning legion has, they can't rush up. But now there are more than 100 crystal-based super burning warriors airborne, disrupting their formation from the inside, and it may be difficult to hold on. If the army of the super burning legion rushes up, no one will survive. All alloy-based changers disperse and try to be alone. Oh Yang Yudu, you lead a crystal-based team to block the charge below. Don't let them rush up anyway. Leave it to me. After saying this, Bai Shenfei drew out her long sword, threw away the scabbard, and took another team to guard the rear. After the alloy-based changers heard the order, the cubes scattered and ran to all directions on the mountain. As long as they are dispersed enough, the flying troops will not have the energy to chase them one by one. The main task of the flying troops is to assist the troops below to rush up, and opening a breakthrough is what they have to do. Boom! Boom! The sound of the war drums that had just stopped for a moment sounded again, and the deafening shouts and thunderous hoofbeats sounded at the same time. The super burning legion launched the most violent charge, and the charging team composed entirely of crystal bases rushed up along the Tianqing slope like a giant python. One after another, the flying giant bulls flapped their wings and flew up from the sky like a group of evil dragons under the command of the super burning warriors. However, these are just flying bulls, not real evil dragons. Only the red spear knight in the lead and the black crystal evil dragon sitting on him are real dragon creatures. Brothers, if you want to survive, you have to fight for your life. Ouyang Yudu and Wei Wufu stood side by side in front of the formation, one holding a red crystal battle axe in his hand, facing the violently charging super burning army. His eyes were not afraid at all. Then let's hack him. The war also inspired the violent killing desire in the hearts of all the crystal-based changers, and they were determined to fight to the death. Seeing that Lin Shen was still here, Bai Shenfei said to him, "Go, find a place with you people, maybe you can survive." Lin Shen thought about it, said something to Lao Wei, then left here and ran to the open place on the top of the mountain. The charge below has begun. The 8 red-clothed super-burning warriors, who rushed up in the first round, had already pulled out their pet launchers and launched rounds of pets to the mountain before they rushed to the front of the position. One by one, the crystal-based pets fell to the mountain. Ouyang Yudu and Wei Wufu had no time to pay attention to those crystal-based pets. They held the battle axes in their hands and faced the 8 red-clad super-burning warriors, who were rushing over angrily. 2 against 8, the 2 men guarded the pass. In the sky, a formation of flying giant bulls swept across the sky, and the pet launchers in their hands kept firing at the base changers who were guarding the formation, and one pet after another rushed into the crowd. Kill! At the command of the white god concubine, the man had already soared into the sky like a sharp arrow, leaped up more than 10 feet, and chopped off the head of a low-flying bull with a sword. Other crystal-based people also rushed towards the pets that fell from the sky, shouting and exploding. Lin Shen had already come to the open space on the top of the mountain, watching the other alloy-based changers scatter, hoping to find a glimmer of hope in this tragic war. But the mountain is surrounded by knife-like cliffs, and only the platform on the top of the mountain can stand. The platform on the top of the mountain is indeed not small. It can hold several football fields. But no matter how big it is, there is only so much space, there is no place to hide, and everyone can only be exposed to the eyes of the flying troops. Whether these alloy-based mutators can survive depends on whether the flying troops will come to kill them, not how hard they run. Seeing several flying bull knights flying from the sky, not rushing towards the crystal-based team guarding the gate, but coming towards the scattered alloy-based mutators, the people being chased are all desperate. Fight? I don't believe that we can't kill even one crystal-based, so it's okay to drag one down with us. Some people were angry, and stopped running away. They drew their swords and fought desperately. In fact, they couldn't run away. The speed of the flying bull was much faster than them. At the moment, when those flying bull knights flew low, a figure suddenly jumped up. Those mutants who were ready to fight to the death found that a very special humanoid mutant creature rushed towards the flying bull riders. The humanoid mutant creature was wearing a blue steel armor with light patterns, like a holy warrior guarding the gods. As his figure rushed into the air, the light patterns on his body became stronger and stronger, as if dragon patterns were wrapped around his body. A super burning warrior, who had already rushed to the front of the humanoid mutant creature, waved the red crystal spear in his hand, and stabbed at the dragon hunter Jeeves. Jeeves actually reached out and grabbed the spear, and then with a strong thrust, he directly lifted up the super burning warrior, and threw him out of the mountain wall. Jeeves stepped on the flying bull, which was already dead, and took advantage of the force to jump up again. He grabbed the red crystal spear in his hand and threw it back, instantly piercing another super burning warrior riding a flying bull. He himself rushed to another flying bull rider in the air, and the nearby flying bull riders swooped over and stabbed Jeeves with their spears. Kevis, who was in the air and unable to change direction, swung his hands with dragon patterns like light and electricity, and chopped off the red crystal spears that were stabbed at him one by one. At the same time, he had already landed on the back of a flying bull, and grabbed the short blade that the super burning warrior stabbed back with one hand, and twisted his neck with the other hand. The flying bull, which lost the control of its owner, dived towards the top of the mountain. Kevis, who was stepping on the back of the bull, stretched out his hand and pulled the bull's horns, forcing the flying bull to change its flying direction and soar into the sky. Oh my, whose pet is that? Strong, really strong. Seeing Kevis' strong attack, someone was surprised. Chapter 172. Several flying bull knights rushed towards the alloy mutant, but in a moment, most of them were killed by Kevis, and only one escaped to the sky. Kevis grabbed a spear and threw it directly into the sky, piercing the flying bull knight and the bull together, and fell from the sky. After killing the flying bull knight, Kevis grabbed the bull's horn with one hand, stepped on the flying bull and fell to the ground, returned to Lin Shen, and handed the stolen pet launcher to Lin Shen. Lin Shen took the two pet launchers sent by Kevis, fiddled with them, and two flying bulls immediately flew over and landed in front of him and Kevis. Ah! Is that 81's pet? Are all pets so handsome? Handsome, strong, and humanoid. I've never seen such a pet. While people were talking about Kevis, Lin Shen and Kevis had already ridden a flying bull each. Lin Shen pointed at the pet launcher in his hand and said, "Wait a minute, grab more of this stuff." After that, Lin Shen picked up a red crystal spear, urged the flying bull under his seat, and rushed directly into the sky. Kevis followed closely, flew into the sky, and rushed towards the most intense battle. Bai Shenfei and others were struggling to support the attack of the flying bull knight. It's not that they couldn't beat the flying bull knight. After Bai Shenfei jumped up and killed a flying bull knight, those flying bull knights stopped swooping down, and actually took out the bows and arrows on their backs, and fired rounds of arrows in the air at Bai Shenfei and other radical changers. The red crystal arrows caused a lot of trouble to Bai Shenfei and others, but they couldn't reach the flying bull knight in the sky. Bai Shenfei regretted that she shouldn't have killed too hard at the beginning, which made the flying bull knight alert, but it was too late to say anything now. When she was thinking about how to deal with the flying bull knight in the sky, she suddenly saw the flying bull knight, who had rushed to the top of the mountain before flying back. This made Bai Shenfei and others feel bad, thinking that the flying bull knight would come back only when the alloy-based transformers were almost slaughtered. But after a closer look, it was found that there were several riders when they went, but only two came back. A Tion. When she looked at the people sitting on the two riders again, she was surprised and happy. No one could have thought that a Tion, who was only at the alloy level, could actually deal with those crystal-based flying bull knights, and even rob 2 flying bulls. Looking at the other person riding the flying bull, the light patterns on his body flashed, which was extremely cool. After a closer look, it turned out to be a base-based pet. It suddenly dawned on her that a Tion had hidden a powerful crystal-based pet. No wonder he was able to kill the crystal-based flying bull knight. Kevies, kill him! Lin Shen pointed at the red dragon knight flying at the highest point, and gave an order. Kevies, who was flying beside him, heard Lin Shen's order and immediately accelerated the flying bull he was sitting on and rushed towards the place where the red dragon knight was. Lin Shen also pulled the flying bull and followed Kevies. Don't leave yet, take me with you. Bai Shenfei shouted loudly below. Although Lin Shen's pet should be very strong, facing so many flying bull knights and the red dragon knight, they might find it difficult to get any benefits. A Tion, let's go together. Mo Xingqi also shouted below. Lin Shen didn't care about them at all. He pretended not to hear it even if he heard it. Flying pets are very rare, especially those that can be used as mounts. Pets like the blue-eyed condor, although they can be considered flying pets, people cannot sit on them. It's not that the blue-eyed condor is not strong enough to take people to the sky, but the size of the blue-eyed condor is simply not suitable for riding. If you ride on the eagle, its wings will be stuck. If the wings cannot move flexibly, how can it fly? Stand on the back of the eagle. Or sit on the back of the eagle? Aren't you afraid of falling to death if you fly sideways? So there are flying pets, but not many can be ridden. Lin Shen is very interested in these flying bulls. If he grabs the pet launcher, these flying bulls will be his. At this point, who would dare to find him to share the spoils he has grabbed? The Red Dragon Knight and the Flying Bull Knights naturally discovered them. The Red Dragon Knight roared, and the Flying Bull Knights immediately drew their bows and arrows and shot at Kevies and Lin Shen. Seeing the red crystal arrows flying like rain, Lin Shen quickly hit his flying bull behind Kevies, and threw the red crystal spear he picked up to Kevies. It was his first time riding a flying pet, so it was good enough that he didn't fall down. How could he control the flying bull to avoid the rain of arrows? Kevies caught the red crystal spear, jumped up directly, and flew towards the red crystal arrows that were raining down. The red crystal spear in his hand seemed to have turned into a 5-speed electric fan. All the red crystal arrows that flew over were blocked by him, and sparks flew everywhere, and the sound of ding-dong was endless. Lin Shen quickly ordered the flying bull that Kevies rode to rush to the landing point of Kevies, and successfully caught him before he fell. Because the distance was close, the flying bull knights only had time to fire one volley, and Kevies had already rushed into the flying bull knights, sparking and lightning all the way. Arrows were broken and people were killed wherever he passed, and red crystal spears were shaken out of his hands. The power of the dragon pattern on his body was too strong, and he was still invincible when the weapons of the same level collided. Lin Shen followed behind and grabbed several red crystal spears that were shaken away by Kevies, hung them behind his back, and held a red crystal spear in his hand, and stabbed it into the chest of a flying bull knight who had lost his spear. Although Lin Shen was only alloy level, his strength of 31 was not much inferior to that of an ordinary flying bull knight. It was not difficult to kill a flying bull knight who had lost his balance after his spear was shaken away by Kevies. So a strange picture appeared in the sky. Kevies rushed in front, invincible all the way, and beat the flying bull knight to the ground. Lin Shen followed behind and fired frantically, aiming at the vital points, looking for an opportunity to kill a flying bull knight with one shot, and then took their pet launcher. For a moment, hundreds of flying bull knights were unable to do anything to this man and his pet. Too explosive. That pet is too invincible. It looks more powerful than Ouyang Yudu. Seeing Kevies' explosive performance, many people's hair stood up. The red dragon knight in the sky suddenly roared, and those flying bull knights, who had been trying hard to stop Kevies, suddenly made way, allowing Kevies to rush over easily and rush straight to the red dragon knight. But Lin Shen behind was stopped and trapped by hundreds of flying bull knights. Without Kevies leading the way in front, Lin Shen's situation suddenly became very bleak. Chapter 173. It's bad, a Tion is trapped. The people watching the battle all felt that something was wrong. The White Goddess also saw that Lin Shen was in a bad situation and wanted to go to support him, but she couldn't fly. Mo Xingqi and other base changers were all very anxious. They wanted to help, but they didn't have the ability to go up to the sky. They had to vent their anger on the pets that pounced on them. The gravity of King Kai's planet was too strong. It would be very difficult to project from the bottom up. With the power of the White Goddess, it would be difficult to have an impact on that kind of high-altitude battle, let alone ordinary crystal bases. Looking at Kevies, the Red Dragon Knight had already gone up to meet him personally. It was impossible for him to come back to rescue Lin Shen. Being trapped in the sky by hundreds of flying bull knights, it was impossible to fly away. Everyone's eyes were on Lin Shen, and the people watching the battle outside also felt sorry for Lin Shen. In their impression, the perpetual motion machine EP91 was just a relatively durable alloy-based transformer. He could only survive under the siege of hundreds of crystal bases unless a miracle happened. In this situation, no one could rescue him. Even his pet was entangled by the Red Dragon Rider, so no one could save him. No one thought that Kiwis could quickly kill the Red Dragon Rider and then rush back to save Lin Shen. Because now everyone can see that this red super burning warrior riding a dragon should be the real leader of the super burning army. Being able to lead 30,000 super burning warriors, this person's strength can be imagined, not to mention that he has a black crystal dragon pet under his seat. The dragon pet was obviously a high-end product, and it must be a mutated crystal base. No matter its size, speed or lethality, it was not comparable to Fenio. Kedis was fighting with the Legion leader riding the dragon in the air. It was good enough that he was not killed. It was almost impossible to kill the Legion leader in a short time and go back to support Ation. Your partner is in danger. Leave it to me. You go to support him. Ouyang Yuta glanced at Lin Shen in the air and said, "No need." Wei Wufu just replied lightly and continued to fight with the red-clothed super-burning warriors who were constantly charging. If the two of them had not joined forces to block the red-clothed super-burning warriors from charging in turns, they would have rushed up long ago. Now that Wei Wufu is gone, Ouyang Yuta is left alone. His consumption will inevitably increase, and the time he can support will be shortened. I am afraid he will not be able to hold on until the countdown ends. However, Wei Wufu did not leave, not because of this reason, but because he understood Lin Shen and knew that since Lin Shen did that, he must have his reasons. And he also knew that Lin Shen hadn't really revealed his trump card yet. He hadn't even used his innate skills yet. Wei Wufu also knew something about Kiwi's ability. If the Legion leader wasn't riding a dragon pet, there might be some chance. But he was riding a dragon pet, so it was destined that he would be killed by Kiwi soon. So Wei Wufu didn't panic at all, and continued to resist the red-clad super-burning warriors who kept charging. Ouyang Yuta was a little confused. Looking at Wei Wufu's appearance, he seemed to have great confidence in Ation. Could it be that Ation hadn't yet burst out his true strength before? If that's the case, it would be really interesting. Ouyang Yuta's clear eyes flashed with a little excitement, and he kept an eye on Lin Shen who was besieged in the sky. Do you really think I'm a soft persimmon? Lin Shen twitched his lips, and he looked down on the Legion commander. His vision was really bad. He was obviously the protagonist, but the Legion commander chose to deal with Kiwis himself and handed him over to these trash. It's time for you stupid minotaurs to see who is the real protagonist. Lin Shen looked at the flying bull knights, who rushed over with spears, and the hieroglyphs on his body suddenly glowed. The next second, Lin Shen, whose body was glowing with words, jumped up from the back of the flying bull, dodged the spear in the hand of the flying bull knight, who rushed over first, turned over and passed over his head, and slapped him on the back of his head. The flying bull knight pulled out a short blade with his other hand, and slashed at Lin Shen above his head. Originally, he thought that this attack should be able to cut the palm that Lin Shen slapped down, but who knew that Lin Shen's slap was half a beat slower than he expected. His short blade slashed over, but did not touch Lin Shen's palm, and his heart suddenly felt cold. Bang! The flying bull knight felt as if the back of his head was hit by a heavy hammer, his brain roared, and he was dizzy and unbearable. Lin Shen had already turned over and landed behind him. He pulled out his pet launcher and put it into his backpack, then turned his hand and took away his red crystal spear and red crystal short blade. Naturally, he couldn't let go of the red crystal bow and arrow on his back. Just now, Lin Shen had been coveting this thing. When he was a child, he played archery games a lot in the market. He knew how to use the bow and arrow, and his accuracy was quite good, but after playing for a while, he felt that it was boring. He hadn't touched it for many years, and he didn't know if his accuracy was still good. Grab the things, and then throw the dizzy super burning warriors off the back of the flying bull. Lin Shen carried a bow and arrows and several spears, with a short blade inserted at his waist, holding a red crystal spear in both hands, and the white words on his body emitted fluorescence, which looked weird and harmonious. Seeing other flying bull knights coming from all directions, Lin Shen did not continue to ride on the back of the flying bull, but jumped up again. He clearly jumped forward, but he threw the spear in his hand back. The flying bull knight who rushed from behind did not expect such a move at all, and directly hit him at high speed. Under the collision of the two forces, The spear directly pierced his chest. Lin Shen, who jumped into the air, pulled out another spear, and stabbed the Flying Bull Knight, who rushed over from the opposite side. The Flying Bull Knight thought that the opportunity had come, and he would certainly not be afraid of a mere alloy base changer in a head-on fight. He also raised the spear in his hand, and rushed towards Lin Shen. Before the two of them made contact, Lin Shen took advantage of the situation, and slapped the back of the spear, and the spear immediately flew out of his hand. The Flying Bull Knight didn't expect Lin Shen to play like this, and was scared and sweating. He quickly dodged the shot sideways. But Lin Shen had already reached his head, stepped on his head with one foot, and jumped up again. The Flying Bull Knight he stepped on made a dull sound, and his super burning helmet was stepped on and dented, and the whole person turned over and fell off the Flying Bull. Lin Shen leaped gracefully in the sky, and hundreds of Flying Bull Knights couldn't do anything to him for a while. Instead, they were tossed around by him, and several Flying Bull Knights were killed in a moment. This result shocked everyone watching the battle. The mutators below were all surprised and delighted. No one had expected that an alloy mutator could kill several crystal-based supercombustible warriors while being heavily surrounded in the air. Chapter 174. It's the same theory of evolution. Why don't my words have lighting effects? Can people who practice the theory of evolution be so awesome? Have the hieroglyphs on a Tion's-based transformation shell been blessed by a master? The public has misunderstood me. If I had known that the theory of evolution, one of the 5 major base transformations, was so awesome, I would have gone through so much trouble to seek the base transformation, spent money, and lost face. In the end, what I practiced is far inferior to the theory of evolution. Grandpa, when will my theory of evolution light up? People all over the world were dumbfounded. Whether they had practiced the theory of evolution or not, they were all stunned at this time. People who had practiced the theory of evolution were all doubting whether this was the theory of evolution. People who had not practiced the theory of evolution were all doubting in their hearts why such a powerful base transformation was one of the 5 basic base transformations. Shouldn't this be a secret base transformation? Countless base transformation practitioners who practiced the theory of evolution went crazy, asking around how to make the hieroglyphs on their shells light up. No one knew that the hieroglyphs derived from the theory of evolution could glow. Although we don't know what effect the glow can have, it looks noble and elegant. Even if there is no practical effect, it's okay to be handsome. The bigwigs of those big families couldn't help but take out the theory of evolution placed casually on the bookshelf and flip through it again, wondering if they had missed it before. The theory of evolution also has this effect. The White Goddess looked at Lin Shen with some surprise and confusion, but she didn't have time to think about anything now. She was still fighting hard. When Lin Shen showed his skills in the air, Kivis and the Red Dragon Rider also faced each other. The Red Dragon Rider rode the dragon and rushed over directly. The 6 or 7 meter long red crystal spear in his hand stabbed Kivis with a sonic boom. The dragon under his seat showed its fangs like black diamonds and looked ferocious as if it wanted to swallow Kivis directly. Kivis rode on the Flying Bull and went forward without hesitation, and it was a head-on collision. Everyone knew that how could the Flying Bull hit the dragon? Such a head-on collision was like a car hitting a heavy truck head-on, which would be smashed into slag. When it was about to get close, the dragon pattern on Kivis's body flashed suddenly, and an indescribable momentum surged from his body. The next second, everyone saw an incredible scene. The dragon, which was originally rushing towards Kivis with great momentum, suddenly became like a mouse that met a cat, with a face full of fear, desperately flapping its wings in the opposite direction, trying to stop its forward momentum, and its body was still trembling. It didn't matter that it came, but it made the Red Army leader suffer. He was originally rushing forward, but suddenly the dragon wanted to retreat, which disrupted his rhythm all at once. At this time, Thenio had already rushed in front of the evil dragon, flapping his wings and flying over the head of the evil dragon. Jeeves then jumped onto the back of the evil dragon and confronted the red-clothed Legion leader face to face on the back of the evil dragon. "Are you really a genetically modified creature?" The red-clothed Legion leader looked at Jeeves with a strange look in his eyes. This was the first time he had seen such a genetically modified creature. Jeeves walked towards the red-clothed Legion leader step by step without saying a word. The red-clothed Legion leader seemed to realize that it made no sense for him to talk to a genetically modified pet. It was only because Jeeves was too unlike a genetically modified creature, and more like a humanoid creature, that he subconsciously said that sentence. "As a pet, you are honored enough to die at the hands of Ogud." The red-clad Legion leader hung his spear on the dragon, and even took off his helmet, revealing the head of a minotaur. The Legion leader was taller and more majestic than the average super-burning warrior, but he was almost 3 meters tall, with thick and large horns on his head, and a tuft of red hair on his head. Seeing that Kivis was about to walk in front of him, Ogud roared, and the heavy black armor like a meteorite wrapped around his body. Almost at the same time, Kivis and Ogud punched each other, tearing the wind pressure fists, colliding with dimensional mist and sonic booms, forming a terrifying gas explosion shock wave. One person and one pet fought on the back of the dragon, punching each other madly, and the sound of gas explosions exploded continuously in the air, like thunder. The trembling dragon circled in the sky, and the battle continued madly. Such a battle made people stunned, and they didn't even dare to breathe, staring straight at it, for fear of missing any details. Unfortunately, ordinary mutants can only see limited details. They can't see the attacks of Kivis and Ogud at all. They can only see the continuous explosion of gas rings. In the sky and on the ground, the two terrifying beings fought each other so fiercely that it was hard to tell who was the winner. They both won by force, were fearless, and attacked with unparalleled force. The two fought fiercely, and the evil dragon below suffered. It didn't dare to disobey Ogud's command, but was extremely afraid of Kivis. It moved left and right, and was always wavering. After a long time of attack, Ogud roared again, and the carapace on his body, which was already like heavy armor, expanded again, and produced layer after layer of armor like carapace, making him look like a heavy-armored humanoid mecha. There were even sharp corners on both fists. Boom, a punch was thrown out, with a great increase in speed and power, and the sharp corners on the fists pierced through Kevis' shoulder. Kevis seemed to feel no pain at all. His hand blade was like a knife, with dragon pattern light and shadow, and he cut off a corner of the armor on Ogud's body with one slash. Neither man nor pet retreated, standing face to face, as if fixed on the back of an evil dragon, punching each other quickly. Shell fragments and blood splattered, and the fight between the two suddenly became extremely tragic, which made people tremble with fear. No, Ateon is in danger. Many people who were still paying attention to Lin Shen screamed. Lin Shen was in the sky, but there were no flying bull riders around him. All the flying bull riders seemed to have agreed to stay away from his position. At the same time, the two flying bulls controlled by Lin Shen were intercepted, leaving Lin Shen no place to borrow strength. At his current height, if he fell like this, even a whole steel column would not be able to bear it, not to mention that Lin Shen was still a flesh and blood body inside his shell. But there was no place to borrow strength around him. Unless Lin Shen was an ascender, and had the ability to fly, it seemed that he was doomed. Bai Shenfei gritted her teeth, blasted away the crystal-based pet in front of her, and flew to the place where Lin Shen fell, wanting to try if she could catch Lin Shen and dissolve the force on him. But at this time, Bai Shenfei was not 100% sure, because her strength had been consumed too seriously, and she was afraid that it was less than half of her peak strength. Bai Shenfei rushed out a few steps, but her pace slowed down, and finally stopped completely, because she saw a shocking scene. Lin Shen, who was falling, suddenly touched his left toe on the back of his right foot in the air, and he actually violated the laws of physics, and took off again, rushing towards the flying bull knights. In the sky, Lin Shen flashed like a ghost, and at the same time, the red crystal spear in his hand stabbed out at various incredible angles. In a moment, several flying bull knights were shot and screamed, and fell from the sky. Stepping on the immortal cord with the heavenly ladder, plus the stabbing method taught by Wei Wufu and the unorthodox techniques learned from Ouyang Yudu, relying on the world power absorbed by the super basic text to provide endless energy, Lin Shen became a sky ghost, constantly flying and moving in the flying bull knights, shooting again, and for a time. He actually killed more than 100 riders of the flying bull knights, and threw them into chaos. Chapter 175. This scene made everyone stunned. After ascending, no one had ever seen anyone fight in the sky like this. Lin Shen was now like a flying devil, causing chaos among the flying bull knights. Although he didn't kill many people, his deterrent power was too strong. Crystal-based super burning warriors had to ride on flying bulls to fight in the sky, but Lin Shen was able to dodge and maneuver in the sky. His body movements were as strange as a ghost, and his spears were as unpredictable as the behavior of a devil. Lin Shen was not afraid of being seen climbing the ladder. He was only guarding against the half-human, half-iron weirdo, and the only people who had seen him use the ladder were Su Tiange and Tu Xiaodao. Su Tiange would not tell anyone, and Tu Xiaodao was overseas, so it was even more impossible for him to spread the news to the weirdo, so Lin Shen could be so unscrupulous. As for the stepping immortal court, there was no need to worry. Lin Shen had changed the stepping immortal court beyond recognition. Even if the original creator was here, he would not be able to recognize it. Bai Shenfei stared at Lin Shen, who was showing great power in the sky, like a god descending from heaven, and murmured to herself in disbelief. Can you be so strong by practicing the theory of evolution? Interesting. It's really interesting. Ouyang Yudu saw this scene, and his originally clear eyes were now filled with a fiery glow. He had already consumed a lot of strength, but he didn't know where he burst out with a terrifying force, and rushed down Tianqing slope directly. Like a monster, he flashed in front of a red-clothed super-burning warrior, inserted his hands into his chest, and directly tore the red-clothed super-burning warrior's body, including his battle clothes and armor, into two halves, letting the blood drip on his body. It's great! It's great! Bathed in blood, Ouyang Yudu's whole body was trembling, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help laughing. The muttering in his mouth gradually became louder, and finally turned into a wanton laugh. It's great! Crazy Ouyang Yudu rushed into the Jean Rancor like a monster, no longer using any weapons, and seemed to have no skills. His body rushed like a beast, and his hands tore apart one super burning warrior after another, including the red super burning warrior. Not good. Yudu is sick again. Ouyang Guemi's face was full of worry. In the Shanai base, many people from the Ouyang family also looked at Ouyang Yudu in the video, with deep worry on their faces, and some even had fear and disgust in their eyes. But except for the people from the Ouyang family, there are fewer people paying attention to Ouyang Yudu now. Because in the sky, a huge explosion sounded that almost deafened people, and the airwave spread in the sky like a circular sea wave. The center of the air wave was the back of the evil dragon. Most people's eyes were attracted to that place. They saw a figure falling from the back of the evil dragon. Bang! The majestic figure fell heavily on the top of the horseshoe mountain. The already tattered armor was severely deformed. The bloody body inside was spurting out blood. It's the commander of the Super Burning Legion. He's dead. For a moment, the whole world seemed to pause. The madly charging Super Burning Legion stopped attacking, eyes full of disbelief. The next second, whether it was the Super Burning Warriors on Tianqing Slope or the Flying Bull Knights in the sky, they all retreated like a tide. The dragon fell from the sky and landed heavily on the top of the mountain, stirring up dust all over the sky. On the head of the dragon stood the dragon hunter Kivis, shining like a god. We won. The Super Burning Legion was repelled. The mutators on the battlefield seemed a little bit unbelievable for a while. When they reacted, they let out heart-wrenching roars one by one, which were the cries of the living who crawled back from hell. Wei Wufu did not join in the cheering and celebration. His eyes were like lightning, staring at Ouyang Yudu, who was laughing like a devil on Tianqing Slope. When Ouyang Yudu was chasing the retreating Super Burning Warrior like crazy, Wei Wufu suddenly rushed up. One arm clamped Ouyang Yudu's neck from behind, the other arm tied his waist, and his legs wrapped around his feet. The two fell together, and Wei Wufu locked him tightly. Crack! Ouyang Yudu was almost crazy, unable to struggle, so he opened his mouth and showed his white teeth, biting Wei Wufu's arm. The teeth actually broke some of the carapace on Wei Wufu's arm, and the teeth pierced into the flesh, and blood immediately flowed out from the corners of Ouyang Yudu's mouth. Wei Wufu had no intention of letting Ouyang Yudu go, and still locked him tightly. Gradually, the madness in Ouyang Yudu's eyes faded a lot, and the teeth biting Wei Wufu's arm slowly loosened. I'm fine. Hearing Ouyang Yudu's voice, Wei Wufu let go of his arm, and slowly sat up. Ouyang Yudu turned over and lay on the ground, but he had no intention of getting up. Wei Wufu's blood was still on the corners of his mouth. His face was no longer crazy, but with a satisfied smile that was almost happy. Lying on the blood-stained Tianqing Slope and looking up at the sky, Ouyang Yudu's beautiful eyes reflected the blue sky and the sun. He seemed to be enjoying the beautiful scenery, and he slowly closed his eyes after a long time. It turns out that I am not the only strange person in this world. Ouyang Yudu muttered to himself, with his eyes closed. Not many people in the revelry noticed the situation here. Their focus was mainly on Linshan and Kivis. There is no doubt that although there are almost invincible geniuses like Ouyang Yudu and Bai Shenfei on the scene today, Kivis and Linshan are the protagonists. At least today, they have attracted most people's attention and successfully shocked the entire mother planet. This Ation is very good, worthy of being from Tianqing. A basic changer who was shooting images in the sky with a camera couldn't help but admire. What a Tion, based on his performance, it's not too much to call him Brother Tion, right? A friend on the side said. No, people in Tianqing are not so superficial. I still think a Tion is good, but the nickname of the perpetual motion machine is not good. The base changer who took the photo said in a deep voice. How about calling him Son of the Sky? The friend thought for a while and said. Too vulgar. The base changer directly denied it. Why is it not good? I think it is very appropriate. You see, he is from Tianqing, and his name is Tion. He also has such a strong ability to fight in the sky. Isn't it quite suitable to call him Son of the Sky? The friend said with a sneer. Appropriate does not mean good. I think he deserves a better title. The base changer touched his sparsely haired head and thought for a long time. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he slapped his thigh and shouted, I thought of Shining. How about Shining a Tion? I think it's not as good as the perpetual motion machine. The friend looked at him with disdain. Including this Tion, how many candidates do you have now? 1 Yinbei, Shimen Jianke, Ouyang Yudu, Wei Wufu, plus Tion, there are now 5. The base changer took out a small notebook, opened it, and looked at it. Only 5? The friend seemed a little speechless. The environment of the mother planet is too bad. It's hard to find 5 like this. The base changer sighed. Is Bai Shenfei not okay? The friend thought for a while, and asked again. It's still a little short. It can only be pending. If you really can't find it, you can make up the number. The base changer thought for a while, and said, Your achievements are not enough, and Wei Wufu and Tion are from Tianqing. Will the Wei family agree to let you take them away? I don't think it's possible. You should continue to look for them. I go back first. The friend raised his left hand, and turned the dial on his hand. His body twisted and disappeared. Chapter 176. As soon as the 3-day deadline was up, everyone teleported back to Jinshui Lake. Because they had an agreement before coming, Wei Wufu took away a large number of helmets, battle clothes and pet launchers. Lin Shen's share was basically given to Wei Wufu, leaving only one mutant pet, which was the dragon of the Legion leader. Hell Rock Crystal Dragon, mutated crystal-based creature evolvable. Strength, 41. Speed, 41. Hardness, 41. Toughness, 40.9. Base mutation talent, mutated dragon body, mutant rock, Hell Undead Demon Curse. The attributes and talents of the Hell Rock Crystal Dragon are comparable to those of the Frost Swordsman, but the two are not comparable. Because the Frost Swordsman is an offensive pet, the Hell Rock Crystal Dragon is a high defense and high blood mount, and also a meat shield pet, and the functions are not quite the same. The mutant dragon body makes its physique stronger, can strengthen the surrounding attributes, and the mutant rock increases defense. The curse of the undead demons of hell is actually a regenerative ability. After the Hell Crystal Dragon is injured, its injured body will regenerate quickly. As a mount and a meat shield, the Hell Crystal Dragon is almost perfect in the level of base transformation. In addition, its attack power is not weak. If it weren't for the deterrent effect of Kiwi's Dragon Slayer talent on it, it would probably be a real trouble. What surprised Lin Shen was that the Ouyang family also donated a portion to Tianqing. This portion was not only the portion that Ouyang Yuda received, but also some things that the Ouyang family paid out of their own pockets, and its value was not less than Wei Wufu's harvest. Wait for me to find you in Tianqing. Before leaving, Ouyang Yuda left this sentence. Why did he go to Tianqing to find you? Lin Shen was a little curious and asked Wei Wufu in a low voice. I don't know. Wei Wufu only said 3 words. Wei Wufu escorted the things back to Tianqing directly. Lin Shen separated from Wei Wufu halfway and was about to quietly return to the Suanio base, but found that someone was following him. Did the weirdo find me? Lin Shen felt that someone was following him, but when he looked back, he saw nothing. However, even if the weirdo came, Lin Shen was not afraid now. In the Battle of Taiyang Xingpo, Lin Shen's heaven sacrificing halo accumulated terrifying sacrifices, and the attribute blessing that could be provided to Lin Shen had exceeded 100. What is the concept of an attribute value of more than 100? It is said that the attributes of ordinary ascenders are 41 to 80. In other words, if you only look at the attributes, Lin Shen with the heaven sacrificing halo is stronger than ordinary ascenders, and much stronger. If the weirdo dares to come and cause trouble again, Lin Shen doesn't mind letting him try how hard his fist is. Lin Shen didn't see anyone, so he turned around and prepared to continue on his way, but he was startled. He didn't know when a person stood in front of him, but he was not a weirdo, just a bald middle-aged uncle wearing overalls and a vest, with an old SLR camera hanging around his neck and an even older camera on his shoulder. Who are you? Lin Shen stared at the bald uncle in front of him in a daze. Although he looked very ordinary, and even a little fat, Lin Shen didn't think he was really ordinary. At least an ordinary middle-aged fat bald uncle would never appear silently 2 or 3 meters in front of him. Hello Tion, my name is Zhu Jianxiang. This is my business card. The uncle took out a business card and handed it to Lin Shen in a friendly manner. Does anyone still print business cards these days? Lin Shen took the business card suspiciously and took a look. It only said Zhu Jinqiang, Scout of the Nightmare Group's home planet branch. Scout? I'm not interested in being a star, Lin Shen said and was about to leave. No, you misunderstood. This scout is not that scout. What we do is to find young people with potential on various planets and invite them to join our nightmare group. I am very optimistic about you, so I want to invite you to join. When Zhu Jinqiang mentioned the nightmare group, he deliberately emphasized the tone, and his expression seemed to say how proud it was to be a member of this group. Nightmare group? What nightmare group? Lin Shen had already heard that this person should be a member of an alien family who came to the home planet to discover young and powerful people with potential. It's just that he had never heard of the nightmare group, and Tian Xian had never mentioned such a group. In fact, Tianxin has never said much about the human race in the universe. It is good enough for Tianxin to know about a race like the human race that is not ranked. It is a bit difficult for him to want Tianxin to know what forces the human race has. You haven't heard of the nightmare group? This is not important. You just need to know that the nightmare group is currently the most powerful force of humans on the alien planet. There are countless strong people in the group, not only humans, but also many strong people from alien races. Zhu Jinqiang talked about the nightmare group as if it were a super large interstellar group. Thank you for your appreciation, but I have no plan to leave my home planet. Lin Shen felt that this guy was not very reliable and wanted to leave quickly. Ah, Tian, do you know what it means to join the nightmare group? As long as you can pass the test, you don't need to worry about the various resources you need for cultivation in the future. Someone will send you the best resources, evolution, combat skills, pets and women. Food, clothing, housing and transportation are all top-notch, which you can never enjoy on your mother planet. The beautiful young lady of the Celestial clan, the charming queen of the Witch clan, and the holy female cultivator of the Starlight clan, they will accompany you to soak in hot springs and serve you wine. As long as your talent is good enough and your ability is strong enough, you can get whatever you want, and you will have whatever you want. Zhu Jinqiang said a lot of nonsense. The more Lin Shen listened, the more unreliable it was. Why did he feel that this sounded very familiar? Thinking carefully, isn't this the rhetoric that his eldest sister often uses to paint a rosy picture for employees? Of course, what the eldest sister said can indeed be done, but there is a premise. You have to create more value for her, otherwise don't think about taking anything from her. Let's do this. If you have something to do, go to Tianqing to find Wei Wufu. Whether I can go to Nightmare Group or not, it's not up to me to say it myself. I need Wei Wufu's approval. I have something else to do, so I won't talk to you for now. Goodbye. After saying that, Lin Shen summoned the Hell Crystal Dragon, rode on it and flew away. Don't go. Let's talk more. Seeing that he couldn't stop a Tian, Zhu Jinqiang could only watch him leave in frustration. What should I do with my performance? Zhu Jinqiang touched his head, which was almost bald, and sighed in worry. Lin Shen rode the Hell Crystal Dragon to a mountain range, found a secret place to land, put away his pet, and found a cave to go in. In the cave, Lin Shen activated the teleportation function of the watch, and came to the grass slope area. Seeing that there was no one around, he restored his true appearance, changed his clothes and outfit, wandered around the grass slope for a day, killed some mutant poisonous insects, and then returned to the cave. After confirming that there was no one nearby, Lin Shen felt relieved and took a detour back to the Suanio base. Chapter 177. Lin Shen has been in a bad mood recently. He used to go to Tsalpa to kill poisonous insects at night, and occasionally go out to relax during the day. He could eat and play wherever he wanted. But now he is afraid that the weirdos will know that he is still alive, so he has to stay at home day and night. Except for going to Tsalpa to kill poisonous insects, he can't go anywhere every day. But now, he drinks the base mutation liquid of those poisonous insects, and the base mutation rate can't be improved. This is what makes him most irritated. After all, he is already a low level, and the effect of those mutant steel poisonous insects is minimal. He must change places to kill more advanced mutant creatures. Where to go? Lin Shen played with his watch and fell into deep thought. There are two coordinates stored on the watch, one is Tsalpa, and the other is the crater planet. When he came back from the crater planet, the watch did not prompt him to record the coordinates. At that time, he already knew that the other coordinate stored in the watch was that planet. The weirdo didn't know how to teleport him to that coordinate, not to that planet out of thin air. The problem now is that the planet seems to be full of ascended creatures, and Lin Shen doesn't get much benefit from killing ascended creatures now. Not only is it difficult to kill, he can't use the ascension liquid he got. Wei Wufu said that the energy contained in the ascension liquid is too strong, and using it at the base level will cause damage to the body, so it can't be used. Lin Shan also thought that based on his own theory of evolution, he might be able to digest the ascension liquid, but he didn't dare to take the risk. What if the energy explosion that Wei Wufu said is in the physical sense, and the ascension liquid explodes directly in his body? Who can bear it? Lin Shan felt that he should be more cautious, but after solving the problem of the monster, he still wanted to go to that planet. The power that the Heaven Sacrifice Halo can provide him now should be enough for him to kill a high-level ascended creature. He wants to find an opportunity to see if he can find a mutant ascended creature and kill it. Of course, it is best to find a mutant ascended egg. But before solving the problem of the monster, Lin Shan can't use the power of the Heaven Sacrifice Halo indiscriminately. After thinking about it, it is better to find a place on King Kai's planet to spawn mutant creatures. Entering the grass slope again, Lin Shan wore a red super burning battle suit and helmet, rode a big red bull, and ignored the poisonous insects, and kept moving forward in one direction. When Lin Shan was looking for poisonous insects before, he went to this direction. There was a big river at the end of the grass slope, and on the other side of the river was an endless steel forest. The river was very wide, and Lin Shan couldn't swim, so he didn't dare to go over. Now he was very skilled in climbing the ladder and stepping on the fairy garden, so a river was no problem, not to mention that he had the Hell Rock Crystal Dragon on him, so he planned to cross the river to the opposite forest to have a look. When Lin Shan came to the river, he originally wanted to cross the river directly, but after looking around for a while, he saw a figure not far upstream. Huh? How could there be someone here? Lin Shan took a closer look and found that it was indeed a person. The man was sitting on a large reef protruding from the river bank, wearing clothes similar to a jacket, holding a fishing rod in his hand, and there was a small table next to him with a thermos cup on it. It was obvious that he was fishing. There are no horns on his head, obviously not from the Super Flame tribe, and no wings either, so he looks like a human. How can a human fish in a place like this? Lin Shan was puzzled, and after thinking about it, he decided to go over and see who it was. When he got closer, he found that the man fishing didn't seem to be very old, about 30 years old, or maybe younger, because he had a square face and a beard, and he looked a little old. "Friend, can you catch fish here?" Lin Shan asked curiously. "Yes." The man turned his head and looked at Lin Shan, smiling friendly. "How was the catch?" Lin Shan walked to his side and looked at the fish basket next to him. Something was moving inside, but because most of the fish basket was underwater, he couldn't see what fish was inside. "Not bad," the man said, reaching out to pick up the teapot and a new cup beside him, pouring a cup of tea for Lin Shan, handing it to him and saying, "What's your name, friend? Are you here to fish too?" "I don't know how to fish. I want to go to the forest across the street to have a look." Lin Shan took the tea, took a sip and said, without giving his name. He was not afraid that the man would poison the tea. He didn't know how much poisonous-based transformation fluid he had taken during this period. Now his body was invulnerable to all kinds of poisons, and he was least afraid of poison. Hearing Lin Shan say this, the man looked at him in surprise. "You want to go to the forest across the street?" "Yes. Is there any problem with the forest across the street?" Lin Shan keenly felt that there was something behind the man's words. "There are ghosts in the forest across the street," the man said seriously. "Ghost?" Lin Shan was slightly startled. He didn't expect the man to say such a thing. It's a different era now. Who still believes in ghosts? Even if there are any abnormalities, it should be caused by genetically modified creatures. Yes, there are ghosts. Once you enter that forest, you will encounter many strange things, and it's like a ghost wall. You can't get out?" the man said seriously. But Lin Shan felt like he was telling a story. It's just a forest. If he can't get out, won't he fly out? What ghost wall? Anyway, he doesn't believe it. Originally, Lin Shan wanted to ask about the origin of this man, but seeing that he was talking nonsense, he gave up the idea. After drinking tea, he put down the teacup, said thank you, and planned to leave here and go to the forest. The man seemed to want to say something, but the fishing rod suddenly moved. The man quickly held the fishing rod tightly and stood up. The taut fishing rod was bent into an arc, and the fishing line went deep into the river. It seemed that something was swimming underneath. Lin Shan was also a little curious. He didn't know what kind of fish he could catch on King Kai, so he stopped and watched from the side. The fish below seemed to be big. The man couldn't pull it up directly. He kept letting out the line and reeling it in, and started a tug-of-war with the fish below. As he watched, Lin Shan found something wrong. The waves on the water surface were getting bigger and bigger. After a while, The water surface within 100 meters nearby was churning. Oh my god, how big is this fish? Lin Shen was even more curious about what kind of fish the man had caught. The man's expression also became solemn. He fought with the big fish below in various ways, and even put his body in various postures that were easy to exert force. Several times he was almost pulled into the river. Seeing this, Lin Shen hurried over and wanted to help the man pull the fishing rod together. Don't move. You don't know how to fish. Don't mess around. But the man stopped Lin Shen. Lin Shen had to stop and watch the man busy there. After a while, the man suddenly pulled the fishing rod back quickly, reeling in the line as he retreated. Lin Shen knew that the fish was about to be caught, and he stared at the river surface. Suddenly, a black figure emerged from the water. Seeing the shape of the thing clearly, Lin Shen couldn't help but widen his eyes. Chapter 178. Oh my god, you call that a fish? Lin Shen was secretly shocked. Only part of the body of the thing floated above the water, but it didn't look like a fish at all. The body covered with black scales looked like black jade, and the exposed part was more than 2 meters long, with wavy fins. Lin Shen even saw a claw like an eagle's claw. The waves below rolled more violently, and the part of the thing that occasionally exposed the water surface became more and more. The more Lin Shen looked at it, the more he felt that the thing should not be called a fish, and it seemed more appropriate to call it a dragon. A black jade dragon that was more than 10 meters long, except that it had no dragon horns, was very similar to a dragon in other ways. There was no doubt that this was a crystal-based creature. Lin Shen thought that the man would at most catch a steel creature or something, but he didn't expect to catch a crystal-based creature that looked like a dragon. Who is this guy? Is this possible? Lin Shen looked at the man in shock. The fishing rod in his hand looked inconspicuous, but it could pull the crystal-based creature for such a long time without breaking, which showed that it was definitely not an ordinary thing. While Lin Shen was still shocked, the man had completely gained the upper hand and forcibly pulled half of the black jade black dragon out of the water. The black jade black dragon struggled desperately in the air, its tail slapping the water surface, stirring up waves of several feet. But no matter how it struggled, it couldn't get off the hook and escape. The man quickly retreated and forcibly pulled half of the black jade black dragon onto the shore, then picked up the scoop net next to it and hit the black jade black dragon's head hard. The black jade black dragon's eyes rolled up, and its body softened. It didn't respond even when the man pulled it ashore. Awesome. Lin Shen was really impressed. It was the first time he saw someone fishing this thing. It's okay, it's a little small. The man said this, but anyone with a discerning eye could see that his upturned mouth corners were harder to suppress than AK. After pulling the black jade dragon completely ashore, Lin Shen originally thought that he would start killing the dragon to obtain the base transformation liquid, but who knew that the man took out a very retro card camera from somewhere, handed it to Lin Shen and said, "Take a picture for me." Fortunately, Lin Shen knew how to use the camera. There were many antique cameras in the third brother's house. He had taught Lin Shen to take pictures before, but Lin Shen was not interested in learning. At the beginning, Lin Shen was very interested in following the third brother to take pictures, but the third brother had to squat on the mountain with howling cold wind for most of the night to take a sunrise picture. It was really boring. The few times Lin Shen left the Suanio base before, he mostly followed the third brother to take pictures. The experience was very bad, and later he had no interest in going again. However, one time, Lin Shen went to the third brother's room to wait for him. He was bored and accidentally looked through some of his photo albums. Lin Shen was shocked. Lin Shen did not see any of the scenery and flowers that he had taken him to take pictures of before, but there were many photos of beautiful women wearing very economical clothes. At that time, Lin Shen was wondering if the third brother deliberately took him to take those scenery photos in order to persuade him to quit. If he had known that he could take these things, how could Lin Shen give up? After taking a few photos of the man with the black jade dragon, Lin Shen returned the camera to the man. The man took it and looked at it. He seemed to be quite satisfied. After putting away the camera, he took the fish hook out of the mouth of the black jade dragon. The man's next move stunned Lin Shen again. He actually pushed the black jade dragon back into the river. The black jade dragon was stimulated by the current and came to its senses. It swam around the river bank for a few laps, then swung its tail and disappeared into the deep water. Why did you let it go? Lin Shen felt it was such a pity. This thing might be a mutant. It's useless if you don't let it go, the man said, and sat down on the reef again, rebaited and cast the hook, and started fishing again. Are you kidding? If you don't want it, why are you fishing for it? Lin Shen looked at the man with a complicated expression. He didn't take the man's words seriously just now, but seeing that the man could actually fish for crystal-based creatures, this was a bit abnormal. He said there were ghosts in the forest opposite. Maybe there really was something wrong, not necessarily a real ghost, but his statement was a bit different. Brother, you just said there are ghosts in the forest across the river. Can you tell me more about it? Linshan thought for a while and asked. I haven't been to the other side either. I just saw some people go there, and never come out again. The only one who came out became crazy, and seemed to be possessed by evil spirits. The man paused and said, if you want to go across, you have to find a way to cross this river first. Will the genetically modified creatures in this river attack people crossing the river? Linshan asked. That's rare, but the gravity on the river is much stronger than other places. Wood can't float on it, and balloons will sink in the river. It's still not easy to cross, the man said. Linshan was startled when he heard this, and quickly took out a metal lunch box from his backpack and threw it into the river. The principle of the metal lunch box is the same as that of a boat. It should float when it lands on the river. But before it landed on the river, it was pulled by a huge force in the air, and it instantly deformed and plunged into the river and disappeared. Linshan was shocked when he saw it. What a strong gravity. Fortunately, I didn't jump over just now. With such a strong gravity, I might have been pulled down directly in the air. Thinking of this, Linshan felt that this man was even more unusual. This river was so strange, and the gravity was unusual. He was able to pull up a crystal-based creature that was more than 10 meters long. Just this strength was scary enough. What's your friend's name? Linshan asked casually. The man just smiled and didn't answer. Linshan immediately reacted. When the man asked him just now, he didn't answer. Now it was his turn not to answer him. This debt is paid off really fast. Linshan didn't care. He had originally not revealed his identity, but Linshan secretly gave him the nickname Fisherman in his heart. Friend, I'm leaving first. See you later if we're lucky. Linshan was ready to leave. He didn't know how to swim, and didn't want to force his way across the river. Besides, there might be something strange in the forest on the other side, so it was better not to go. See you later if we're lucky. The fisherman responded in a friendly way. Linshan turned around and just walked a few steps. He suddenly saw a familiar figure in the sky in the distance, coming towards this side. Hey! Why did Tian Xian come here too? The grass slope should be quite far from the sea, right? Linshan saw Tian Xian, but he was not in a hurry to leave. Since Tian Xian came here, it means that this place should not be far from the sea. If he could ask how to get out, it would be good to go to the seaside. There are many mutant creatures there. With Linshan's current strength, he is not afraid of encountering mutant crystal bases. It is a great opportunity to quickly harvest mutants. Chapter 179. Tian Xian had seen Linshan and the fisherman a long time ago, but he didn't recognize Linshan at all because of his current super burning outfit and mount. Tian Xian has been doing very well recently. He has robbed many humans who entered King Kai's planet and killed some super burning warriors. His wealth has increased again. Perhaps because he has been doing well for a while, he has forgotten the lesson of being robbed by Linshan. Seeing two humans by the river, he actually flew over so arrogantly. Even though Linshan was wearing the uniform and helmet of the Deputy Legion Commander and riding a big Red Bull, he didn't care at all and even regarded Linshan as a fat sheep. This guy is coquettish again. It seems that he has been doing very well recently. Looking at Tian Xian in a white robe descending from the sky with a charming smile, like an angel descending from heaven to save the world, Linshan also muttered in his heart. Tian Xian landed in front of Linshan, revealing a smile that he felt could charm everyone. Human, are you willing to make friends with me? Yes. Linshan nodded readily. As friends, we naturally need to share good things. Take out everything you have. Tian Xian still said with a smile. That's right. Good friends should share. Take out what good things are in your backpack. Linshan also laughed. When Tian Xian heard what Linshan said, his face suddenly turned cold. He took out a pet launcher and pointed it at Linshan and said, Friend, it seems that you haven't figured out the situation yet. Linshan looked at the style of the pet launcher in his hand, and knew that it was something from the Super Burning Tribe, and should have been stolen. What's going on? Linshan asked knowingly. Sharing means sharing your good stuff with me. As a good friend, I save your life. Tian Xian said with a cold face. I thought sharing between friends was two-way. Linshan sighed. Two-way sharing is not as happy as sharing alone. I like to double the happiness. Tian Xian smiled happily. Now, start sharing your stuff. Let me see what good stuff you have. That makes sense. Linshan nodded, took out a pet launcher, pointed it at Tion Xian and said, "Now that you said that, I also like to double the happiness. Now share your stuff with me." "Haha, there is really a fool. Haven't you heard of my name? Do you know the robbery angel? If you don't know, ask your fellow villager." Tion Xian's self-confidence has exploded recently, and he pointed to the fisherman, who was still fishing there, and said, "Friend, have you heard of the robbery angel?" Lin Shen tilted his head to ask the fisherman. "Never heard of it." The fisherman answered very straightforwardly. This made Tianqin's face fall instantly, and he said coldly, "There are really idiots who have never heard of my name. You are really courting death, so don't blame me." With that, Tianqin, who was very unhappy, pulled the trigger directly. The pet launcher in his hand, although not as fast as the angel revolver, is also a good thing with a 40 speed shooting rate. As soon as he moved his fingers, Lin Shen, who was standing not far in front of him, immediately broke through 40 in speed and rushed to Tianqin. "You are just a human, and you dare to fight with me." Such a speed was not considered too strong for Tianqin. He pulled out a red crystal short blade of the super burning clan from his back and slashed at Lin Shen's neck at a faster speed. Lin Shen's footsteps changed, and he walked around the fairy court like a leisurely stroll, and went around to Tianqin's left side. Tianqin was slightly startled. This body movement was a bit strange. He immediately flapped his wings and soared into the sky. The Celestial clan was good at air combat, and foot combat was not their strong point. Naturally, they could not suffer this loss. Lin Shen flew up immediately, but his speed was certainly not as fast as Tianqin. Tianqin saw that Lin Shen's strength was exhausted, and he began to fall down. He shouted arrogantly, "Idiot, fighting with the Celestial clan in the air, is your brain full of water?" As he spoke, Tianqin flapped his wings in the air and turned over. He was already behind Lin Shen, and slashed at the back of Lin Shen's neck with a knife. All this was within Lin Shen's calculations. He was about to use the ladder to give Tion Xian a big surprise, but suddenly saw a flash of crystal light in the air that was almost invisible to the naked eye. The next second, Tion Xian, who didn't know what happened, felt as if someone pulled his collar hard. The force was so strong that Tion Xian flew out. Lin Shen landed on the ground, and saw that the fisherman's hook had hooked Tion Xian's collar and pulled him over. Tion Xian was startled and didn't see what it was, so he swung his knife to cut behind him. The short blade slashed on the hair-thin fishing line, but it couldn't cut it. The fishing line was tough enough, but Tion Xian's collar was not so tough, and it tore a hole directly, allowing Tion Xian to get rid of the hook. Tianqin flapped his wings and flew into the air, looking in the direction of the fisherman. The fisherman held the fishing rod, pulled the fishing line and said, "Sorry, I accidentally caught you when I was casting the rod just now." "Accidentally?" Tianqin's eyes twitched. He didn't believe the fisherman's nonsense, stared at the fisherman with anger, and the crystal-based carapace on his body gradually emerged, wrapping his body in wings. "Smelly fisherman, if I don't turn you into fish food today, I will take your surname," Tianqin said, turning into a stream of light afterimage, and pounced on the fisherman from the air. "Don't get excited, it's very dangerous here, you better not come over," the fisherman kindly reminded. Tianqin ignored him at all, trying to fly sideways past the fisherman, and at the same time wiped his neck with a short blade. Seeing that the fisherman didn't react, Tianqin thought he was going to succeed, but the fisherman suddenly turned sideways, letting Tianqin's short blade fall into the air. Tianqin also rushed past the fisherman. Just as he was about to turn around and fight again, he suddenly felt a terrifying force coming from below, pulling his body and falling directly. Tianqin flapped his wings quickly, but the force pulling him was too strong, and he was not able to soar into the sky. His feet had already touched the water surface, and his wings were fluttering there, but he could not fly too high for a while. Lin Shen looked at Tianqin struggling on the water surface, and secretly thanked himself for not choosing to jump directly from the river. Tianqin, a crystal base, could only barely resist the strange gravity on the river. With his strength, if he really jumped over, he would probably be pulled directly into the river. He couldn't swim, and if he fell into the river, he would probably have to hold his breath and sink to the bottom. If he was attacked by the base mutated creatures in the river again, it was really hard to say whether he could cope with it under such gravity. This also gave Lin Shen a new understanding of the fisherman's power. His power was stronger than he imagined. Tion Xian flapped his wings desperately, but his body slowly rose up. Suddenly, the river below exploded, and a black jade dragon rushed out of the water, opening its mouth to bite Tion Xian. Tion Xian's face changed drastically. He used all his strength to flap his wings to fly up, and he had no energy left to deal with the Black Jade Dragon. Chapter 180. The angel seemed to have become ruthless, with a strange halo rising from his body, condensing into a halo above his head. Why does the halo above Tianqin's head look so much like an angel's ring? It looks more like an angel now. Lin Shan was a little surprised. As soon as the halo appeared, the angel's power increased greatly, and a pair of wings flapped hard, forcing it to fly against gravity. The Black Jade Dragon bit nothing and fell back into the river, stirring up heavy waves. Fisherman, you dare to trick me, you're dead. Tianqin was extremely angry and pounced on the fisherman again, much faster than before. Tianqin's strength is stronger than I thought. Lin Shan had not seen Tianqin fight with all his strength for the first time. When he first met Tianqin, Tianqin was fighting with the mutant creature in the sea, and when he came up, he was already half crippled. Later, Tianqin met him, but he didn't do it. When Tianqin robbed himself, he didn't use the angel's ring. Seeing Tianqin rushing over like a phantom, the fisherman calmly waved the fishing rod in his hand. As the fishing rod swung, the fishing line drew a strange arc in the air and entangled Tianqin. Tianqin knew that the fishing line was extremely tough and did not dare to be entangled, so he could only flap his wings to avoid the fishing line. Lin Shan watched Tianqin and the fisherman fight from the side, and the more he watched, the more he felt that the fishing rod technique of the fisherman was really weird. The fish hook, fishing line and fishing rod, three things make up the weapon, which is soft and hard and soft. When used, it is unexpected, which is completely different from the conventional weapons. In the rapid swing of the fishing rod, the fishing line seems to turn into 1,000 strands of love, entangled from all kinds of unexpected angles, and the tough but elastic fishing rod can also be pulled and stabbed. The fish hook was even more bizarre, like a flying hook flying up and down, making it hard to defend against. Tian Xion's air combat ability was indeed very strong. He dodged the attack of the strange fishing rod by dodging in the sky, but he was obviously at a disadvantage. He wanted to fly high but couldn't. If he made a mistake, he might be entangled by the fishing line. What a weird method, what an interesting technique. Lin Shan watched with relish. The fishing rod technique made him very interested. He also went fishing when he was a child, but only once. It was his third brother who took him there. He sat there for a long time, and didn't catch a single fish. Lin Shan really didn't have the patience, so he never went there again. Now Lin Shan still has no interest in fishing, but he is very interested in the fishing rod method. Dead fans can be hard or soft, so we can learn from the fishing rod method. Lin Shan thought to himself, and couldn't help but observe carefully. Many things, when you are not interested, the more you think about them, the more difficult they feel. But when you really calm down and do this thing, you will soon find that everything is actually regular. As long as you do it step by step, it may not be as difficult as you think. The key is to be attentive. If you are not attentive, everything is difficult. If you are attentive, you may not feel that difficult. Of course, it is only possible. There are also some things that are really difficult and cannot be done with attentiveness. Lin Shan calmed down and looked for a while, and saw some tricks. Although the rod method is weird, it is not without traces. It is just unpopular. Most people rarely use such techniques. Tianqin kept dodging, but his range of action became more and more limited. If he continued, he would be entangled sooner or later. I don't believe that I can't break your broken line. Tianqin was determined to break 10 skills with one force. He held the knife with both hands, and the halo above his head shone brightly. He chopped the fishing line with all his strength, trying to cut the fishing line and break the current dilemma. The extremely sharp red crystal short blade chopped on the fishing line with a terrifying speed, but it just slashed the fishing line to one side without any damage. The fisherman pulled and retracted, and the fishing line wrapped around Tianqin's body, and it was wrapped many times in an instant, and the fishhook also pierced into Tianqin's shell. With a sudden lifting of the rod, Tianqin's body was tied into a long strip and was swung in the air. Tianqin regretted it so much now. If he had known that this man was so awesome, he would never have come. How could such a monster appear in a mere human? Tianqin was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. The fisherman turned around to face the river, and Tianqin was immediately suspended on the surface of the river. The traction of the fishing line and the terrifying gravity under the river pulled the fishing line straight, and Tianqin, who was tied up, had difficulty even struggling. Friend, it's all a misunderstanding. Let's talk it out. Tianqin forced a smile and said, Who did you say you wanted to turn into fish food? The fisherman looked at Tianqin and smiled. Ahem. You heard it wrong. What I said was, you don't have enough fish food. I can help you make food. Tianqin said hurriedly. Is that so? The fisherman laughed. It must be so, Tianqin said hurriedly. The fisherman looked at Tianqin, as if thinking about something. Suddenly, the river's surface exploded, and a huge shadow rose from the river, swallowing Tianqin and the line in one gulp. The fisherman did not expect this to happen. Looking at the genetically modified creature that was even bigger than the blue whale, his face changed slightly, and then he immediately showed a hint of joy, finally out. Lin Shen was also looking at the genetically modified creature that jumped out of the river. Its body was as black as ink, and its body was like a ranchu goldfish, but its size was unknown. It was even bigger than a blue whale. There was a forward-facing curved horn on the top of its head, and there was a lantern-shaped white crystal hanging down from the curved horn. It was more than a person tall. Something was flashing in the crystal, a bit like a lanternfish, but a little bigger. Tianqin is finished like this. Lin Shen still felt a little regretful in his heart. He hadn't taken back the things on his body yet, and he was swallowed by the strange fish. The fisherman exerted force with his legs, and his feet sank into the rocks again. He held the fishing rod in one hand, and quickly released the line with the other hand, and a blue crystal-based shell appeared on his body. The strange fish splashed, smashed the huge waves, and fell back into the river. The fisherman was still releasing the line quickly, but the speed of releasing the line was obviously slower than the swimming speed of the strange fish. Soon the fishing line was pulled straight, and the reel started to rotate by itself, as fast as a drill. The fisherman held the fishing rod tightly with both hands until the fishing line was pulled to the bottom. The whole person leaned forward and was about to be pulled into the river, but he still held the fishing rod tightly. Lin Shen quickly changed his base, flew behind the fisherman, grabbed his body with both hands, and pulled back hard, but he still couldn't stop the momentum of being pulled forward. Lin Shen exerted all his strength, holding the fisherman with one hand, and took out the pet launcher with the other hand, and directly launched a pet capsule. The most powerful and heaviest hell crystal dragon appeared behind him, turned its body, wrapped its tail around Lin Shen's body, and used all 4 claws to pull him backwards.